Meme play fun, person rant husband chase, crematorium school, life redemption battleground lighthearted, and funny no losers allowed. My name is Suja, and I'm surrounded by losers. More than redemption, I think rants are more fun. A timid, socially awkward rich princess, a self-conscious and sensitive class monitor with a contrasting personality, a seemingly optimistic but abstract girl, each has their own unresolved regrets. However, when these losers gather around Suja, this seemingly unreliable boy helps them out of their inner shadows. And just when the girls finally realize their own feelings, they suddenly discover that the real princess, their childhood sweetheart, has suddenly appeared beside Suja. Loser? Then let's lose again, even more fiercely. Crying? Crying has its time limits. Chapter 1 This.is quite a contrast. Strategist, how do I pursue this one? I really like her. Shut up, this is the strategist's. Tongren department store. Suja naturally shook off his friend's arm that was resting on his shoulder, staring intently ahead. Following his gaze, one could see a girl about 160 centimeters tall, with fair skin, a high ponytail, and a charming smile. For a man in his prime, it's hard to resist such temptation. Niu Hao, whose arm had been shaken off, seemed very dissatisfied. He turned to look at Suja, first clicking his tongue twice, then mockingly said, "Look at you. You can't even walk past a pretty girl. Be careful, we're people of status after all. You only have an ID card at most." Suja glanced at him disdainfully, then turned back to continue looking. Niu Hao immediately became anxious. "I'm telling you, you're being incredibly rude. As the saying goes, the first thing you do when looking at a beautiful woman is show respect. You've been staring. Always showing respect." Interrupting his best friend again, Suja finally reluctantly looked away, then said with some regret, "What a pity, there's a guy next to him. Niu Zi, what do you think the probability is that guy is his family member? Inversely proportional to the probability of you becoming the clown." The two stopped talking and began to physically touch each other's faces. After their playful banter, they both felt bored. University was already demanding and stressful enough. To come out for a stroll and still run into a couple like that was just plain annoying. Does playing the abstract mean you're destined to be single? Suja couldn't understand it at all. With his handsome looks and exceptional conversation, he'd never even had a relationship in 3 years of university. This wasn't right, was it? Normally, in the normal dynamic between best friends, the guy next to him would have already started yelling at him, but the fact that he remained silent only proved that he was truly handsome. She's crying. Lost in thought, Suja was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside him, much to his annoyance as he was envisioning a bright future. What the hell is she crying? Following Niu Hao's gaze instinctively, Suja froze on the spot. The beautiful woman who had been smiling so sweetly just moments before was now covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face, staring incredulously at the man before her. The boy opposite her looked guilty. A moment later, the girl ran away crying. The boy seemed to want to chase after her, but then stopped. Although he hadn't seen the whole thing, Suja could roughly imagine what had happened. He couldn't help but sigh. People these days are getting more and more despicable, and no matter the reason. How can you refuse something like this? It's truly a case of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Most people witnessing this scene would likely sigh in dismay, criticize the boy, and maliciously speculate about his erectile dysfunction. But at this moment, Niu Hao besides Suja was practically on steroids. Well done. Finally, it's my turn. Watch my zero-style fragrance. Perfectly controlled. Niu Hao pulled out some random spray bottle. Who knows where it came from? Bought for 9.9 yuan with free shipping on Pinduoduo, and sprayed it haphazardly, only causing Suja to cough twice. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm telling you, you didn't understand anything before going in. You're likely to fall flat on your face. Suja wasn't intentionally trying to discourage him. He simply found the behavior incredibly heroic. However, Niu Hao's reply was, "The reason doesn't matter. I'll even take the child's surname." As it turns out, this is a world where looks matter. When the two approached, the beautiful woman was already squatting in a corner, surrounded by two boys offering her tissues. If it were Niu Zi squatting on the ground crying, wouldn't someone be tempted to kick him? I certainly wouldn't, Suja couldn't help but think. Logically, girls should be very vulnerable at this moment. But this beautiful girl seemed particularly stubborn, making the two boys who approached her the laughingstock. Just as Niu Zi was about to start mocking them, the two boys didn't leave. Instead, they stood to the side with interest, watching Suja and Niu Zi with half-smiles. Your turn to be the clown. To be honest, Suja really wanted to join in and laugh with those two guys, but he held back in the end. Niu Zi's face was serious, and his fingers began to tremble slightly. He seemed to be gathering his strength. After a moment, he actually shoved a box of tissues he had prepared into Suja's hand. "Old Su, you should go. I suddenly don't feel so desperate to find a girlfriend anymore. Wait, you're a poet. Suja was speechless. This kid chickened out at the crucial moment. He was so confident just now, but now with two onlookers, he immediately deflated. To be honest, Suja didn't want to go. He was just talking about youthful romance. Looking at pretty girls didn't mean he liked them. He really wanted to turn around and leave, but when he looked back, he saw the two guys who had failed earlier pull out two jokers from somewhere. They were ready to throw them behind him at any moment. Holy crap! Reversed heavenly stems. No, what are you two clowns pretending for? Suja was truly speechless. Why would anyone carry their ID card and a photocopy around like this? But he couldn't back down now. Suja wasn't that cowardly. He strode forward, heading towards the corner. Just as he approached the girl, a waft of perfume wafted towards him, making him involuntarily sniff. It's not a pervert, it's a normal human reaction. Here, he whispered, his voice husky and bubbly, a simple word Suja had practiced countless times. At times like this, the more he said, the more mistakes he made. The outcome was the same again. The beautiful girl seemed to have no intention of acknowledging him, nor did she accept his tissue. Taking advantage of this moment, Suja secretly observed her face. Damn, he had to admit, she really was beautiful. From a distance, it might not be very clear, but up close, she was truly breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers. Class monitor? The face before him seemed to increasingly overlap with a face in his memory. Suja's pupils instantly contracted, but thankfully, he controlled his voice. The girl hadn't intended to acknowledge Suja before, but upon hearing the word class monitor, she suddenly looked up. The instant he saw her face, Suja was even more certain. The girl was indeed his class monitor, Chio-ran. Suja's mouth dropped open in astonishment, because this was completely different from the Chio-ran he remembered. The class monitor he remembered always wore a school uniform and thick glasses. Her attire was incredibly unfashionable, a world apart from the beautiful girl before him. Moreover, she was usually extremely serious and harsh. To be honest, Suja quite disliked her. The two stared at each other in silence, but Suja felt he couldn't let this continue. He had to break the silence. But in crucial moments, people's minds tend to slow down, and they might even entertain some foolish thoughts. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Suja's first words were, class monitor. Quite a contrast. Chapter 2. Is she secretly indulging in tobacco and alcohol? Who dares to label this class monitor as harsh? She is truly remarkable, though aware that her words may have been ill-chosen. Suja's initial reaction upon witnessing the stark contrast between the current Chio-ran and the memory he held was, could this girl be secretly immersed in vices? Upon hearing Suja's remark, Chio-ran's face flushed crimson, only to swiftly morph into indignation. Such words certainly did not sound complimentary. However, in an instant, her anger transformed into panic. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her delicate white hand and covered Suja's mouth. In disbelief, Nyozi, who observed this scene, felt a pang of grief, instinctively mimicking the action of having his own mouth covered. Chio-ran quickly realized her gesture was inappropriate. After a brief moment of contemplation, she snatched a tissue from Suja's hand, hurriedly dabbed at her tears, and dashed away. Suja stood frozen, unable to process the unfolding events. Stunned, he thought, how could the seemingly austere class monitor exhibit such behavior outside of school? Casting aside irrational notions, he attempted to think rationally. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, Nyozi had already approached him with a curious expression. How on earth did you manage that? It felt like you two were familiar with each other. It was no wonder Nyozi was on high alert. Anyone could discern the nature of their exchange from their brief eye contact. Despite his inclination to share the gossip, Suja hesitated before speaking. While he harbored no affection for Chio-ran, he recognized the importance of privacy, and he preferred to counter the class monitor's harshness with reason rather than spreading rumors. Let us refrain from this topic, Suja said dismissively, gesturing to pause the conversation. Nyozi, sensing his reluctance, chose not to press further but cast a lingering glance in the direction Chio-ran had departed. Throughout the afternoon, Suja pondered whether it was the glasses that obscured her beauty or some inexplicable Asian sorcery at play. Yet, after consuming 2 bottles of beer without clarity, he decided to meander home, aware that time was of the essence and responsibilities awaited him. One of Suja's virtues was his ability to dismiss perplexing matters. After all, he had no ties to Chio-ran and preferred to remain uninvolved in her affairs. Navigating his familiar path back to the apartment, he climbed the 4 flights of stairs without an elevator, feeling slightly breathless. Just as he retrieved his key, the sound of muffled sobs emanated from within the apartment. Truth be told, any ordinary person might find such a sound unsettling. However, Suja was accustomed to it and stepped in confidently. The cries were genuine. And upon opening the door, he found his sister, Su Nyen, a woman in her early 20s, sprawled on the sofa, weeping uncontrollably. Such a grown woman, yet still clad in an adorable kitty pajama. How ridiculous, he thought. The bond between siblings often manifests in contrasting perceptions to the outside world. Su Nyen was a vision of beauty, yet to her younger brother, she appeared somewhat less appealing. Surprisingly, rather than erupting in anger, she lunged at Suja, enveloping him in an embrace. With a stoic expression, he directed his gaze towards her phone lying on the sofa, which was playing an unmistakable AI-generated voice. Imagine if one day your younger brother, with whom you've grown up, suddenly passed away, and though you didn't weep. A memory triggered by an object reminded you of all the moments you shared. Feeling her soft form in his arms, Suja's lips twitched. And in a sudden burst of frustration, he grasped her by the neck and shoved her back onto the sofa. How many times must I tell you not to fantasize about my demise? Exasperated, he couldn't fathom why she entertained such thoughts. Siblings may bicker, but you seem to dwell excessively on my death. Is that a sign of love? Of course, despite our quarrels, we are still siblings. Then return the 200 yuan you owe me. A debt is a debt. In an instant, Su Nyen wiped her tears and assumed a serious demeanor, her previously cultivated emotions dissipating. That was close. I nearly impulsively returned your money. Suja gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of impulse to eject her from the premises. Brother, can you lend me 200 yuan again? I need to settle the balance for my cosplay outfit. And I promise to repay you next month when I get my salary. Oh, and please do the laundry and cook me a couple of dishes. Seriously? Suja exclaimed, his frustration bubbling over, yet he refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses. Despite his grievances, he naturally walked into the kitchen, tossing the laundry into the washing machine and rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients to prepare a meal. The diligent brother, balancing his third-year studies while caring for his disabled sister, certainly painted a picture of inspiration. By the way, Tang Shinro called earlier. She said she messaged you, but you didn't reply. You're being too much. As he cooked, Su Nyen's chatter resumed, but her words piqued Suja's interest. Tang Shinro, his childhood friend, had gone to study in the United States 3 years prior and had yet to return. She was Suja's closest companion. You wouldn't understand. Among friends, we don't fuss over every little thing like you women do. If we don't feel like replying, we simply don't. Suja remarked casually, noting that his conversations with Nyozi typically consisted of one-word exchanges. Have you forgotten she's a girl? Who cares? Watching her brother busy in the kitchen, Su Nyen couldn't help but sigh softly. Suja's culinary skills were commendable. Having a disabled sister had inadvertently honed his abilities. After dinner, returning to his room, Suja recalled his sister's words and opened his phone. True to her word, Tang Shinro had messaged him, though the content was trivial, merely sharing snippets of her daily life. He attempted to respond but found himself at a loss for words, as he had no interest in her updates. After a moment's contemplation, he set his phone aside, deciding not to reply, for there was no obligation to respond, especially among friends. Chapter 3. Hurry up. If you don't, you'll owe me 200 yuan just for watching. Life in the third year of university was exceedingly demanding, particularly for Suja, who had the added responsibility of caring for his disabled sister. His parents, engaged in business far away, were understandably concerned about their son's well-being during this crucial period. Thus they arranged for Su Nyen to move in and look after him, as she worked nearby. However, neither of them could have anticipated how events would unfold in ways beyond their imagination. Little brother, I want apple pie for breakfast. Eat your own XXX. Awoken at an unearthly hour, Suja shouted from the kitchen, his patience wearing thin as he listened to Su Nyen's lethargic, half-awake replies. Gripping the spatula, he felt the tension in his muscles. Was she truly here to care for me? Something felt amiss. Amidst the clattering of pots and pans, the sound of frustration mingled with the determination to study. This was the essence of youth, interspersed with a hint of exasperation. As Suja stood before Su Nyen's door, an urge to kick it open surged within him, yet the innate restraint of his bloodline compelled him to abandon the notion. Upon opening the door, he found the elderly woman nestled beneath her covers, revealing only her long, fair legs. Damn that old woman. She deserves to be alone, Suja muttered under his breath, then forcefully slammed the food tray onto Su Nyen's vanity, causing her various serums and oils to tremble slightly, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Humph. Don't think I'll always treat you kindly. I have my temper too. Gently closing the door, Suja dashed out of the house with a piece of toast in his mouth. He had risen a bit late, but fortunately, he had a private car. Beep, beep, beep. Nyozi, riding his little electric scooter, had been waiting outside for quite some time, his gaze fixed in Suja's direction, seemingly anticipating something. Let's go? With practiced ease, Suja hopped into the back seat, finally taking a moment to pull out a carton of milk. Drive slowly. This was Suja's customary admonition, not out of distrust in Nyozi's skills, but rather due to the absence of brakes on the scooter. What does it mean to have a life-and-death friendship? Suja mused that even Bruce driving might be safer, but it was of little consequence. At worst, it would only result in a mere fatal injury. Why hasn't he your sister come out? Nyozi's voice carried a hint of regret, revealing that he had been hoping to catch a glimpse of Sun Yen. She didn't want to go to work today. I've already spoken to her manager. Oh, wait a minute. Why does something feel off? As the electric scooter sped away, the route was all too familiar to them. Sitting in the back, Suja found his thoughts drifting back to the events of the previous day at the mall, still imbued with a dreamlike quality. How shocking it was that one could appear so dramatically different with merely a pair of glasses. Oh no, this girl wouldn't hold a grudge against me, would she? After all, I discovered evidence of her smoking and drinking. Worry began to creep in, yet upon further reflection, he realized he had no real reason to be afraid. The expected progression should be, class monitor, you wouldn't want your off-campus image exposed to others, would you? Damn, why does that sound a bit sleazy? Suja's thoughts spiraled, and just then, he heard Nyozi's peculiar shout. Old Su. Look, something's happening. What the hell? Suja mumbled, but upon turning his head, he was instantly captivated. It wasn't that he saw anything specific. He merely noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Wasn't that enough? Though he was unaware of what had transpired, he believed that no citizen could resist the impulse to take a closer look. Old Su seems to be running late. Who do you think I am? Move the car closer. Suja roared with fervor. After all, how could one ignore the spectacle? Nyozi was equally curious, but merely sought a companion for support. However, with no brakes on his scooter, he could only reduce his speed and inch forward. Both were filled with anticipation, yet as they approached, they were taken aback. In the center of the crowd lay an elderly woman, wailing on the ground. Her pleading gaze directed towards the passers-by, yet none dared to meet her eyes or step forward. Damn, I should have known better than to come, Nyozi lamented. As this classic scenario approached the absurdity of a scripted drama. To assist would risk bankruptcy, while to refrain would invite the torment of conscience. Old Su. It was utterly unsolvable. What is so unsolvable? Just take the moral high ground and condemn those with weak consciences. Nyozi was speechless but had already turned the handlebars of the scooter. Forget it, we shouldn't stick around for this. Let us get out of here. Helping that old lady is like playing mahjong. What do you mean? If someone hits a big hand, all the spectators will have to pay 200. Suja nodded in agreement. He had recently read a news story about an elderly person who fell and received no assistance, only for their family to sue over 20 passers-by after reviewing the surveillance footage. Goodness, if not helping led to this, what would happen if they actually did assist? Setting aside the facts, don't you feel any responsibility as a reader? The scooter, lacking brakes, moved slowly, and just as Nyozi was about to turn around completely, Suja interrupted him. Wait, someone's coming. Suja's voice brimmed with excitement. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to witness the unfolding drama today. However, Nyozi seemed less inclined to watch, partly due to the impending lateness, and partly because he genuinely felt fear. Yet seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Nyozi could only offer a sideways reminder. Old Su, what would happen if a luxury car turned into a bicycle? Selling it to fund a game of Three Kingdoms? What is wrong with that? It's nothing. A crowd had gathered around an elderly woman. While the tale of the situation would likely be unfavorable, if a young girl stepped forward to help her, that would indeed become a legendary story. Yet whether it was a tale of legend or a farcical tragedy hinged on the elderly woman's whims. At that moment, Suja perceived that half of the old woman's face had darkened, while the other half radiated with divine brilliance. One thought can transcend the heavens. Fear not the divine or the demonic. Are you all right, ma'am? The sudden appearance of a girl captured everyone's attention. It was undeniable that she possessed charm. Her youthful face exuded a certain innocence. Although she appeared somewhat insecure, her gaze was filled with unwavering determination, and coupled with her virtuous character, she resembled a little princess. I initially thought her beauty alone would suffice to captivate me, yet I was pleasantly surprised by her commendable character. Whose retinue does she belong to? Suja had already raised his phone to record the scene. Why record it? Even he couldn't say, but his storage was far from full. A chorus of admiration erupted around them. While no one dared to assist, it didn't diminish their acknowledgement of such noble behavior. After all, there are still many good people in this world. The elderly woman, overcome with gratitude, grasped the girl's hand, trembling with emotion. Good child. Good child. Only you would dare to help me. Truly a good child. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have fled after the collision. Chapter 4. A moment of brilliance leading to a lifetime of introversion. Lou Cece was a shy little girl. The kind who would blush at the mere thought of speaking to strangers, prompting those around her to exclaim, "Sweetheart, you are like a soft, delicious cake." However, Lou Cece despised this aspect of her personality. She loathed being labeled as fragile. Thus, she resolved that today, on her transfer day, in a place where most people were unfamiliar with her, she would establish a new persona. Yes, it settled. My new persona shall be that of a helpful and optimistic little girl. Lou Cece was determined. If she didn't create a new identity upon transferring, what would be the point? Excellent. Thus, her first step towards transformation lay before her. The girl who once blushed at speaking to strangers now resolutely chose to assist the elderly woman before her. Indeed. A moment of confidence may lead to a lifetime of introversion. Watching the once kindly old lady suddenly change her expression and hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Lou Cece stood frozen, seemingly stripped of all means of resistance. Can't the old lady sense my change of expression? Suja, standing nearby, let out a peculiar laugh. Realizing her naivety, how does that saying go? There are indeed more wicked people in this world. Grandma, I truly didn't hit you. Lou Cece was on the verge of tears, yet she stubbornly sniffed and explained in a trembling voice. What? At my age, you still want me to do squats? The elderly woman responded nonsensically, and Lou Cece's earlier smile faded, shifting entirely on his Suja's face. Can you think it over again? Huh. I can't just be given 4 fluids after such a serious fall. I must inform you that surveillance is prevalent in this vicinity. What? You suggest that my wallet appears somewhat empty? The onlookers have begun to consciously retreat, and we have reached the point where mere spectators are willing to part with 200 just to observe. We absolutely cannot linger here any longer. Lao Su. The winds are picking up. Nyozi is also twisting the throttle, realizing that the spectacle cannot continue. He remarks that the old beggar does not seem like a good person from the very beginning. Just as Nyozi prepares to start his electric scooter, he suddenly feels a resistance. Suja halts the scooter with his foot and gazes towards the girl, his eyes tinged with hesitation. This action startles Nyozi, who firmly grips Suja's shoulder and solemnly advises, Lao Su, you are not one to meddle in others' affairs. Trust me, do not get involved. It is evident that Nyozi is genuinely anxious, yet Suja remains silent, fixated on the girl, not out of any ulterior motive, but simply because he believes that a good person should not suffer so. Although he had been smiling moments ago, his heart feels devoid of joy. Lao Su, do not disturb. I have my own rhythm. You have yours. Suja persists in walking towards that direction, while Nyozi continues to chastise him, ultimately tossing his scooter aside to follow. Damn it, what a calamity. Suja is not an overly benevolent person. His decision was made after careful contemplation. Lou Cece immediately notices Suja's presence, her helpless gaze suddenly filled with anticipation. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man emerges from the crowd, whom Suja deduces to be the son of the elderly woman. The bystanders are abuzz with speculation, yet Suja acts swiftly. Before the would-be scammer can utter a word, he approaches Lou Cece. What's your QQ number? Huh, my QQ number? You want to add me? Oh. Although Lou Cece is bewildered as to why this suddenly appearing young man desires her contact information, she is in a daze at this moment. She retrieves her latest model smartphone and adds Suja's QQ. So wealthy? Suja muses, instinctively astonished. Adding as a friend, approving the request, and sending a video all transpires in one fluid motion. First and foremost, I am not here to assist you. This video of you helping someone, I recorded it. I cannot predict how they will react, but I suggest you report it to the police. With this evidence, you should be able to clarify matters. Lastly, do not seek me out. Any subsequent events are not my concern, as I have made it clear from the outset that I am not here to help you. Lou Cece experiences a slight cognitive overload. She had initially perceived Suja as a heroic figure, only to realize he is somewhat of a hero in his own right. Thank you. Lou Cece is no fool. Upon understanding the significance of the evidence, she comprehends its value. Suja nods and turns to leave, having reached the limit of what he can do. As for what happens next, how much the other party is extorted, he cannot be bothered. As he turns away, he feels a rush of exhilaration. Indeed, the world ought to be populated by more good people. Just as he reflects on this, he suddenly perceives darkness before his eyes. Looking up, he sees a towering figure, approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, clad in a suit, standing before him. Suja instinctively halts in his tracks. and upon hearing the man's first words, he feels as though the sky has collapsed. Do not leave just yet. The man is furious. Regret floods the mind of the involved party at this moment. Why would you, with such stature, engage in such petty deception? Why not simply resort to robbery? Your arms seem larger than my calves. A punch from you would surely leave me bruised. The young man stands at attention. Suja, truly unmoved, dares not move. The appearance of this imposing figure captures the attention of all, particularly the elderly woman and her son, who are now in a state of panic. Did you collide with her? The giant stands protectively in front of Lu Cece, observing the increasingly sinister expressions of the mother and son. No. My mother fell on her own. It's nothing. Nothing. Understanding is a profound discipline, and Suja believes that responding to violence with violence is merely a tactic. Wow. So he yes with them? Why didn't you use your bodyguard sooner? Suja wishes to express his frustration, but instead smiles genuinely as he sees the approaching giant and Lu Cece. Young man, thank you so much today. Young individuals like you are a rarity these days. Please, do not refuse. At this moment, Suja finally comprehends the giant's intent in stopping him. As he observes the man extending approximately 10 bills, Suja's eyes widen with greed. Goodness, if I were to play a game of 3 kingdoms with this. But would it not seem too crass to take it directly? You see, this isn't about me saying it's not. You see, without uttering a word, he slips 1,000 into his pocket, maintaining his dignity. You ought to learn from this. As the crowd disperses, Suja feels a wave of relief wash over him. He vows never to involve himself in such matters again. However, as he feels the weight of coins in his pocket, it brings him a sense of comfort. He casually pulls out 5 bills and slips them into Nyozi's pocket. Even though they are like brothers, responsibilities must be taken individually when it comes to sharing the spoils. Nyozi appears somewhat shaken as well. The two walk in silence towards the school. Unsurprisingly, they are late. Nyozi is in class 5, while Suja is in class 2. Just as they reach the entrance, Suja spots a familiar figure, clad in a simple school uniform, with thick glasses that could withstand bullets and disheveled hair. It is none other than the class monitor. Xiao Ran. Remembering the beauty from that day, Suja's gaze becomes increasingly unnatural. Xiao Ran seems to notice Suja's stare upon meeting his gaze. A fleeting look of panic crosses her features. Suja cannot help but chuckle internally, suddenly feeling empowered against this sharp-tongued class monitor. As long as I merely say, "Monitor, you wouldn't want Suja? Late. Stand at your desk." Damn it. Chapter 5. From this day forth, the grand dating adventure commences. This doesn't seem right, does it? Standing at his desk for being late, Suja questions his very existence. According to the narrative, shouldn't he have ensnared her in a compromising situation, leading her to plead with him not to disclose it, promising anything in return? Then he would adopt a condescending posture. Choose between a burning stick or me. Bleep what? Have you been tortured again? You, Susu, are just pathetic. Voices of teasing reach his ears, and Suja can hardly be bothered to turn his head. If Qiu Ran is the girl he despises most in class, then the woman beside him is the one he finds most exasperating. Zhuge Ling. A woman who possesses nothing of merit apart from her surname, is indeed attractive, yet Suja's assessment of her is that she is utterly devoid of allure. As an innocent young man yearning for romantic experiences, such an evaluation is undoubtedly harsh. However, the most significant issue is that this woman is even more abstract than he is, like Suja. She belongs to that category of individuals whose words utterly ruin their attractiveness. Hey, you must have broken the rules again, right? Upon hearing this, Suja's face flushes crimson, and he retorts, being late is merely being late. It cannot be deemed a violation of rules. Can we even call it a transgression in the realm of scholars? Following this, he utters phrases such as standing up for justice and helping others, and laughter spreads across several desks. In reality, Suja and Zhuge Ling share a decent camaraderie. One word to describe it would be comrades. Yet, it must be admitted that Zhuge Ling has shattered much of Suja's idealistic fantasies regarding innocent girls. Why do I feel like Qiu Ran has been watching you? Did you offend her? Pondering the events of the morning, Suja is suddenly taken aback. He does not look towards Qiu Ran, but instead gazes in astonishment at Zhuge Ling. Has this woman developed a keen sense? How perceptive. Isn't she always like that? The persistent teasing was relentless. Hey, Susu, do you think the class monitor likes you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuge Ling's words were only half finished when Suja nearly burst into laughter, vigorously waving his hand in denial. I think you've eaten too much and are hallucinating. Not every girl who shows interest in a guy will deliberately create trouble for him. Can you distinguish between fiction and reality? I can assure you, Even if Chiu Ran were to remain single forever, she would never develop feelings for me. Zhuge Ling's expression grew increasingly peculiar, soon revealing an enigmatic smile that made Su Zhe's lips twitch. The ringing of the class bell gradually silenced the classroom. Su Zhe felt fortunate that the homeroom teacher had not arrived during morning reading. Otherwise, he would have faced a severe reprimand. Now that class had commenced, he was relieved, as the subject teacher would likely allow him to sit down and begin the lesson without fuss. Classmates, we have fallen behind in our progress. Although it was merely the first week of school, such statements had begun to grate on Su Zhe's nerves. Yet, when the teacher instructed everyone to sit down and pay attention, Su Zhe found it surprisingly agreeable. Instinctively, he glanced towards Chiu Ran, a natural reaction for anyone. Yet instead of spotting the back of her head, he was met with a pair of keen eyes. The moment Chiu Ran noticed him, she quickly turned her head, displaying a hint of fluster. Indeed, she cared more than she let on. Su Zhe smirked, thinking to himself that if she truly cared, she might have given him a chance. But he had no intention of voicing such thoughts, while he held no feelings for Chiu Ran. He would never stoop to using someone else's private matters against them. The experimental high school was a prestigious institution in Qingfeng City, and teaching there was relatively easy, as the students were generally diligent, though there were exceptions. Wow, how bold. I won't let you off easily. Zhuge Ling observed Su Zhe deftly pulling out his phone, a look of envy crossing her face. Shoo, quiet, this is serious. Ignoring the abstract girl beside him, Su Zhe suddenly realized something far more significant. He opened his phone and clicked on the messaging app. Little Bamboo Bear, are you there? Indeed, it was the same girl from earlier. In his eagerness to act heroically, he had almost forgotten he had added such a kind-hearted, charming, and seemingly affluent girl to his contacts. As someone with almost no female friends, Su Zhe's excitement upon seeing that message was hardly containable. Hee, that profile picture is just too adorable. Look at you. Hurry up and reply. Zhuge Ling scoffed at her friend's demeanor. However, Su Zhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he adopted a serious tone and addressed Zhuge Ling. Do you remember the message you sent me last night? Of course. I asked if you were engaged in some private activities. Su Zhe awkwardly cleared his throat. Glancing at Zhuge Ling, are you suggesting that you don't socialize, don't go out, and spend all day at home, only to have a beautiful, gentle, and caring transfer student with long hair and a penchant for cute dresses suddenly approach you and say, I've been watching you for a long time. Why can't you see my feelings? Zhuge Ling's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet Su Zhe's smile only grew brighter. Yes, the answer is yes, he declared with conviction, increasingly enamored by that cartoon profile picture. Now that's the spirit of a youthful college girl. Little Bamboo Bear is truly charming. Unlike Zhuge Ling, who insisted on calling her a sexy cockroach, how could he possibly hold her in high regard? Ugh, abstract girl, you're such a nuisance. Control your drool. She simply asked if you were there. Is it that big of a deal? Zhuge Ling rolled her eyes. At the very least, you should ask her out for a meal. Little Bamboo Bear, I'm sorry for the trouble today. Judging by your school uniform, you must be from Experimental High. I just transferred here today. My name is Lu Cici. If it's convenient, could I treat you to lunch today? Oh, and your friend behind you too. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for class, Su Zhe would have seized Zhuge Ling by the neck and shoved her face into the screen. Zhuge Ling wore an expression of disbelief, remaining silent for a moment before finally sputtering. Su, did you witness her committing murder? Ugh, that's called personal charm. Do you understand nothing, you shrimp-headed girl? Disregarding Zhuge Ling, Su Zhe pondered for a moment before replying. Prawn is no better than Pinocchio. That's too kind of you. I should have time. But my friend might not be free. A perfect response, polite yet graceful. Su Zhe closed his phone, feeling as though the monotonous class had suddenly become much more engaging. Having never been in a romantic relationship, he resolved that this was no longer the case. From today onward, he would embark on a grand quest for love. Chapter 6. Who asked you anyway? I've been playing with girls since I was 3, made 2 boys 6 years older than me cry at 5, and still bathed with girls at 12. Now at 18, I've never even dated. Su Zhe felt that something was amiss, but it hardly mattered now. To be honest, he genuinely liked Lu Cici, with her fair and radiant face, kind character, and wealth. Who could resist? Zhuge Ling, this is crucial. I need some advice. How about you say less? You actually look somewhat appealing when you're quiet. Zhuge Ling appraised Su Zhe and offered surprisingly sound advice. Silent. Su Zhe chose not to respond. As expected, this woman had nothing of value to contribute. By the way, Su, do you have 20 yuan to lend me? I'll pay you back next week. Do I look like a person with money? If I lend you my cash, how will I uphold the Han dynasty? Su Zhe posed a soul-searching question, but despite his words, he hesitated not a moment longer to pull out his wallet, given their relationship. Borrowing my money to spend on other men, huh? What are you up to this time? Despite her abstract exterior, Zhuge Ling had her own crush, a boy named Qin Qing, who was often carefree and somewhat of a slacker. In short, he was a drifter. In school, she fancied delinquents. In college, she liked rappers. During military training, she fell for the instructors, and now she was smitten with her boss. Well done, Zhuge Ling. You're set for life. Stop talking nonsense. This is serious. It's his favorite TF anniversary, and I'm saving up to buy him some merchandise. What? Suja snatched the money back. Lending money was one thing, but he could not tolerate being deceived. Come on, Zhuge Ling. Tell me which grown man likes TF? Before Suja could finish, Zhuge Ling handed over her phone, revealing the surrounding images. Suddenly, Suja understood and handed over the money. Ah, Furong Wong. A bit of taste, but not much. Just a product of the conservative school of thought. The reformists are all into e-cigarettes now. Ignoring Suja's jibe, the class bell rang, and Zhuge Ling set off. Watching her retreating figure, Suja scoffed, still holding to his belief that abstract girls could never find love. However, there was still hope for abstract boys. I must begin my own quest. The first step is to discover which class CC is in. Suja's thoughts were crystal clear. With such a beautiful girl transferring in, he knew many would be vying for her attention, and he needed to act swiftly. Just as he prepared to rise, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared, taking Zhuge Ling's seat. The class monitor, Suja, wore a rather awkward smile as he was taken aback by Qiu Ran's unexpected appearance. Observing her unassuming demeanor, memories of that day flashed through his mind. How stunning she was. Was her allure truly so formidable? Suja's thoughts swirled, while Qiu Ran remained silent, seemingly content to sit in stillness. Fortunately, their history of less than friendly interactions had rendered their classmates indifferent to the peculiar atmosphere. Speak up. Say something. Suja clenched his fists and ground his teeth, feeling that the tension could not persist any longer. Just as he prepared to break the silence, Qiu Ran spoke first, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to him. What you saw that day was true. His name is Su Jianghao. We grew up together, and I like him. So I wanted to confess, but Suja was taken aback. He noticed the stark shift in Qiu Ran's expression as she grew despondent, and she began recounting tales of their childhood camaraderie, while a polite smile graced Suja's face. His mind was consumed by a singular question. Why are you telling me this? What did her unrequited confession have to do with him? Please, do not distract me from my pursuit of romance. It was utterly perplexing. Who cared about her trivial woes? You could be single forever for all I care. Jump off the roof of experimental high school for all I'm concerned. How absurd it was to be subjected to her lamentations after having just been punished in class. Yet, the upbringing that instilled in him a profound sense of decorum prevented him from expressing his discontent. He maintained an attentive demeanor, despite his inner turmoil. Do not misunderstand. My smile is merely a courtesy. Woo, he promised to be with me forever, but he only sees me as a sister, woo. Gazing at Qiu Ran, who had buried her face on the desk and was quietly sobbing, and then at their classmates who had ceased their chatter and were now observing them with curious expressions. Suja felt an overwhelming urge to voice his frustrations. Qiu Ran, you truly are infuriating. Ah, it's nothing. Everyone, please disperse. Suja forced a laugh, attempting to disperse the gathering, but his antics only piqued their interest further. Come on, say something. I want to spill your secrets. Qiu Ran, having composed herself somewhat, wiped her tears and sheepishly replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Suddenly, she faltered, realizing she didn't even know why she had sought out Suja. Perhaps it was fear of her secret being revealed or an urgent desire to explain herself. But she was unsure of the true reason. Maybe she merely sought solace from the only person who understood. It dawned on her that she lacked anyone to confide in. It's nothing, I'm fine. Suja and I are just acquaintances. With a flurry of words, Qiu Ran hurriedly departed, leaving behind a trail of gossiping classmates and a bewildered Suja. Honestly, you would have been better off saying nothing. The class bell rang, marking the complete waste of the break. Suja's mood soured as he slumped over his desk, wearing a poker face. However, he soon noticed something intriguing, for upon Zhuge Ling's return, she too adopted a similar expression. Wait, something feels off. Suja's keen intuition warned him that something unusual had transpired. Yet, based on past experiences, he knew better than to provoke Zhuge Ling at this moment. It would likely lead to misfortune. It seems everyone's romantic fortunes have taken a downer lately. Ugh, I refuse to be included in that. Chapter 7. The heartless pork rib soup and the unfeeling dry pot chicken. How could he shed Nyozi and create a private space for two? This was indeed a pressing dilemma, and with lunchtime approaching, Suja had to make a decision. Brotherhood aside, certain matters must remain distinct. He could part with 500 yuan without a second thought, but when it came to matters of the heart. Sorry, Nyozi, I'll do my best to find you a partner. Zhuge Ling had appeared unusually sullen throughout the morning, a stark contrast to her typical vibrant persona. Yet, Suja refrained from inquiring, fully aware of her yearning to unburden herself, as he had received countless signals from her that morning. He was confident that a simple inquiry would prompt her to divulge everything. But to what end? He had already established his stance. Spending money on men would lead to a lifetime of misfortune, well, except for the men outside of himself. Still grappling with how to rid himself of Nyozi, he was interrupted by the latter's voice. Hey Su, over here. Niu Hao waved from the doorway, causing Suja's heart to race. Was he truly unable to escape? However, when he turned to see Nyozi, he was startled to find Lu Sisi standing beside him. What the hell? His heart sank further upon recognizing the male figure next to her, Shenluan, the perennial top student, a paragon of academic excellence at experimental high school. Surprised, huh? Lu Sisi transferred to our class. Nyozi exclaimed with excitement, but Suja's expression turned peculiar. Lu Sisi appeared shy and clearly uncomfortable in her new surroundings. Yet she mustered the courage to lead the group towards the third-floor cafeteria. Suja noted that Lu Sisi and Shenluan were walking quite closely, suggesting a pre-existing familiarity. He leaned closer to Nyozi and whispered, "What s with the guy? What are the odds that he's a relative? Your chances of being the jester are inversely proportional. Stop it. They're childhood friends." Lu Sisi transferred for Shenluan, so forget about it. Nyozi seemed to have anticipated Suja's thoughts, patting his shoulder. Suja's expression remained flat, devoid of any emotional response. Indeed, it appeared that everyone's romantic prospects were in disarray. Wait, that phrase sounds familiar. Who said it? Oh, it's just childhood friends, right? What is so special about that? Transferring schools just for that? How boring. Lu Sisi isn't all that impressive, really. Honestly, I don't even want to pursue anything with you, he thought, finding the situation increasingly comical. I too have my own childhood friend. Lu Sisi is quite mediocre, really. Let us be honest, she's just pretentious. So, is there truly no hope? The third-floor cafeteria, a cozy nook typically reserved for the privileged, was an unusual venue for the average student. However, Suja learned from Nyozi that Lu Sisi's father had donated a building to the school, granting her exclusive access to this special dining area. Suja found it perplexing. Yet he had a knack for letting go of the inexplicable. Although the unfolding events were far from what he anticipated, he adapted quickly. Since he couldn't latch onto the wealthy heiress's coattails, he would at least enjoy a lavish meal. The private room was spacious, reflecting the school's esteem for Lu Sisi. The four of them hastened their pace, as prying eyes were abundant. Once seated, however, an awkward silence enveloped them. Lu Sisi looked utterly uncomfortable, while Shenluan remained silent, engrossed in his studies, even pulling out a notebook to review his notes. Are you serious? You're actually studying now? Suja thought, bemused. No wonder he's the top student. All he wanted was to order some food. Today, I am truly grateful to you all, otherwise, I would have found myself at a loss. Ultimately, it was the host, Lu Sisi, who took the initiative to break the silence. Although her smile appeared somewhat strained, it was evident that she was making a considerable effort. It's all right. You can manage without us, Suja remarked, not seeking to take credit. His focus was solely on the culinary offerings, and inexplicably, the moment he laid eyes on Shenluan, all his previous fantasies about Lu Sisi dissipated. It was a transformation so natural that it astonished Suja himself, akin to a man who has long suppressed his desires suddenly becoming indifferent to them. His gaze towards Lu Sisi was devoid of any fluttering emotions. All he felt was a delight in the luxurious meal ticket before him. The meal was rather awkward, with Nyozi actively trying to enliven the atmosphere while Shenluan remained silent, seemingly disconnected from Lu Sisi, which gave the impression of discomfort. In contrast, Suja feasted with gusto. One could not deny that the cafeteria on the third floor offered splendid fare. This private room is exclusively mine. Suja Niu Hao. You are welcome to join me here for lunch in the future. Don't be shy. I have just transferred here and have few friends. So dining with you brings me joy. Once the meal was concluded, Lu Sisi extended a polite invitation, to which Suja and Nyozi responded with light-hearted banter. It was merely a matter of maintaining appearances. After all, they were mere acquaintances. I am fond of a famous philosopher's words. Ah, do you truly eat? The days of not having to scramble for food are indeed delightful, though regrettably, such moments are rare. Nyozi noticed that ever since the meal, Suja's demeanor had been somewhat off, and he sighed inwardly, sensing something amiss. Old Su, don't be disheartened. Greater things await. No, there is nothing better. Nyozi's heart sank. Having known Suja for so many years, he could discern the seriousness behind his tone. The earlier comment about the rib soup was indeed sincere. Who would have thought that Lu Cici's sudden appearance would impact old Su so profoundly? Nyozi thought of comforting him, but before he could, Suja lamented. There will never be a better meal. The rib soup we had is truly irreplaceable. How frustrating it is to think I may never have it again. Wait, so the reason you were silent was because of this? What else? Aside from the rib soup, do you have anything else worth mentioning? The dry pot chicken was also delicious. I can't replicate it. Nyozi was speechless. You knucklehead, while I am genuinely concerned about you, you're here lamenting over rib soup and dry pot chicken? Chapter 8. Childhood friends encouraging me to become an abstract male? The impact on one's mood is indeed significant. After all, the troubles of youth are often inexplicable. Suja noticed that those around him today were quite peculiar. The class monitor unexpectedly approached him in the afternoon, rambling on about trivial matters, leaving him utterly bewildered. This girl seems to be somewhat off today. Zhuge Ling, who rarely spoke, appeared to be suffering from some setback. He had long warned her that the traditionalist Fuyun Wang was no longer in vogue, but she had refused to listen when he suggested she switch to e-cigarettes. Perhaps she has finally come to a realization. As for himself, he felt little more than a lingering appreciation for the delectable meal from earlier. Oh, if only every day could be as carefree as one where meals are served without a care. Upon entering his home, Suja's eyes were immediately drawn to the conspicuous takeout boxes on the table. Wait, if we adhere to my parents' vision, this is the life I should be leading. Hey, little brother, are we having shrimp tonight? I want shrimp. Sun Yen lounged lazily on the sofa, clearly having spent the entire day indoors. Suja remained silent, placing his backpack down and heading straight for the kitchen, an action that immediately caught Sun Yen's attention. Oh no, something feels off. What's wrong? Did someone jilt you? Stop being so annoying, came Suja's impatient reply from the kitchen, sparking Sun Yen's curiosity, though she refrained from further probing. After all, how could an elder sister take pleasure in her brother's woes? After finishing his meal, Suja pushed his bowl towards Sun Yen and swiftly returned to his room. A faint sadness in his eyes, which caused Sun Yen to furrow her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she dutifully went to wash the dishes, while Suja, reveling in his melancholy, thought to himself, success. The plan for my gloomy demeanor is a triumph. I mustn't laugh, otherwise I will certainly be caught and tasked with dish duty. Family life is often a game of subtle machinations, and having grown up with Sun Yen, Suja tends to view everyone outside as inherently good. His thoughts are indeed dark, but compared to his sister, they seem somewhat juvenile. Just as he was indulging in self-satisfaction, a flurry of notifications erupted on his phone, the urgency palpable. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Tang Shinro, located far away in the United States, accompanied by a voice note. Suja instinctively pressed play, and a remarkably elegant voice filled the air. Honestly, throughout his years, Tang Shinro's voice was undoubtedly the most enchanting he had ever heard, without exception. Despite their frequent banter, Suja had to concede this point. Log in. What are you dawdling for? Her voice, elegant yet urgent, contrasted sharply with her words. Suja set down his phone and opened his computer, his movements hasty, all while muttering, dealing with this internet-addicted girl is truly a challenge. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a dormitory, a girl clad in bare pajamas with disheveled hair sat in an esports chair, scrolling through her phone. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, still damp, indicating a recent wash. Her delicate face, though young, bore a subtle maturity, and despite being dressed in sleepwear, she exuded an undeniable grace, embodying a distinct Eastern beauty. Having listened to Suja's voice note 3 times in succession, Tang Shinro's captivating eyes narrowed slightly. Something is off. Something is definitely wrong. Her tone was tinged with impatience, suggesting she was in a foul mood. If Suja was upset, it surely could not be trivial. Given his recent musings about wanting a relationship, could it be? Tang Shinro's eyes widened in realization, and the smile on her face faltered. Expertly, she opened another app on her phone, while unbeknownst to Suja, his phone flickered subtly in response. A small dot appeared on Tang Shinro's screen, and after magnifying it for scrutiny, she let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. I spent the day at school and didn't venture to any risky places like parks, cafes, cinemas, or hotels. Suja could never have imagined that the phone Tang Shinro gifted him possessed such features. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated logging into League of Legends. I must play a couple of rounds. The academic pressure was intense, but indulging in a game should not be an issue. After all, it was to accompany Tang Shinro. Hey. Donning his headphones, he was greeted by that familiar voice, one he had heard for 18 years. Although Tang Shinro had been abroad, they managed to video chat every couple of days, so there was no sense of unfamiliarity. Why are you so slow? Did something happen at school? Tang Shinro inquired nonchalantly as she entered the character selection screen. Don't even mention it. Suja sighed, though his fingers were busy. I'll take the funeral crocodile. Help me gank later. No time. I'm playing Jungle Draven. I need to invade their jungle at level 2. I can't spare time for you. Are you playing that thing? The poet? Then shall we play support with Alistar? Or you can play Ashe, and I'll be Nami. Suja fell silent, pondering how abstract this woman could be. However, the other party's obsession with gaming is truly profound. Previously, they showed no interest in video games, yet after going abroad, they became addicted, insisting on playing daily. How frustrating. Do they genuinely believe that the educational environment at home is akin to that over there? Nevertheless, during these 2 years abroad, the other party has experienced a transformation. In childhood, they would prevent me from playing games and insist on accompanying them for shopping, but now, they have completely changed. They have mastered various games like League of Legends, Three Kingdoms Kill, Naruto, Identity V, and Genshin Impact. This development brings immense joy to Suja, as the child has finally matured and can assist in battles and rank matches. Why the lack of enthusiasm? Can't you take gaming seriously? Suja, could it be that you've been rejected? A casual voice of a girl interrupted, just as the sound of first blood echoed in the game. Tang Shinro's Jungle Draven successfully invaded. Ah, it's about the same, Tang Shinro. Is there truly no one in this world who would fancy an abstract boy? I suddenly feel quite juvenile. Perhaps I should consider altering myself, as it might be a splendid choice. Typically, the two spend most of their time bickering. But at this moment, Suja is genuinely reflecting. It is undeniably true that those engrossed in abstract pursuits are unworthy of love. Executed, you have been slain by a minion. Tang Shinro, what are you up to? Suja was taken aback after the jungle invasion. He was left with half health, only to realize he had given away a tower. What on earth is going on? Tang Shinro remained silent, tightening her grip on the mouse, her eyes betraying a dangerous glimmer. After a moment of silence, she regained her composure and said seriously, who said that? Who claimed that abstract boys are undesirable? They are simply fantastic. Suja, you are unaware. Here abroad, abstract boys are quite popular. Trust me, girls adore humorous boys. Do not change. Continue being yourself, and finding love will be just around the corner. What kind of relationship do we have? Would I deceive you? Chapter 9. What kind of gaming addict is this? The gaming chair swayed slightly as a pair of delicate little feet paced restlessly, indicating the owner's unease. At this moment, Tang Shinro was fixated on the crocodile on the screen, her gaze vacant, her mind racing with thoughts. What is happening? Why the sudden change of heart? This can't be. Hasn't it always been mere banter? Could it be that she has truly encountered someone she likes? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the beautiful girl's forehead. What is going on? Based on her calculations, the probability of Suja, in his humorous persona, finding a girlfriend should only be 67.5. But if he were to get serious? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. It was evident that her emotions were highly unstable, yet her tone remained unchanged. Tell me, do you have no shame? Some people cry and complain about not being in a relationship, lamenting their plight. What is so great about dating? Can she help you catch when you're playing Funeral Crocodile? Can she assist you in capturing when you play Luyen? Can she support you during the White Flower return? She cannot. So, what is the benefit of dating? Isn't it more enjoyable to play games with our brothers? Suja fell silent. Tang Shinro's words were indeed tempting, but he quickly regained his senses. Wait a minute. Aren't those things you mentioned within your capabilities? Come take the red. Not dating anymore. Suja's expression changed instantly. No, my own red buff will be taken. If I go home and play Funeral, I'll certainly crush you. His mood gradually improved, and he began to focus entirely on the game, oblivious to Tang Shinro, who was casually chatting with him about the day's events. You know, this girl is indeed quite appealing to me, but for some reason, once I see the guy next to her, my fondness fades. After being killed again, Suja began slamming his mouse in frustration. Oh, Tang Shinro exclaimed in confusion, her performance also faltering. This is correct. It's clear that she has someone she likes. It would be quite rude to approach her now. Listen to me. Keep your distance from her, or you'll end up looking like a fool, which would embarrass me as well. Tang Shinro gently persuaded him, and Suja readily acquiesced. He had long lost interest. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. After playing a couple of rounds, Suja decided to log off. Given that he was already in his 3rd year of university, spending over an hour a day playing games was quite indulgent. After bidding farewell to the gaming addict Tang Shinro, Suja commenced his low-quality review. Meanwhile, Tang Shinro stared at the offline name on her computer screen for a long while. The next moment, She opened her phone and meticulously reviewed her chat history with Suja, focusing on his voice messages, followed by his social media posts, WeChat steps, and other trivialities. What is this? In the third year, not studying properly, just engaging in useless activities. The girl suddenly pouted, hugging her long, fair legs as she leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. The door creaked open. Tang Shinro lived in a double room with a local roommate. The first thing that caught her eye was a head of dazzling golden hair, followed by a striking figure. Tang Shinro gazed enviously at her best friend's appearance, instinctively measuring herself against it. Oh, Shinro, are you playing League of Legends? I love it too. Let us play together. The blonde beauty seemed incredibly excited, stepping closer to Tang Shinro and displaying affectionate gestures. Oh no, Lillian, I don't want to play. I really don't like games. But you play every day? Yes. I do play every day, but I truly don't enjoy games. Any games? Abandon. 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 It was evident that English was Suja's weak point. He simply could not grasp it, and he felt an overwhelming desire to hand Qin Shi Huang a world map to eradicate this dreadful subject entirely. Suja lay on his bed, gazing at the vocabulary list, donning a mask of agony. Experiments were undoubtedly a focal point. Suja's admission to university proved he had some merit. His strongest subject was Chinese, where he could score between 130 and 145, particularly excelling in essays, rarely losing points. His mathematics was average, with exceptional efforts yielding around 135. However, his English scores fluctuated wildly, ranging from 20 to 70. Tomorrow, there would be an English test, and that old hag would likely torment him again. What to do? The image of a decrepit figure flashed through Suja's mind, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. Rather than being subjected to torment, it was better to take the initiative. He let out a cry for beef noodles. I have a plan. First, tomorrow, at school, I'll hang myself at her office door. Second, during the test, I'll remove my pants and defecate in a 360-degree spiral in class. Third, I'll hold her head down and inform her that my rules are the rules. Fourth, after being tortured, I'll go home and sulk, letting Tang Shinro guess. Fifth, activate my personality. Since the topic has shifted to this, why not indulge a little? Setting down the English book, Suja pulled out his phone. Just as he was about to start, suddenly sent several messages. Tang Shinro, image, Tang Shinro, image, Tang Shinro, image, Tang Shinro, image, Tang Shinro. Just went out shopping. Which one looks good? Expertly clicking on the images. Suja was accustomed to Tang Shinro's penchant for photography. She posted numerous pictures daily. Huang Shan is not as good as Pinocchio, the third one. I'll give it a 10, black stocking score 8. Tang Shinro. Shallow, you have such little ambition. Suja remained silent, solely opening Identity V. Meanwhile, still fond of black stockings? Tang Shinro gazed at her phone. A triumphant smile spreading across her face as she pulled out 4 different pairs of stockings from her shopping bag and began selecting carefully. Oh, almost forgot. Tang Shinro saved the third image and decisively posted it on her moments. Today, the older woman is at work and not home for lunch. Oh joy. No need to prepare breakfast. Suja joyfully exclaimed in a dance-like manner. If it were up to him, he would have been too lazy to cook, opting instead for a casual bite outside. However, with Sun Yin at home, he felt he couldn't just settle for anything. After all, isn't she here to take care of me? Nyozi was already waiting outside, and since Suja had given him a heads up, neither had eaten yet. Let us go. I'll take you to an absolutely amazing place. It's newly opened. Nyozi suddenly beamed with excitement, and Suja, too, was filled with curiosity. Despite Nyozi's demeanor, he had a discerning palate, and if he claimed a place was delicious, it surely was. What I see are ordinary buns and plain soy milk. But the not-so-ordinary proprietor's ample bosom caught Suja in deep contemplation. When did I say it was delicious? I merely indicated it was commendable. Nyozi, observing the bustling proprietress, took a hearty bite of his bun. Is that an apron she's wearing? Are you sure it won't expose her? If she doesn't cover up, the customers might just flee. Suja abruptly raised his head, astonished by Nyozi's philosophical musings today. However, I believe when dining, one should focus on the food. What's wrong? Don't like it? Should we go elsewhere? Yet, as they munched on their buns, the atmosphere improved significantly, truly remarkable. In the next moment, Suja's view was obstructed, and just as he began to feel annoyed, he suddenly froze. Lucisi? She's here to eat as well? Chapter 10. Wow. You're so brave to speak out loud. Is this what it means to experience life? Suja could never have imagined that someone of Lucici's background would dine at such a humble establishment, especially given her socially anxious disposition. To his surprise, a variety of sights awaited him early in the morning. At this moment, Lu Cece stood at the counter, surrounded by a throng of people, and it was evident that her mind was overwhelmed. Regulars at breakfast spots during rush hour know that ordering food is a competitive affair. Although the world is filled with kind-hearted individuals, there are just as many lacking in manners. To get breakfast, one must boldly declare their order, and it's crucial to be loud enough for others in line to hear. This acts as both a warning and a proclamation of one's claim. The volume of your voice is directly proportional to the likelihood of being cut in line. Otherwise, one might find themselves in the following predicament. Lu Cece stood at the counter, whispering her order, but her voice was too soft, drowned out by the cacophony of voices from the newly arrived patrons behind her. Boss, 1 steamer of buns, 2 bowls of soy milk. Boss, 3 youtiao, and a bowl of tofu pudding. Sure thing. Coming right up. Hey, little lady, what would you like? Okay, coming right away. Hey, young lady, what do you want? Boss, all right, coming right up. Perhaps the proprietor would occasionally have a change of heart, but the next moment, a grandparent would sidle up next to Lu Cece, maintaining a parallel position, and she would inevitably reveal an awkward smile, taking a small step back. How could this timid girl manage to eat? Initially, Suja hadn't intended to intervene. Tang Shinro was correct. They were merely acquaintances, and it would be somewhat impolite to intrude. However, watching Lu Cece stand there for a full 5 minutes without placing her order, he felt compelled to act. These older patrons truly lack manners. It's not that Suja disrespects the elderly. After observing for 5 minutes, he noted that only 2 students had cut in line, while the majority were seniors. Despite the stereotype of a lost generation, Suja believed students were the most respectful age group. Lu Cece, over here. The sudden call startled Lu Cece, causing her to instinctively look around. Upon seeing Suja, she appeared immensely relieved. Nyozi glanced at Suja with surprise, not speaking, as he feared triggering Suja, only to realize that Suja was indeed calling out to her. This carefree fellow. Lu Cece sat down and finally exhaled, clearly. People are just toys for others. What would you like to eat? Suja inquired. Just a bowl of soy milk, Lu Cece replied, cautiously raising a finger to indicate her order. Boss, 1 bowl of soy milk. In an exaggerated loud voice, it seemed she was demonstrating. As Suja's voice drew the attention of the entire room. Remarkably effective, within 30 seconds, the proprietress gracefully appeared with a bowl of soy milk. Lu Cece took a cautious sip, appearing as if she wanted to say something, yet seeing the 2 across from her engrossed in their meals, she held back her words. After a while, Lu Cece finally whispered, "Thank you." Not at all. Suja waved his hand repeatedly, but when he looked up, he suddenly noticed Lu Cece's dejected expression. What is this about? Suja was bewildered. Had he not done a good deed? In an instant, a familiar melody echoed in Suja's mind. I feel your pain and wish to resolve it. Ugh, what cringeworthy lyrics. The songwriter deserves a 5-minute timeout. Why choose to eat out? Isn't the cafeteria sufficient? After finishing a steamer of buns, Lu Cece had only sipped half of her soy milk. Goodness, is this what the realm of a lady looks like? If it were Zhuge Ling, she'd have polished off her bowl in no time. I think I should engage more with the outside world. Lu Cece seemed poised to explain something, but ultimately left her sentence unfinished. Suja understood, indeed. She was seeking to experience life. Suja, you're amazing for speaking so boldly. The sudden compliment left Suja flabbergasted. Are you sure you're praising me? Why does it feel like I just declared, come one, come all? Everyone look at me. I'm a handsome guy. Yet, the admiration in Lu Cece's eyes was undoubtedly genuine. Perhaps he had simply stepped into a realm where he excelled. However, why did this realm feel so trivial? With Lu Cece's presence, many of the topics Suju and Nyozi could have discussed became difficult to broach, and even their discreet glances at the proprietress diminished significantly. Overall, it felt like a loss. The breakfast shop was conveniently close to the school, and it was evident that Lu Cece had not driven. So the 2 felt obliged to walk her back. Suja vowed this was the most awkward stretch of the journey. He couldn't converse with Nyozi for fear of making Lu Cece feel isolated, yet speaking to her felt equally daunting. Observing her nervously clutching her uniform revealed her anxiety. It was hard to believe that such a timid girl would dare assist a stranger in need. One could only imagine the toll an incident of fraud would take on a shy young woman. Wait, could Lu Cece's current nervousness be linked to that day's act of bravery? Suja's gaze softened with pity. Her good deed that day likely drained her courage for an entire semester. Look, Shen Luan, Nyozi suddenly exclaimed. Suja focused his gaze and immediately spotted a bespectacled Shen Luan, carrying a small notebook. Shen Luan was in the same class as Nyozi, so their greeting was natural. However, upon seeing Shen Luan, both Suja and Nyozi instinctively glanced at Lu Cece. As expected, The girl's face brightened with joy, only for Shun Lu and to quicken his pace, as if he had seen a ghost. Is there a misunderstanding? Under the influence of Tang Xinrou's brainwashing yesterday, Suja felt that his closeness to Lu Cece was indeed inappropriate. As expected, Lu Cece, who had grown up with him, looked visibly upset. However, Lu Cece shook her head with a bitter smile, saying, "Don't take it to heart. It has nothing to do with you. The one he is avoiding is me." Chapter 11. How dare a mere servant-disciple criticize a direct disciple? What? Shenluan has also done something? Suja found himself unable to refuse a girl like Lu Cece. Yet, based on his observations, the interaction between his childhood friend Shenluan and Lu Cece was almost non-existent. Could it be that he is merely a void? Suja began to speculate maliciously, which was quite normal, as there are indeed more bad people in the world. Perhaps I have been too willful in suddenly transferring schools, causing him some discomfort. Lu Cece revealed a bitter smile, her expression tinged with greater disappointment. "Oh, I empathize with your pain and wish to solve it for you. Get out of my mind." No. It was not entirely Suja's fault. He simply could not comprehend the situation. Upon reaching the classroom door, Lu Cece once again extended an invitation for lunch. To be honest, Suja was quite tempted. The taste of rib soup and dry pot chicken still lingered on his palate. However, after some contemplation, he resolutely declined, feeling that as a pure-hearted warrior, he could not bring himself to lean towards her at this moment. Upon settling into class, he noticed that he had arrived quite early, and there were not many students present. "Oh, feeling good today? How is it going with the wealthy lady?" Zhuge Ling's sarcastic tone suggested that she had recovered, as her vitality seemed to correlate with her sharp tongue. However, Suja was not one to be trifled with. A casual remark from him could quickly redden Zhuge Ling's face. "I can't be bothered with you. Just help me keep an eye on the teacher." In accordance with the rules of the realm, having had his freedom yesterday, it was now time for Zhuge Ling to face her own reckoning. She opened the Tomato app, happily browsing her bookshelf. Suja's eyes involuntarily darted to a title. "After being rejected by my childhood sweetheart, I transform into a contrasting queen." How could there possibly be such a ridiculous book? Suja thought lazily, estimating it to be yet another nonsensical story about a dragon king's return. Truthfully, he had always believed that authors who write on Tomato must possess some degree of eccentricity. In the midst of his musings, Zhuge Ling next door emitted a sound of exasperation. How could anyone be so affected by a tomato red? Isn't it all supposed to be enjoyable? Enjoyable? The female lead painstakingly prepares to confess to her childhood sweetheart in a shopping mall, only to be rejected by that insufferable male lead, who claims to see her only as a sister. To make matters worse, there were two foolish onlookers nearby. I have been following this author for a while. Her works are usually quite engaging. Why is this one so abstract? It is utterly unsatisfactory. Bang, bang, bang. Suja frowned, as if a thought was brewing. But he was given little time to ponder, for the teacher had already waddled into the classroom. Do not misunderstand. Suja's homeroom teacher is a man. A middle-aged balding figure with an oily demeanor, who says men cannot have a protruding belly. Watch out for accusations of gender discrimination. Take note, this middle-aged, balding, oily man is named Xiao Shuai. At this moment, he was surveying his class, preparing to select two unfortunate souls for a round of punishment. The boy named Xiao Su was sitting upright, as he often found himself the target of such discipline. Seeing that Suja had committed no faults, Sun Shuijian felt a tinge of disappointment. It could only be said that Old Sun was truly unkind. Who was late today? The class monitor, Old Sun, had an amusing accent, always elevating his tone on unexpected words to showcase his uniqueness. Who was late today? Report. The class monitor is late. Suja chuckled to himself, realizing that Xiao Ran's seat was conspicuously empty. Finally, it's my turn. Tut. What do you say? Read your book. That simple tut perfectly conveyed Old Sun's disdain, sarcasm, and coldness towards Suja. Damn it. Suja fell silent, but internally he protested, finding it utterly revolting. He had come to understand the harsh realities of the cultivation system. Individuals like Xiao Ran, the class monitor and a top student, were undoubtedly direct disciples, capable of wielding the class's ultimate weapons. Meanwhile, he, a mere contender lingering around the 100th place, was likely regarded by Old Sun as nothing more than a servant disciple. Before Suja, Old Sun seemed to have slapped himself thrice. How dare a mere servant disciple slander a direct disciple? Smack. This slap is for your ignorance. Smack. This slap is for your disrespect. Smack. This slap is for you, damn Zhuge Ling, who has led you astray. My foremost task now is to promptly uninstall the Tomato app from my phone. As he muttered to himself, Suja suddenly sensed something was amiss. For all eyes in the classroom had turned toward him. Did I also utter a curse? Can you hear my thoughts? Suja looked around in bewilderment, finally realizing something was wrong. Qiu Ran had not taken a leave of absence, and according to her habits, she would not be late. Suja was speechless. Is it really such a big deal to be late? Direct disciples are human too. They can also have moments of distraction. Setting aside those thoughts, why were they looking at him because she was late? Suja, do you know what happened? Old Sun inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. Why would I possibly know? Suja was utterly perplexed. Why was everyone asking him? Was he particularly close to Qiu Ran? That woman constantly sought to trouble him. He should be the most innocent one among them. Of the entire class, and indeed the entire school, you are the only one close to Qiu Ran. If not you, then who? Zhuge Ling murmured nearby, causing Suja's mouth to twitch violently. Why am I the only one close to her? Doesn't she have? Suja's thoughts abruptly ceased as he suddenly realized that Qiu Ran had always been a solitary figure at school, rarely engaging with even her deskmate. She had no close friends, not even during physical education classes, appearing perpetually absorbed in her studies. In light of this, it seemed that he indeed had the most interaction with her. Isn't that right? Isn't it, child? Old Sun's gaze grew increasingly inquisitive. I heard you made the class monitor cry yesterday. Is that true? Suja's lips twitched violently as he looked around in confusion, seeking help and justification from his classmates. They remained silent, only nodding in agreement. Ha ha, damn it. Chapter 12. Their methods of torment have changed. Slurp, slurp, holding a cup stained with tea residue. Sipping on aged tea leaves of unknown origin, he took a big gulp, followed by another mouthful of old phlegm, mixed with bits of tea leaves. What a delightful concoction. He then propped up one leg to showcase his socks, which had holes exposing his toes. Good job, Old Sun. I feel like I might just break into a hum at any moment. Suja mused that this was nothing short of corporal punishment. His standing in class too felt akin to, I brought a calendar for the teacher. Old Sun replied, the teacher can hold a grudge. Now, tell me what happened. Don't even think about lying. I've heard reports from your classmates. Suja was bewildered as to why he had been inexplicably summoned to the office. And for such a ludicrous reason. Who the hell reported me? First love? Me? Is it about me? Suja pointed incredulously at himself, expressing his desire for an early romance, yet lamenting that circumstances were not conducive. Moreover, the object of his affection was Qiu Ran. It is no exaggeration to say that if conditions permitted, Suja would gladly launch into a dramatic spiral leap to confront this obstinate girl. I just spoke to Qiu Ran's mother, who informed me that Qiu Ran had not taken a leave of absence. The situation has escalated to a serious level. If you know anything, it would be wise to speak up quickly. Surely, you do not wish for Qiu Ran to encounter any trouble? Lao Sun, heartbroken and exasperated, spoke with the helplessness of a mentor whose disciple is marred. Even a clay figure has its temper, let alone Suja. Faced with such absurd accusations, he could no longer contain his frustration. Old man, we should base our discussions on evidence, should we not? It is evident to any observer that my relationship with the class leader is far from amicable. I have been penalized 10 times, with 8 of those instances directly attributable to her. Do you honestly believe I could engage in a romance with her? Suju exhibited genuine indignation, or rather, it was not feigned. He felt surrounded by few rational individuals. To his surprise, Lao Sun revealed a knowing smile. All right. Teachers were once young too. It's typical for girls to cause trouble for boys, and you seem to be their sole target. Does that not indicate something? Your little antics are merely remnants of what teachers have played out. What? Suja was baffled by such twisted reasoning and felt an urge to excavate the minds of those around him to ascertain their thought processes. Why does everyone accept this narrative as truth? Who decreed that a girl's infatuation with a boy must manifest as trouble? That is utterly nonsensical. He could assert with utmost certainty that Qiu Ran's troubles were purely due to her penchant for tormenting him. Teacher Qiu Ran is here. Suja's fury was mounting. And just as he prepared to unleash it, someone rushed in from outside. Is that so? That's splendid. Lao Sun sighed with relief. If Qiu Ran had gone missing, he would bear the responsibility, especially as she was his cherished student, a contender for the coveted title of the first disciple in the 3rd year. You arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have held Lao Sun accountable for the undue bullying of honest individuals. Suja calmly returned to the classroom, deeming Lao Sun fortunate today. Otherwise, he would not have let this matter rest. Qiu Ran, where have you been? Your mother said you left home ages ago. Lao Sun's tone was stern, for Qiu Ran had been a model student for 3 years, and today's situation was indeed grave. The classroom fell silent, and Suja found himself curious about this typically studious girl's predicament. Qiu Ran remained silent, her head bowed as if lost in thought. After a moment, she slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Suja. Caution, Instinctively, Suja felt the urge to evade her stare. But he was held in place by Lao Sun's piercing gaze. At that moment, Suja's mind went blank. Why are you looking at me like that? Have we ever exchanged words? Please do not deepen the misunderstanding. The classroom erupted in whispers and gossip. Suja felt tears welling up in frustration. Having learned yet another lesson, when one is utterly speechless, laughter can unexpectedly escape. Had class not commenced, this farce might have continued indefinitely. Suja was increasingly disheartened, as rumors began to circulate within the classroom. Hey, Su, from Zhuge Ling's elbow strike. Suja replied listlessly. Your girlfriend. Your mother. Zhuge Ling realized Suja was genuinely downcast, yet her sharp tongue would not allow her to offer comfort. I agree that Lao Sun is excessively harsh, but frankly you, Su, are too timid. Why do you not stand up to him? It became apparent that abstract girls should line up and unleash a barrage of firepower. At least in Zhuge Ling's view. As Suja pondered this, a message pinged in. Little Bamboo Bear. Suja, let us have lunch together. I ordered a lot of dishes, and I can't finish them alone. Girls from other classes are indeed preferable. Although he currently harbored no feelings for Lu Cici, who could resist such a charming girl? Yellow Eel is no match for Pinocchio. All right. But let me treat you another day. I can't keep letting you foot the bill. Little Bamboo Bear, how about tomorrow morning at that breakfast place? Suddenly, Suja realized a possibility. Could this girl be considering him as a backup friend for her social anxiety? It was evident she was attempting to change her demeanor, and his loud outburst earlier had indeed set a good example. Still, it was not a loss. The cafeteria on the third floor had been hit or miss in terms of meals. The corners of Suja's mouth curled slightly upward, his mood lifting somewhat. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ling appeared to have a sudden change of heart and decided to genuinely cheer Suja up. Su, I want to eat at the cafeteria for lunch. I'll order takeout for you too. To be honest, her sincerity was overwhelming. But Suja's current circumstances were such that he could barely sip on some spare rib soup. Forget it. Let us order from that trendy takeout restaurant. With the chef risking his career for XXX, plus black liquid to soothe the stomach, ultra-fine prickly chopsticks, and some unknown mixed coloring man, ultra-loud, iced tea. Along with a sausage from a collection worth 0.01 yuan, and a pre-made molten sugar treat. Alright, Zhuge Ling. My review would be it's not as good as the mixed meal. Zhuge Ling's expression darkened as she quietly canceled several of her favorite hidden gem eateries. It seemed that abstract boys should also be lined up for a barrage, at least in Zhuge Ling's opinion. In class, she poked fun at Zhuge Ling. And during the lessons, she chatted with Little Bamboo Bear, gradually lifting her spirits. Until the break, Suja found himself imagining the delicious lunch ahead, completely unaware that someone had taken his place beside him. When he noticed Chiu Ran sitting next to him again, the mask of anguish returned. Their methods of torment have changed. Chapter 13. You cannot conceal your love for someone. I do not understand why everyone is discussing Suja being caught in an early romance, as if this second-class battlefield is predetermined. Suja could not fathom why this girl was so fixated on him, yet her persistent presence was severely impacting his life. Certain matters must be clarified. The teacher did not mention anything while I was absent today, did they? Chiu Ran spoke, her tone devoid of emotion. As casual as if asking if he had eaten today. I do not know and do not wish to say. We do not seem that familiar, do we? There is no need for you to keep pestering me. I have no interest in your affairs with your boyfriend, and am even less inclined to discuss them. Although our relationship is strained, I would not stoop so low as to divulge someone else's privacy. What you do outside of school does not concern me, and even less so what you do within. Please refrain from creating misunderstandings in the future, and spare me any further elaborations. Your matters are of no interest to anyone. Chiu Ran was taken aback, and Suja was somewhat stunned himself. Were those words truly fitting for his persona? Instantly, he regretted his outburst, likely provoked by the recent tumultuous events. Chiu Ran appeared as though she wished to say more, but ultimately remained silent, quietly returning to her seat. That was not my intention, Suja muttered softly, unheard by anyone. For reasons unknown, despite the thick lenses. He felt as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of her dimming gaze. Did you two have a quarrel? Zhuge Ling, having returned at some point, handed Suja a lollipop. I am the victim here, am I not? Daily, I am either made to stand for punishment or have my name recorded. What kind of sane individual would appreciate such treatment? Suja tore open the packaging, instinctively murmuring to himself. Let us not speak so harshly. I have heard that the class monitor wants. I do not wish to know, nor do I need you to tell me. Are you not aware that excessive curiosity about others' lives can lead to consequences? Suja stated earnestly, clearly not viewing this principle as mere superstition. I have no desire to entangle myself with such individuals. He professed indifference, yet his actions betrayed a certain honesty. Suja's upbringing was quite strict, particularly with an older sister at home. Thus, this marked the first instance in his life where he spoke so harshly to a girl. However, from his observations throughout the morning, Ran appeared completely normal, attending classes and taking notes as expected. I told you. How could anyone be so fragile? Suja felt a sense of relief. It was better to clarify things now, as it implied he would be spared from further annoyance. After organizing his notes, the much-anticipated lunchtime had finally arrived. Standing again beside Lu Cece, he noticed the gazes of their classmates were distinctly altered. Sharing a meal once might be a coincidence, but to return for more seemed like an addiction, did it not? Whether it was Lu Cece or the third floor of the cafeteria, both were hot topics. And Suja was evidently entangled in the midst of them. While students from other classes were somewhat indifferent, he realized that his classmates regarded him with entirely different eyes. A sort of unexplainable disdain, perhaps? As a love guru once remarked, to love someone is inescapable. However, to love too requires discretion. But Suja, are you truly this oblivious? Just entangled with the academic class monitor, only to turn around and engage in romantic discourse with a beautiful transfer student? Child, is this appropriate? Seems like this has caused you some discomfort, Lu Cece remarked, slightly embarrassed. Had it been anyone else, Suja might have perceived her words as sarcastic. But coming from Lu Cece, it felt different. He was certain that her lack of security in this new environment prompted her to seek the only familiar face available for companionship. Oddly enough, wasn't it said that women could forge unbreakable friendships within 3 minutes? Why did Lu Cece seem devoid of this skill? Moreover, where was Shunluan? Wasn't she supposed to be his childhood friend transferring schools, enduring 1,000 heartbreaks, with the domineering heiress only for him? Why did their dining encounters not surpass his casual interactions? Perhaps he was more than a mere bystander. He could be considered a third of a dining companion. As someone with a modicum of emotional intelligence, Suja would naturally refrain from broaching such an awkward subject. The most significant factor remained that when they ascended to the third floor, they spotted Shunluan dining on the first floor. What was this situation? Could it be he was truly a gay? It was not malicious speculation on Suja's part. The boy's actions simply did not align with the standards of a typical man. In a hypothetical scenario, if his childhood friend had deliberately transferred schools for him, Suja could hardly envision such a scene, though Tang Shinro was unlikely to act in that manner. Last time I saw you, you seemed to enjoy the rib soup and dry pot chicken here, so I had the chef reserve a portion for you. One must acknowledge that sometimes. One must admit that a lady of distinction possesses certain advantages. There are no arrogant, spoiled brats in reality. Those are mere fabrications. At least, among the affluent children Suja had encountered, they were all courteous, emotionally intelligent, and considerate of others. Lu Cece, on their first dining experience, remarkably remembered his preferences. What a frighteningly keen perception she possessed. Suja naturally chuckled politely before indulging in the meal. Seizing the opportunity, this might be his last feast. Nyozi seemed somewhat constrained, always attempting to present himself as someone of substance. However, his current demeanor repulsed Suja. A soft sigh escaped him, though subtle, it nevertheless conveyed a clear signal. Finishing the last piece of rib in his bowl, Suja adjusted his expression to its optimal state, widening his eyes and displaying anticipation as he inquired of Lu Cece. Why didn't Shunluan join us for lunch today? Upon uttering these words, an immediate silence enveloped the dining table. Lu Cece pouted slightly, then sat up straight, responding with utmost seriousness. Perhaps my presence has caused him some distress. Luan has been coming to my house since childhood. I was quite similar to how I am now. And then, oh, is that so? And then, how could this be? Such is human nature. Yet, in truth, the opposite might be true. What happened next? Lu Cece's eyes sparkled brighter, her speech quickening, while Suja replied to each of her points, even managing to sip some soup amidst the exchange. What? You wish to know the story? Apologies, I did not remember. Suja pressed his lips together, hoping Lu Cece might slow her pace, as he looked forward to enjoying rib soup again tomorrow. Chapter 14. You should try to understand her. Life resembles a vigorous contest. One cannot evade it. And most individuals do not relish the experience. As the school bell rang, all students exited the classroom exuberantly, whether they were day scholars or boarders, at this moment. The index of happiness remained unchanged. Ran quietly gathered her books, her pace leisurely, her demeanor distinctly at odds with those around her. Her deskmate, a girl with freckles, packed her belongings swiftly. Although they rarely spoke, a brief farewell was customary. Yet today, just as she extended her hand, she abruptly withdrew it. For some reason, Ran always exuded an aura of unapproachability. Why bother pressing warmth against cold indifference? Chiu Ran was an introverted individual, a fact that was no secret within the class. Typically, female students seldom experienced complete isolation, as there are still more good-hearted individuals in the world. However, Chiu Ran was an exception. It was not that no one attempted to connect with her, but after encountering setbacks, they all withdrew. This was understandable. Few would desire friendship with a class officer who wore a perpetual poker face devoid of warmth. As the girl departed, Chiu Ran's movement came to an abrupt halt for 3 seconds before she resumed her task, as if nothing had transpired. She instinctively gazed toward the door, where Suja suddenly elbowed Zhuge Ling, a rather childish action that prompted teasing remarks from several nearby girls. Your husband. Your husband. Her eyes dimmed further as Chiu Ran finished packing and exited the school gates. Throughout her journey, no one spoke to her, and an invisible barrier seemed to encircle her. By the time they reached the 3rd year, everyone was aware of each other's personalities. Upon leaving the school, she boarded the bus, returning to her neighborhood. Everything felt mechanized. It was not until she retrieved her key that she experienced a flicker of emotion, her hand trembling momentarily before she regained composure and turned the knob. As she gently pushed the door open, a woman sat in the living room, scrutinizing the entrance, seemingly having awaited her return for some time. Chiu Ran did not raise her gaze to meet the woman's eyes, as if evading something. Where have you been? Why are you late? The woman's voice was far from calm, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Yet, this very tone pressed heavily upon Chiu Ran. She dared not confront it, walking towards her room without even changing her shoes. I ask you, where have you been gallivanting? Unidentified books lay strewn across the coffee table as the woman's voice cracked, her composure faltering. Chiu Ran's body quivered slightly as she halted. Yet she still lacked the courage to lift her head. I provide for your food, clothing, and education. Everyone says you are sensible, and now look at you. Chiu Ran, skipping school and engaging in early romance. Your teacher called me, asking, when did this start? What is that boy's name? Every word struck Chiu Ran's heart like thunder, making her tremble uncontrollably. She dared not explain, for she understood all too well the consequences that would ensue. Not saying anything, are you? Tomorrow, I will accompany you to school. I will confront him. I will speak to his parents. They need to discipline him properly. He should not be a distraction to others. The woman seemed to struggle for breath, gasping as if she were a victim. Chiu Ran remained in a state of numbness until she heard her mother mention going to the school. Her pupils suddenly constricted violently, as if a thought struck her, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, you cannot go to school. You must not go to school. This was the first thing Chiu Ran exclaimed upon returning home. Her voice laced with hysteria, her eyes filled with extreme fear. No one knew what she envisioned. For the next hour, Chiu Ran lost track of time, returning to her room with a blank mind and tear-streaked cheeks. She closed the door and collapsed helplessly onto the floor. In truth, she had not gone anywhere today. She had merely lingered at the school gates for a while. For no particular reason, she wished to be late once, to be punished once, to live according to her own desires, a thought that had haunted her for a year until she finally dared to act upon it, albeit at a cost. After his punishment, he seemed quite irate. It was no wonder he despised her. A shadow flickered through her mind, and Chiu Ran instinctively hugged her body tighter. She had previously thought that Suja held no special significance for her, yet she now realized he was the only person with whom she could communicate normally. However, she might be the person he loathed the most. Her hand subconsciously reached for her arm, and in the next moment, Chiu Ran unexpectedly twisted her own arm with force, revealing vivid red marks along her sleeve. The sudden ping of her phone startled her. After all, she had hardly received any messages in the past year. With a sense of urgency, she picked up her phone, her face aglow with anticipation, even longing. Huangshan Buru Pinocchio. I spoke too harshly today. That was not my intention. The problem is that Lao Sun placed all the blame on me. I mean, I don't find you boring. I am quite interested in you. All this fuss over nothing. Tomorrow at noon, I will treat you to lunch. Any meal under 20 will do. Staring at that peculiar ID, it took Chiu Ran a moment to recognize who it was. Her eyes widened as she read the message over and over again. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, vigorously wiping away her tears, as if nothing were amiss, and sat down at her desk. Meanwhile, Chiu, ISNT at you, little sister? Looking at the apology message he had painstakingly crafted over 20 minutes, Suja felt a sense of betrayal. Tang Shinro, you have tricked me again. Apologize? Why should I apologize? It's not my fault. I don't care. I've definitely lost face now. That girl must be laughing at me behind my back. How infuriating. This is all your fault, Tang Shinro. Relax, don't overthink it. A girl's thoughts aren't that complicated. A gentle voice came through the headphones, the girl's tone laced with mirth, instilling a sense of comfort. No one is inherently reclusive. If she is willing to approach you, it signifies a signal. I believe you should try to understand her. I can't speak for others. But if it's you, I trust you can change her. Cut it out. I have no intention of changing her, Suja muttered. Yet he always absorbed Tang Shinro's words deeply. Across the ocean, the girl smiled genuinely, feeling proud that the person she admired was indeed a gentle soul. Even if he appeared somewhat unreliable. Little did she know, her suggestion today would lead to a long period during which she could not find joy. Chapter 15. Truly unable to refuse others? What does your brother want for breakfast? I'll whip up a bowl of noodles for you. Noodles. The simplest meal Su's family could muster. However, Sun Yin, as the one who expected to be served, found it difficult to voice her complaints. One might wonder if having her younger brother care for her daily, despite her being a working adult with all limbs intact, was somewhat inappropriate. Ugh, what am I thinking? This is all his fault. Sun Yin drowsily sat at the dining table, initially planning to make do with a quick meal. But when she saw Suja pulling a roll of noodles from a corner, her pupils dilated in shock. Surely, we haven't fallen so low? The Su family, a quintessential northern family, held on to certain habits that were unchangeable. For instance, while every household stocked noodles, they would never appear on the dinner table. It is well known that in the north, hand-pulled noodles and instant noodles are preferred. If a northern friend serves you a bowl of noodles, do not hesitate. End the friendship immediately, for they do not view you as a friend, but rather as someone beneath consideration. Stop it, you fool. Are you trying to ruin this family? As Suja prepared to put the noodles in the pot, Sun Yin dashed out, determined to prevent the noodles from gracing the table. Fearing that the sibling bond would be irreparably damaged, Suja furrowed his brow in discontent, as if he were the one who adored noodles. It was absurd. Why should someone who never cooked have the audacity to bark orders? Noticing her brother's sour mood, Sun Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. She quickly put away the noodles and cautiously suggested, "How about I prepare a small dish? Get out of the kitchen with your noodles." Suja retorted without hesitation. The reason he cooked was not solely to cater to his disabled sister. It was also because he could not endure the culinary disaster that was Sun Yin's cooking. Suja's mood had indeed been rather dismal these days, or perhaps it was a sense of confusion. It felt as though nothing significant had occurred. Yet the familiar rhythm of life had been disrupted, leaving him somewhat unsettled, a classic case of growing pains. Nonetheless, it was fortunate to have someone to share foolish moments with. Riding the unbraked electric scooter, his spirits lifted slightly. His relationship with Lu Cece seemed to have reached a transformative phase upon encountering her at the breakfast shop. She had progressed from trembling while greeting him to merely shaking arms. "Your mission today is to buy 2 baskets of buns, a bowl of tofu pudding, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs. Remember that?" Entering the breakfast shop, it was still crowded. Suja had only prepared breakfast for Sun Yin that morning, as he had made plans with friends and had not forgotten the purpose of this meal. Lu Cece clutched her school uniform, her fingers trembling as she gazed at the shouting vendor. 2 baskets of buns. What else? She had forgotten everything. Suja found it somewhat exaggerated. Could anyone truly be this socially anxious? Just yesterday, during their gossip session, Lu Cece had appeared quite chatty. Let us take it step by step. We'll have 2 baskets of buns, the pork ones. 2 baskets of buns, the pork ones, Lu Cece mumbled, gripping her clothing tighter. Suja sighed inwardly at the sight. The more she struggled, the more he felt compelled to help her adapt, for how could she live like this otherwise? How could a child from a modest working-class family be concerned about the life of a princess from a wealthy family? No, no, no. Yes, yes. No, no, no. Yes. Yes. Despite the strong protective instincts she now feels, it is imperative that she does not become soft-hearted at this juncture. After all, she is Lu Cece, who emerged from the Great Experiment 1, and she cannot afford to lose her composure. Suja's encouragement seemed to have a profound effect. As Lu Cece nodded vigorously and moved towards the group ahead, her figure appeared fragile, almost pitiable, in comparison to the throng of people striving forward. Good job. Let's see how she manages, Suja exclaimed with genuine admiration, resolving that if she could not break through in 3 minutes, he would intervene personally. At that moment, he noticed that Nyozi, who was typically engrossed in admiring the lady boss, seemed unusually quiet, even neglecting to glance at her. This was certainly troubling. Nyozi, usually a carefree spirit, was suddenly serious. "If you're in trouble, just tell me. Our bond allows for such openness," he urged. Nyozi sighed heavily, finally murmuring, "Old Su, what do you think the purpose of life is?" If anyone else had heard this, they would have immediately felt the need to console him, fearing a crisis. However, Suja knew him too well. The moment those words left Nyozi's lips, his heart raced. Swiftly, he unlocked his phone and logged onto a certain website. 3 seconds later, bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Nyo, how are you a poet? Reporting my site during your sage moment? Suja's voice was loud enough to draw attention. But no one found it odd. Instead, all eyes turned to Nyozi. This guy is really in a bind. I just think we shouldn't be engrossed in present temptations. Nyozi replied with his usual somber tone, not for the first time reporting Suja's website. When a northerner says something like that, the situation escalates. At that moment, Lu Cece appeared, her petite frame blocking Suja's path, her expression indicating distress, as if she were wronged. The buns are gone. The boss said to offer you dumplings instead. Lu Cece's voice dwindled, her spirit visibly dampened as she placed 2 baskets of dumplings on the table. Suja quickly understood the situation. Clearly, the boss had prioritized those behind her, and Lu Cece, being the kind girl she was, would not refuse. Indeed, Lu Cece felt wronged. She had waited in line, only to be told that the buns were given to others. You should learn to say no to people. A familiar voice echoed in her ears, though it seemed softer than usual. Lu Cece did not respond, holding back tears, feeling utterly useless and unable to confront the injustice. Suddenly, a warm hand ruffled her hair, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, a scene she had only witnessed in dramas. No, don't touch my head. Just a little. All right then. Chapter 16. A challenge of multitudes. You truly can't say no to others? How fascinating. Suja initially felt his actions might have been slightly inappropriate. But it was merely a bold attempt. He discovered an even more intriguing side of Lu Cece. As a man, he felt compelled to do something at that moment, like moving his hand from her head to his waist, then teasingly asking, would you prefer a fire stick or me? Nyozi, unable to maintain his sage demeanor, questioned Suja's sudden boldness. I thought you were only interested in ingredients. Lu Cece's mind briefly malfunctioned, but she was soon captivated by Suja's audacity. Bang. The table HP 10. Boss, we don't want the dumplings anymore. We're returning them. The unexpected shout made Lu Cece lower her head, wishing to vanish into the floor. A return? The legendary return? How could one bear such immense guilt? Facing the boss's disappointed gaze and the judgment of bystanders? Observing Lu Cece's bowed head and Suja's audacious stance, the boss quickly grasped the situation. Aware of his prior actions. What's wrong, little brother? Are there issues with the dumplings? The lady boss approached, attempting to charm him with her allure. But there's no marinated shrimp oil. How can we eat this? If it's not right, I want to pay. Very well, I'll refund you. Do you need anything else? No, we'll dine elsewhere. Suja's words were insulting, but it didn't matter. They would never return to this establishment. Once a man discovers dissatisfaction, he forfeits a permanent NPC. What a mess. If you don't sell buns, others will. There's no shortage of breakfast spots in Qingfeng City. After guiding Lu Cece to another restaurant, she remained silent, but her gaze towards Suja had shifted entirely. Was he a superhero? How could he articulate such sentiments? Each phrase he uttered made her feel as though she wished to disappear into the ground. There's no need to be so harsh. It's all about the attitude. I'll introduce you to someone. Spend a couple of days with her, and your personality will surely transform. Suja recalled someone, Zhuge Ling. Pairing an abstract girl with a well-behaved one? No. Who thought of this terrible idea? He instantly regretted it. Qingfeng City had finally produced a sweet girl, and he couldn't let Zhuge Ling tarnish that precious gem. Imagining Zhuge Ling's demeanor, he thought. Indeed, she matched Lu Cece in appearance, if only she would remain silent. Hang in there, Lingzi. I'll traverse the ends of the earth to bring you the finest antidote to silence you. Suja lamented, while Lu Cece seemed increasingly intrigued. Subconsciously placing her trust in his suggestions, especially after he resolved her issues on her first day of transfer. First impressions truly hold great significance. That is splendid. Let us invite her to the 3rd floor for lunch, and I'll order more dishes. Am I inadvertently giving Lingzi special treatment? Suja could not allow such a thing to happen. Let us hold off for today. I promised a classmate I'd treat her to lunch. How about we reschedule? Suddenly, he recalled Qiu Ran. Her attitude suggested she likely wouldn't come, but having made a commitment, he prepared accordingly. Standing someone up would be quite rude. Can I join? Lu Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if eager to embrace the thrill of a group meal. This cafeteria can accommodate no more than 30. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. I'm all in. Do not speak of double standards. Just because a wealthy beauty invites you for a small feast, why should an extra $10 matter? I ask you, why should it? Returning to the classroom, I once again encountered the familiar NPC, Qiu Ran, who resembled a world boss. Wandering at the entrance with a meticulous notebook of the extreme Tao Emperor. Alas, it was not yet her time to freely attack. It was my turn. After a moment of hesitation, the man who had just been praised by Lu Cece as a Superman swallowed hard. Tang Xinro was right. As a grown man, why should I quibble with a girl? With no one around, lowering my stance wouldn't tarnish my image. Resolute, Suja quickened his pace by 40%. Good morning. Class monitor, I greeted silently, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, utterly devoid of embarrassment. Damn it. Inner voice, as if nothing had happened, Suja returned to his seat. And at the moment when the two passed each other, the girl adjusted her glasses, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her lips. Lingzi, lunch is on me. The cafeteria on the first floor costs no more than 8 yuan. Zhuge Ling rested her head on the desk, not even bothering to lift it. Fool. No more than 10 yuan, I countered. 15. Are you trying to ruin our friendship? Whatever, I'll just take your food. Then it's 15. That infuriating abstract girl truly was a handful. If it were Lu Cece, even if I let her have just 2 pieces, she would probably shed tears over her white rice and force a smile, praising how delicious it was. What is going on? Why is the postal service so intrusive? Lingzi, you need to perk up? Zhuge Ling lifted her head, phone in hand, and Suja finally realized the source of her frustration. Was this author suffering from gas poisoning? What rubbish they were writing. Not only was the childhood friend rejected, but there was also relentless pressure from a single mother. And even the school's clown could stomp all over them. Am I really reading a tomato? It was evident that Zhuge Ling was deeply immersed. Yet Suja could not comprehend why one would subject themselves to such discomfort. No, I must continue reading. I do not care about anything else. I must witness the moment the female lead rises and punishes that abstract clown at school. Suja was at a loss for words. Had the abstract player offended him? Moreover, who was Zhuge Ling to say such things? To think I would one day gather 3 females for a meal. Suja couldn't believe it. His luck with the opposite sex had always been dismal. Previously, he had only Tang Xinro as a female friend, and now he had reluctantly added Zhuge Ling. But would this girl even join me? She seemed to regard me with utter disdain. Suja was torn. Qiu Ran had responded with an "oh." What did that mean? He genuinely wanted to ask, but feared it would make him look foolish. If Tang Xinro hadn't sent that message, nothing would have happened. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Suja began to focus on the lesson, stifling a yawn. Life was always so exhausting. It wasn't until the lunch bell rang that Suja regained some energy, but upon looking up, a stern figure appeared before him. Lunch is at 20, right? Suja was stunned. He had not expected her to come, and what was more shocking was that someone had rushed to grab lunch faster than he had. Examining her closely, Qiu Ran resembled a robot, emotionless and condescending. How could she? It felt as if she were looking down on me. Chapter 17. A group of unfamiliar faces trying to pretend they were close. Is AUV no longer concerned with people? As expected, upon seeing Qiu Ran, the abstract girl made a sarcastic remark. Wait, how much was your budget? Just as Zhuge Ling was preparing to watch the drama unfold, her expression suddenly turned dangerous. Why did Suja suddenly drop 5 yuan from his budget with her? And I fought hard for that. Could it be that I'm merely an accessory? Zhuge Ling suddenly realized a terrifying possibility and couldn't help but gasp. That inherently wicked little Uchiha. I'll deal with this personally. Suja was too frazzled to explain. At this moment, he was caught off guard by how ghostly she appeared, having thought she wouldn't show up. Before Zhuge Ling could stir up trouble, Suja hurriedly dashed out, just as Nyozi arrived, and he spotted another figure. Shen Luan was here too. But he seemed to be deliberately keeping his distance from Lu Cece. Skipping the 3rd floor's small kitchen, he opted for the 1st floor cafeteria instead. Oh, I think I've discovered a pattern, Suja pondered, suddenly struck by a bold yet cliché hypothesis. Wow, so many people. Zhou Sun's face. Zhuge Ling could now confirm that she was an accessory. Damn Suja. If only I had fought for 5 more yuan in the budget. It was strange. Having missed just 2 days of lunch on the 1st floor, Suja felt a hint of unfamiliarity. Damn capitalism. It truly is difficult to transition from luxury to simplicity. 3 boys and 3 girls. The arrangement seemed reasonable, yet from Suja's perspective, everyone's demeanor appeared off. How to put it? It felt as if a group of unfamiliar individuals were forcing themselves to appear close. Suja and Nyozi were indifferent. They chatted as they served their meals, being the most relaxed in the room. Zhuge Ling seemed unaffected as well, although she appeared to have developed an unusual interest in Lu Cece. That detestable abstract girl. Stay away from the sweet girl. Who was the fool that suggested they be grouped together? The nerve. Shen Luan and Qiu Ran's demeanor seemed similar. Both were top students in their grade. Yet there was no camaraderie between them. Instead, they kept their distance. Lu Cece was visibly anxious, her tension palpable. Yet her face bore a strange sense of anticipation, as if this were a unique experience and challenge. To gather such a group, I must be quite remarkable. Don't be shy. Today, all expenses are on young Master Su. Nyozi attempted to lighten the mood, but only Lu Cece awkwardly clapped her hands in response. That despicable Zhuge Ling had secretly added 2 grilled sausages, blowing the budget right out of the water. Suja's heart ached. Could the money saved on sausages have been used to restore the Han dynasty? Ah, here comes the egg drop soup. As the man with the most connections in the gathering, Suja felt responsible for enlivening the atmosphere, placing the soup in the center. Although it was merely the first-floor cafeteria, having 6 people gathered around the table made it feel somewhat formal. Let me briefly introduce Qiu Ran, Zhuge Ling, and Lu Cece. I believe everyone is familiar with them, top of the grade. The introduction felt a bit awkward, but to Suja's astonishment, it was Qiu Ran who first responded, surprising him by showing respect. This decided it. He wouldn't harbor any ill thoughts about her for the rest of the afternoon. I just transferred here and don't have many friends. Nice to meet everyone. Lu Cece's words were stiff and lacked confidence. But Suja understood that this was her final attempt to connect. So cute. Your skin is so fair, and your hands are so small. Let us compare hand sizes. Zhuge Ling was quite emotionally intelligent, but perhaps a bit too much. Why would such words escape her lips? Despite being a stunning beauty, she spoke like a lovesick fool. Watching the abstract girl fawn over Lu Cece, Suja regretted his decision even more. He knew Zhuge Ling was kind-hearted and only wanted to help Lu Cece integrate faster. But such abstract behavior was undoubtedly a heavy burden for someone as socially inept as Lu Cece. All right, let us save the excitement for later. We've yet to finish. Confronted with the pleading gaze of Lu Cece, Suja hastily intervened to halt Zhuge Ling's infatuated antics. Was it merely an illusion? As Suja cast his glance around, he seemed to catch a fleeting smile from Qiu Ran, who was engrossed in her meal across the table. Yet, upon a second look, her expression had reverted to a stoic demeanor. The cafeteria was becoming increasingly crowded, and whispers of discussion began to circulate. The news of Lu Cece's father donating a building was no longer a secret, thus rendering her a subject of conversation throughout the campus. Today, as they all gathered for a meal on the first floor, she found herself at the epicenter of scrutiny. Although Lu Cece was not adept at navigating such situations, she appeared to have acclimated to it. However, Suja suddenly noticed something unusual. The 3 men were seated in a row, with Shun Luan positioned to his left. He distinctly observed that as the surrounding gossip intensified, Shun Luan's pace of eating had noticeably quickened. So sensitive? One might mistakenly think he had consumed spring breeze elixirs. Suja mused, now beginning to comprehend Shun Luan's character. He was proud, sensitive, and acutely aware of others' opinions, fiercely protective of his reputation. A classic personality type. His actions became understandable. Recently, Suja had also caught wind of some rumors, which perhaps aligned with Lu Cece's assertion that her arrival had indeed impacted Shin Luan significantly. Behold, this is a quintessential case of intellectual folly. Suja's remark was not one of derision, but rather an empathetic evaluation. Ignore them. Fame breeds controversy. Let me share a joke with you. Truly, a good partner. Whenever Suja lapsed into silence, Nyozi would step in to keep the conversation lively. Don't underestimate the bond we share. Once, there was a little girl selling nuclear bombs in the frigid winter, struggling to make her sales. Nyo Hao was a rather dull child, not Suja's assessment, but that of his peers, who urged him to abandon abstraction. As the effect of his meticulously crafted performances paled in comparison to Suja's offhand remarks. Perhaps this was talent. His now stale stories mirrored his unremarkable personality. Eventually, the little girl, too cold to endure, ignited a nuclear bomb, and the entire town witnessed her grandmother's apparition. Ha! Hilarious. Applause. What? A single nuclear bomb obliterated an article of clothing? An abstract girl inquired, perplexed. Chapter 18. Life is a constant confrontation with skepticism. It was then that Nyo Hao realized that the distinction between elite and ordinary teams extended beyond mere appearances, a profound sense of disappointment enveloping him. He felt resentful. What does it mean to be a naturally abstract entity? A player like him, who labored tirelessly, could never measure up to Zhuge Ling's casual quips. To everyone's astonishment, the first to laugh was the previously aloof Qiu Ran. All eyes turned to her as a faint blush colored her cheeks, before she quickly regained composure and resumed her meal. What does this mean? Lu Cece wore a perplexed expression. How could the town's ascension relate to a piece of clothing being blown up? I suddenly realized the class monitor has lovely skin, fair and delicate. Zhuge Ling seemed to sense something, directing her gaze toward Qiu Ran on her right. Qiu Ran's eating momentarily faltered as she noticed Zhuge Ling reaching for her glasses. panic flickering in her eyes. What are you doing, Ling? Why are you getting involved? Sit down. Suja issued a stern command. Then began a polite exchange with Zhuge Ling. Ran appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, casting a furtive glance at Suja, who, at that moment, lacked any charm, engrossed in his eloquent discourse. Yet she suddenly realized that Suja's appearance was indeed striking, provided he kept his mouth closed. Until now, the atmosphere at the table had become remarkably harmonious, as evidenced by Lu Cici's gradual ease, a social inept finding comfort. I am full. Just then, Shenluan abruptly stood up and, while speaking, swiftly turned to leave. To be honest, this disrupted the ambience. Suja believed he had maintained a respectful distance from Lu Cici, so it wasn't his fault that others departed. Suddenly, he cast a glance at Ran across the table. I am still hungry. Ran raised her head, locking eyes with Suja. No, I didn't mean it that way. Your words make me sound so petty. Suja was left speechless. How could this woman always pinpoint his most vulnerable and awkward moments, her impact rivaling that of 2.5 Zhuge Lings? Luan has indeed been under considerable pressure lately, due to my presence, haha. It has always been this way. People's speculations are often malicious, but Lu Cici's voice dwindled, initially attempting to explain for Shenluan, but midway, she found herself choking back tears. A hush fell over the group. None were deaf to the similar rumors that permeated the air. Accusations of social climbing, being a mere follower, and exploiting wealth were inescapable. Such sentiments were entirely normal, given the prevalence of malice in the world. Clearly, Shenluan could not withstand this pressure. Although he and Lu Cici shared a childhood bond, his intense pride rendered him intolerant of such remarks. He was a proud individual, ranking first in his class, a favored disciple of the teachers, capable of earning recognition through his own abilities. Suja, unable to fully grasp this, nonetheless expressed his respect, recognizing that everyone has their own aspirations. However, if our roles were reversed, I would show you what it means to be soft-hearted. It can only be said that Suja was remarkably mature, possessing insights at the age of 20 that many struggle to comprehend before reaching 30. I apologize, I may have overstepped. I cannot control how others speak, but I genuinely believe that everyone is a wonderful person. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Few could fathom Lu Cici's emotions at that moment. Why must the friends she cared for be subjected to such malicious interpretations, as if everyone approached her solely for monetary gain, despite her sincere and warm demeanor, which perpetually placed immense pressure on those around her? Zhuge Ling set down her chopsticks and gently patted Lu Cici's head, while Ran silently produced a packet of tissues and handed it over. Do not hastily speculate about others' thoughts. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, sounding more serious and earnest than the one she remembered. At this moment, Suja locked eyes with Lu Cici, speaking softly. They may speculate maliciously, but what do you think of us? Why do you perceive this as pressure for us? Do you believe your presence complicates our lives? No, you do not understand us. Life is a continuous engagement with skepticism. Those who cannot endure will naturally depart. What you perceive as doubt holds little significance for me. But what I do not wish to witness is a single doubt arising from you. Suja spoke slowly, yet each word resonated clearly with all present. Lu Cici stood frozen. The boy's tone was not that of a lecture, but rather, he spoke with a lightheartedness that seemed to illuminate her face. Ran continued to eat, but her gaze seemed to flicker, as if she struggled to lift her head to see something, yet restrained herself. Only Zhuge Ling and Suja exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, seemingly communicating without words. Zhuge Ling, don't think I don't know. You just want to continue mooching meals on the 3rd floor. Suja, I suggest you mind your own business. I pity Lu Cici, caught in the playful machinations of 2 abstract oddities. However, Suja was not merely seeking a free meal. He was genuinely unafraid of the gossip surrounding him. What is wrong with enjoying a meal? What is wrong with befriending a wealthy woman? What is wrong with being a follower? On your first visit to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, they will marvel at your status. On your 3rd visit, they will maliciously speculate about your intentions. By your 7th visit, they will slander your character. After a month of frequenting the 3rd floor, they will curse you, claiming you deserve to be damned. After a semester, they will plead, please, let us join you. We are friends now, right? Although this is true, it seemed a bit inconvenient for Suja, a grown man, to associate with Lu Cici. It was evident that he had not reached an understanding with Zhuge Ling. A brother can fare well, but he must not fare too well. How about I treat everyone tomorrow? After all, we should be friends by now, Lu Cici cautiously suggested. Zhuge Ling replied, that brings us back to the point. In Chapter 19, the 3-year period has ended. The Dragon King returns. The camaraderie among the girls indeed blossomed rapidly. Suja had initially thought Lu Cece lacked such skills. Yet it now appeared the issue did not lie with her. Observing Lu Cece engaging normally with Zhuge Ling, Suja couldn't help but sigh. This world requires abstraction for salvation. The abstract representations of men and women, as perceived by others, come at the expense of their own elegance. Using humor to illuminate the warmth within others. If you ask me why I hold this view, it is simply because it reflects my own essence. Suja felt immensely satisfied, suddenly realizing that he wasn't desperately seeking romance. Rather, he merely desired a few friends of the opposite sex. As a youth, he could not articulate why he felt this way, yet he found a sense of contentment. The world is a circle. As a child, he felt embarrassed to associate with girls, yet as he matured, the absence of any familiar female acquaintance left him inexplicably disheartened. Sometimes, he didn't truly need this opposite-sex friendship for anything specific, but he always felt an inexplicable longing. Suja was a normal young man, grappling with such youthful dilemmas. But those burdens had now faded. Wait, did Xiao Ran just smile? Was that just my imagination? He hadn't noticed, but it mattered little. After a hearty meal, he felt relaxed. If only he could enjoy an exhilarating physical education class in the afternoon and perhaps watch a movie during evening study, it would be truly delightful. Alas, in the country, particularly now, physical education teachers are fragile and sensitive creatures, appearing at doorways, in offices, and anywhere but the playground. While this description may be somewhat inaccurate, to Suja, physical education teachers resembled new recruits. Guests appreciated them, and they were eager to clock in, yet they were always ruthlessly suppressed by the veteran, Old Sunday. Suzong, do you wish to attend physical education class? Just give me the word, and I will arrange it immediately. A boy from the back eagerly looked at Suja, speaking in a hushed tone. Then go ahead and arrange it, Suja casually replied, not taking it seriously. Suja had excellent rapport with the boys in his class, or rather, his personality ensured he would never lack friends, though this referred specifically to male companionship. What did you just say? Who is arranging for whom? Suja suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he stared at the boy before him, named Ma Cheng. Notorious for being a troublemaker. Of course, you're arranging for us. Ma Cheng grinned as he leaned closer, placing his hands on Suja's shoulders. Ah, you're truly a good brother. Suja felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears, and patted Ma Cheng's shoulder in return. It's just us brothers. Without you, who would treat me like a person? Attend physical education? Rely on me. Do you mean it's my turn to confront old son? Suja looked at the group as if they were fools, finding the entire conversation amusing. What was physical education, after all? It was an unparalleled realm only accessible to the supreme leader of their sect. Even the spirit of the physical education class, the teacher, could not dictate its course. Was it akin to sending a mere servant to confront Sun Wukong? Not to mention, perhaps the success rate of that servant would indeed be higher. No, I'm not suggesting you take the lead. I meant. Ma Cheng lowered his voice, his gaze becoming unfocused. Following his line of sight, Suja suddenly spotted a striking ponytail. Oh right, only direct disciples are qualified to access such a supreme realm. Even the supreme leader would grant some leeway. But how does any of this pertain to me? Get lost. The words were clear, and Suja could not comprehend why those around him harbored such peculiar fantasies. Just because Xiao Ran often sought trouble with him did not imply she harbored affections. What kind of absurd reasoning was this? Such narratives only appeared in the realm of fiction. Moreover, the most ridiculous aspect was that nearly everyone accepted this assumption as truth. Had Suja not uncovered Xiao Ran's secret, he might have fallen prey to this group's delusions, but now, fully aware, he understood that affection was the least of his concerns. She merely enjoyed tormenting him. Come on, go speak to the class monitor. We haven't had a single class since the semester began. Don't deceive us, bro. We saw you both having lunch together. Numerous boys encircled him, forcing Suja to experience what it felt like to be caught in a dilemma. Although she might not like him, he felt it was only fair to treat her to a meal, considering they were friends. Perhaps he would have a couple of chances for negotiation. Amidst the pleas from his peers, Suja's mind began to conjure up audacious plans. Why does it feel like the 3-year period has ended? And the Dragon King has returned? Let us do it. Goodness. A coward is no hero. Ultimately, unable to withstand the persistent persuasion of those around him, Suja decided to give it a shot. After all, if he lost, it would merely be a matter of losing face. And the abstract male's dignity wasn't particularly valuable. If he won, then the Dragon King would truly return. The class was small, with a group of boys huddled together, conspiring loudly. Xiao Ran sat in the front row, her head bent in study, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Yet if one looked closely, her eyes were vacant, reflecting nothing. Cautiously, Suja moved forward, accompanied by the murmurs of the crowd behind him. Don't embarrass yourself. Good luck. Let us see how he reacts. Isn't this my motivational strategy? Suja thought silently. Nevertheless, burdened by the will of the crowd, he had an undeniable reason not to fail. Class monitor, physical education class. Get lost. Just get lost. He moved forward, squatted, turned around, and completed the sequence seamlessly, as if rehearsed. See, it's useless, Suja said in the most relaxed tone, his performance from start to finish taking no more than 10 seconds. There was no real embarrassment. I said there wasn't tea, and yet you're still scrolling down? Don't you believe Suzong? Suja didn't care about the reactions of others. Zhuge Ling's laughter was the true blow. Indeed, one must never take oneself too seriously. The class bell rang, and no one dared to move. Even the physical education teacher seemed too lazy to make an appearance, exhibiting the self-awareness of a new recruit. Old Sun, with his protruding belly and teacup, slowly entered, and upon seeing the disgruntled expressions of the class, he instantly brightened. Class monitor, how is our learning progress? Old Sun happily sipped his tea, already laying out the book on the podium. The teacher had already outpaced other classes, and the students had been performing well, allowing them to proceed with physical education class. Old Sun halted mid-sip, incredulously gazing at his cherished disciple, confusion evident in his eyes. This isn't right. Is it? Is this how the script goes? In truth, his earlier comment had merely been a signal. The progress didn't matter. He just wanted a representative from the students to give him an easy way out. Today, the most trusted disciple of his mentor is astonishingly not just Lao Sun, as the entire class gazes incredulously at Xiu Ran. However, merely 2 seconds later, their attention swiftly shifts to Suja, their eyes filled with admiration. Suja's expression remains stoic, but the next moment, he slightly raises his head, fortuitously locking eyes with Lao Sunday. Lao Sun experiences an illusion that the corners of this young man's mouth curve upward, and at the same time, an inexplicable whisper reverberates in his ear. The 3-year period has come to an end. The Dragon King returns. The 3-year period has come to an end. The Dragon King returns. The 3-year period has come to an end. The Dragon King returns. Chapter 20. Why must magical girls do bad things? I don't understand, with Sun Hua's accent. Looking at this crooked-mouthed boy below, Lao Sun is filled with questions. This young man is indeed underestimated. He has even employed a cunning strategy against me. A practitioner, merely out for a meal, has been robbed? Yet, despite the displeasure bubbling within, maintaining his authority is paramount. And having uttered the words, he must allow this group of youngsters to proceed. With a resounding cheer, the crowd rushes down the classroom. To his astonishment, Zhuge Ling covers her mouth in disbelief, her eyes darting between Xiu Ran and Suja, gradually revealing a knowing smile. Is your brain merely ornamental? Save it for counting the moon tonight. Suja retorts without hesitation. Following a brief moment of pride, he suddenly realizes that the misunderstanding has deepened. However, what could Xiu Ran be thinking? Surely she is not foolish enough to be this naive. Unable to comprehend, he decides to dismiss the thought and instead relish the upcoming physical education class. This class lacks even a teacher, perhaps rendering it the most redundant position in the school, even less significant than the doorman. This rare moment of relaxation is all thanks to Director Su. How far have you developed, Director Su? Concealed beneath the surface. Yet your heart still leans towards me. Suja muses to himself, having recognized his potential since childhood. On the playground, Suja feels somewhat helpless, unsure who has been the subject of slander. He instinctively scans the area, noticing that the girls seem to be discussing something, while Xiu Ran silently sits in a corner, engrossed in her phone. Truly a disciple of the highest order, she is audacious enough to be on her device even in plain sight, so that even a teacher would assume she is harnessing energy for training. If it were someone like Suja, a mere servant disciple, he would be suspected of hiding a soul-collecting banner within his phone. A tap on his shoulder jolts him back to reality, and he turns to see Zhuge Ling approaching with 2 cans of cola. Take these to the class monitor. Are they not for me? Do you think you are worthy? I refuse to go. Suja decisively declines, wondering if approaching now would only escalate the misunderstanding. Who was it at noon who said not to care about others' opinions and to let them trust you without doubt? Wasn't that to mooch off a meal? Are you admitting it? Zhuge Ling's mouth twitches, cursing the abstract male who seems utterly hopeless. As they sit side by side, the atmosphere between these two becomes notably serious. Have you noticed? Zhuge Ling muses. Noticed what? The class monitor doesn't seem as reclusive as rumored. What makes you say that? I saw her smile several times during lunch. Suja raises his head, realizing Zhuge Ling's profile is surprisingly sweet when she is not being abstract. I've noticed that too. But don't you think? Don't you know that excessive knowledge of others' lives can lead to consequences? As Suja takes a sip of cola, Zhuge Ling gazes at his profile, momentarily entranced, realizing that this boy's thoughts are more intricate than she initially assumed. Do not pity others without reason. It is the utmost disrespect. As Suja speaks, he finishes his cola and strides towards Chiu Ran. Weren't you not going? Cece asked us to have lunch together tomorrow. I'm here to inform you. Zhuge Ling squeezes her cola can, watching the boy's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. Does this guy really want to drink cola after saying all that? Hey, cola tastes great, especially when chilled. Occasionally, being charming feels quite refreshing. He merely employed a small trick to leave Zhuge Ling momentarily stunned. Behind him, classmates begin to tease. But Suja remains unfazed. If Chiu Ran made this decision today, it signifies she too is unconcerned, unless she is a fool. Sneaking forward, Suja finds Chiu Ran sitting in a cool corner, engrossed in her phone. Curiosity piqued, especially since he had previously observed the top student, Shen Luan, listening to English recordings during meals. Chiu Ran, being among the top 3 in the grade, should not be too different. Leaning closer, he notices that she is completely absorbed and has not sensed his presence. Suja cautiously peers over her shoulder, fixing his gaze on her phone. And upon a fleeting glance, his pupils constrict in shock. What the heck? Classic prison food. Guess what? Today, we're having that classic prison meal. Chiu Ran visibly trembles, quickly covering her phone against her chest, as if a monumental secret has been uncovered. Hey, don't hide it. I'm genuinely surprised. Suja exclaims, his excitement palpable as he gazes at Chiu Ran as if she were a treasure. I was just browsing. Chiu Ran's voice betrays her panic, confirming her habitual reaction. Who asked you? Just browsing? Suja's scrutinizing gaze transforms into a radiant smile. Browsing is great. Here, let me share with you the top hits of the month. This time, Suja is genuinely intrigued, although he had sensed Chiu Ran's contrasting attributes earlier. He never anticipated encountering the true contrast today. I've told you, I'm just browsing. I don't like these things, nor do I need you. Chiu Ran appears increasingly flustered, slipping her phone into her uniform pocket and turning to leave. Why do magical girls do bad things? Because it's fun. Chiu Ran blurts out, but within a mere second, she catches herself, her feet freezing in place, her face turning crimson. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this kind of class monitor. Suja feels a wave of apprehension wash over him. Why, you ask? Thankfully, he had not previously blurted out questions about preferences. Judging by her reaction, she likely understands. Come on, let us discuss. Here's my curated list of this year's masterpieces. With excitement, Suja pulls out his phone, forcibly drawing Chiu Ran beside him, an unexpected delight, as this is one of his passions rarely shared with others. Nyozai also enjoys watching, but I don't like discussing it with him, as he is the type who, within 3 sentences, begins with, "Hey, let me quiz you." Chiu Ran stumbles slightly as he pulls her, seemingly wanting to leave, but caught in the gaze of their classmates, she hesitates, sitting beside the boy and staring at his profile, which radiates genuine joy. On the playground, amidst the youth and a smartphone, after a lengthy silence, Chiu Ran remarks, a bit insightful. Chapter 21. Every young boy harbors a big sister in his heart. What are they doing? Not sure, but it looks like Suja is being interrogated. Indeed, Suja has become the focal point of the class, and he has chosen the most popular method of engagement. Please, you must watch this. It is truly magnificent. An absolute masterpiece. I believe everyone has experienced the anticipation and longing of introducing their favorite anime to those close to them, the excitement of their friends' admiration after watching, all of which can stir one's adrenaline. Chiron attempted to look down at the boy before her, but the imposing figure of Suja, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, towered over her. Nevertheless, she endeavored to project an air of disdain, for she was indeed in a position of power at this moment. Despite the coldness of their exchange, Suja felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, wondering why it had to be this particular person. In this day and age, true anime enthusiasts are exceedingly rare. The final words of the girl from the Forjai steamed goose heart had a devastating impact on Suja. As she breezed by, a rare expression of smug satisfaction appeared on Chiron's face, her pace quickening. It was less of a walk and more akin to a flight. Bowing her head to conceal her face, Chiron muttered something under her breath, as if reciting or perhaps singing. Why does it seem like you're pleading with the class monitor? Zhuge Ling chimed in with perfect timing, genuinely curious about the shift in their relationship. However, Suja paid her no mind, lost in his own murmurs. Cursed scallions, go away. It seemed that the film could not be shown, as even the most trusted disciples lacked the capability, and Chiron, in her current position as a direct disciple, appeared to have lost the trust of the supreme leader. Nonetheless, everyone was somewhat content. After all, in this era, who needed a bicycle? Discussions within the class seemed to have intensified, and Suja was well aware that misunderstandings were nearly unavoidable. However, he remained unconcerned. The more one tries to explain, the more complicated it becomes, and if ignored, it would soon be drowned out by new gossip. Tomorrow's English test results would soon be released, and the anxiety was palpable. Zhuge Ling was not the only one troubled, though she was the only one to exhibit her distress. Suja recalled, with a certain degree of confidence, that he could secure around 16 points. And with his homemade lucky dice, perhaps he could attain a score in the range of 70 to 80. Nonetheless, such a score would be inadequate in the competitive environment of Experimental University 1, falling short even compared to Zhuge Ling. He truly missed the days when teachers had students grade each other's papers. How wonderful those times were. Zhuge Ling rested her chin on her hand, indulging in daydreams. It was not just her. Suja too found himself lost in fantasy. He vaguely remembered a time when their only concern was whether their scores would be so high as to attract the teacher's attention. Missed 2 questions, just 2 more. It's not Ling's fault. The paper is so neat, you could add another 20. Memories flooded back, and both Suja and Zhuge Ling exchanged glances, revealing their shared exasperation. The reason for the abolishment of that system was rather absurd. It stemmed from an argument between 2 exceptional disciples whose average scores exceeded 135. Even if you got everything right, your handwriting is too neat. I can't give you that score. Oh, is that so? Then I must deduct some points for your neatness. Following this, the 2 women began to tug at each other's hair. Suja dimly recalled how he had once laughed at the sight of 2 women fighting. However, the laughter did not last long, as the sect elder decided to abolish this grading method. Suja and Zhuge Ling were left dumbfounded. Damn it! Why did the palace intrigue end up exposing us? It was clear who was left exposed, and Suja was no longer merely swimming naked. He was allergic to the sea. Honestly, you cannot deceive yourself about your English level. We are, after all, the foremost academy in Qingfeng. At this rate, you might as well be dancing in a bar. Zhuge Ling remarked with unusual seriousness. With her average score of 80 to 90, she could easily keep Suja in check. What of bar dancing? With my looks, I could thrive even as a gigolo, undoubtedly becoming a king among them. Wait a moment. I will find you the best poison to silence you. Who knows, you might actually become a gigolo king, Zhuge Ling said earnestly. Suddenly, Suja's phone vibrated. He instinctively opened it, donning a mask of pain. Waste. Buy 2 pounds of shrimp and 2 pounds of meat after school. Your sister Inen is coming home tonight. Waste. Just buy whatever. You decide, since you're the one cooking. Rising early to prepare breakfast for his sister. Then riding a scooter without brakes to school, spending his meager funds to treat 5 people to lunch, enduring humiliation in gym class at the hands of a cruel woman, and being mocked by his comical female classmate during evening study. Now, his sister was adding to his woes. What a beautiful life this was. Yet, thoughts of Inen began to flicker in his mind, conjuring an image of a tall, sweet-looking woman with a 36E bust. Suddenly, he felt a surge of motivation. It seems every young man harbors an idealized elder sister in his heart, and for Suja, this sister was truly a big sister. Grocery shopping suddenly felt invigorating. It had been nearly half a year since he had last seen her. Meanwhile, at the Su household, Sun Yan could not resist playfully ruffling the hair of her best friend, Sun Yan. It's so unfair. Why do you have it all? Is there a secret recipe? As the best of friends, such gestures were not deemed offensive, and Taoinen seemed to relish it. What secret recipe? It's all talent. Give it up. Taoinen affectionately wrapped her arms around Sun Yan's neck, playfully stimulating her with her gestures. You've been away for half a year. You're not leaving again. Are you? Sun Yan embraced her in return, her words laced with mock reproach, but her eyes betrayed her undeniable joy. For now, I want to leave. I've decided to do things I enjoy. Taoinen's face radiated happiness. Although she was in Sun Yan's home, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. How is your brother? It's been half a year since I last saw him. Upon mentioning Suja, a glimmer seemed to shine in Taoinen's eyes. As Sun Yan's childhood best friend, Suja's trajectory in her life was crystal clear. P.S. Still the same, Sun Yan replied with a hint of disdain. Still as excellent as ever? Taoinen nodded, an air of anticipation glimmering in her gaze. Excellent. Him? Sun Yan's expression twisted in exasperation. A montage of Suja's awkward photos flashing through her mind. Forget it. That guy has no respect for his elder sister. The creaking sound of the door interrupted Sun Yan's words, revealing a tall, striking figure accompanied by a voice that was magnetic yet slightly husky. Sister, I'm back. Chapter 22. Today's outcome, Sun Yan's defeat. At the sound, Tao Anan's eyes brightened. Before her stood a handsome young man, 1 meter 80 tall, with a radiant smile. Dressed simply in the plainest school uniform, yet this very attire seemed to awaken a unique aesthetic appreciation within Tao Anan. His gaze met hers, pure and innocent, though the joy and dependence in his eyes were unmistakable. Wow. In just half a year, how has my brother become even more handsome and manly? Tao Anan's heart began to race with excitement, yet her face remained adorned with a gentle smile. As Sun Yin watched her younger brother and her closest friend exchange flirtatious glances, disbelief washed over her as she scanned the two of them back and forth. Was there truly no one normal in this room? And why did Suja always have to behave this way? Wasn't this his usual demeanor? To say nothing of the insincere sweetness with which her friend had greeted her upon entering, a facade that made Sun Yin feel utterly nauseated. Where was that boldness of hers, calling her an old woman the moment she walked in? At this moment, Sun Yin felt as though the heavens themselves were aligning behind her as she confronted Suja, her claws bared. I don't care who you are. Get off my brother this instant. Meanwhile, Suja could hardly take his eyes off Anan, who had been away for 6 months due to work in another city. Time had only enhanced her beauty, leaving her even more radiant than before, especially her figure, which was simply irresistible. However, Suja was a man of virtue. His gaze was filled only with warmth and longing for Anan, devoid of any ill intentions. After all, a certain love expert once said, when observing a woman, first look into her eyes. If she does not meet your gaze, then you may glance at her figure. Seriously, you two have had enough. Sun Yin interjected, feeling that if she did not intervene, her friend would soon make a move. Yet, she couldn't entirely blame Tao Anan. Who could have foreseen that her abstract brother would maintain such a flawless image in front of Anan for over a decade? It was almost unbelievable. She vaguely recalled that even at 6 years old, Suja had been adept at feigning vulnerability, curling up in An's embrace while giving her the finger. From that day forth, Sun Yin had realized her brother was destined for greatness. To be so cunning at such a young age was a chilling thought. Wait a moment. I'll go make dinner, Suja said, forcing a polite smile as he turned to head into the kitchen. Isn't he in his 3rd year of college? Isn't that a bit much? Tao Anan remarked earnestly. Yes, it can be a bit demanding, but with our parents not around. I relish the opportunity to take care of my sister, Suja replied, not bothering to look back, casually rolling up his sleeves to inadvertently reveal his well-toned biceps from years of training. Sun Yin's heart began to churn with confusion upon hearing Suja's words. Did he really have to do this every time? Why did he feel the need to present such a perfect image in front of her friend? What was he really after? Did he actually intend to marry her? Sun Yin was baffled, convinced that Suja was deliberately trying to irritate her. Wait. Who turned on the music? Sun Yin suddenly noticed soft Korean melodies wafting through the air. Turning her head, she saw Tao Anan gazing dreamily at the kitchen. Utterly captivated. Stop adding music, you idiot. Sun Yin felt on the verge of insanity. Is this chapter really all about you? Look at how considerate your brother is. And you, at 25, still letting him cook for you while he's busy with his studies. Isn't he usually different? Sun Yin's face twisted as she instinctively glanced towards the kitchen, where she caught a glimpse of an even more contorted expression. There's no need to fuss. We're family after all, Suja's cheerful voice echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by a dramatic flourish as he tossed a spatula. Sun Yin's lips began to twitch uncontrollably as she felt the pressure of her bloodline suddenly falter. Suja was reveling in his triumph, imagining the distorted expression on Sun Yin's face, relishing the moment. The language of Gardenius is one of forbearance. At the small dining table, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them. Tao Anan gazed at Suja, who held her gaze steadily, while Sun Yin focused on her food. Despite feeling repulsed by her brother's pretense, she had to admit that his culinary skills, honed over the years, were indeed remarkable. Let us eat, as if this were your home. Isn't this in an home too? I've always kept your room tidy, Sun Yin said, pausing as she held a shrimp mid-air, her expression turning dangerously intense. The Su household indeed had 3 bedrooms, with one reserved for Tao Anan. However, it was Sun Yin who had asked her brother to clean it. Please. No more singing. Sun Yin's gaze landed squarely on Suja, and she saw the triumphant gleam in his eyes. Why must you put on such a show in front of my friend? Answer me. Just because, he replied with a smirk. Here, Anan, have some shrimp. Suja offered, placing the peeled shrimp in Tao Anan's bowl, while the intrusive music continued to play in Sun Yin's ears. Your brother is so thoughtful. He must treat many girls this way, right? Not at all. I have hardly any female friends. Really? Of course, I could never deceive a woman. Suja replied with a serious demeanor, then smiled as he placed another shrimp into Sun Yin's bowl. Eat more, sister. Sun Yin stared blankly at the shrimp in her bowl, completely entranced. Today's outcome was clear. Sun Yin had lost. Your brother is truly wonderful. Perhaps he could help Anan with something else? Chapter 23. How much is she paying you? I'll double it. Come on, let me see. Please, Anan. No spicy food. Oh, you're blushing? Let me see if your development is normal. Anan, please, no? Sun Yin watched in disbelief as the two seemingly deranged individuals before her reveled in this absurdity. Was it really necessary to produce such sounds over merely removing a shirt? Was she somehow a part of their play? Wow, your brother has six-pack abs. Tao and Anne's eyes were glued to Suja, who, though appearing slim, possessed a physique that was strikingly toned beneath his clothing, a result of years of dedication to fitness. What exactly was Anan planning? After all, he was merely a 20-year-old young man. Though a bit cunning, being shirtless was still somewhat embarrassing. Anan is starting a business and needs some models. But choosing this guy seems a bit unselective, Sun Yin interjected. Well, it's not really about modeling. It's for some events I'm organizing. Just casual gatherings with friends, not particularly formal, but I need a few standout figures. Tao and Anne's gaze lingered on Suja, and the meaning was unmistakable. I've been told that I can't just rely on looks. I've believed that for years. While there were indeed many in this industry driven by passion, as the organizer, Tao and Anne had to consider far more practical aspects. Several faces were essential for publicity, after all. At that moment, she immediately thought of the Su siblings. Setting aside everything else, they were undoubtedly among the most striking in terms of appearance. Additionally, Sun Yin was a seasoned cosplayer. During her school days, she had often been the one to splurge on costumes instead of meals. Me? I haven't done anything like that. Suja felt a twinge of self-doubt. He regarded himself as nothing more than an enthusiastic viewer of anime. His sister, Sun Yin, had once attempted to lure him into the world of cosplay, but witnessing her wallet grow thin dissuaded him from indulging in such a habit. It was akin to his decision to abstain from smoking. Too costly, and if savings could be made, they should be. Anan, 1,000 yuan? I would certainly assist you. Suja declared with unyielding righteousness, unable to refuse such a request. The thought of spending that entire sum on a card game like Three Kingdoms Kill was utterly unfathomable. Should I introduce some suitable candidates to my sister? Rest assured, they would all require a fee. Suja nodded resolutely, his mind beginning to race with possibilities. He could not allow himself to miss out on a potential profit. However, Anan was seeking high-quality cosplayers. Who could he possibly find? Nyozi? Unlikely. He might end up paying them. Lingza? While she possessed the looks, her demeanor left much to be desired. Lucisi? Perfect in every regard. Yet she was a young lady of stature, and wouldn't he be tempted by such trifling sums? Chiu Ran? If she showcased her off-campus charm, she would be more than adequate, but they were not well acquainted, and this young girl would likely give him the cold shoulder. As night fell, Chiu Ran nervously locked her door, turned off the lights, and cocooned herself in her blanket. The thought of what she was about to do made her cheeks flush. She opened her phone, her breath quickening as she logged into a website she had saved. Her eyes widened as she began to watch anime. Is it so unusual to feel a rush of excitement over a mere anime? Finding someone with similar interests was indeed rare. Chiu Ran pulled out a note from her pajamas, revealing a title mentioned by someone earlier in the day. She dared not turn up the volume. Fearing her mother outside might overhear, her phone was a secret she could not afford to expose. Yet, she hesitated to use headphones, anxious about missing any sounds from outside. If Suja were to witness her in such a challenging predicament, he would surely be moved to tears. This was dedication to the craft of anime viewing. Persevering in such adverse conditions, and in comparison, he felt like a novice. Despite the absence of sound detracting from the experience, Chiu Ran was thoroughly content. It was the first time someone had shared their favorite with her. Suddenly, her phone vibrated twice, startling her and causing her device to tumble, striking her nose. Ow! She whimpered, peeking out from her blanket. When she saw that all was quiet outside her door, she sighed in relief, rubbing her sore nose. She turned her attention to the new message. Huangshan Bu Ru Pai Nua Chao, did you watch it? Did you watch it? Did you watch it? It was him. Who else would message her? Chiu Ran read the message repeatedly, not realizing her lips had begun to curl into a smile. Yet she was perplexed. It was almost midnight, and he was deliberately checking if she had seen his anime. Was it truly that significant? Without hesitation, she replied to the silent masterpiece on her screen. Chiu no? Huangshan Bu Ru Pai Nua Chao. You're truly missing out. Just take a look. I'm not lying to you. Suja sensed something was amiss. This obsession of his seemed a bit peculiar. He desperately wanted others to share in his passion. Perhaps it bordered on obsession, but he wasn't overtly imposing his will. Merely enthusiastic? Disturbing a girl at such a late hour felt rather impolite. On the other end, a gentle and familiar voice reached him. Tang Shinro appeared accustomed to Suja's quirks. The rarity of finding someone with shared interests was indeed a blessing. Suja mused that only Tang Shinro could engage him in such a meaningful conversation. Yet, he recalled that she had not been interested in such matters during her childhood. Perhaps it was the influence of culture abroad that had piqued her curiosity. His inquiry was not merely casual. He had begun to contemplate an request regarding cosplay. As she had implied that the introducer would receive a reward. Are you truly considering introducing your class monitor? She may not agree, given your somewhat distant relationship. Tang Shinro remarked with an undertone of significance. She refrained from voicing her unspoken thought. I'll double whatever she offers. Let us avoid the convention altogether. Chapter 24. If you don't come, I shall be greatly disappointed. Tang Shinro felt an overwhelming urgency. She had once contemplated staying in the country for this foolish boy, rejecting her parents' plans to go abroad. Yet, she understood Suja all too well. Despite his carefree demeanor, he was the most meticulous of individuals and would never forsake his future for sentiment. However, she was somewhat apprehensive about leaving him behind. Memories of Suja's innate qualities surfaced. He had always possessed an abstract charm, once dubbed humorous. According to her calculations, if she remained vigilant, there would be no issues. Indeed, he did not disappoint. The abstract boy seemed incapable of love. Not that he didn't have feelings, but perhaps he just needed more time. She recalled once telling Suja, it's acceptable to deceive oneself, but deceiving a brother is simply wrong. With Suja now having several female friends, Tang Shinro could no longer remain placid. A few years prior, there had been no such situation, and now he claimed his home was being robbed? Although Suja firmly asserted he had no interest in these girls, Tang Shinro knew they simply didn't yet understand him. What if things went awry? If I need to fly back, I'll do so immediately, she thought. No, I must earn that money. What should I do? Suja's contemplative voice echoed from the other end. This foolish boy was still pondering financial matters. He was truly oblivious. Like you said, it doesn't seem appropriate. And being too direct appears overly mercenary, as if you were seeking them out for monetary gain. What is most crucial for you now is to focus on your studies. Conventions will only distract you. Let us skip it, and I'll bring you a 4090 when I return for the new year. Upon hearing that number, Suja gasped. His monthly allowance was only 2,000, and here was Tang Shinro, a peer, who could afford such luxuries. Was this the difference between raising a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth? After half an hour of conversation, Suja finally ended the call. Lying on his bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Tang Shinro's reasoning was sound. Was approaching her directly too forward? Perhaps he indeed needed to concentrate on his studies. Suja's resolve began to waver. Closing his eyes, he attempted to sleep, but found it elusive. No, Tang Shinro has been so generous, offering me a 4,090. I must reciprocate. With a sudden burst of determination, he sat up. He ought to earn more money to purchase something worthy to repay her generosity. As for tricking her, that was out of the question. After all, the majority of his possessions, from his electronics to his clothing, were gifts from Tang Shinro. You say that brotherhood is hard to maintain, yet we share dreams and ambitions. The sweet melody of that phrase danced in his ears as Suja gradually drifted into slumber, thinking how fortunate he was to have a friend like Tang Shinro. The path should not be so narrow, and companions should not be so few. As the gentle breeze brushed against his face, Suja sighed with a hint of jest, acknowledging that although his words might not be entirely precise, they encapsulated the essence of his thoughts. Let us seize everything. We cannot forsake monetary gain merely for the sake of pride. He resolved to speak with Lu Cece first, for as the adage goes, one ought to select the ripest persimmons to squeeze. Suja's musings took on a somewhat mischievous tone. Yet he recognized that Lu Cece possessed an irresistible charm that made it difficult for anyone to refuse her. With such a stunning visage, she could easily fetch 1,000 yuan if sold to Sister Inen. What on earth was I rambling about? This was supposed to be a straightforward invitation. Yet it had taken a bizarre turn. Arriving at the familiar breakfast shop, Suja intended to finalize this matter while dining, subsequently rallying others to his cause. As for Nyozi, well, he could be considered a mere bonus. One could embody a villainous persona without the need for makeup. His connection with Lu Cece seemed to have deepened once more. Now, when she greeted him, it felt entirely natural. However, there was an unmistakable weariness about her, which he could only describe with a rather inappropriate analogy. It was as if her vitality had been sapped away. Could it be that a pampered heiress aspired to be a superhero? It was hard to fathom that such a pure and lovely soul harbored insecurities. Yet, Suja was not one to be easily swayed. I am a dragon at heart, and I shall remain so. He did not feel particularly disheartened. Noticing Lu Cece's evident lack of enthusiasm, he suppressed the words he had been prepared to say. although he understood she would likely not refuse his proposition. One ought not to compromise one's integrity for money. After all, there are still many good people in this world. Apologies, I lack an appetite today. I shall refrain from eating, she said with a faint smile directed at Suja, who could see that even speaking seemed a struggle for her. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Suja realized this was not merely a matter of insecurities. He had experienced such feelings himself. Even after a night of fervent pursuits, one would not feel so utterly depleted. However, he soon discovered the reason behind her state, as he spotted Shen Luan hurrying past the school gate. Did you see? First in the grade, someone exclaimed. I thought he was some formidable character, but he's just the son of a chauffeur. What chauffeur? Wasn't he said to be a childhood friend? Indeed, he is the chauffeur's son from the childhood friend's family. Honestly, he is quite fortunate. Is this a plot twist where a domineering rich woman falls for him? This unexpected revelation rendered everyone somewhat awkward. At that moment, a figure from Suja's memories flashed before him. He recalled the day he first met Lu Cici, when a burly man had stopped him in his tracks. That kind man had given him 1,000 yuan, and it turned out he was Shen Luan's father. What a convoluted relationship and storyline. Suja was taken aback, though he found it hard to comprehend the chatter around him. What was the source of their mockery? Why did Shen Luan harbor such self-doubt? To Suja, it was a charming narrative, yet his perspective seemed to diverge from that of others. Perhaps I should not have come here. I ought not to disrupt his life. Having grown up together, Lu Cici understood Shen Luan's character well. Perhaps her thoughts had been misguided. Just as he pondered this, the voice of the boy beside her quietly interjected, if that's the case, how regrettable. Lu Cici's body stiffened momentarily. There was a palpable sincerity in his tone, and she suddenly realized she had misspoken, yet she dared not meet his gaze. What did he mean by that? Had she inadvertently caused harm to others? Chapter 25. Without a trace of hesitation, Suja reacted purely out of instinct. What did he mean by that? Upon hearing the boy's lament, Lu Cici felt a tremor in her heart. For reasons she could not fathom, Suja's earlier words replayed in her mind. Those who cannot bear it will naturally depart, but I hope there will be no doubts stemming from you. What did he truly mean? Images of Suja filled her thoughts, from the moment he had stood up for her to the time he had helped her integrate into this school. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually grown accustomed to his presence. Did I say something wrong? Life should encompass more than just love. My previous words seemed to diminish the importance of others. Lu Cici, who was prone to internal conflict, found her thoughts spiraling into chaos. Meanwhile, Suja mused, if you don't come, what shall I do? Will I not even be able to partake in the meals on the 3rd floor? He found it baffling that Shen Luan could possess such audacity, sacrificing everything for pride. If the roles were reversed, studies? What of it? I refuse to return to Anding District. I shall join the Daxia Youth League. Now that was a fitting approach and narrative. However, the world is not devoid of individuals like Shen Luan. He epitomized a typical personality, sensitive, yet in Suja's home dialect. One might say he was twisted. Presently, it seemed Lu Cici had no inclination to dwell on trivial matters. She needed to leave swiftly, lest she be ensnared into recounting her tales of defeat. It baffled him how these individuals could endlessly discuss their failures. One might think they had achieved MVP status. As Suja turned away and returned to class, Lu Cici's thoughts grew even more tumultuous. What if this is the worst-case scenario? The 3 great illusions of life. The grass is empty. I can turn the tables. He likes me. This formula is often applied to the downtrodden, describing the behaviors of those who aspire beyond their reach. It is mostly used to criticize and ridicule. Yet, evidence suggests that even goddesses are not immune to the constraints of life. It was inevitable. The resemblance was uncanny. As Suja departed, the mingling of disappointment, hesitation, and feigned nonchalance in his eyes was strikingly familiar. In retrospect, it seemed rather extraordinary. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had always shown her such care, and now, her words had surely wounded him. Achu, who was behind my back, reporting on me. As Suja stepped into the classroom, he couldn't help but sneeze. Lu Cici's opportunity to sell had likely evaporated. No, it was simply unattainable. However, when he had left, her gaze had seemed rather peculiar. Was she secretly gossiping about him? Suja furrowed his brow in contemplation, but it mattered little. As long as he could scrounge a meal, everything else was secondary. The options were dwindling. With the softest persimmons lost, only the tough nuts remained. At this moment, Xiao Ran continued to loiter by the classroom door like an NPC. Seeking her out felt inappropriate. Although she had been branded with a contrasting label in his mind, surely she could not be that different? Imagining the stern and rigid class monitor donning an adorable cosplay outfit sent shivers down his spine. How audacious could one be? Yet, why could he so vividly conjure such an abstract image in his mind? Suja was intrigued, and the visualization was surprisingly effective. Likely due to his prior encounters with the class monitor's true beauty, which had granted him a rough concept. The effect is surprisingly aligned with Suja's aesthetic sensibilities. Imagine a person with a serious demeanor, perhaps even a hint of disdain, donning adorable attire and performing an energetic dance before you. What an intriguing spectacle that would be. Alas, such fantasies are likely to remain just that. If all else fails, perhaps we could involve Lingzi. At worst, we could simply prevent her from speaking that day. Poor Zhuge Ling could never have anticipated that she had drawn the short straw. At this moment, she was engrossed in her phone, occasionally glancing up with a furtive look that reeked of secrecy. Should we consider Qiu Ran instead? Observing Lingzi's sneaky behavior, Suja couldn't help but smirk slightly. Is she still watching that ridiculous show? How is the plot progressing? It's quite remarkable, actually. Tomatoes possess a certain charm. Although this isn't the first time he has criticized the absurdity of the show Zhuge Ling is watching. Yet, he must admit, he is genuinely curious about how the story unfolds. As soon as Zhuge Liang was mentioned, his mood soured. Don't even bring it up. I truly cannot fathom what the author is thinking. The female protagonist not only fails to punish the clown in her class, but seems to be flirting with him. That damn Minotaur. That cursed blonde. When will he meet his demise? Upon hearing this, Suja's interest was piqued. He wholeheartedly supported the notion. As a champion of pure love, the Minotaur must perish. Why meddle in the affairs of childhood sweethearts? He resolved to secretly investigate when this blonde would finally be written off. After agreeing with a few remarks, Suja retrieved a small snack from his pocket, cheerfully offering it. When seeking favors, one must adopt a humble attitude. Lingzi, I assume you haven't had breakfast? Here, I've prepared a simple dish. This modest gesture put Zhuge Ling on high alert. Something felt off. Suja was up to something. Forget it, I can't eat. This morning, some inconsiderate person left a mess in the hallway, ruining my breakfast. Really? You can still swallow that. Before Zhuge Ling could finish her sentence, Suja was astonished and covered his mouth in disbelief. Yet, just a fraction of a second later, he regretted his impulsive response. Without a moment's hesitation, he reacted instinctively, momentarily forgetting his humble demeanor. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhuge Ling's expression turned icy, reminiscent of passengers on a train. Meanwhile, Suja felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, akin to a sister pretending to be asleep. Fortunately, a familiar voice broke the silence, still bearing that poker face, yet the chilling remarks seemed oddly pleasant at this moment. There was no turning back, only one choice remained. With this thought, Suja lifted his gaze to meet Qiu Ran's eyes. Her expression was unchanged, yet her grip on her homework tightened unconsciously. Was it merely Suja's imagination, or did Qiu Ran's eyes widen momentarily? Class monitor. Did you watch the episode one gave you? Suddenly, the cover of the homework book was torn open. Suja felt as if the class monitor had entered a new phase, a phantom of Susanoo faintly appearing behind her. What a naturally malevolent little Uchiha. Gently smoothing out the unfortunate homework book, Qiu Ran contemplated the underlying significance of Suja's persistent inquiry. According to her character, she should smirk coldly and look down upon him. However, witnessing Suja's hopeful expression, she felt that if she acted in such a manner, she might miss out on something truly important. I managed to watch a bit. Really? What did you think? Just barely tolerable. Dreams, after all, require a spark. Though they may be unlikely to materialize, yet they occupy no space. In truth, Suja was not solely motivated by money. As an avid viewer, he hoped to find individuals who genuinely love this industry to strive towards a common goal, and Qiu Ran barely met that standard. As for Zhuge Ling, she could simply remain where she was. Class monitor, let us discuss something. Qiu Ran knew well that to gauge a man's sincerity, one must observe his gaze. If he is scanning your figure, it signifies a lack of genuine interest. However, if he meets your eyes first, it indicates he may be putting on an act. Currently, Suja embodied the former, yet strangely, such a lewd action emanated a hint of sincerity. Shall we have lunch together today? Suja extended an elegant invitation that was difficult to refuse, yet Zhuge Ling scoffed dismissively. This guy, one might think he was treating. How could someone be so elegantly shameless in mooching a meal? Qiu Ran immediately grasped the implication. Yesterday at lunch, Lu Cece had made her intentions clear. Resuming her distant demeanor, Qiu Ran considered how it was impossible to simply invite someone she had just met to share a meal. She couldn't fathom anyone being audacious enough to do so. Suja anticipated this reaction. Had she appeared in the third-floor private room today, she would not be Qiu Ran. Yet, he fully understood. After all, who would dare intrude on a meal so soon? Wait, that's not right. How presumptuous. What's wrong with becoming acquainted quickly? Don't you know what it means to hit it off? Seeing Qiu Ran about to leave, Suja feigned intense despair. I'll treat you to lunch. Not exceeding 15. First floor of the cafeteria. Xiao Ren hesitated, while Zhuge Ling looked at Suja in confusion. Isn't there a difference between your invitation and Lu CCS? Zhuge Ling thought, as a good friend, he truly wished to spare Suja from becoming a fool. 20. Deal. Xiao Ren departed, leaving Zhuge Ling in disbelief. Did she actually agree? I don't understand why she would decline Lu Cici's invitation but accept yours. Are you two really involved? Stop asking so many questions. You'll never understand a woman's thoughts. Suja waved dismissively, too lazy to explain. Well, I'm not concerned, but I can't go to the third floor today. Zhuge Ling clutched her chest, as if to say her pride was not to be trifled with. If Suja were present as a buffer, she could reluctantly tag along. But that was already pushing her limits. Without him, please, Lingzi was merely a shy young girl after all. Rumors may cease with the wise. Yet people often remain oblivious to the fact that in this process, the ones being slandered may have long since perished. Lu Cici's plight was that this was no mere rumor. The idyllic vision of childhood sweethearts enjoying a perfect school life had not materialized. The prospect of a passionate romance during youth seemed increasingly unattainable. Ultimately, Lu Cici was still a young girl, despite her affluent background. Filled with the extreme romantic ideals characteristic of her age, the lens of childhood sweethearts is indeed overwhelmingly potent. So much so that she remains oblivious to the thoughts of the other party. Moreover, there exists another dilemma. Her subconscious remarks may have inadvertently hurt another kind-hearted boy. Oh dear, what to do? Suja seems displeased, yet the one I adore is. With Lu Cici's charms, the number of admirers throughout her life is countless, and she has grown entirely accustomed to being liked. However, Suja evokes a distinctly different feeling. Never has a boy made her feel so effortlessly at ease. Indeed, it is this naturalness that captivates her. Although their interactions have been brief, Suja has truly manifested the essence of friendship for Lu Cici. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he stands by her side in times of despair, integrates himself into new environments, offers heartfelt advice on overcoming social anxiety, and boldly defends her against oppressive bosses. Even willing to accompany her for meals when she fears adapting to new surroundings. Heavens, what is this if not affection? If this were mere friendship, I would. Suddenly realizing something, Lu Cici covered her mouth in astonishment. Could this truly be friendship? If it were merely platonic, she would. Calm down, calm down. This isn't my first encounter with such a situation. Seemingly recollecting something, Lu Cici struggled to regain her composure. It's all right. Declining an invitation for romance is one of her specialties. Yet the thought of Suja's regretful face made her feel as if she were lacking in conviction. Suja is unlike those other boys. She cannot quite articulate how, but Lu Cici is aware that she owes him something. He is an exceptional young man, deserving of someone who loves him more deeply. Wait, these are merely my speculations. What if Suja doesn't actually harbor feelings for me? Lu Cici sank into contemplation. This was indeed a vital question. However, no matter, during lunch today, she would subtly probe into his sentiments. Resolute in her decision, Lu Cici's anxious heart began to settle slightly. Just as a message pinged. Huangshan is not as good as Pinocchio. Cici, I have something to attend to during lunch today, so I won't be joining you all. Have fun. The moment Lu Cici read the message, her mind momentarily blanked. He doesn't even wish to see me. It's clear, Suja has a crush on me. Chapter 27. The deceit of women is beyond me. Achio suddenly sneezed, wondering if too many people were gossiping behind her back. Suja sighed, lamenting that he would miss the delicious meals from the third-floor cafeteria today, a true pity. However, Qiuran absolutely cannot go to the third floor. So some sacrifices must be made today. With Qiuran's beauty, selling her to Sister Inen for 1,000 yuan should pose no issue, a mere bowl of rib soup. If not drunk, then so be it. Weighing the priorities, I can discern clearly. The elbow strike from Zhuge Ling. I admit I used to engage in idle chatter. But now the class monitor seems somewhat off. Have you noticed that there's a peculiar ambiguity between you two? It appears the monitor genuinely has feelings for you. Albeit with a hint of pride. Zhuge Ling stated earnestly. Do you really think I am that kind of person? What kind of person? The kind that becomes elated over mere friendly interactions, indulging in fantasies, and then, upon sensing a slight change in the other's demeanor, finds himself lamenting his own sinful nature? Suja wore a look of a Sigma male, though Lingzi appeared somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile at Xiao, Lu Cici sneezed heavily, yet paid it no mind. She had little concern for her own health. Though they had only recently met, Suja was indeed a friend she valued immensely, and she truly did not wish to lose him. Oh, I am truly a woman of grievous sins. Sensing Zhuge Ling's mournful gaze, Suja marched toward the first-floor cafeteria with Qiuran. Why the sorrowful expression? Because Lingzi's request for 10 yuan for a meal was sternly rejected by Suja. As for her sneaking a meal on the third floor, that was out of the question. It would be utterly mortifying. While Lingzi was known for her lack of shame, even she could not engage in such brazen behavior. One could only say that Lingzi's meal tactics were beyond her grasp. Let the uncle handle it. The strong never complain about their circumstances, yet Suja considered himself weak. Not only did he complain about his surroundings, but he also grumbled about the strong. Is it truly necessary to have so many dishes for a single meal? Does one not realize that many unfortunate children in this world go hungry? After venting his frustrations toward the ceiling, he turned back to his meager meal, feeling significantly better. Complaining may not resolve issues, but it certainly provides relief, albeit regrettably. Much of life is akin to playing a lute to a cow. After glancing at her 8 yuan budget meal, Xiaoren showed no sign of compassion. Instead, she maximized her spending. What a detestable woman. I shall sell you out. Suja thought fiercely, taking a bite of cauliflower only to spit it out. Frankly, it paled in comparison to what Su Nian would prepare. What is that expression? Upon returning with a full plate, Xiaoran was the first to notice Suja's unusual demeanor and instinctively shifted her plate closer to herself. Nothing. I've just been burning the midnight oil too much lately. Do you see? This is what an abstract man looks like. He would rather obliterate his image than admit his pickiness. After all, for an abstract man, appearance is always the first chip they cast aside. Staying up late is a slow form of demise. To Suja's surprise, Xiaoran unexpectedly expressed concern for him. Isn't living itself also a gradual death? If you stay up late while alive, doesn't that negate the negatives? Thus, to achieve longevity, one must stay up late. Xiaoran could not be bothered to respond. Yet an involuntary smile crept onto her lips, one she seemed unaware of. What do you need from me? She cut straight to the chase. Indeed, this was the essence of Xiaoran's forthright nature. Struggling to suppress the urge to ruffle her hair, Suju endeavored to maintain a serious expression. Class monitor. Do you know about the comic convention? I do. Are you free? A silence ensued, yet it was a pleasant one. Suja had anticipated that Xiaoran would likely decline and shoot him a disparaging glance, perhaps even scolding him. What a nuisance. However, he never expected Xiaoran's reaction to the mere mention of the convention to be even more enthusiastic than he had imagined, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. As she tossed a piece of spicy stir-fried meat into her mouth, Xiaoran began to chew leisurely. The convention? Is that the one she has always wanted to attend? At 18, when girls are particularly enamored with beauty, Xiaoran was no exception. Yet, due to certain circumstances, she had to conceal her desires. The comic convention was something she had only glimpsed through her phone. As a seasoned otaku, it was akin to a scene from her dreams. It may sound exaggerated, but for Xiaoran, it was indeed a lavish affair. Class monitor, what do you think? Please consider it. I'll cover the costumes. You'll provide the costumes? Xiaoran's eyes lit up even further. Her greatest concern was now alleviated. However, her excitement quickly subsided as she placed her chopsticks solemnly on the table, gazing intently into Suja's eyes. You're not involved in some sort of pyramid scheme, are you? Planning to sell me? How could that be? I could never deceive a woman. The body remained still, the breath steady, and sincerity radiated from his gaze. It seemed he was not deceiving her. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding regarding Suja. If Xiaoran could rest her head against Suja's chest, she would hear the steady thump of his heart. What a cunning woman she was, seemingly flawless. Had she nearly discovered her secret? How absurd. Yet, fortunately, her skills surpassed his. Suja felt that his plan was already half accomplished. Meanwhile, Lu Cece casually strolled past Suja, who remained utterly oblivious. Damn it, I didn't catch that. So Suja was seeking out that frosty class president. Lu Cece was overwhelmed with thoughts, yet for some reason, she felt even guiltier. During her brief passage, she had only heard one phrase. I cannot deceive women. Truly, this reflected Suja's character. But what could have prompted him to utter such words? Did it have something to do with her? Today, the third floor was unusually quiet, occupied only by Lu Cece and Nyozi. Nyozi appeared restless, seated as if on pins and needles. He had not wanted to come, feeling it would be too awkward. However, Suja had insisted on messaging him, emphasizing the importance of not neglecting the benefactor. He had matters to attend to and needed Nyozi to ensure a steady emotional supply. After all, a sumptuous meal was something Suja could distinguish. But who was Nyozi? Bold in speech, yet timid in action. He was all bravado but revealed his true self in the presence of only two. Why did the atmosphere feel off? Shouldn't he be preoccupied with Shen Luan's affairs? Why did it seem like old Su was dragged into this? Hopefully, he wouldn't present any challenges. Nyozi trembled as he lifted his teacup. And before he could sip, He heard Lu Cici's voice drift over from across the table. Niu Hao, what kind of person do you think Suzhou is? Chapter 28. What a reserved and traditional man, with an affinity for women. In Niu Zi's mind, women were far more complex than mathematics. With math, a single solution might earn partial credit. Yet with women, once you presented a solution, a satisfactory answer was imperative, or else it was better left unsaid. For errors would incur penalties. Why did it feel like he had wasted these past few days, sitting here like old Sue? Yet he felt as though he had lost a significant portion of his memory. Niu Zi lamented that they hadn't included him in their archives, feeling like an NPC. But what did that mean? Even Niu Zi could comprehend the implications of asking a man about another man. Wasn't she fond of her childhood friend? Perhaps the wealthy truly played with fire. But how should he respond? He had always been one to jest, yet in critical moments. Surely a father would never betray his son. After careful consideration, Niu Zi cautiously began, Old Sue, I believe he is a reserved individual. Each time he needed something, he hesitated to ask directly, resorting instead to secretly checking my phone records. How reserved? Lu Cici furrowed her brow, pondering. She seldom heard such descriptions of boys. But it made sense. Unspoken love was indeed reserved. Secondly, Old Sue was quite traditional, Niu Zi stated earnestly. When it comes to matters that pique curiosity, he avoids glances. And when in groups, he refrains from looking. Is that not traditional enough? Traditional is good. A fine trait. Lu Cici, having grown up in a prominent family, was well acquainted with the values of tradition. Moreover, do not underestimate Old Sue. He possesses a good rapport with women. After every gathering, the girls around him quickly deflect. Your husband. Your husband. Does that not indicate a good rapport with women? Is that so? It makes sense. After all, Suzhou is indeed a remarkable person. And it is only right that he garners admiration from the fairer sex. Is there more? As Lu Cici seemed increasingly intrigued, Niu Zi found himself at a loss for words. He had exhausted his insights. Why not discuss you and Shenluan? I have come to realize that life is not solely about love. Let us return to discussing Suzhou. Niu Zi suddenly donned a mask of despair. Shouldn't you be curious about what you were saying? Chalo, tonight, come to my house to try on costumes. The event is this Sunday, hosted by my sister. And I assure you, if it fits, you'll even get paid. It's a guaranteed profit. On Suzhou's side, it was evident that Xiu Ran was quite taken. Yet she seemed to be wrestling with something. Who else have you informed? No one yet. You appear to be the only suitable candidate, Suzhou responded, somewhat perplexed. Do not inform anyone else. I will go, but otherwise, it is off. Xiu Ran stated earnestly. What? Suzhou was puzzled. Wasn't she the one reluctant about meeting familiar faces? Why was it so difficult for a young lady to showcase her beauty? Suzhou couldn't fathom it. But it mattered little. He hadn't intended to seek others anyway. Earning 1,000 was still worthwhile. One should not be overly greedy. You need not feel pressured. You have plenty of options. Sensing Suzhou's confusion, Xiu Ran displayed an unusual shyness. Her expectations were indeed rather high. Suzhou must have many friends to invite. Yet because of her, it all fell apart. She felt akin to a malicious woman. You are different from them. An unexpected statement. Xiu Ran suddenly lifted her head, meeting his sincere gaze. Different? What do you mean? Her mind spun with thoughts. This remark was peculiar and, for Xiu Ran, a luxury. Of course, you are different. You are more valuable. In that moment, Suzhou regarded Xiu Ran as if she were a divine being. Indeed, this opportunity was worth pursuing wholeheartedly. As for sincerity, does one not view a divine being as sincere? Ding ding ding. Niu son, Old Sue, help me. Without hesitation, he silenced his phone. What a dull child. Even in a crisis, he lacked any flair. Why was it so hard for you to make an effort? Truly, he was oblivious to his good fortune. I ought to punish him with an 800 yuan fine. Chalo. Wow. Yesterday? 7.5. Zhuge Ling let out a ghostly wail, yet this time, it attracted attention. 7.5. Where did you catch it? Catch your mother. My sister gave birth. Fortunately, it wasn't Lao Sun's class. Otherwise, that girl might have leaped up to give herself a headbutt. Hey, I noticed you sneaking glances at the class president several times during this class. You aren't actually. Zhuge Ling genuinely felt something was amiss. Previously, it had been mere boasts, but now they were dining together and stealing glances at each other. If there were no ulterior motives involved, Lingzi would not believe it. Bored, Suzhou did not respond much, for indeed, he felt a different kind of warmth. It was rather exhilarating. To his surprise, he had accomplished a personal milestone today. The first time bringing a girl home well. Tang Xinro didn't count. Though he held no interest in her, he believed this would undoubtedly etch a significant mark in his youth. Was it a loss? Was this his first experience? Suzhou felt somewhat dissatisfied. In his imagination, The first time bringing a girl home should be someone of great importance to him. After all, he was a very traditional, reserved, and charming individual. This first experience felt too casual. Ding ding. Xiao, where is your home? Heavens. The true disciple openly brandished their magic device in class. How could you justify this to the Supreme Master? Huangshan, not far, we can take bus 16. It's just 3 stops away. Xiao, do you take the bus every day? The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. No, I ride the electric donkey every day. But today I can take you along. Xiao, you continue riding your electric donkey. I will take the bus. What? Suja withdrew the half-typed words. Not Lindsay. Suja made a motion as if to elbow. Am I so unpresentable? Examining Suja's face closely, Zhuge Ling was taken aback. Is this a question an abstract male would pose? Hard to say. Chapter 29. You're watching a rather uncommon series, aren't you? I hope you don't experience a day of appearance anxiety. Otherwise, I'll surely yank off your headpiece. Suja thought grimly. Indeed. He received no positive feedback from Zhuge Ling at all. Why did he never learn his lesson? However, the current situation was undeniably grim. Where's the preference for sons over daughters now? It seems to be a preference for daughters over sons. Suja quietly opened his wallet and was immediately filled with deep concern. Has his vision diminished to such a terrifying extent? How could he open his wallet and fail to see any money? Damn it, can't you hear me shouting for help? Standing next to the electric donkey, which had no brakes, he heard a cacophony of noises. With a contemptuous glance at the hurriedly approaching Niu Zi, he decided that the best way to handle this exaggerated display was to ignore him and let him feel embarrassed. I wonder what's going on with Lu Sisi. You two don't seem to have any private space together. Why do I feel like I'm missing a piece of memory? What's wrong with Lu Sisi? At that moment, Suja's mind was preoccupied with the upcoming comic exhibition, so he paid little attention to Niu Zi's words. Anyway, this guy usually had nothing of great importance to share. On his way home, Suja even spotted Xiao Ran waiting for the bus at the bus stop. She clearly noticed him and then averted her gaze as if she were a thief. Quite suspicious indeed. Is it really necessary for you to go to such lengths? One might think you were having an affair. Ding ding ding. Xiao Zhu Xiong. Suja, do you have time this weekend? There's a newly opened amusement park in the city. Would you like to go together? The sudden message left Suja momentarily stunned. Coupled with what Niu Zi had previously mentioned, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He had no idea what Lu Sisi was thinking. But he certainly had no time this weekend. It was a crucial time for replenishing funds. The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. Sorry. I have some matters to attend to this weekend. Perhaps next time. Xiao Zhu Xiong. All right then. Not far away, Lu Sisi sat in a luxury car, watching Suja leave. At this moment, she had come to a realization. She did not want to lose Su Zhu as a friend, for he was truly a wonderful person. However, this was not love. She had someone she liked, but friendship and love could absolutely coexist. We should be the best of friends, yet he seems a bit reluctant. Watching Suja unhesitatingly reject her, Lu Sisi's mind began to race with thoughts. Had he already started to evade his feelings? Yet the more she felt this way, the more she couldn't give up. Since she had decided to change her temperament, she would start from here. Miss, please don't be angry. Luan is just that kind of person. That little rascal. I'll teach him a lesson later. The driver uncle saw his young lady in this state and quickly understood the situation. His damn son must have provoked the young lady again. It was incomprehensible that she had transferred schools just to accompany him, and he was so ungrateful. Damn it. How can that little brat be so bold? As Shun Lu and S father, the desire for his son to succeed reached its peak. Let Luan be wherever he wants. There's no need to force him to return. I've come to understand. I should respect his decision. Loving someone should be like this. The driver uncle frowned at these words. Something felt amiss. When you said that, why were you so calm? Is this your usual demeanor? Chalo, the younger brother is back. Quickly wash your hands and try your sister's cooking. Such a harmonious scene would never occur in the Su household. Which only proves that this sister is not Sun Yan. At this moment, Taoanin was busy in the kitchen, appearing somewhat flustered, yet to Suja, it seemed incredibly warm. Is this treatment something I can enjoy? Can I change to a different sister? What are you thinking? Do you want to switch sisters? A sinister voice echoed in his ear, and upon turning, he saw a twisted face. Is it your mind-reading skills? Are you the protagonist, or am I? Suja was utterly speechless. Was his mind truly that easy to read? By the way, younger brother, why didn't that classmate of yours come back with you? Is there an issue? Taoanin inquired while clumsily dishing out the food, moving towards the outside. Suja immediately felt awkward. How could he explain this? It seemed to imply that the girl was rather disdainful of him. However, as a responsible man, and one who would never deceive a woman, sacrificing a bit of face was acceptable. She said she needed to pick up a package first, so I came back ahead, thinking I could prepare a meal before she returned. Is face important? Very important. Those who say face doesn't matter are simply those who can't attain it. I'm really looking forward to it. Your younger brother must be quite remarkable. Initially, the sister had little confidence, but with your promotion, I'm sure it will be fine. Taonin appeared incredibly excited, and it was evident that her words came from the heart. This was her first entrepreneurial project after returning home, and it held profound significance for her life. Knock, knock, knock. Suja rushed to the door, feeling an unexpected surge of nervousness. Why should I feel guilty? I'm not a thief. Why do I feel this way? It's as if I'm being caught in an early romance. Gently opening the door, all 4 individuals present seemed exceedingly tense. The typically aloof Chiu Ran was nervously fiddling with her clothing, quite unexpectedly, which took Suja by surprise. Isn't your face as red as a teapot? What surprised her even more was that the author's home had 2 stunningly beautiful older sisters, especially the one on the left. Her figure was quite remarkable and seemed exceptionally approachable. Please, take a seat. Make yourselves at home. Not just anyone can enter. Suja's hobby was to maintain a flawless persona around those familiar to Sun Yin, and coincidentally, Sun Yin shared this habit. At this moment in Chiu Ran's eyes, Sun Yin was a gentle and kind older sister, radiating a sense of warmth and approachability. Typically, Chiu Ran did not attract much attention. In fact, she dressed rather plainly. But what about Taonin and Sun Yin? One was well-versed in the industry, while the other pursued it as a career. They immediately recognized Chiu Ran's profound potential. This girl has such beautiful skin. I've got it. I've thought of a fantastic theme. The moment she saw Chiu Ran, Taonin became excited. An excellent comic exhibition requires not only solid funding and outstanding models, but also must capitalize on current trends. When Su Zhou and Chiu Ran stood together, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Absolutely, we can promote it by leveraging the immensely popular anime currently trending. With this thought, she handed her phone over. And upon seeing the theme, Chiu Ran's eyes instantly lit up, while Suju appeared rather uninterested. Ah, this anime. I've seen it. The one about the funeral of the Eastern Snow Lotus, right? Upon hearing this, the 3 women present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Taonin awkwardly chuckled and remarked, Brother, this anime you're watching is rather uncommon. Isn't it? Chapter 30, a choice for the 2 of you. Uncommon means rare, doesn't it? Chiu Ran asked, her expression reflecting a certain unease, as if the confident demeanor she once possessed as a student had vanished without a trace. Ah, perhaps I misremembered, huh? Let me quiz you. A chill ran down her spine. As a seasoned anime enthusiast, such a situation felt undeniably humiliating. Yet, one must admit the discerning eye of an N. While passion is commendable, it cannot solely suffice. As a young woman who had just resigned and faced daily pressure from her family to enter the dating scene, she urgently needed to achieve something noteworthy to prove herself. Perhaps she did not require accolades to affirm her worth, yet she needed them to hold her ground against her parents. Come, let us eat. Chiu Ran. My brother often mentions you. At that moment, Sun Yin felt a sudden urge to take action. She abandoned her usual childish demeanor and warmly invited Chiu Ran to sit down. A disconcerting smile plastered across her face, one that Suja found rather nauseating. Can we not speak so recklessly? How can someone be so utterly useless? Must even pleasantries follow a script? What does often mention even mean? Is that something one can just say? Suja had deliberately emphasized the normalcy of his relationship with Chiu Ran, hoping to prevent any awkwardness when others arrived, yet Sun Yin clearly failed to grasp this. No, that's incorrect. She understood. That wretched woman was being intentionally provocative. Their eyes met across the dining table, conveying a warmth and harmony that belied the brewing conflict between the siblings. Chiu Ran sat at the table, visibly uncomfortable, clearly unprepared for this scenario. She had intended to gauge the situation and swiftly return home, for all her time was meticulously accounted for. However, after hearing Sun Yin's words, she curiously glanced towards Suja, only to find him avoiding her gaze. Why should I hide? I am not a thief. Why should I feel guilty? Suja was utterly perplexed, yet it felt akin to a protective instinct, though he knew it was not his fault. Blame it on that damned woman. Sighing, Taonin lamented her soul-crushing job, finally understanding the meaning of hating the industry one works in. Frustrated with incompetent leaders and colleagues, she had resolutely resigned, eager to immerse herself in a field she truly loved, hoping to enjoy her life. Alas, reality proved that once something is tied to work, it can utterly destroy your passion. Taonin adored anime, cosplay, and all things virtual. Yet, she detested scouting venues, finding models, negotiating sponsorships, and dealing with a multitude of mentally taxing tasks. Let us eat first. We can chat later. The more she observed Xiao Ran, the more she appreciated her. Oh, this young lady is indeed a hidden gem. Placed in a school setting, her talents would be wasted. Who could truly recognize her beauty? Only someone like me, seasoned in the ways of the world, can discern her true potential. Originally believing Suja's looks were commendable, she was astonished to discover there were even greater talents. Whose retinue is she from? Xiao Ran was somewhat reluctant to eat, not due to a lack of appetite, but because her time was truly limited. Yet, as it was her first visit to someone else's home and they were so hospitable, she found it difficult to refuse. As she picked up a green bean, she suddenly realized she had never derided anyone else besides Suja. But why was that? It seemed she instinctively felt he would not take offense. If Suja could hear her thoughts, he would be shaking with indignation. Who understands the plight of the elites? Just because he is easygoing, does that mean she should be subjected to such treatment? Truly, kindness invites exploitation. Forget it, I won't hold it against her. Being taken advantage of is fine. As Suja enjoys being passive. In truth, the prospects for comic conventions were not particularly bright. First, there was the issue of foot traffic. More importantly, it was about the distribution of personnel. Taonin scrutinized the data on her phone, appearing quite conflicted. Indeed, the comic convention market was no longer what it used to be. In its early days, it blossomed with a myriad of interests, uniting individuals from far and wide to share joy while escaping their troubles. However, although Suja paid little attention, he understood there were now distinct categories. 1. Cloud cosplayers follow trends without caring for the source material. They must adhere to the latest fashions, regardless of the original content. 2. Timespace patrols, whose catchphrase is, "This is wrong, that is wrong, this isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. Our treasures are being tarnished." They lament their beloved creators' works being disregarded by so-called fans. 3. Controversial figures. Suja refrained from commenting on this category. 4. Photographers lacking skill but relentless in their pursuit of opportunities. 5. Personalities. It feels so devoid of purity now. Taonin gazed dreamily, seemingly reminiscing about a time when things were simpler. Times change. Try to relax. Work is just work. Don't take it too seriously. Suja genuinely feared that Taonin might impulsively attempt to create a nostalgic experience, which would undoubtedly lead to financial loss. Who says these beans are old? They are fantastic, he exclaimed, exuding enthusiasm that lifted Tao and Anne's vanity to new heights. Xiao Ran furrowed her brow, hesitating to mention that the meal seemed somewhat undercooked. Suja remained silent, casually discarding the uneaten green bean and beginning to shovel rice onto his plate, seamlessly serving Su Nian as well, creating a warm scene that left Xiao Ran feeling envious. Rest assured, I am not so rigid. Now, I simply wish to achieve something worthwhile and avoid matchmaking. Taonin was not one to dwell on trivial matters. One cannot forsake financial stability for the sake of nostalgia. Following trends is sensible. Currently, the most popular anime is undoubtedly The Funeral of the Eastern Snow, foreign. Thus, I plan to use one of the pivotal characters as a key promotional angle. Of course, we have another option, equally as trendy. However, the choice ultimately lies with you too, as you are the stars of this show. As she spoke, her gaze flitted between Su Zhi and Xiao Ran, gradually revealing an inexplicable ant-like smile. Another expert? Suja became intrigued. Foreign was the most talked about anime lately, and its popularity was unparalleled. He could hardly conceive of anyone who could rival it. You mean? Taonin grinned as she retrieved her phone, revealing a familiar interface. Genshin Impact, whispering, activated. Loudly, Chapter 31. What is this second-rate family? What the? Genshin Impact? Is it now acceptable for a yellow camera to join the dining table? The seasoned otaku at the table immediately displayed expressions of utter disdain. However, one must admit, in the realm of comic conventions, Genshin's reach was truly unmatched. Don't you think your voices are a bit too piercing? Even if you disapprove of the game company, the characters are innocent, right? They are our daughters. Taonin lamented passionately. How about arranging a few bunny girl cosplayers? Then it's all good. Shallow, Genshin Impact is indeed formidable, yet as a flagship character, it may inadvertently produce side effects. This marks Suja's first foray into cosplay. In truth, his greatest desire is to embody Sasuke, for he believes it mirrors his very essence. It is said that when Kishimoto crafted this character, he meticulously observed me for 5 years, ultimately capturing a visage and gaze akin to mine, though with a markedly different backstory, as is the case for all of you. Envision, if you will, donning a pristine white robe, reminiscent of one's peak beauty, standing at the center of attention, adorned with the most exquisite colored contacts, and upon encountering others, simply uttering, Amaterasu, pronounced Ko. Without exaggeration, that would be immensely delightful. What? You say there are no ninja scrolls being distributed here? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Witnessing the two protagonists ensnared in contemplation, Taonin cheerfully offered her suggestion. I personally lean towards the character of Freelian. For while Genshin is immensely popular, it lacks interaction between genders. Isn't it a waste to utilize two models? Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The ultimate decision lies in your hands. Interaction between genders, you say? Suja pondered, deftly placing green beans into Sun Yin's bowl with fluid motions. If one were to consider gender interaction, he actually had a superior alternative, the stick hero. Imagine recreating a famous scene at the comic convention. Choose the fire stick or mine. I dare not speak of the other offerings. Yet, such abstract musings remain unvoiced by Suja, who could only hope that his future partner would indulge his minor eccentricities. However, he felt quite resistant to the idea of pairing with Chiu Ran, as it struck him as oddly awkward. Yet, Anin appeared to favor this proposal, fully aware that should he suggest an alternative, she would likely not object. Nevertheless, as a dear sister, Suja wished for the outcome to be nothing short of perfect. I'm fine with it. Suja was still wrestling with his thoughts, while Chiu Ran readily agreed, her expression remarkably serene, as if she were entirely oblivious to the underlying concept. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, the green beans in Chiu Ran's bowl had been crushed to bits by her chopsticks. Wonderful. I just knew you were a suitable match, Tao Enin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This was her ideal solution. Now, let us attend to more pressing matters. Though she felt a twinge of rudeness, Chiu Ran truly had no time to linger. She needed to return home. Indeed, she may have matters to attend to. She deftly added green beans to Sun Yin's bowl. Suja had long discerned Chiu Ran's urgency, evident in the frequency with which her fingers fidgeted with her pant legs. All right then, let us change our attire. Tao Enin felt a surge of warmth as she observed the pair before her. The fervent passion she once held seemed to resurface. These two children might very well save the domestic cosplay scene. Shall we delineate our roles? Sun Yin too became animated, for as a seasoned causer, she viewed Suju and Chiu Ran as uncut gems, poised to be transformed into breathtaking masterpieces. I shall take my brother. Tao Enin beamed, grasping Suja's hand as they entered the room, while Sun Yin led Chiu Ran to her own space. Sun Yin's room was expansive, roughly twice the size of Suja's, with a third of it dedicated to wardrobes. Come, little sister, welcome to the realm of Kame. Upon entering, Sun Yin seemed to undergo a transformation, her countenance radiating a sacred glow. With each movement, Chiu Ran felt as though she were gazing upon something incomprehensible. Is this what the illustrious family of the second dimension is like? The depth of its heritage is truly remarkable. Observing the array of exquisite garments, Chiu Ran stood transfixed. One might mistake it for a fitting room. Let me see. No, sister. Allow me to ascertain if your development is progressing normally. No, sister. Shallow. Did I just hear something peculiar? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Suja furrowed her brow while applying makeup, sensing an extraordinary sound. Do not move. Tao Enin, now fully absorbed in her task, transformed from a gentle elder sister into an exceedingly serious figure. Look at what work can do to a person. Such a gentle soul instantly morphs into Sun Yin once the task at hand commences. Has Sun Yin now become synonymous with a certain state of being? Suja possessed remarkably fine skin. It was difficult to fathom how she achieved this while using an all-in-one miraculous product for bathing, foot scrubs, facial cleansers, laundry detergent, and toilet cleaner. Could this be a matter of innate talent? As she applied makeup, Tao Enin's spirits lifted. A little girlfriend? No. The absence of the anticipated shyness and vehement rebuttal in Suja's response was alarmingly mundane. This revelation disheartened Tao Enin, for such a characterization seemed utterly implausible. A girl's makeup should take a bit longer. Who could have anticipated that during the makeup process, Sun Yin would transform into a nurturing elder sister? Her gentle inquiries melting Chiu Ran's icy demeanor? Yet, had Suja been present, she would have surely noticed her sister's unusual expression, marked by deep concern. So lovely. If you were to attend school like this, those troublesome boys would be utterly enchanted. Sun Yin tenderly styled Chiu Ran's hair, her touch so delicate that Chiu Ran couldn't help but close her eyes. Is it all right? Chiu Ran seemed hesitant. Having completed her Freelian transformation, she slowly rose. As she approached the fitting mirror, she found herself momentarily frozen. Is this truly me? Chiu Ran could scarcely believe her eyes, though she occasionally indulged in makeup. She was no professional. Now, under Sun Yin's deft hands, she beheld an entirely new version of herself. So beautiful. I wonder which fortunate boy will be graced with such beauty, or perhaps my sister. Suddenly, Su Nian grasped Qiu Ran's hand. Her voice sultry yet elegantly lifting Qiu Ran's hand before her eyes. It was a classic flirtatious gesture that caused Qiu Ran's cheeks to flush, rendering her unable to meet Su Nian's gaze. Yet, as she instinctively turned her head, the flirtatious glint in Su Nian's eyes vanished, replaced by a heavy gravity. For in her line of sight, trailing along the sleeve that Qiu Ran had raised, were deep, stark traces of blood across the young girl's arm. Chapter 32. How to Become a True Hero. Remarkable. It is no wonder that even the sister of my brother feels compelled to create a pairing. Gazing at her meticulously crafted creation, Taonin's eyes sparkled with delight. The elongated figure, clad in attire that seemed custom-made, was accentuated by the boy's sharply defined features, creating an impression as though a character had stepped forth from the pages of a comic. How does it look? How does it look? Suja shared her curiosity. Indeed, cosplay was a physically demanding endeavor. The myriad of products adorning her face felt uncomfortable, and the embellishments on her attire were delicate, easily dislodged. Poor Suja could not immediately behold her reflection, for there was no full-length mirror in her brother's room. The door creaked open, and Suja instinctively glanced over. Instantly captivated by the scene before her, she had been mentally prepared for Qiu Ran's beauty, having seen it previously, yet in this moment, Suja found herself genuinely astonished. Qiu Ran's natural allure, combined with Su Nian's expert artistry, produced a result far exceeding the sum of its parts. Not only was Suja taken aback, but Qiu Ran, emerging from the room, was equally entranced by the boy before her. The character in question is one that she holds dear, yet at this moment, Suja is decidedly not Xianmire. Their facial features differ significantly. However, Suja, standing before her, resembles a new valiant hero. Though his words may be tough, his body betrays a certain honesty. Observing the passionate exchange between the two, Taonin is exceedingly pleased. It is no exaggeration to say that should a candid photo be shared online, it would undoubtedly be a sensational hit. With a hint of mischief, Taonin could no longer contain her excitement. Come, lean together so I can have a look. My, what a perfect match. Forced together by Taonin. Both appeared exceedingly awkward, although they were acutely aware that this was merely a means to earn some extra income. Given their delicate relationship, the situation felt peculiar. Come on, let us recreate an iconic scene. Taonin's enthusiasm grew, and from her attire, she suddenly produced a handmade ring, thrusting it into Suja's hand. What iconic scene? Suja mused internally. He understood precisely what she meant, but he was reluctant to comply. In this animated series, the most memorable moment is undoubtedly when a true hero dares to express love to an oblivious elven maiden. Before the clock tower, the hero kneels on one knee, entrusting all his affections to the ring. This scene is a favorite among many cosplayers. Yet, Suja and Qiu Ran were clearly resistant. Would they lose their dignity afterwards? After all, she is my class monitor. How could they coexist afterward? Wouldn't it require additional compensation? Perhaps it was best to forget the idea and simply rest. As they had school the following day, Suja spoke nonchalantly, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain on his head. Turning around, he found Su Nian glaring at him with fierce intent. The earlier blow had indeed been dealt by her. What do you mean? I'm a hero now. I shouldn't have to tolerate your bad habits. Su Nian's actions were uncharacteristically heavy-handed. Just as he prepared to retort, he froze. No. Su Nian, of all people, surely knows him better than anyone. Despite their playful banter, she would never embarrass him in front of others. Moreover, the force behind her earlier action was significant, clearly transcending mere playful teasing. This could only mean one thing. She was conveying a message or perhaps reminding him of something. Had he inadvertently uttered some inappropriate remark? Suja began to ponder whether his comments about Qiu Ran were truly out of line. After all, her jests were often harsher. I should head home. As he was lost in thought, Qiu Ran suddenly spoke up. She gazed wistfully at her outfit, even reaching up to touch her own face. Suja's family is truly wonderful. Just a little longer, is that too much to ask? Su Nian was the first to suggest prolonging their time together. And Suja perceptively noted the softness in his sister's voice. Could it be? A bold notion sprang to Suja's mind. Sister, we cannot allow this. If our parents find out, they might break your legs. He jested. I'll just tell them to hasten the process. Suja noticed something was amiss, as Qiu Ran's gaze towards Su Nian was imbued with a sense of dependence. Indeed, this troublesome woman seemed to relish showcasing her perfect persona before those close to her. He found it utterly perplexing how such trivial behavior could hold any significance. Did she expect to marry him? Did he possess the capability to fulfill such a role? This was utterly confounding. Ultimately, Qiu Ran hurriedly departed, revealing her genuine urgency. Suja, come here. As soon as Qiu Ran left, Su Nian's tone turned serious, and she beckoned Su Zhe with an earnest wave of her hand. His playful demeanor vanished immediately. When his sister called him by his full name with such gravity, it indicated that matters were far from trivial. In 18 years, such circumstances had occurred only thrice. On her way home, Qiu Ran wore a smile that would surely lead her classmates to believe she had been possessed by another. Su Zhe's family is truly wonderful, having such an excellent and gentle sister. She could not help but exclaim, realizing that maintaining a facade was a prerequisite for entering the Su household. Remember, the Su family does not harbor idlers. However, as she approached the familiar entrance to her building, the smile on her face gradually faded. With a deep breath, she bravely opened the door. The lights appeared dimmer than usual, or perhaps it was merely her perception. "You're back? What time is it to be gallivanting around?" The familiar voice echoed, and Qiu Ran, accustomed to it, wished to retreat to her room. Yet, her mother seemed inclined to prevent her from doing so. "Were you out with that Su boy again? How many times must I tell you? Don't associate with him. He can't even pass his experiments. And being with him will only drag you down. Rest assured, with you around, he wouldn't dare come near me." Qiu Ran coldly replied. Her childhood friend was evidently different, as he did not receive familial support and was even treated like a pariah by her mother. "It's not just him. Anyone who appears in my life is bound to be driven away by this family. Truly, I should remain solitary forever." The scolding behind her did not cease. But Qiu Ran had no desire to listen anymore. The joy she had just experienced vanished without a trace. As she secured her door, it became clear that home was not a sanctuary. Her phone vibrated twice in her pocket, but within her house, Qiu Ran dared not turn on the sound. Huangshan bu ru pai nua chao. I suddenly remembered, staying up late and being alive doesn't yield positive outcomes. So I should start resting earlier to prolong my life. Huh? Qiu Ran was perplexed, unable to comprehend why he would correct his nonsensical daytime remarks so seriously. Nonetheless, it brought her some comfort. She felt her anger dissipate slightly as her fingers began to type. "Qiu. Oh, Huangshan bu ru pai nua chao. It means sleep earlier." Huh? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Typically, after she typed "oh," he would fall silent. Why was there a response today? Had the NPC evolved? Sleep earlier? Was he speaking to her? Her eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. She set down her phone, withholding a reply. Everyone around her would ultimately be driven away. So perhaps it would have been better had they never appeared at all. Chapter 33. Where is the best place to solidify friendship? Sigh. Lately, I feel no appetite. It seems I cannot eat anything. The soft and fragrant Su Nian began to reflect on the unexpected mutual growth between friends. After Tao Anin returned, not only had they not deteriorated in their habits, but Tao Anin had even instilled in Su Nian the good practice of rising early. Although it was somewhat disheartening to Tao Anin's confidence, Su Zhe forcibly took over the breakfast duties. To his surprise, Su Nian's cooking was not as dreadful as he had anticipated. "I said I have no appetite." Seeing her brother lost in thought, Su Nian reiterated her point. "Dog." Su Zhe retorted succinctly. "Dog meat. Dogs are so adorable. How could one eat a dog?" Though saving half a dog might be acceptable, Su Nian licked her lips. "No. I mean to replace you with a dog. Dogs have appetites, are not picky, and are easier to manage." Astonishingly, this was indeed extraordinary. Especially with Tao Anin present. Had this boy finally lost control and revealed his true nature? Was he willing to discard the perfect persona he had maintained for 18 years? At that moment, Su Zhe's mind was occupied with a singular question. Why does an 18-year-old girl bear the marks of violence upon her body? With a reclusive disposition, a strict upbringing, and impressive yet ultimately futile academic achievements, she is a portrait of suffering. At this very moment, in this particular context, there are no other explanations. Domestic abuse. Su Zhe's heart is heavy. If one were to empathize with this perspective, all of Qiu Ran's peculiar behaviors would suddenly appear utterly rational. However, that is merely the scene Su Nian has witnessed. I, alas, have not seen it. Su Zhe, a firm believer in the adage that seeing is believing, is reluctant to entertain such disheartening conjectures. "Let us make do with what we have," he muttered, slamming 2 bowls of noodles onto the table, already prepared to grab his backpack and depart. Observing the 2 bowls before her, Su Nian began to grasp the severity of the situation. Yet she was not one to act out irrationally. Noticing Su Zhe's troubled demeanor, she silently began to slurp her noodles. Tao Anin surely did not relish noodles either. Yet she was exceedingly supportive, even attempting to excuse Su Zhe by saying, Nian has something to eat, which is commendable. You, dear brother, have already endured so much. I believe it is you, as the elder sister, who ought to strive a bit harder," considering you've taken so many days off this month. It's quite miraculous that you still have a job. Sun Yin forcefully slurped down a couple of mouthfuls of noodles, then donned a mask of distress. I never wanted to do this anymore. I am ready to tidy up and do something for myself. At that time, I shall bear the weight of the family. While that little brat only needs to do the laundry and cook. The door had by now been closed. Yet, just as Suja stepped out, he halted. For he had heard Sun Yin's final words. When people speak without a filter, their true sentiments emerge. Indeed, they are siblings, and despite the usual bickering, the bond they share surpasses any other. Does she possess a heart that wishes to care for me? Sun Yin's remark unexpectedly stirred his emotions. Nevertheless, he accepted her goodwill. As long as she could sustain herself, that would suffice. A smile crept across Suja's face as he sighed. This woman has finally matured. As he reflected on this, the conversation within the room resumed. The current state of the real economy is quite challenging. What are your plans? I intend to open a restaurant and a laundromat. Ambitious. Aren't we? Wait a moment. Suja abruptly realized something, his expression stiffening, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He then stomped his foot in frustration and turned to leave. Truly, this is a place devoid of attachment. I shall one day gather a troupe to break that old woman's legs. Shallow. I happen to possess 2 tickets to the opera, gifted to me by someone. I mean no offense, but if you wish to attend, I conveniently have the time. Outside the grand entrance of the lab, within a luxurious vehicle, Lu Cece lowered her head, murmuring softly about the 2 exquisitely packaged tickets. Her breath quickened, as the forthcoming situation loomed as an exceedingly daunting trial for her. She took friendships seriously, having researched extensively that close friends should enjoy outings together. However, a trip to the cinema felt overly intimate. After much deliberation, she settled on the opera, an elegant and harmonious venue for nurturing friendships. Yet, the paramount question remained. How should she articulate her intentions? Continuously rehearsing in her mind, she vaguely recalled the last time she had taken the initiative to invite someone out. It's merely to watch an opera together. Surely he wouldn't reject that? An opera, after all, carries no ambiguity, right? No one would misconstrue such a pure endeavor, would they? Countless thoughts swirled within Lu Cece's mind. Her concerns were manifold, and she struggled to envision the scenario of rejection. If he declined to attend the opera, would that not signify a lack of desire to befriend her? Lu Cece suddenly experienced a disconcerting sensation, as if she were embarking on the treacherous journey of forging friendships. In the front passenger seat, old Shun wore an earnest smile. Although the young lady spoke in hushed tones, he understood precisely whom she was referring to. Childhood sweethearts are indeed exceptional. It is merely that my son's pride is too pronounced. Couldn't he learn a thing or two from his father about being adaptable? Thankfully, the young lady had not given up. Where was she inviting Luan? The destination was inconsequential. Her intent was what mattered. Dear young lady, please do not mind Luan. That child, Uncle Shun, I must be off. Old Shin sought to bolster his son with a preventive measure, yet before he could finish, he saw the young lady hastily exit the vehicle. Following her silhouette, he noticed a familiar, swaying little electric scooter. Are these 2 youngsters perhaps becoming too familiar with each other lately? Shallow. Suja felt his connection with Lu Cece deepen. They had progressed from simple greetings to exchanging sweet smiles. Why so many adjectives? With a screech, Nyozi, in a fit of irritation, executed a dangerous maneuver in a vehicle lacking brakes. Suja's name echoed in his mind. What does Suja even mean? For heaven's sake. Could one not exhibit such blatant double standards? Has he truly been relegated to the status of a mere NPC? Nyozi yearned to leap from the car and scream at Lu Cece. Am I not human? Am I truly not human? Chapter 34. Why has this individual never appeared in my plans? How peculiar. Is there no semblance of humanity left? Do supporting characters not count as human? Nyozi's mind was in turmoil. Silence, Snow Leopard. Suja's nonchalant voice cut through the air, leaving Nyozi momentarily stunned. Could he truly hear my innermost thoughts? What is the disdain in his tone? Suja was well aware of Nyozi's musings. After all, no one understands a child better than their parent. Yet, Lu Cece was not the type to exhibit rudeness. That she could overlook Nyozi's presence spoke volumes. She was undeniably anxious. But what was causing her anxiety? Suja held Lu Cece in high regard, a sentiment he deemed exclusive, one that he would not allow others to infringe upon. Brat, what do you intend to do with my prestigious VIP dining card? Suja would not relinquish his right to partake in meals. If anyone dared to encroach upon that, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Alas, leaving Nyo Hao behind was truly inconsiderate. Lu Cece's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As a quintessential young lady, she was very much attuned to the feelings of others. Yet, Upon encountering Suja, her mind momentarily malfunctioned. Suddenly, it seemed as though Lu Cece was from Peaching. With a mind operating at a single core processor's capacity. What in the world have you invented? A great inventor. I have invented Lu Cece's brain. Silence, Jester. What would you like to eat today? Lu Cece offered, clearly eager to challenge her own vulnerabilities. 2 baskets of steamed buns, a bowl of soy milk, and a bowl of tofu pudding. That will suffice. Suja felt rather somber today, thus opting for a lighter meal. Very well, Lu Cece responded readily. Yet as she turned away, her demeanor instantly deflated. Suja observed this and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this more subdued version of Lu Cece was far more reassuring than the overly exuberant one from moments ago. Old Su, are you in sage mode now? Nyozi had long intended to inquire, as Suja appeared decidedly off today. Scram. Oh, I see, playing it cool. Nyozi suddenly understood. He had finally grasped why Lu Cece was so invested in Suja. That sly dog was secretly cultivating a cool male persona behind his back, was he? Enjoying the facade, is he? Just wait until we reach the Experiment 1 building. I shall ensure that disguise is stripped away. In a moment of exasperation, Suja found himself disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar with his counterpart. His mind was consumed with the words spoken by Sun Yan. Cursed be it, he reflected, for she had warned him not to delve too deeply into the affairs of others, lest he become ensnared by the consequences. While he could have reasonably criticized Ran, he now felt shackled by his own moral compass. How, then, should he navigate their interactions? Suja pondered, recalling his own assertion that casual pity for others is perhaps the gravest form of disrespect. Yet, when the moment arose, it was not within one's control. Just then, a cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. Buns are here. It was Lu Cece. Though her words were as abstract as his own, they took on a delightful sweetness when spoken by her. It was evident she was in high spirits. Her social endeavors had met with resounding success today. Perhaps it was a revelation of conscience from the boss, or maybe a sudden surge of decency from passers-by. But today there were no instances of queue jumping. It seemed there were still good people in the world. How splendid. Those buns you bought seem even more enticing now, Suja remarked. However, for Nyozi, who overheard, it was as if the remnants of his previous meal threatened to resurface. Damn it, this rich lady deserves to be climbed upon, he thought, disgusted by Suja's ability to utter such revolting words with ease. Faced with Nyozi's scornful gaze, Suja maintained a stoic expression. If one were to partake in a meal, one must adopt the appropriate demeanor. Suja was acutely aware of his position. He was devoid of wealth and connections. If he could not provide even the most basic emotional value, what right did he have to partake? This meal was not simply available to anyone willing to approach. It was essential to keep the benefactor in good spirits, a requisite for anyone in his position. Yet, Lu Cece appeared to be behaving somewhat strangely. While it was expected for her to be shy and demure, her fidgeting was perplexing. Wasn't it merely a matter of giving compliments, as any normal admirer might? Surely, someone of her standing should be immune to such sentiments. Suja found himself bewildered. Were wealthy individuals truly so easily appeased? He vaguely recalled seeing a 300-pound wealthy woman on television, whose displeasure was swiftly met with a slap. Ah, what a pity, he thought, clutching the 2 tickets in his hand, as Lu Cece's fingers began to tremble. Cursed be it, he realized he had overlooked something crucial. If he were to invite Sujo at this moment, what would Nyohao think? Lu Cece, where has your clarity gone? He mused. Today, her behavior seemed remarkably rude. Was it appropriate for friends to exhibit such double standards? Such matters, which involved only the 2 of them, should be handled with discretion. Yet, should she not also purchase a ticket for Nyohao? After all, they were all friends. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lu Cece. Why had such a significant figure never appeared in her plans before? How peculiar. Why should I be troubled by this? Respect the destinies of others. This is not of my doing. I am not one to engage in internal strife, Suja thought. Typically, he would scrutinize others' flaws to maintain his own happiness. This situation was no exception, especially since it bore no relevance to him. He recalled Lu Cece had seemed about to say something at the school gate, but he had been inattentive. Cursed be it, had he neglected his VIP dining card out of friendship with Ran? Suja regretted it profoundly, for friendship requires maintenance. And so too does the relationship with a benefactor. As he reached the classroom door, he encountered the familiar figure of Ran. However, upon seeing her, Suja's expression darkened considerably. He did not quicken his pace, but approached her slowly. Hey, he called out, but there was no response. Good morning. He persisted, repeating himself. An act of boldness that surprised even him. Ran lifted her gaze, her usual playful demeanor intact, yet she merely glanced at him before averting her eyes. Though her body remained still, her silence spoke volumes. Oh, The girl barely managed to utter a word, he noted. A gentle breeze stirred, as if carried by the youth. Yet it was impossible for a person to summon the wind. Surely, it was merely a figment of his imagination. Let it be a breeze. Chapter 35. We have some private matters to discuss. When faced with uncertainty, one may consult the spring breeze. What is the spring breeze? It is the essence of tranquility. Why, then, did an advertisement for a foot massage service appear in such a prestigious domain as experimental one? What kind of rogue practitioner had infiltrated this space? Picking up a small card from the table, Suja began to scrutinize it earnestly. He felt a sense of recognition. He had always held a fascination for such establishments. He recalled, vaguely, passing by a foot massage parlor in his youth. The dim lighting and alluring practitioners left a lasting impression on his young mind. Regrettably, during that time, he had been blinded by the dogmas of academia, leading him to dismiss the deeper truths. Thus, he recalled a rather memorable exchange from his past. Hey, little brother. Why not come in and chat with me? I don't want to. I need to go home for dinner. Come on, little brother, you work hard in school. Let me wash your feet for free. I don't want to. I need to go home for dinner. Little brother, dinner. Damn it. Clever little Sue, the enlightened middle-aged Sue. The regretful elder Sue. Was this truly how things had unfolded back then? Mother, you are to blame. Why must your cooking be so exquisite? Had Su Nian been the one in charge of the kitchen, perhaps he would not harbor such regrets. As he reflected upon this small card, he found himself steeped in nostalgia. Have you ever experienced this? Zhuge Ling taunted, yet her hand effortlessly snatched the card from him. It seemed she was not the only one intrigued by it. She offered him a $20 bill, her curiosity unabated as she continued to scrutinize the card. What is this? The Furong Wong has been returned? It seemed the conversation had shifted back to Suja, a moment where he could assert himself. Lingzi, I've always wondered, how can someone with such a sharp tongue as Qin Qing be so appealing to you? Suja was genuinely curious. The boy was difficult to assess. His demeanor reeking of an unsavory aura. You're judging by appearances, aren't you? Do you not realize he possesses great depth? Zhuge Ling replied confidently, her head still bowed. Alas, this child is beyond redemption, Suja thought, opting for silence as he sank into low-quality revision, leaving the expectant old son with nothing but disappointment. What, old son? What are you truly anticipating? I have an announcement to make, old son proclaimed, his teacup in hand, adopting an air of elegance that made Suja chuckle inwardly as he replayed the scene in his mind. Excellent. After all, your secretive software didn't reveal this. Half a month from now, our city will collaborate with several experimental sects, including the experimental sect and the Taiming sect, to visit the Qinghai sect for exchange and study. Of course, exchange is secondary. The primary focus will be the joint examination competition, which offers extra credit. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. Let me inform you, our class has 2 spots available, one of which is reserved for Qiu Ran. The remaining slot will be determined through a test in a few days. A profound silence enveloped the room. The implications of this announcement were monumental. These 4 sects represented the pinnacle of education in Qingfeng, and the Qinghai sect was the only one in the province that combined both learning and leisure. Given this electoral mechanism, it was a gathering of the elite. Was this a battle of the clans? However, what did it mean that Qiu Ran had been preselected? Old Sun had apparently abandoned all pretense of subtlety. Yet, it made sense. As one of the top 3 students in their grade, Qiu Ran undoubtedly deserved this recognition. Beyond reproach. Hey, Su nudged him, breaking through his reverie. There are indeed extra points to be gained. I heard that achieving a high rank in the inter-school competition could earn one an additional 10 points. Zhuge Ling seemed quite exhilarated. Merely contemplating such matters could ignite a surge of hormones within her. However, Suja merely scoffed, displaying clear disdain. What good does that do? They have no idea who truly needs those points. I could easily emerge victorious in the great battle of the 100 clans without them. Strength begets strength, while the weak only grow weaker. It's merely a matter of circumstance. Why does it feel like we've arrived in the upper city? Those preordained true disciples, like Qiu Ran, belong to the upper echelon, while I, a mere child from Zhuan, am left with nothing but disdain. But even disdain is acceptable. At least my reputation remains intact, right? Damn it, don't think hiding in the upper city makes you safe? The classmates were abuzz with chatter. Yet Suja remained indifferent. This could be considered one of his few virtues. He never expended energy on anything that did not belong to him. However, he failed to notice a certain gaze from the front row, seemingly fixated on him, with intentions that were hard to discern. When someone returns your money, one must be cautious, for it is highly likely they are exploiting a flaw to lower your guard. Take Lingzi, for instance. She hasn't explicitly asked to borrow money. Yet she has mentioned the idea of eating dirt countless times this morning. Is she hinting at something? Little do they know, I, Suja, have witnessed far more than this. If I ignore her, the one who feels awkward will be her. Suja remained silent, even locking eyes with Zhuge Ling. Trying to coax me into giving you an out? Oh, how desperately I want to mention it. It's maddening. Susu, what do you think of me? All right, Lingzi. Enough of that. Given our relationship, just hand me your phone. What for? Wow. Where did this 150,000 come from? If I had known you were in such dire need of money, I would have prioritized selling it to you earlier. Regret washed over Suja. Had he known Zhuge Ling was in such a hurry, he would have ruthlessly driven down her price to profit as a middleman. Yet now he had already promised Qiu Ran, missing out on this golden opportunity with Zhuge Ling. Just then, someone called for Suja. At that moment, a voice filled with irritation reached his ears. Huh, why does it sound so vexed? Following the sound, he spotted Lu Cece timidly standing at the door, cautiously peering inside. The arrival of a girl from the neighboring class was bound to stir quite a commotion, especially someone like Lu Cece, a focal point of attention. Suja was utterly astonished. Has Lu Cece lost her mind? How could she bear the weight of so many gazes and opinions to appear here? Is this the persona you wish to project? In that moment, Lu Cece appeared almost Jojo-like in Suja's eyes. Lu Cece declared, I'm done being a person. Suja. She hurried over, her 3 steps condensed into 2, amidst the teasing laughter of those around them. Damn it. If Lu Cece could withstand such pressure to come here, something monumental must have happened. But what could be so urgent that it couldn't be discussed over the phone? Could it be that my VIP meal card has expired? Are we having lunch together? Huh, is that all? Suja was perplexed, his expression abstract. Such trivial matters warrant a visit? What is a phone, after all? Could it be that Lu Cece's phone is broken? As he pondered, he suddenly realized that the mood of his benefactor was amiss. If Suja hoped to continue enjoying her generosity, he had to show some initiative. Without hesitation, did he even need to think about it? Listening to the chorus of voices around him proclaiming, "You are truly despicable." Suja felt his vanity and sense of security peak. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a familiar voice interrupted, "I need to discuss something with him at lunch." It didn't sound as cold as he had anticipated, instead tinged with a hint of emotion. The girl added, "It's personal." Chapter 36. Is this the treatment an abstract boy should receive? Hee hee, I love watching 2 women fight. Observing the explosive scene unfolding before her. Zhuge Ling wished for a bucket of popcorn. Su has come into his own. Who could have imagined an abstract boy would one day be so fiercely contested? The classroom erupted into a flurry of excitement. Isn't this how it should be for you, bro? Everyone says you're playing abstract. Yet you've suddenly made it big behind our backs, haven't you? Initially, the presence of a renowned heiress arriving at their doorstep, bearing a blend of shyness, fragility, and anticipation, was astonishing enough. But to his utter surprise, someone else had also charged in. Who was that? A general of his own class? In truth, most people revel in spreading rumors. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of Qiu Ran and Suje's relationship would know better. Yet that didn't prevent them from indulging in idle chatter. But now, how could they suddenly take it so seriously? Suja found himself experiencing a rare moment of cognitive overload. Wasn't it clear that none of this was relevant to him? Lu Cece, why aren't you pestering your childhood sweetheart? What are you doing here, tarnishing our innocent friendship? And Qiu Ran, is this your method of torturing me? Bravo. You've indeed succeeded. Suja stammered. What on earth? I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I feel guilty? We need to discuss serious matters. He fixed his gaze on Qiu Ran, emphasizing his point. Finally, she had found a legitimate reason. The preparations for the convention indeed required discussion. But why did she choose this moment to emerge? Stay calm. At this juncture, silence was crucial. Lu Cece, being such a socially anxious person, would surely be unable to refuse anyone, and if he stalled just a bit longer, she might very well flee. Why was this thought process so embarrassing? Suja found himself looking down on himself, for this was exploiting Lu Cece's vulnerability. In the past, he wouldn't have hesitated. Who was Qiu Ran to him? Not someone he was familiar with. He'd prefer not to stay in contact, fearing Lu Cece might misunderstand. But now, he involuntarily glanced at Qiu Ran's arm. Though obscured by the school uniform, he found himself at a loss for words of refusal. I'm sorry, Cece, I want to be a good person. Huh. What with that look of 3 parts stubbornness, 3 parts reluctance, and 4 parts determination? Lu Cece, stop. This isn't your character. The 2 women met each other's gaze, their expressions calm, yet resolute, showing no signs of retreat. This meal plan was set in stone. Seeing the atmosphere stagnate, Suja felt compelled to intervene. What if we all go together? He asked cautiously, immediately regretting his words. What nonsense was that? Such a statement was utterly ridiculous, akin to a pig-headed outburst of a feeble mind. To his astonishment, Lu Cece responded softly, "Okay," and that simple word brought tears to Suju's eyes. It's Lu Cece, the sweet girl saving the world, so understanding and compassionate. Shallow. How on earth did this group of extraordinary individuals gather once more? Holding a bowl of egg flour soup, Suja looked at the familiar figures and couldn't help but grumble, "Why am I the one footing the bill again? If you keep this up, the Han dynasty is bound to fall. Apologies, Prime Minister, I cannot provide military supplies for your northern campaign." "What? Are you referring to the legendary Zhuge Liang?" "Huh. Then Prime Minister, you might as well crawl back. I shall wait for the divine Zhuge to restore the Han dynasty." Yet this was indeed the best solution. He couldn't allow them to remain awkwardly frozen in place, becoming the subject of ridicule for others. "Why must I endure these hardships when I have done nothing wrong? You mock Chengge for his early demise, yet Chengge would laugh at your meager existence. But I have committed no transgressions. Why should I receive the same treatment as him? I do not comprehend. These two girls must be colluding to ensnare me." Indeed, after spending time with someone like Sun Yan, one begins to perceive malice in everyone. "Swipe my meal card," I said as I had just taken a seat. A meal card was promptly thrust into Suja's hands, causing him to be overwhelmed with emotion. "Class monitor, I should not have maliciously speculated about you before." "Excellent. No evasion. Only fools evade responsibility. One cannot forsake money for the sake of pride." With Ran sponsorship, Suja was able to stanch his bleeding pride. The happiest at the table were undoubtedly Niu Zi and Zhuge Ling, who had done nothing yet found themselves enjoying a free meal thanks to Suja. Those two rascals. Utterly useless in times of trouble. Suja cursed inwardly. During the earlier dispute, Ling Zi had not even attempted to come to his defense. And then there was Lu Cece's strange behavior, undoubtedly linked to Niu Zi's words from yesterday. What on earth did that fool say to Lu Cece that altered her persona so drastically? The elbow jab from Zhuge Ling snapped Suja back to reality. With 3 boys and 3 girls seated together, distribution was easy, but today, without Shenluan, it was sensible to separate into groups to avoid awkwardness. Suja was reluctant to engage with this disloyal woman, yet he feared her potentially scandalous remarks would leave him in a difficult position. "What is it? Does it resemble anything?" "Resemble what? If 2 women fell into a river, whom would you save first?" "I can't swim." Clearly, Suja's straightforward response did not satisfy the abstract-minded woman, whose curiosity was piqued. "Let me ask you, if Lu Cece and the class monitor were stranded in a desert, nearly dying of thirst, and you had only 1 bottle of water, whom would you choose to give it to?" "No saying to share equally," Zhuge Ling emphasized, seemingly predicting Suja's response. Suja was at a loss for words, finding her incessant questioning tiresome. However, upon hearing the question, he instinctively glanced around. In the moment he locked eyes with Lu Cece, she averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed. "What are you blushing for? Don't tarnish my reputation." As for Ran, she met his gaze directly, her demeanor poised and cool. Speak quickly, Zhuge Ling urged, her excitement palpable. "Fine. Just 1 bottle of water, right? I want to give it to anyone. I'll pour it all over myself. Whoever wants to live can come and drink." Chapter 37. Tasks should be addressed one at a time. Friends should be made one by one. What were they whispering about? It seemed so affectionate. Zhuge Ling's camaraderie was enviable. Sitting across from them, Lu Cece was evidently captivated by their interaction. This was the very essence of what she had long sought. The open camaraderie among friends, also natural. But why was Zhuge Ling blushing too? It proved that even abstract notions had their nuances. At that moment, Zhuge Ling could not withstand Suja's jesting remarks. What sort of outrageous statements were these? Could it be that he was voicing his true feelings under the guise of embarrassment? Zhuge Ling seriously doubted that this was Suja's genuine sentiment. Yet she had no proof. How trivial. It was evident that Zhuge Ling had not studied diligently. Science indicates that rectal administration of medication is the most cost-effective method. This certainly did not imply that Suja harbored ulterior motives. By the way, CC, have you informed everyone about participating in the 100 races at Qinghai University? Have you selected your class representatives? Students should engage in discussions pertinent to their scholarly pursuits. Suja needed to redirect the conversation. "Yes, I informed them. But nothing is confirmed yet. Currently, it's just me and Shenluan." Lu Cece quickly responded, appearing pleased that Suja initiated conversation with her. "Of course. After all, you are the benefactor's daughter. One must cater to your emotions. Your class probably has only 2 slots, right? CC, are you truly that academically gifted?" Classes 2 and 5 were both elite tracks, and though Shenluan ranked first in the grade, Xiao Ran was no less formidable, making it unlikely that their class would have more slots than the others. About that, Lu Cc said, a hint of shyness creeping in, I am indeed pre-selected. But not based on academic performance. Awkward. He should have changed the subject sooner. It was clear that the school held Lu Cc in high regard. Yet she seemed disinclined towards such privileges. But what of Suja? He was an emotionally intelligent Sigma male. He needed to salvage this situation. Isn't that quite splendid? It's an opportunity for a little adventure together. By the way, why didn't you invite Shin Luan to join us for dinner? What is emotional intelligence? What does being considerate mean? I treat your childhood friend to a meal today, and tomorrow, when I come to mooch off your meal, you would dare to chase me away? Everything he said was calculated. She should take notes. Just as Suja finished his thought, Lu Cic's earlier flicker of joy vanished without a trace. She lowered her head, pouting, and began pushing her rice around the plate. I suddenly don't want to go to Qinghai anymore. Huh, what is that expression? I'm trying to help you out here. Suja was utterly perplexed. Today, Lu Cici was behaving strangely. He vaguely recalled how he had previously brought up Shin Luan to amuse her, but now, the same tactic seemed ineffective. Isn't Shin Luan supposed to be less assertive now? When did that change occur, and why had no one informed him? Suja was bewildered, while Qiao Ran seemed to unconsciously puff up her chest, looking at Lu Cici with a hint of misplaced pride, as if viewing a defeated adversary. So, the ties to her childhood friend run that deep? What advantages does she still possess? These individuals were all peculiar. Suja felt as if his reasoning had veered off course and subconsciously reached for the iced tea on the table, needing to savor it while it was still cold. Otherwise, once it reached room temperature, it would taste like urine. Man, in an exaggerated tone. However, Niu Z's sudden outburst completely extinguished Suja's appetite. Kid, that is not amusing. Suja's expression turned serious. While many were joking about the Lauda meme, he considered himself a partial fan and would not allow such defamation to stand. Why do you call him Lauda? Zhuge Ling seemed genuinely curious. Likely the only girl present who could grasp the reference. Because we must always remember the deceased. Niu Z interjected, which only deepened Suja's dissatisfaction. What are you barking about? Do you know how hard Lauda worked? You will never understand the dedication of that young boy surnamed Ku when he first touched a basketball. Suja lamented, finally restoring some of Lauda's reputation. Wearing number 8, sleeping 8 hours a day. So this is the Mamba mentality? Quite impressive, very disciplined. Zhuge Ling marveled. Don't be sad, Suja. Lauda is in a better place now. Perhaps it's just that God loves basketball, which is why he took him. Listen to what genuine comfort sounds like. Lu Cic's words were so emotionally intelligent, unlike those who were sarcastic. Ah, God loves music. That's why he took Huang Jiaju. Qiao Ran mused quietly. Surprised by the retro nature of this girl's tastes. God loves dance. That's why he took Jackson. Niu Z finally spoke sensibly. After a moment of silence, it seemed everyone had their favorite icons, and they were all paying tribute to them. Yet, one abstract-minded girl seemed to realize something, and exclaimed brightly, "Oh, I just realized. Actually, God only needs to take one person. Hey, what are you doing? Damn it. Zhuge Ling has finally revealed her true colors. This time, Suja could no longer endure it. He decided to lay his cards on the table. He was not a devoted fan of the great master, but rather, his true identity was Ian. Shallow, I beg you, I'll give you $10, just delete what I said. Observing the spontaneous utterance of Zhuge Ling, Niu Z couldn't help but mentally scoff at her talent. Was this truly a casual remark? No one had informed him beforehand. And just look at how Zhuge Ling had become. Niu Z was not the only one envious of her. Although she was not a competitor at the dining table, one had to admit she was the closest to Suja. It was hard to imagine that the friendship between the abstract male and abstract female would one day become a source of envy for others. Perhaps it was only fitting. Those who sacrifice their own elegance to bring joy to others deserve such treatment. Lu Cici ultimately decided to keep her treasured 2 opera tickets to herself. She had contemplated inviting everyone along, as she had the means, yet for some reason, she hesitated. One step at a time, friends should be approached individually. First, secure Suja, then deal with the others. One cannot bite off more than one can chew, Lu Cici thought to herself. But why not simply express this over the phone? Perhaps Lu Cic's call had been intercepted? Qiao Ran remained remarkably calm. She seemed unyielding during the competition. Yet when the person was seated beside her, she exhibited no reaction, her gaze occasionally darting to the side. That was Suja's right hand, adorned with a ring, not particularly precious, merely a prop that was meant for her, but would forever remain unused. Chapter 38. What insidious dealings are you two engaged in? What peculiar scenes are unfolding? As a professional cosplayer, One should not excessively pursue the connection with surrounding characters, but rather focus on perfecting one's own makeup. After a brief self-soothing, Ran attempted to avert her gaze, but to no avail. How strange, there were no zombies at the school. Who had planted these cauliflower throwers? Watching Suja casually toss the florets from his plate, Ran suddenly envisioned a scene. Just as effortlessly, Suja tossed raw green beans into Su Nian's bowl. Previously, it seemed exceedingly warm and heartwarming, a pair of enviable siblings. But now, why on earth did the stir-fried meat need cauliflower? How infuriating! Suja inwardly cursed, wondering if a chef who could not separate meat from vegetables should not deeply reflect on their shortcomings. Are there any interesting places in Qingfeng? I'm new here and not very familiar. If there are any fun spots, we could explore together when we have the time. Adopting a strategy of tackling one issue at a time seemed challenging, so Lu Cece decided to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Moreover, she sensed that these individuals were quite amiable, making her transition into the new school relatively smooth, albeit it appeared to have reached a phase of consecutive defeats. Suja had already declined her invitation twice. If everyone sought excuses again, impossible, absolutely impossible. Now it's my turn. Time to collect. Lu Cece fervently shouted within. A little-known fact, if you travel to an unfamiliar place, never ask a local. Suja's words received deep affirmation from the other locals at the table. What? You're talking about traveling? I haven't been anywhere. As a native of Qingfeng, Suja declared that he had never visited any of the popular tourist attractions advertised online, dismissing them as mere scams. Does this count as another rejection? Though perhaps not, Lu Cece felt utterly deflated. Why did Suja seem so agreeable, promising everything, yet upon reflection, had done nothing? And she couldn't even muster anger. Niuzi slurped his egg-drop soup loudly, the dull child again showcasing his presence. You? Is it appropriate for you to say such things? Suja scoffed at his own rank, hovering around the 100 mark. While Niuzi was ranked over 200, what was he? An alchemist? No, more like a drug catalyst. Ha ha ha, I've made it. I've truly made it. Another classic scene unfolded. Niuzi encourages learning. Naturally, Niuhao was indignant. While others might jest about it, weren't they all from Zuan? What made him so superior? What? Do you want to go to the upper city for some fun? This target was meant for Niuzi, but Ran, adjusting her glasses, turned to Suja seriously, stating, actually, based on your scores, there is a possibility of breaking into the upper city, but your English is quite poor. Just as Suja was about to retort, he suddenly reined in his words. Were they not all joking? Why did her tone shift to seriousness? Was she attempting to uplift him or belittle him? Was Suja's English really that poor? Sitting across from him, Lu Cece appeared quite curious and leaned closer to Niuzi, whispering, hey, he once scored 80 during an exceptional performance. If you bring that up, Niuzi won't be sleepy anymore. That is Suja's greatest weakness. 80 during an exceptional performance? That hardly seems extraordinary. 18, Lu Cece gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Heavens, is there a master among us? Suja absorbed this scene without reaction. As a student whose Chinese language skills were exemplary, yet whose English score was a mere 18, did it not convey a clear message? Indeed, that signifies a warrior. I am a true warrior. This is a good thing. Don't lose heart, Suja. If you can even break into the top 100, that would be truly remarkable, considering your ample room for improvement. What is emotional intelligence? Low emotional intelligence. Your English is terrible. High emotional intelligence. You have significant room for improvement. Outspoken remark. 18, heh. Abstract remark. 18? What do you mean by 18? Heh, what are you all talking about? I can't comprehend. As the center of discourse, Suja remained unfazed. This was a requisite lesson for an abstract male, to remain unperturbed by praise or criticism. After all, what grand occasions had Suja not witnessed? Calmly chewing the stir-fried meat. At least in this moment, he appeared infuriatingly elegant. Lu Cece clenched her clothing, her fingers tightening. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. A splendid notion to rapidly enhance their friendship. Suja, actually, my English is quite decent too. If you have time, I could help tutor you. Though these two coherent sentences were regrettably not uttered by the same person, Ran didn't even glance back, yet her words drew everyone's attention. Lu Cece's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Why was she consistently a step behind? Perhaps her earlier whispers had gone unheard. Why was it so challenging to integrate into their group? What? Suja looked perplexed. Wasn't the topic of study supposed to have concluded? Had my silence given you too much face? Bring up studying again, and I'll blow up. It was as if she were repaying a debt. This last remark was unnecessary. Zhuge Ling, an ardent scholar, couldn't help but shake her head. But what insidious dealings were these two engaged in? Suja was well aware that what was being discussed pertained to the comic convention. According to Sister and Aunt's plan, she intended to offer Chiao Ran a 2,000 yuan appearance fee. Suja, unfamiliar with the nuances of the situation, felt it should be a decent offer for someone inexperienced. Old Su, are you truly studying? You can't do this. Nyozi was thoroughly alarmed. Are you really going to the upper city? I'll have to blow up the council. Don't worry about studying. What a load of nonsense. This was Suja. His words were always reassuring. However, Nyozi's mood seemed to have seen little improvement, and the pressure on everyone was escalating geometrically. Forget it. My room for improvement is quite limited, Nyozi lamented, suddenly appearing to make a crucial decision, if all else fails. I need to ask you something. My uncle was a soldier. Will that affect my imprisonment? Chapter 39. Let us indulge in a trivial romantic game, shall we? What is going on? Are you planning on going to prison? Isn't it that my uncle's past imprisonment will affect my military service? Nyozi quickly corrected himself, almost inadvertently suggesting a better life for his uncle, which was entirely inappropriate. Well, I suppose such things do have some impact. Suja had no habit of pretending to understand, yet he felt a twinge of sympathy for Nyozi's predicament. As brothers, they naturally wished the best for one another in matters of significance. Of course, one can wish for the best, but not too much. It feels unjust, doesn't it? One person commits an offense, and another bears the consequence. What era are we living in that still practices collective punishment? Truly perplexing, Zhuge Ling exclaimed indignantly. As she had always been a pure-hearted girl, perhaps it was a fear of recidivism that led to such policies, Suja reflected. Although unfair, one could argue that one's ancestors had exhausted their trial-and-error quota on their behalf. Nonsense. Why should we assume they are uncontrollable? Zhuge Ling was clearly unconvinced. Do you have any examples? Where could one possibly find examples? Lu Cixi whispered discreetly, perhaps only for herself to hear. Of course there are. Who? Zhuge Ling looked at Su Zhou incredulously. Was there truly an example of someone escaping the sanction in this age? Fa Hai. Who? Fa Hai. Suja replied leisurely, wiping the corner of his mouth while smiling at the puzzled expressions around him. After Bai Nyangzi was subdued by Fa Hai, she was considered to have a criminal record. At that time, there were no relevant regulations, which allowed her son Su Shilin to immediately bring people to demolish the Leifeng Pagoda upon becoming the top scholar. Wasn't he the first person with a criminal record to pass the imperial examination? The crowd fell silent, pondering the absurdity of the statement. Yet vivid imagery began to form in their minds. Su Shilin, hey, is this the director of the Shihu Street office? Fa Hai? I am the top scholar Su Shilin. Fa Hai. Su Shilin, a mere monk, knows nothing of the mundane world. Su Shilin, oh? Is that so? Then I shall issue several edicts from the court. Notice regarding the rectification of the Leifeng Pagoda and surrounding illegal constructions. With a deadline for demolition policy on the management of water disasters in Westlake. Notice regarding the adjustment of certain management personnel standards for the regulation of religious propagation and illegal farming by temples. Fa Hai. I'll be good. Please spare me. Some individuals are perpetually enigmatic, or rather, a woman's thoughts are eternally unfathomable. What began as mere banter at the dining table turned serious when Xiao Ran earnestly approached to inform him that she intended to help him improve his English grades as a favor. Are you certain this is a favor? Suja pondered, bewildered by the notion of someone coercing another into studying. If you genuinely feel indebted, then why not share half of the money and engage you with me? That would be true gratitude. Xiao, are you riding your electric bike home tonight? Huang Shan is less than Pinocchio. Why, what is the matter? Xiao, I took the bus back today. It saves time. Are you ordering me around now? Suja thought, irritated. Moreover, you took out that magical device while sitting in the front row? What a troublesome woman. If you wanted to go home together, you could have just said so instead of taking such a convoluted route. Nevertheless, Suja didn't dwell on it too long. It was likely that after seeing his family yesterday, she felt it would be impolite not to return together. He had encountered enough of such convoluted people to understand them easily. Today was the day for promotional photos, and it was indeed wise to save time. Well, let Nyozi go home by himself tonight. However, that useless older sister ordered a few more dishes, so I still have to attend to her. Huang Shan is less than Pinocchio. I need to go buy groceries first tonight. Are you coming? Xiao. Oh. Suja found himself increasingly annoyed by her vague response, which conveyed no clear meaning and forced him to guess, and he had to guess correctly. This was simply torturous for him. Fat tiger. Class 5. Damn, where has that kid run off to again? He seems suspiciously elusive. Nyozi grumbled, glancing at his phone. As a brother, he certainly wished for Suja's well-being in matters of great importance. But he also felt that things should not be too well. Suja's current treatment was already quite unjust. Niu Hao, holding his phone, suddenly shivered. For when wielding the magical device, he was acutely aware of every little disturbance around him. Fortunately, Lu Cc's voice was distinctive enough that he quickly relaxed. Hey, why are you acting so scary? I'm sorry, Lu Cc apologized repeatedly, then seriously inquired. Niu Hao, do you return home with Suzhou every day? Not today, he has something on. Niuzi began to respond, but suddenly felt regretful. Although Suzhou said nothing, he was well aware that it was likely not a good matter. Oh no, I didn't inadvertently sell out old Su, did I? Niuzi realized too late. As Lu Cc, smiling like a little butterfly, floated away. Rare solitary moment. I shouldn't refuse this time. Clutching 2 tickets to the theater tightly. Today's outcome would surely be a victory for Lu Cc. As Lu Cc pondered, she heard a familiar voice accompanied by a raucous cheer. Instinctively, she turned to find Shen Lu and standing before her. His expression appeared somewhat stiff, and the surrounding commotion seemed to unsettle him. Damn, hurry up and say something. Shen Lu gritted his teeth, knowing he must have faced his father's interrogation. In truth, he understood Lu Cc's feelings better than anyone. But he despised the sycophantic remarks that undermined his pride. Yet, continually avoiding her didn't seem a viable solution either. Indeed, it was all about a man's responsibility and had nothing to do with the boy next door. No problem, Lu Cc interrupted her thoughts. Her voice sweet, yet leaving Shen Lu in a state of bewilderment. Was that a no problem? What does that mean? What's with the duh? Seeing Shen Lu still in a daze, Lu Cc's expression shifted to one of confusion, and she had only one question. Who asked you? Clenching his fists. The surrounding cheers grew louder, and recalling his father's words, Shen Lu relaxed slightly. Old Shen. Oh dear, young lady, can't you give a little leeway? Girls need to be pampered, you know? Father is right. The Lu family has treated us well. Even if it's a trivial romantic game. I might as well go along with it. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shen Lu resolved to sacrifice a portion of his study time. Is this a movie ticket? Is it for tomorrow or the day after? Shen Lu had long noticed the 2 tickets in Lu Cc's hand. And the most crucial reminder was from his father. Just as he finally prepared himself mentally, the girl's hand suddenly recoiled. Is this evasion so pronounced? Chapter 40. One must bear the pressure imposed by others. To be honest, the moment Shen Lu leaned closer, Lu Cc felt she should be filled with joy. No. What does it mean to feel she should be joyful? When did joy become a mere option? Shen Lu's sudden transformation truly astonished her. However, to be candid, the audacity of coming over presumptuously to vie for tickets, even through the lens of childhood camaraderie, felt somewhat absurd. Life should not be shackled by love. Is it truly wise to forsake the friendships one has diligently nurtured for the sake of fleeting romance? Such a choice is indeed misguided. And Lu Cc was resolute in her conviction. At that moment, Shen Lu instinctively took 2 steps back, overwhelmed by an awkwardness that was palpable. Especially as the murmurs behind her began to swell once more, laden with phrases like self-important driver. Seeing Shen Lu depart in disappointment, Lu Cc contemplated calling out to her. This was the first instance of such initiative from Shen Lu since Lu had transferred, and according to the script, one would expect her to feel elated. But what did it mean to adhere to a script? Had she not transferred precisely to escape the rigid expectations that once confined her? Forget it, what's done is done. Let us focus on making friends, she resolved. As she observed Qiu Ran effortlessly scanning her student card and swiftly finding a seat. Suzhou could not help but make a face in the background. Ugh, what a petty girl. She didn't even offer to swipe for me. Though the distance was short, no one would choose to stand. Yet upon stepping onto the bus, Suzhou was suddenly beset by a dilemma. The bus layout featured scattered seats in the back, while the front boasted a trio of seats on either side, an ideal arrangement to solidify the bond of 3. However, with only 2 people, the situation could become somewhat awkward. At that moment, Qiu Ran had already seated herself on the left side of a trio, calmly gazing into Suzhou's eyes, seemingly awaiting his decision. The entanglements of life often exceed one's imagination. For instance, regarding this trio of seats, if he were to approach without hesitation, he feared Qiu Ran might transform into a watermelon stick in the next heartbeat. Who understands? Today, on the bus, suddenly a petty boy. It was mere speculation. Qiu Ran would not act in such a manner. Yet this was indeed a bus stop near the school, and the likelihood of encountering acquaintances was relatively high. Perhaps maintaining a seat's distance was the more prudent choice, Suzhou mused, and thus resolutely sat beside Qiu Ran. There was no particular reason. He merely sensed that leaving a seat in between might breed more complications. What complications? Do not inquire. It was merely a man's intuition. Are you feeling anxious? Qiu Ran inquired softly as the bus began to move. How could I not be anxious? Do you recall that girl Xiao Yi from our school? She merely took the bus and was falsely accused of secretly filming a ferry. Although it was ultimately proven unfounded, she was still expelled. Suja lowered his voice, his expression of fear appearing genuine. It's terrifying. I feel like I might succumb to depression at any moment. That's outrageous. What about that girl? Xiao Ran seemed genuinely intrigued, and her reaction momentarily took Suja aback. Typically, when discussing such topics, one would expect a critical gaze and a retort of petty boy. Yet here she was. It turned out that Xiao Ran was just an ordinary person. How bold. If someone maligns you, I will stand up for you. That would even things out, wouldn't it? She's still pondering this matter? That was merely a throwaway comment from me. However, since Xiao Ran had made the effort to engage, he could not dampen her spirits. Thank you. Having a T0 player in my corner is certainly advantageous. What did you say? Nothing. As the bus arrived at the stop, not home, but at the Tongren shopping mall, Suju alighted to purchase groceries. At that moment, the two found themselves revisiting familiar ground, yet the atmosphere had inexplicably grown a tad more nuanced. I mustn't provoke her further. What if she snaps and decides to stab me? Though Qiu Rant's expression remained unchanged, Suja was keenly aware of the high emotional intelligence required in the wake of their previous awkward encounter. Entering the market felt akin to stepping into Suja's domain. Much like entering a furniture store, Qiu Ran followed behind in bewilderment, observing the tall boy deftly navigating the various stalls and haggling. A side of him that seemed rather different from his usual demeanor. Typically, Suja was rather abstract. Now, this domestic side of him was a striking contrast. One bundle of oilseed lettuce, one bundle of cilantro. Oh, young man, back to buy groceries again? How about some freshly arrived scallions? No, Suja politely declined. And after weighing the oilseed lettuce and cilantro, he added, and give me 2 scallions. That one's he do. I said you're not getting any. Oh, then I'll forego the oilseed lettuce and cilantro. Hey, you're quite the genius. Qiu Ran instinctively took a step back. Did this person have a fear of societal interactions? He dared to utter such words. Yet, he was undeniably courageous. Her compliment was sincere, devoid of any sarcasm. How did you know he would give you something? After purchasing the groceries, Suja felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning instinctively, he found Qiu Ran gazing at him with curiosity. Clearly, the class monitor was less adept in this domain. Rather than provide a direct answer, he chose to share a tale. Once, I had a favorite streamer who opened a peripheral shop. When business faltered, the owner removed all the merchandise. Later, when he tried to reopen, he could never succeed again because the chat would always say, "No need to buy, it's going bankrupt. Everything will be given for free." It was a rather sad story, yet Qiu Ran appeared perplexed. Indeed, one should not extend too much kindness to others. But doesn't your story imply that the owner should not offer you anything? Her puzzlement revealed a contradiction. Suja's expression became oddly conflicted. You misunderstand. I meant to convey that often, by applying pressure on others, one might reap unexpected rewards. Qiu Ran questioned, intrigued, because I was among those who commented. Next time, remember to include me in your mischief. It was merely a jest. Suja would never stoop so low. Nevertheless, what he said bore a grain of truth. It was difficult to assess. One could only conclude that, indeed, the world harbored many evildoers. Why are there so many villains in this world? Qiu Ran, naturally skeptical of Suja's whimsical claims, found herself unwittingly lamenting. It was evident that the young girl still possessed a flicker of righteousness within her. Thus, one must not be too kind. At critical moments, one should resist. Whether it was intuition or something else, Qiu Ran sensed that Suja was alluding to something more. Even though he did not turn to face her, the conversation could only proceed so far. To speak further would be impolite. After all, to unilaterally alter another's fate would invite significant repercussions. Yet her prior judgment had proven correct. The contrast between Qiu Ran within the school and outside it was indeed stark. Despite still donning that rather unflattering school uniform, her demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. She appears to be brimming with curiosity about her surroundings. One could only conclude that she is yet another socially inept individual, much like Sun Yin. Let us snap a few candid shots. Although they are unlikely to be particularly formal, the anticipation for Sunday's official comic convention is palpable. I trust you do not suffer from any social anxiety, do you? Suddenly recalling something, Suja turned around and inquired with genuine curiosity. It's worth noting that their appearance this time is as the main attraction, destined to be the focus of everyone's attention. If it were someone like Lu Cece with her personality, this opportunity would surely go to waste. After all, if they are compensated, they will certainly deliver. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Suja expressed his disdain. finding her utterly uninteresting. Having completed their grocery shopping, the two prepared to head home quickly, as Chiu Ran had a remarkably limited time to linger outdoors. As they passed the checkout counter, Chiu Ran discovered another facet of Suja. Watching this polite and graceful young man engage in lively conversation with the young cashier, she suddenly realized that he was the true embodiment of contrast. Was this abstract side of him only manifest at school? 46, 5 yuan. Spend 50 and receive a lottery ticket. How about it, handsome? Would you like to add something? For a second-rate otaku, the term lottery is undeniably enticing. Though she understands that the odds of winning anything substantial are slim, the thrill of potentially winning something glittering is an allure that few can resist. However, spending money is out of the question. It is something she cannot afford to do in this lifetime. She can only rely on her charm and cuteness to beg for favors. Thank you. It's only a few yuan. Could you possibly give me a ticket? That's not possible. The cashier responded without hesitation, casually tossing a ticket aside. Thanks. Suja unabashedly snatched up the ticket, his movements fluid and seamless. Leaving Chiu Ran momentarily stunned. In the next instant, she nervously approached him, glancing around furtively, and whispered with a hint of mischief, Hey, isn't that technically stealing? They said it wasn't allowed. Wanting to reap the benefits without taking any risks, she seemed unaware that good fortune rarely comes without a price. However, Suja found her current demeanor amusing. This girl, usually so serious, appeared utterly naive in everyday life, lacking even the most basic common sense. Wasn't this a contrast in itself? Suddenly struck by a mischievous thought, Suja grasped Chiu Ran's sleeve and swiftly led her toward the lottery booth. Let us give it a try. Since it's stolen, I'll need someone to share the burden. Suja abruptly pushed Chiu Ran forward and shoved the ticket into her hand. At that moment, Chiu Ran was truly at a loss. As her moral compass clashed violently with her adventurous spirit, Suja relished this side of Chiu Ran, even contemplating recording a video, feeling a thrill from the situation. This, of course, was not a reflection of any inherent depravity. Rather, it was a manifestation of the timeless male fascination with both redeeming fallen women and leading virtuous ones astray. Though he yearned to partake in the lottery himself, witnessing Chiu Ran in this state was more than worthwhile. Confidence in his luck was unwavering. After all, his friend Chindaozi had once turned 20 yuan into a staggering 37 million. Surely, with a single lottery ticket, he could achieve something extraordinary. Oh, when did I stand up? When can I sit down? Chiu Ran, oblivious to the inner monologue of Suja, inexplicably felt a rush of excitement within her. Strangely enough, she had never experienced anything quite like this clandestine thrill before. How could he be so audacious, so morally ambiguous? Grasping the ticket tightly, she stood rigidly before the lottery table. The attendant flashed a kind smile, but this very smile only heightened her exhilaration. Wait, why was she excited? As soon as Suja realized this, he sensed that something was amiss. Had the contrast gone too far? Come on, miss. Let us not forget that it was given to me willingly. Even if I did sneak away with the ticket, you wouldn't have to react like this, would you? It seemed Chiu Ran was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, contemplating her environment, Suja gradually fell silent. Perhaps he ought to extend her some kindness. Lost in thought, a flash of gold suddenly caught his eye. Where did that glimmer come from? Since when could everyone's sneaky maneuvers shine like gold? As he observed the attendant unveil a second prize, Suja was momentarily taken aback. Never underestimate the significance of a second prize. Those familiar with this lottery system understand that it nearly equates to a jackpot. Oh my goodness, I won. Chiu Ran's usual frosty demeanor melted away as she embraced the plush toy, her face radiating with uncontainable joy. In life, first experiences leave indelible impressions. The first time one cries, the first time one laughs, the first time one washes their feet, and the first time one gets a foot massage. For Chiu Ran, it was no different. Her first lottery ticket, her first win, and her first act of mischief. She mistakenly believed that the ticket was a casual gift from Suja. Let us hurry, we mustn't get caught. What began as a warm moment turned awkward as she nervously tugged at her sleeve, eyes darting around. Suja could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? We can't engage in such immoral acts again, Chiu Ran stated earnestly. Locking eyes with Suja, the poor girl would likely struggle to sleep tonight, and he hoped her conscience wouldn't weigh too heavily. Nevertheless, Suja had no intention of revealing the truth. Rather, he found her amusing. Don't worry, I would never dare to do this normally. It's only because you are here to share the guilt. That's quite a scandalous statement, he teased. To his surprise, Chiu Ran pondered this seriously for a moment before muttering in a tone only she could hear. The next time you do something wrong, count me in. Chapter 42. The Pure Love Warrior. Upon returning home, Sun Yin was already impatiently awaiting their arrival. Yet, Taonin seemed slightly embarrassed, as the entire family awaited the return of the cook with eager anticipation. However, Sun Yin appeared blissfully unaware of this, as her dream was to run a laundry service and a property management business, with her brother solely responsible for cooking and cleaning. Yes, it was indeed a tremendous burden. After all, Suja was expected to support the entire family while simultaneously managing 2 stores. Meanwhile, Sun Yin had a myriad of complex considerations. Perhaps it's time to incorporate some Genshin Impact elements. Though its reputation may have waned, the fanbase remains substantial. Today, it seemed Qiu Ran could linger a bit longer, though one could only wonder what price the poor girl had paid. Nonetheless, Taonin did not want to squander such a valuable model and sought to seize this opportunity to launch into Genshin Impact. Isn't it an in? Still thinking about that Genshin. What should we do with a seasoned critic at home? Should we kick her out? Initially resistant, Qiu Ran found herself unable to decline the warm invitation from the elder sister, Sun Yin. It was evident that she held a very favorable impression of her. One could only say that the woman was exceptionally adept at concealing her true self. I'm supposed to cooperate with your performance, yet I turn a blind eye. Old hag. Jin Xiaotu could not endure the incessant laughter and mutual flattery resonating within the room. As a true son of the northern lands, Suja found it utterly intolerable. To speak candidly, in the north, the kitchen is scarcely a domain for men. Which northern lad does not lounge like a lord on the sofa, living life in a manner where food is served at his beck and call? It was merely Suje's disdain for their culinary skills that prompted him to take the initiative, certainly not due to any inadequacy in status. What? You wonder why the only male domestic violence assistance center in the country is located in Suja's province? Mind your own business, will you? As the last dish was presented, Qiu Ran had already transformed into a figure reminiscent of a character from Genshin Impact, while Taonin had been molded into various shapes. As the saying goes, one must leverage their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. Taonin knew well how to showcase her advantages. But could she not loosen her grip on that girl and press me instead? I must take responsibility. Delicious. You're amazing, little brother. Taonin was not one to withhold her compliments, especially since it cost her nothing. Oh, it's nothing. Suje's expression remained unchanged. But any normal man in his position would find it difficult to suppress a smile, and he was no exception. Taonin excelled at providing emotional value, as evidenced by how her few words could elevate Suje's spirits. Qiu Ran gazed at the array of colorful and fragrant dishes, her surprise evident. She had never imagined that someone like Suja possessed such skills. Wait, what do you mean by someone like Suja? Yet, watching him struggle to contain his smile while receiving praise from Taonin, Qiu Ran gradually fell into contemplation. Do all boys enjoy such compliments? But it feels so childish, akin to soothing a child. Listening to Taonin's repeated affirmations of "You're so great, little brother, this is delicious." Qiu Ran felt as if she had stepped into a kindergarten. Sun Yin seemed to have long grown accustomed to Taonin's demeanor. To the unfamiliar, it might appear she had a pleasing personality, easily bullied. However, that would be a grave misunderstanding. Her fondness for complimenting others did not equate to naivety. In Sun Yin's mind, Taonin embodied the archetype of a bad woman, albeit a positively connoted one. You may not understand, but the psychology of men parallels that of children, especially for boys at this age, who possess strong competitive spirits and a deep yearning for affirmation. Sensing Qiu Ran's doubts, Taonin lowered her voice and chuckled. Oh, thank you. Qiu Ran quickly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Not only had she been caught sneaking a glance, but her inner thoughts had also been deciphered. Yet, Anin truly understood her. With her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, Taonin had effortlessly grasped Qiu Ran's insecurities, revealing that the aloof persona was merely a facade, masking a somewhat naive disposition and a lack of self-assurance. This is the prowess of a bad woman, discerning the essence of Qiu Ran in such a brief encounter. Not that I like him, but I absolutely do not believe that you have no interest in your little brother. Taonin shifted her gaze back to Suja, who was maintaining a composed demeanor. Does your little brother have a crush on anyone? Or what kind of girl does he fancy? Though directed at Suja, her gaze subtly lingered on Qiu Ran. As expected, upon hearing this sensitive inquiry, Qiu Ran instinctively tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Her expression remained neutral, yet she clearly assumed a listening posture. Indeed, I am rather astute, Taonin thought to herself, as she could easily perceive the dynamics between these young souls. What type do you prefer? Though a rather vague question, Suja found himself momentarily at a loss. Right, what do I like? Teenage boys often yearn for romantic experiences. Yet when pressed to articulate their desires, Suja found himself devoid of a concrete notion. If Suja were in his abstract state, he might have laughed it off. But presently, he was in the midst of upholding his persona. After a moment of serious contemplation, he replied earnestly, "You know, Enin, I am all about pure love." The two women present nodded in agreement, with Sun Yan wearing a dismissive smile. "And I have never been in a relationship," he added, eliciting more nods, again, with Sun Yan's derisive expression. "Therefore, I might have a slight inclination towards that sort of narrative." Suja spoke subtly, mindful of the three women present. However, this was not merely a facade. He genuinely held such sentiments. In truth, he harbored a rather severe psychological aversion to intimacy. "Oh, I understand." Taonin responded with a classic smile of a bad woman. "Being a virgin is nothing to be ashamed of. It signifies a commitment to self-respect." Qiu Ran continued to focus on her food, but suddenly found the meal considerably more appetizing, or perhaps more pure. Taonin's admiration deepened. She felt no offense. Rather, she counted off on her fingers, "Pure love warrior, pure romantic inclinations. So you hope your future partner will also be a virgin, right?" A certain wicked older sister interjected. Chapter 43. "Why are you still so naive, just like when you were a child?" Sun Yan remarked. "You truly have a flair for entertainment. Why not strike out on your own?" At that moment, Suja felt as if he had been punched in the gut. Utterly uncomfortable. "You articulated that splendidly, dear sister, but please refrain from saying such things again." Qiu Ran stifled a laugh, clearly entertained by Suja's predicament, which was a rare sight. After all, Suja had a reputation for being unyielding at school, often preferring to project pressure onto others rather than reflect on himself. Yet, Suja was not one to remain silent when affronted. He decided to express his displeasure by refusing to wash the dishes that evening, casting a stern glare their way. After dinner, the group promptly set off, as it was the day for promotional photos. Though not entirely formal, promotion was still essential. Should they gain notoriety, it was highly likely they would receive significant opportunities, allowing Suja to assertively claim the role of an official second-hand appraiser. The chosen location for the shoot was an unremarkable outdoor setting. As an independent entrepreneur without familial support, this was Taonin's final effort. Fortunately, her makeup artist was top-notch, ensuring that the promotional effort would be adequately executed. "What? You say the most crucial aspect of a promotional shoot is the photographer? No worries. Suja never frets about that." Sun Yan's photography skills could be described as mediocre at best, yet everyone remained untroubled. "You may argue that I lack an understanding of photography, but allow me to counter that you do not comprehend Sun Yan. While she may not be the finest photographer, she is undoubtedly the best in post-production. Naturally, today's models seem to require minimal retouching. TSK, TSK, TSK. One must concede that Qiu Ran was exceptionally beautiful at this moment. Notwithstanding Suja's condescending tone, which bore a teasing quality. Perhaps he harbored no ulterior motives, but teasing attractive women was a universal male inclination, was it not? Shall we take a vote? 1. This is indeed a male tendency. 2. Stubbornness. 3. Stubbornness paired with a lack of courage. Thank you, you fit this role splendidly. Why do you not scold me? Suja displayed a look of confusion. Wasn't that supposed to be your line? Behold, this encapsulates the daily life of an abstract man, perpetually guiding others into his distorted perceptions. Upon hearing Suja's words, Qiu Ran's beautifully shaped brows furrowed in response. Throughout her journey, she had been reflecting on Taonin's assertion that a man's mindset often mirrors that of a child. A few flattering words could easily placate them. Yet, despite her compliments, he had retorted in such a manner. How infuriating! Could he not display even a hint of that infatuated expression towards her? Such a peculiar person with such odd expectations. Perhaps Qiu Ran had begun to identify the root of the issue. It might be that her voice lacked the playful lilt he desired. Perhaps what he craved was not mere praise, but rather an expression akin to playful coquetry, something she simply could not muster. Imagining Taonin's tone and demeanor, Qiu Ran suddenly felt no need to appease anyone, least of all Suja. Her brows knit tighter, and the corners of her mouth curled in disdain. A spontaneous manifestation of her true feelings, a disdainful pervert. How liberating! Observing Qiu Ran's return to her usual self, Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment they had stepped out, he sensed something was amiss with her. Wasn't that the persona she was supposed to embody? Was this disdainful facade more fitting for her? If only she could replace pervert with clumsy, that would be even better. Nonsense. Who dares to label me as clumsy? Only the legendary Lu Bu could call me that. Come a little closer, be a bit more intimate. Don't forget your character dynamics. Taonin interjected loudly from the side. Sensing her hired models were decidedly out of character. It was not that they were inseparable, but rather that they seemed utterly disassociated. Can you envision Furilian casting a disdainful glance at Exxon Meyer, who, in turn, deliberately distanced herself, as if wary that the other might suddenly invade her territory. Aren't you two supposed to be portraying a couple? Must you not be more natural? Taonin felt on the verge of tears. Her investment seemed destined to go to waste. It was clear that both of them were striving to restrain their emotions, yet an indefinable awkwardness lingered. Was it truly so difficult? Was her gaze not sufficiently affectionate? What more could be deemed affectionate? Did he not know that he was dubbed the most romantic in Qingfeng? Suja was bewildered. He believed he was delivering a flawless performance, yet she persistently regarded him with disdain. No, dear brother, you must invest your heart. Picture yourself with your most cherished girl. Envision the past. Your face should radiate longing. Taonin gesticulated frantically, her face tinged with red. Yet the heart drawn around her figure was undeniably striking. How on earth does one conjure such feelings? I have never experienced love. Suja muttered in dissatisfaction, yet gradually began to take it seriously. Such nuances of sentiment are difficult to embody, especially for one devoid of experience. Although Suja often boasted, he could not deny that a significant figure had once etched a profound impression upon him. Just as he was about to dismiss this thought, an ephemeral vision flickered before him, a girl's face slowly materializing, adorned with a sweet smile, pure and beautiful. Though Suja had never known love nor heard enchanting words of affection, in that moment, he seemed to hear a familiar whisper. It's been so long. You remain as silly as you were in childhood. He slowly extended his hand, as if yearning to grasp that fleeting figure, and his gaze softened. Beautiful. This is the state I desire. Taonin, witnessing Suja's transformation, felt a surge of excitement. That look, gentle yet clear, was reminiscent of a hero's love for a naive spirit, subtle yet enduring. As she beheld the boy's outstretched hand, Qiu Ran instinctively recoiled, her breath quickening, seemingly unwilling to meet his gaze. How could the atmosphere shift so dramatically? So, my impression in his heart isn't so unfavorable after all. Her heart raced, her expression softening as she reached out her hand, freezing the moment in time. The hero's love was restrained, while Furillion's was laced with confusion. At that instant, they perfectly mirrored the characters within their narrative, so impeccably. Qiu Ran felt the world around them fade into silence. She had anticipated feeling shy upon their hands meeting, yet surprisingly, that sensation never came. Everything felt so natural, so effortless. Perhaps it was the clarity in his gaze. Lost in a reverie, the boy finally spoke, though his words were unclear. Still, Qiu Ran was utterly captivated by his tender voice. There were no further words. The boy's confusion seemed to vanish, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Long time no see." Furillion. Chapter 44. In a daze, I saw my great-grandmother. Bullheaded is a rather impolite term, typically found in forums. Yet, fortunately, Suja was not one to engage in such discussions. Suja realized he had been a bit too emotional earlier, but why was Qiu Ran also caught up in her feelings? What? Did you see your great-grandmother too? Why do I feel as though your gaze is about to unravel? Qiu Ran, you better be acting this way because of your childhood friend, otherwise, I too might be considered a bull-headed fool. How perfect this would be if it were to be publicized. Taonin's delighted voice abruptly interrupted their moment. Qiu Ran instinctively lowered her head, as if she had just committed a rather embarrassing act. Indeed, emotions must be guided by someone. I should head back. Whether due to her own perception or not, Qiu Ran seemed eager to leave, perhaps due to the time constraint, or perhaps, brother, go see Qiu Ran off. Taonin quickly signaled to Suja. In truth, Suja was quite reluctant regarding such matters, but he understood the necessity of maintaining their personas. So he turned to Qiu Ran and said, "Class monitor, may I accompany you?" A splendid opportunity for an exit. Typically, one would decline at such a moment. Oh, he had to admit, that was a rather charming phrase. Suja contemplated various scenarios, but overlooked the most commonplace. Awkwardness enveloped him. He found himself unsure how to articulate the situation. Here they were, two unfamiliar individuals, enacting the "I'll see you off" trope. It was undeniably challenging. Seated on the bus, the two remained silent, though Qiu Ran occasionally glanced at Suja, or rather, at the handcrafted ring adorning his finger. There were ways to alleviate the awkwardness. Qiu Ran's home was not far, so Suja opted for an engaging game of Three Kingdoms Kill during this interval. As he selected Sleeping Dragon Juga, he felt Qiu Ran's gaze upon him, and could only awkwardly exclaim, "Ah, this phone is truly a phone." The annoying notifications that typically disrupted gameplay suddenly became a lifesaver, as an unexpected message prompted Qiu Ran to discreetly avert her eyes. Just in time. Of course, this tactic only works on those with a strong moral compass. Tang Xian Dan, are you wandering about so late? Huangshan Buru Pai Nua Chao, How do you know? As Suja read the message from Tang Xinro, his mind was filled with questions. What did this abrupt comment mean? Did she wish to join him for a game? Tang Xi and Dan, just don't worry about it. Hurry back to play. Is there anything more pressing than gaming? Didn't we agree on this today? Huangshan Bu Ru Pai Nua Chao. I enjoy a little white lie. You big fool. Across the ocean, a certain cool girl let out a frustrated cry. Tang Xinro sometimes felt exasperated. She was grateful for Suja's obliviousness, yet at times, it was this very cluelessness that left her vulnerable. Was it pity that drove her? The young girl curled up on her bed, wrapping her arms around her legs and resting her chin on her knees as she murmured softly to herself. She had come to understand a great deal about Xiao Ran, and it was she who had encouraged Suja to approach her in the first place. Being a girl herself, she could empathize with the helplessness one might feel in such circumstances. However, Tang Xinro was aware that she ought not to dwell on these thoughts. Yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Humph, is this considered an explanation? Tang Xinro scoffed at the messages on her phone, a smirk unconsciously forming on her lips, revealing that she was not entirely oblivious to her own emotions. Nevertheless, she knew she couldn't reply to him immediately. A man must be kept intrigued, maintaining an air of mystery to truly capture his heart. With this thought in mind, her fingers continued to type. What? You say I can't reply right away? Does typing not take time? Isn't that a significant delay? Waiting for you. Suja, who was on a bus, raised an eyebrow at the message. Why did it seem that everyone around him was acting strangely these days? Shouldn't a normal response be something like, hurry back, you deaf? Suja was perplexed, while at the same time, in a different setting, the battlefield was silent. Lost in thought, Suja navigated the route home without realizing it. While Xiao Ran appeared to be in no hurry at all, moving slowly and even bouncing slightly as they walked. The night breeze caressed her, and she closed her eyes momentarily, enjoying the presence of the boy beside her, who lagged just a bit behind. Though they exchanged no words, Xiao Ran found solace in this atmosphere. Walking with someone else truly was a delightful experience. Let us call it a night, she thought, even though she relished the moment. She eventually halted her steps, recognizing the danger of proceeding further. If her mother were to see them, the consequences would be unbearable, even without any wrongdoing between them. Good night. Compared to saying goodbye, Suja preferred this phrase. His earlier impatience faded as he observed Xiao Ran's bittersweet smile, and he instinctively gazed into the distance. The neighborhood lay in darkness, resembling a ferocious beast with its mouth agape. Home is not always a sanctuary, it seemed irrelevant to him. He withdrew his gaze, realizing that saving the damsel was a task best left to the realm of anime. Nevertheless, he found himself removing a handcrafted ring from his finger and offering it to her. Do you like this? Here, take it. It's nothing of value, just a trinket. Suja had noticed Xiao Ran's occasional glances at the ring. While he didn't consider it a matter of salvation, if she liked it, he would let her have it. To his surprise, she turned and walked away, her previously gentle gaze now replaced with a familiar disdain. Suja was at a loss for words. What a stubborn girl. If she liked it, why not just admit it? He had given it to her, yet she rolled her eyes in response, displaying a blatant lack of courtesy. It seemed unlikely that he would have time to play games today. He had wasted too much time already and needed to study. Suja was steadfast in his principles, unwilling to deceive himself. Regrettably, he could not accompany the internet-addicted girl today. Yet, as he recalled a scene from last year during the new year when Tang Xinro returned, he found himself unexpectedly reminiscing about her. Ding ding. Tang Xindian, I heard from my sister that you were a bit moody while taking pictures today. What is up? Thinking about that dream lover from before? Huangshan Buru Pinuat Cao. I vaguely saw my great-grandmother. Chapter 45. This kind-hearted young man must be enduring a lot right now. Lu Cece was genuinely thrilled, as the trajectory of her life was gradually aligning with her aspirations. Previously, Shen Luan had refused to travel with her, unwilling to let their classmates gossip. However, today, he seemed like a different person, voluntarily entering her luxury car. Despite not having received an invitation, love has arrived. Next comes friendship. Lu Cece felt elated, so much so that she forgot to greet Shen Luan. Meanwhile, the driver, old Shun, was torn between joy and concern. On one hand, he was relieved that his son finally heeded his advice and did not embarrass the young lady. On the other hand, he wondered if her demeanor was a bit too subdued. Are you heading to school, miss? He inquired cautiously. No. I have plans to have breakfast with friends. Luan, will you be eating in the cafeteria? Uncle Shun, you can drop me off on the roadside and take Luan to school. Lu Cece stated earnestly, completely unaware of how abstract her words sounded. In the front seat, the father and son exchanged incredulous glances, especially Shen Luan, who recognized that his jealousy was surfacing. Although he had previously avoided Lu Cece, Much of that reluctance stemmed from his insecurities. A girl like her surely had admirers. Thus, he had mustered the courage to test the waters the previous night and received an affirmative response from her. Of course I like you, Luan, but I respect your decision. We can start when we look for jobs. Can one express affection with such indifference? Shen Luan had never been in a relationship. Yet he could sense that Lu Cece was not quite herself, and he attributed it to that boy from another class. Is it Niu Hao? Shall we go together? Finally, he heard his son speak sensibly, and old Shun felt tears welling in his eyes. You rascal, if you had realized this sooner. You could have won her over already. Sure, Lu Cece thought it was a splendid idea, but her gaze remained fixed outside the window. Uncle Shun, stop. Stop. Suddenly, Lu Cece exclaimed excitedly, causing Shun Luan's expression to darken further, as she had never shown such emotional investment for anyone else before. Do you wish to leap over the dragon gate, young man? One must be grounded in their endeavors. Shen Luan mused, reflecting on the current generation's penchant for unconventional pursuits. Suja, over here. Nyozi had completely given up. He instinctively shook his electric scooter, but it did nothing to disrupt Suja's stability. Hey, old Su. Shen Luan was off yesterday. He seems to have figured something out. Nyozi reminded him as Shen Luan stepped out of the car. Oh, is that your line? Suja suddenly realized that a simple acknowledgement could easily break the tension. Not bad, not bad. I'll have to adopt that as my technique. Talking with a hint of sarcasm is certainly a skill. What did Nyozi just say? What is going on with Shen Luan? Figured it out, huh? At your age, considering study, your father must be sleeping soundly. Suja expressed his admiration for Shen Luan's actions, leaving Nyozi in a state of confusion. What is happening? Aren't they involved? Why is old Su reacting this way? Old Su, it's one thing to fool your friends, but don't deceive yourself. Suja, what are we having for lunch? Oh, by the way, can Shen Luan join us? Lu Cece promptly jogged over, her demeanor no longer constrained. As she looked up at Suja, who towered over her by a head, she resembled a little sister eagerly awaiting praise. Shen Luan's expression shifted dramatically. It was unprecedented for Lu Cece to address him by his full name. Was it because of this fellow? He had never paid much attention to him before. After all, he was merely a lowly disciple lingering among the hundreds, hardly worthy of his regard. What was so remarkable about him? It was utterly laughable. Just because he stood at a height of 1.80 meters, was handsome, and had a pleasant voice. What significance did these traits hold? Shen Luan's pride stemmed from a deep-seated belief that such superficial attributes would ultimately render themselves as the most trivial of assets in the real world. Lu Cece truly lacked discernment. Even a wealthy young lady could fall prey to infatuation? Is it just my imagination? Is this fellow glaring at me? Shen Luan was not one to conceal his emotions. Disdain and contempt were plainly evident on his face. The only trait he had managed to hide throughout his life was his insecurity. Suja was oblivious to what had provoked this fellow. Yet he had never been one to suffer in silence. Let us observe a while longer. They casually entered a nearby shop, which was unusually crowded that day. But Lu Cece appeared invigorated, viewing it as quite the challenge. Cece, today's task is 3 trays of buns and 2 bowls. Are you really sending Cece, a girl, to buy these? Suja's instincts were correct. Although he was unaware of what had irked this fellow, it seemed he was intent on stirring trouble today. Wow, how chivalrous. Protecting a lady, so elegant, truly makes you the envy of all fathers. Suja internally scoffed, realizing that the warm-hearted man should indeed be classified as a mere dog in comparison. Yet, despite his thoughts, a look of confusion graced Suja's face as he first glanced at Shen Luan and then turned apologetically towards Lu Cece. I'm sorry, I'll go. It became evident that men could appreciate tea, but regardless of gender, they could only appreciate their own kind. Thus, Shen Luan recognized the situation, yet it proved futile. Luan, I volunteered to go. Suja is merely assisting me. Lu Cece, uncharacteristically displaying emotion, felt a pang of guilt. Suja was her good friend, and she had invited Shen Luan to join them for a meal, which only heightened her sense of discomfort. Yet, she never anticipated Shen Luan's words would provoke such thoughts in Suja. Would he perceive it as a declaration of ownership? The more she pondered, the more regretful she became. Had she known, she wouldn't have brought Shen Luan along. After all, Suja had previously treated him to a meal at school. Why was he acting this way now? Especially upon witnessing Suja's bewildered expression, Lu Cece felt an even deeper sense of distress. This kind-hearted boy must be bearing a heavy burden at this moment. It was entirely her fault for bringing Shen Luan before him. Wasn't she intentionally provoking him? After all, Suja harbored a secret affection for her. This she believed without a doubt. Chapter 46. The conversation surrounding tea was utterly distasteful to him. It's fine. I'll go. Cece, you stay seated. Suja smiled, breaking the tense atmosphere. His concession improved Shen Luan's demeanor, but only deepened Lu Cece's guilt. From her perspective, Suja's smile appeared to be a bitter facade, as if he was enduring humiliation while trying to avoid discomfort for those around him. Lu Cece could deeply empathize with such sentiment, as she herself was prone to internal conflicts. Conversely, Shen Luan appeared to wear a hint of a smug smile, seemingly satisfied with Suja's capitulation. How can this be? Suja must be feeling quite terrible right now. Meanwhile, Suja thought, this fellow instigated this situation. What an infuriating, warm-hearted man, pretending to be noble. As he prepared 2 bowls of tofu pudding, Suja's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt indifferent towards Shen Luan. After all, what did it matter if he was in a romantic relationship with a childhood friend? However, to provoke him without cause? That simply wouldn't he do. I am no delicate prince. I possess strength and means. Ah, the tofu pudding is here. At this small table, myriad human emotions unfolded. In Lu Cece's eyes, Suja's smile was a facade of strength, while Shen Luan interpreted it as an attempt at appeasement. Meanwhile, Niuzi, observing quietly, adjusted his chair subtly, distancing himself from the table. Suja, holding the bowls of tofu pudding, approached Lu Cece and Shen Luan, his face adorned with an endearing smile. Humph. You've never seen a black snake's performance. Today, let me show you what cunning hands can do. Thank you. Lu Cece accepted the bowl, her cheeks flushed. Suja was truly kind. He must be feeling miserable yet remained so magnanimous, even extending kindness to Shen Luan, who targeted him. As Lu Cece carefully placed her bowl on the table, Shen Luan reached for his, but Suja's eyes narrowed, and his left leg discreetly nudged Shen Luan's leg. The term nudge may not accurately describe the action. A more fitting term would be entangle. It is well known that to trip someone, one must disrupt their balance, and conversely, entangling one's foot around another's leg can yield similar results. Ah! Cries of shock, sounds of shattering bowls, and screams intertwined. Suja fell to the ground, inadvertently flinging the tofu pudding into Shen Luan's lap. Suja! Lu Cece reacted swiftly, rushing to his side upon witnessing him on the ground. It's fine, Suja murmured, rubbing his arm and emitting sounds of discomfort. Shen Luan was dumbfounded, hastily grabbing tissues to wipe the mess from his clothes, his expression contorting into a grimace. He was certain that this fellow had deliberately ensnared his leg. What a scoundrel! To feign an accident. Suja, you! Anger surged as he turned to glare, only to encounter another pair of unfriendly eyes, Lu Cece's. While it might not have been visible from the inside, once outside, Lu Cece immediately noticed Suja's foot still entangled with Shen Luan's ankle, rendering the previous events all too clear. Oh dear Su, how did you fall? That shouldn't have happened. Is the floor really that slippery? Niuzi interjected, perfectly timing his entrance to prevent the situation from descending into silence. Questioning Suja's actions, Suja struggled to suppress a smile, having no time to mourn for his fallen dignity. The next to take the stage would be the ultimate sidekick, the invincible time master, the tedious Niuhao. It was just a slip of the foot. Suja managed to convey a mix of grievance, reluctance, and desolation in those few words. His feigned rejection of Lu Cece, coupled with his current despondent expression, shattered Lu Cece's heart into pieces. Gently helping Suja to his feet, Lu Cece's mind went blank. Suja's acting prowess had been honed through daily battles of wits against the cunning Su Nian. How could the innocent Lu Cece possibly discern the facade? In her eyes, Suja's state was that of a friend cast aside for the sake of trivial love, his gaze seemingly pleading. I knew it. If you weren't with your childhood friend, you wouldn't be here seeking me out. Tomorrow, if you come looking for me again, that will not do. Delicious tea. The other 2 men present echoed the same exclamation in unison. Despite the evident assistance that Niuzi was providing to Suja, it did little to quell the visceral disdain he felt for such posturing. Shen Luan apologized to Suja. Lu Cece was genuinely incensed. It was utterly excessive. Suja was such a commendable individual, having offered her substantial support. How could Shen Luan behave in such a manner? Had he ever shown her any respect? As the saying goes, when someone disparages those who are important to you, it is not merely a slight against your friends, but a reflection of their disdain for you. Yet, it was apparent that many failed to grasp this simple truth, even laughing alongside the detractor. Some individuals, upon their very birth, seem devoid of intellect. Yet due to their ability to manage life's demands, they are mistakenly perceived as normal. Lu Cece, however, was decidedly not one of the foolish. In that moment, she felt a profound sadness. She held a deep affection for Shen Luan. Despite years apart, The lens of their childhood friendship rendered him infinitely perfect in her eyes. Thus, she found herself here, at an age where her heart first awakened to the thought of him. Although the journey had not been entirely smooth, Lu Cece believed they could rekindle their former connection. However, things had shifted. She suddenly realized that someone who could not even tolerate their own friends would hardly harbor affection for her. Not only would he not love her, but he could not even muster the respect she deserved. Apologize to Suja, Lu Cece reiterated with unwavering seriousness. At that moment, Shun Luan's face flushed crimson. Not due to Lu Cece's favoritism, but because Suja, in such a significant setting, had audaciously gestured an obscene sign behind her back. How could one be so juvenile? Yet, the evidence of Suja's success was clear, as Shun Luan's embarrassment was palpable. If he did not provoke me, I would have no reason to target him. Behind Lu Cece, Suja lowered his voice to Nyozi, attempting to explain his previous remarks, which he himself found distasteful. Indeed, they were repugnant, yet it was inconsequential. This was a matter of familial loyalty rather than principle. Nyozi feigned a gagging motion before saying, Cece, old Su and I will take our leave. There is no need for conflict. Let the apology be waived. We are all men here and can understand. Lu Cece stood frozen, while Shin Luan was obstinate. And Suja felt aggrieved. As an observer, Niu Hao's words were a decisive blow to Lu Cece, who claimed that Niu Hao lacked charm. He was truly remarkable. Chapter 47. How to eat soft rice while standing. I say, you are rather cruel and quite disgusting. Leaving the breakfast establishment, Nyozi cast a complex look at Suja, reflecting on the impossibility of emulating such audacity. In the distance, he faintly heard Lu Cece's voice, but turning back now would be foolish. A true man never looks back at an explosion. I did not provoke that fellow, did I? Why the hostility? I do not comprehend. Suja, with a hint of a dialect, found himself lost in contemplation. How had he managed to irritate him? After all, he had treated him to a meal. That wretched scoundrel truly lacked any sense of decency. You truly do not know? Nyozi gazed at Suja with a perplexed expression. Is it possible he does not want us to share a meal? Hence his antagonism? But wait, he is targeting me specifically. How bizarre. Observing Suja's evident confusion, Nyozi was at a loss for words. How could someone so cunning be oblivious to Shun Luan's jealousy? Nevertheless, Shin Luan was also a curious character. When pursued by wealthy women, he sought to maintain an air of superiority, yet now, having grown closer to old Su, he seemed to relinquish his pride. It was truly a puzzlement. Ultimately, Shin Luan's internal stance was clear. He disdained shortcuts, believing in the virtue of hard work, while simultaneously insisting that others could not take such paths. Indeed, the world is rife with unscrupulous individuals. If I cannot comprehend it, then I shall not dwell on it. Although I may have employed some underhanded tactics today, it is unlikely that Lu Cece harbors any favorable impression, for he is her childhood companion, regardless of any faults. Matters of loyalty should prevail, or so Suja thought, as this was simply his nature. Returning to the cafeteria's first floor, what a pity about my rib soup. Truth be told, it did affect his mood somewhat. After having been so enamored with his benefactor, the thought of her complete withdrawal stung. Upon reaching the door, he met Chiu Ran's gaze. Indeed, his bond with Chiu Ran had significantly strengthened. Previously, a simple goodnight sent via phone would elicit a unique NPC response of "oh." Now, they could exchange up to 3 sentences before triggering that same "oh." One might say it was a considerable enhancement. It was akin to the disparity between the 3 lucky stars and the 6 lucky stars. Was there any possibility of dining on the 3rd floor? This was a profound question. Suja was currently contemplating how to navigate the nuances of soft rice consumption while standing. As they brushed past one another, there was no communication. Not even a gentle breeze. Surely, there should be no breeze within the classroom building? No. Chiu Ran was certain that the young man beside her could summon a gentle zephyr, adorned with an enchanting fragrance. Yet today, all was absent. No breeze, no alluring scent. Why? Oh, it was because he had not greeted her. Why did you not say good morning? Men are all like this, careless and inattentive. But it matters not. No one could possibly cherish such trivialities. With an expressionless face, she adjusted her glasses and positioned herself in front of Suja. Class monitor, I am not late. Good morning. Suja furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze, attempting to read something from her impassive countenance. Reading comprehension. What emotion does the term good morning convey at this moment? A. A longing for home. B. A simple greeting. C. A hidden crush. D. A dull angle a few days prior. Suja had indeed sought to enhance his bond with Chiu Ran, especially since he had received 1,000 yuan from her, and she was to be his future partner. However, today he could not oblige. Mate loss, magnetic. I simply do not have time to play today, little one. Thus, Suja's response was a mere "oh." Once again, they passed one another, yet Xiao stood there, stunned as though struck by lightning. Oh, what does "oh" mean? How could he respond in such a manner? After mustering the courage to greet him with a good morning, he simply returned with an "oh"? Is saying good morning truly so burdensome? Or is there another reason? Does he not realize that responding with "oh" is exceedingly rude? Who could be so dismissive in their replies? Returning to the table, despite it being Friday, the day held little joy for third-year students. Suja was set to attend 4 remedial classes in just 2 days, a level of commitment that placed him among the more indulgent in his cohort. It felt as though the break was more exhausting than attending classes. Why did I sense a chill breeze? Suja mused, and in the next moment, that scrutinizing gaze evaporated. Turning around, he encountered the half-dead Zhuge Ling. There were only 2 scenarios that could render her so subdued. The first was heartbreak. Though she had never experienced love, Suja could foresee that outcome. The second was, do not engage. Su is on her period. Weakly waving her hand, one could not deny that in her feeble state, Zhuge Ling appeared rather ethereal. While that description may not be entirely accurate, it captured her essence. Being a woman is truly challenging, having to endure such blood loss each month. It is indeed a struggle for women. How do they not perish from such a relentless cycle? The perspectives of men and women on issues are evidently distinct. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ling feigned a leap to strike Suja's knee, but as she moved, she abruptly grimaced in pain. Suja had long been curious. Did it truly hurt that much? It must be quite painful, for Sun Yan, during her menstrual period, was often too weak to confront her. Illustrating the severity of the situation. What should I do when Aunt Flo arrives? It is apparent that Lingzi had become so numb as to pose such a question to a man. However, at that moment, Zhuge Ling spoke in an unexpectedly soft and tender tone. After careful contemplation, Suju advised against any action. Enduring the excruciating pain, she delivered a gentle headbutt to him, then clutched her abdomen and proceeded towards the restroom. Yet, in the next instant, she appeared to recall something, her expression turning frantic. Damn it! I forgot to buy sanitary pads. Zhuge Ling's face paled further. If she were to go out for them now, she might very well collapse on the way. She extended a familiar hand, offering her utmost need, but it must be said, Suja, as a man holding a sanitary pad, did appear somewhat peculiar. You have such a bizarre hobby. If you don't want it, just throw it away. I do want it, but what does a grown man need this for? I am not preparing for it. Am I expected to rely on your dim-wittedness to handle it? With a hint of impatience, Suja began to review his materials, while Zhuge Ling suddenly stood frozen in place. She recalled that every time her period began, Suja would consistently deliver sanitary pads to her. For her, this was an incredibly embarrassing matter, yet her reckless friend before her seemed to have changed. Though his words remained sharp, her heart swelled with warmth. Indeed, is there anything more blissful than knowing someone cares for you? Is this girl simply indulging too much? Feeling Zhuge Ling's unusual gaze, Suja was perplexed. What does that look mean? I consider you a buddy. One need not inquire why Suja buys sanitary pads every month. If he fails to do so, he would face the wrath of his older sister, Sun Yan, upon returning home. Chapter 48. Indeed, she is just a bit spoiled. Lingzi, please, let me copy your work. Just this once. No, Susu, please don't. Just let me copy. I beg you, Lingzi. I truly am at a loss. I'll copy your work back for you later, I promise. Are you discussing such profound matters? A classmate in the front row could no longer endure the conversation. Turning around with a puzzled expression, I just want to copy some homework. Suja felt wronged. Indeed, abstract-minded girls often lack compassion. Just after placing her ultra-thin sanitary pad, she turned her back on him, refusing even a small favor. How I wish to slap her into an ultra-thin pad. A soft, delicate voice broke through the tension. But upon seeing the speaker, the stark contrast became apparent. The girl, Lu Chong, was nearly 200 pounds, sitting in front of Suja, extending a notebook with a somewhat evasive gaze. Observing this scene, surrounding classmates prepared to tease, the phrase almost escaping their lips. Lu Chong immediately lowered her head, feeling disheartened. After all, girls of her stature often became the center of attention, albeit not for favorable reasons. Thank you so much. As Lu Chong withdrew her hand, feeling somewhat insecure, the boy's cheerful voice dispelled her gloom. Gritting her teeth, she mustered courage and offered a small bun from her backpack. Oh, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. Thank you, Lu Chong. There are still good people in this world. Suja tore it open and devoured it, then began to copy fervently. Don't mention it. Lu Chong visibly blushed, although she understood that the romantic scenarios depicted in youth anime could never happen to her. She felt a sense of satisfaction just from this small act of kindness. Hey, your girlfriend. Your girlfriend. Nonsense. She's your girlfriend. Don't steal my girlfriend. Zhuge Ling frowned in dissatisfaction. Although she enjoyed such banter, she believed discussing it in front of others was excessive. Her boundary lies in keeping such jokes private. Glancing back, Zhuge Ling was surprised to see Suja unaffected by the teasing, still happily munching on his bun. Hey, courtesy of Zhuge Ling's elbow jab, don't bother Su. They're calling you girlfriend. Oh, Suja suddenly realized how remarkably useful the term was, effortlessly stylish and clear in meaning. After swallowing the last piece of bun, he smiled lightly. If it were behind closed doors, I might join in the jest, but since she is helping me with my homework and providing me with a bun, how could I tease someone so kind? Hey, you know, Lu Chang's homework is better than yours. What are they laughing about? Do they not know what an angel investor is? Though feeling overshadowed, Zhuge Ling showed no signs of anger. Instead, a motherly smile crept onto her face. This guy, when serious, is rather charming. Indeed, those who engage in abstract thinking often possess a kind heart, much like herself. However, kindness is subjective. For instance, the treatment of offering sanitary pads is something others would never enjoy. Hey, a mischievous grin. Classmates, we've fallen behind in our progress. The monotonous phrase became unbearable even for Lu Cece, likely due to various underlying matters. At that moment, Lu Cece finally realized something. Why she adapted so quickly to this new environment was due to the sense of security provided by that man. Since the events of the morning, she had noticed a shift around her. Her classmates became more rigid, the buildings appeared distorted, and even the air felt thick and suffocating. What kind of Chinese Cthulhu is this? She suddenly recognized that she had no one to communicate with at this school. The thought of eating alone at noon, surrounded by classmates' pointed fingers, sent a chill down her spine. That kind of situation must never happen. Grabbing her phone to message Suja, she hesitated. Deleting and rewriting, ultimately giving up. For someone prone to internal conflict, she could not bear the imagined coldness of his words. Do you comprehend the rising tide of loneliness? Eating alone, watching a film alone, going to the hospital alone. This is a common experience for many, but for Lu Cece, even going to the restroom alone is a torment. Observing the girls in class holding hands in pairs, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. With her temperament, it seemed impossible for her to remain friendless. Yet her status destined her to never be the preferred choice in anyone's heart. Being human naturally fosters a sense of contrast, allowing her to be friends with many, yet never anyone's closest companion. Lu Cece believed that if she merely spoke up, she could seamlessly integrate into any small group in class. However, she hesitated. If she intruded recklessly, though no one might voice their discomfort, the entire group would become exceedingly awkward. Yet, this is merely human nature, after all. People instinctively harbor malice towards what they cannot possess, given that there are indeed more bad people in this world. Look at your boyfriend. The hallway echoed with the playful teasing of girls, prompting Shenluan to quicken his pace. He detested such jesting. The girl being teased, however, showed no intent to retort, her face flushing instinctively. The girl named Mo Yun, a top student and a cherished disciple of the second class, certainly pales in comparison to Shenluan. I jestingly asked her, Yun, could it be that you truly harbor feelings for Shenluan? At this age, young girls are particularly fond of gossip. While they may temper their chatter in the hallways, once they reach the restroom, they unleash their true selves without restraint. Mo Yun had no intention of refuting this. After all, her affection for Shenluan, a standout in the 5th class, was hardly a secret. Who wouldn't be enamored by a diligent boy? Moreover, the most significant reason was that she had never voiced her feelings to anyone. However, pursuing Shenluan would not be an easy endeavor, especially since he had his childhood sweetheart following him to school. How unfair. The school not only turned a blind eye to such blatant early romance, but also supported it. After all, he comes from a wealthy family that has donated to the school. What could they do about it? Yet, fret not, Yun. That Lu Cece is merely a sycophant, not your equal. I sense that Shenluan's demeanor towards you is even more favorable. Keep your spirits up. Don't lose face. Mo Yun found herself utterly perplexed, her expression one of bewilderment. Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to Lu Cece? Truthfully, although they were rivals in love, she held no ill will towards Lu Cece. In fact, she admired the gentle and unpretentious nature of girls like her. However, upon witnessing the distorted expressions of the surrounding girls, Mo Yun quickly understood. Indeed, the world is rife with malice. To fit into a circle, one must relinquish many things, which is why some prefer to walk alone. For instance, in this moment, Mo Yun bore no animosity towards Lu Cece, but in order to blend in, she reluctantly echoed. Indeed, she does act rather pretentiously, relying on her family's wealth. With that one remark, she felt her emotional intelligence peak. Yet, the very next moment, she turned around. And everyone froze in place, two astonished faces exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 49. When hurling insults, one must do so in the presence of others. Lucisi, acutely aware of such judgments, made every effort to avoid hearing them, yet it seemed impossible at this moment. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. May I ask who uttered that apology? Obviously, it was Lucisi. It is entirely natural for one to spout nonsensical remarks when their mind goes blank. After her loud apology, she turned and fled, perfectly aligned with her character. But why did she need to apologize? The girls who had been gossiping were now feeling guilty. Exchanging confused glances, they felt so embarrassed that they could almost regurgitate their last meal, having been caught red-handed while mocking someone who was now audibly apologizing. Why did it feel so wrong? At that moment, the most bewildered of all was Mo Yun. If others felt guilty for being caught, she was utterly innocent. After all, she genuinely liked Lucisi, but had felt compelled to conform to her peer group, resulting in her unjust predicament that almost brought her to tears. No worries, Yun. We didn't say anything wrong. Don't let it bother you. Your relationship with her isn't that close. Those around her attempted to console her, yet it felt more like dragging her down. For the first time, Mo Yun did not align herself with these sentiments. She resolutely turned away from them, sprinting towards the exit. As a rational girl, she felt the need to offer an explanation. However, the instant she dashed outside, the expressions of her circle shifted dramatically, their gazes towards her growing increasingly hostile. What do you mean by this? You were part of the mockery, and now you feign superiority? Bah, what a hypocrite. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm already 18. My grandfather said 18 is when one becomes an adult, and adults don't cry. A little-known fact, puffing one's lips can help slow tear production. Repeating her grandfather's mantra 10 times in her mind, Lucisi still couldn't help shedding a few tears. She felt utterly wronged. In her previous school, she had a confidant, but here, she felt utterly alone. She had told herself not to care about such things, yet hearing them still stung. Why was she being called pretentious? Had she ever acted like a spoiled rich girl since her arrival? She had been cautious, fearing to leave a negative impression. Yet, no matter her efforts, the outcome was always derision. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. I want to return to Shanghai. At that moment, the young lady finally let out her most vulnerable cry since her arrival. The phrase "I want to go home" encapsulated everything. There was no fairy tale romance with childhood sweethearts. It was all a lie. Everyone was unkind, all filled with malice. Except for him. Avoiding others' gazes, Lucisi's mind conjured the image of that boy. All the kindness she had encountered in this city stemmed from him. I really wish we could be friends, she thought. But at that moment, the tears flowed uncontrollably. Hey, Cici. Could I even imagine his voice? Instinctively lifting her head, she wiped her tears. But in an instant, she turned away. How embarrassing. How utterly humiliating. Why was he here? What are you doing here? She attempted to sound casual, wiping her tears away. Suja took a bite of a spicy snack and then licked his ice pop, furrowing his brow at the door's sign, lost in thought. Oh, why am I here? It seems I've arrived home. Lucisi quickly realized how foolish her question was. She dared not meet Suja's eyes, turning to leave, not wanting him to see her in such a disheveled state. However, just as she turned, his hand firmly grasped hers. Despite her mental preparation, the moment Suja held her, she completely lost her composure. Oh no, she sobbed, carefully leaning against Suja, desperately trying to suppress her sobs. At that moment, Suja wore a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a dragon returning to its lair. Though I don't know why, I have a strong premonition that my VIP card for the 3rd floor is back. Shenluan, I've always said you wouldn't understand this soft life. It's better to let someone else handle it. Only when the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter did Lucisi finally pull away from Suja's shoulder. Yet as her emotions began to settle, a gentle hand rested on her head. Suja's touch seemed to possess a magical quality. A simple caress would release all her pent-up grievances. Oh, don't pet my head. But I will. Fine. Suja chuckled. Who studied this little girl, Lucisi? She cannot refuse anyone. He gently stroked her hair, inadvertently smearing the melting ice pop's residue into her locks. Apologize. Apologize. Mo Yun's mind was consumed with this single thought. Lucisi was truly a wonderful girl, and she desperately wanted to clarify everything with her. Just as she was about to lose sight of her, the commotion ahead caught her attention. What? Mo Yun could hardly believe her eyes. Wasn't Lucisi fond of Shenluan? Why was she now so close to another boy? For reasons unknown, a surge of anger ignited within Mo Yun. Wasn't this a betrayal of Shenluan? Wasn't this a complete contradiction? Though the boy was tall and handsome, it did not justify Lu Cici's apparent infidelity. It is truly astonishing. I once believed she was a good girl, yet she harbors such thoughts. Mo Yun, filled with indignation, marched forward, seemingly oblivious to her original intentions. She was determined to confront the other party regarding this matter. However, midway through her approach, she overheard the boy before her exclaim dramatically, "There's no need to take such matters to heart. Which class doesn't he have a few gossipers? If a dog bites you, will you bite the dog back? This is nothing but sheer jealousy. The more one lacks, the more desperate one becomes. How filthy, how disgraceful." Mo Yun had long heard of a certain Qing Feng from class 2, but she never expected to encounter him in such a manner. Hearing his incessant slander, she felt a wave of unjust grievance wash over her. What had she said? She did not feel that way at all. Why was she being subjected to such disparagement? Lu Cici, does she only seek solace from men when faced with issues? Don't say that, Lu Cici interjected, feeling that such behind-the-back criticism was extremely impolite. Yet the smile on her face suggested that Suja had successfully placated her. Indeed, while slandering others may not always yield results, it certainly provides a sense of satisfaction. Mo Yun could no longer contain herself. No girl should endure such vile humiliation. Little did she expect that in such a brief span, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Lu Cici immediately noticed Mo Yun, recalling the earlier scene that nearly brought her to tears. For she was someone who deeply cared about the feelings of others. Meanwhile, Suja merely chuckled disdainfully, for he had been aware of the situation all along. Indeed, he was directing his insults at her. If he were to be scornful, he would make her sore. If one insults another in their absence, it is utterly meaningless. Despite Lu Cici's evident regret, remember this. Women are inherently like this. Steadfastly standing by their side is never a mistake. Did you really think this meal was free? Just take note. It's all in the details. However, while he was comforting Lu Cici, Suja felt two icy glares upon him. Why two? Chapter 50. I suddenly have a splendid idea. When adversaries employ vicious words and conjectures to force you into submission, Noxus empowers you to rise, allowing you to be reborn amidst the rumors. Yet, Suja did not appreciate such a method of consolation. He believed that when one is slandered, they must retaliate, for harboring such feelings would undoubtedly lead to illness. Noxus enables you to stand tall, but Shurima makes you soar. As for the girl who was insulted and subsequently left in tears, apologies. But Suja's principle is to never strike a woman. Beyond that, his limits can be infinitely lowered. I'll head back first. Lu Cici appeared anxious. For mere moments ago, she sought someone to lament her grievances, only to be caught in her own act of disparagement. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Despite her silence, what difference does it make when Suja spoke as though he were conversing with her? Such is the nature of women. They may profess disapproval, yet their bodies betray their true feelings. Suja chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, while inwardly he reveled in a cacophony of laughter. Even someone as innocent as Lu Cici, when confronted with conflict, displayed quintessential feminine thinking. Despite her verbal disapproval, she was clearly enjoying the drama unfolding. This is inappropriate. Too harsh and impolite. Nonsense. At this juncture, my friends, do not be swayed by a woman's deceptive words. What you must do is unconditionally stand by her side and engage in fervent criticism. A woman's words are often misleading. Should you begin to rationally analyze her words today, I'm afraid you're lost. Just observe, the seemingly flustered Lu Cici is barely able to suppress a smile. It can only be said that women cannot resist the allure of unconditional favoritism. That woman has exhausted all her charm. I'll indulge in some rib soup for lunch. Suja mused with delight, for this was wisdom he had gleaned from years of experience with women. How could one speak so harshly of a girl? Even if she gossips about others, such excess is uncalled for. Lu Cici felt a pang of guilt. Putting herself in Mo Yun's shoes, she thought, if she were the one being insulted, she would surely curl up under her blanket in tears at night. Yet, why did she feel a sense of relief? It must be said, having someone steadfastly by your side to defend you feels wonderful. Lu Cici, once timid in the bustling metropolis, found solace in having the best of friends backing her, allowing her to simply hide behind and act cute. And now it seems I have made a wonderful friend. Ding. Your bond with Suja has deepened. Would you like to choose to be alone with him? Options appeared in her mind, but why was there only this one choice? Stop overthinking. I should apologize to others first. Lu Cici's thought process was peculiar. Even though she was the one disparaged, witnessing the other party's tears made her panic. However, as she entered the classroom, she was met with scrutinizing gazes. Mo Yun was currently hunched over her desk, sobbing uncontrollably, surrounded by a group of girls whispering among themselves. Though their words were indistinct, Lu Cece could surmise their content. Her body stiffened, breaths quickened, and her mind went blank. It felt as though the entire world was watching her. She hesitated to approach, fearing she might hear some insulting words. The gazes around her seemed to shift. Even classmates with whom she usually got along began to avoid her. It can only be said that people are inherently exclusionary. Although Mo Yun was also exceptional and beautiful, she fell within the bounds of normalcy. Now, when conflict arose, it morphed from a mere disagreement into a class struggle. Lu Cece sat at her desk, gritting her teeth, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Thoughts of returning home surfacing once more. Why is interpersonal interaction so complex? She merely wished to live a simple life here. Most boys were merely spectators. Yet the girls felt a sense of solidarity against a common foe. At this moment, 3 individuals in the class possessed the most intricate of thoughts. Mo Yun, hunched over her desk, listened to the comforting words of those around her, feeling a profound sense of panic. She had long since run out of tears and began to think rationally. Regardless of the situation, she was in the wrong. Yet, at this point, she truly lacked the courage to stand up. Forget it. It is what it is. I'll just remain here. I didn't slander anyone. It was others who did. Whatever they choose to say is their business. A classic evasion, shameful, yet effective. Shen Luan's emotions were equally complex. He was aware of Mo Yun's feelings for him, yet her academic performance never placed her within the top 10 of their grade. Boy shorts, boy shorts. However, at this moment, as the most connected boy in the room, he felt compelled to take action. Girls are typically at their most vulnerable during such times. This is an excellent opportunity. Shen Luan smirked. Getting close to girls was as easy as pie? Could it be more difficult than mathematics? Just then, an irritating figure appeared before him, a handsome face marred by a frustrating expression, even flashing him a middle finger. Damn it, I've been far too impulsive lately. Completely led by the nose. After reflecting, Shen Luan was dissatisfied with his actions, feeling that Su Zhe's presence had turned him into a sycophant. This would not do. Rather than remain passive, it was better to take the initiative. Lu Cece had sought to provoke jealousy in him. So why couldn't he employ the same tactic? Sycophant. Yet, that was never his character. Shen Luan's eyes widened, and his right hand instinctively raised a finger skyward. I have a brilliant idea. Straightening his attire, Shen Luan approached Mo Yun with the most graceful demeanor. Saying rationally, Mo Yun, what has transpired? This must be a misunderstanding. Such matters can be clarified. Perfection, whether in the form of a flawless voice or rational harmony, is utterly impeccable. At this moment, I feel incredibly handsome. Not a single flaw can be found. Shen Luan instinctively glanced towards Lu Cece, only to meet her gaze filled with profound disappointment. Lu Cece merely shot him a cold glance before quickly averting her eyes, her expression seemingly frozen. Having grown up together, Shen Luan had never witnessed such a demeanor from her. What is this expression? Am I not mediating on your behalf? Shouldn't you be grateful? Shen Luan was momentarily bewildered, completely unable to comprehend her line of thought. One was baffled, another feigned ignorance, while the third, in a state of emotional turmoil, was Niuzi. Nio-sun, Lao Su, what on earth happened over there? It seems like Lu Cece has been isolated since her return. Huangshan Buru Pai Nua Chao? Nio-sun, what do you mean by you sent? Huangshan Buru Pai Nua Chao. You mean to say that the daughter of the school board, a young lady from a prominent family in the magical city, who casually donated a building to the school, and even the principal must greet her, is being ostracized in this dilapidated class. Chapter 51. Look at how wrong she has become. Is this the way women think? Power does not breed strength, and strength does not nurture power? As he read the messages on his phone, Suja's expression contorted in disbelief. Lu Cece truly is something extraordinary. She has squandered a winning hand. Ling Zi, prompted by Suja's elbow jab, what would you do if you became a national person? On the first day, I'd hide away to see if there are beings stronger than me. The second day, I would give back to society, striving to become a national idol. And the third day, I wouldn't eat beef. Glancing at Zhuge Ling beside him, then at the messages on his phone, Suja realized that women can indeed think rationally. And what about you? What will you do? Zhuge Ling inquired, noticing Suja's strange demeanor. Happy Superman. And if not happy, still a Superman. What if there exists another mighty being like you? Careful Superman. For the first time, these two individuals, who could never reach a consensus, found common ground, both believing the other to be beyond help. Suja took a moment to phrase his question delicately. Ling Zi, if you were a young lady from a wealthy family in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, how would you interact with others in this class? Zhuge Ling shot him a disdainful look and replied without hesitation, I can only say you are now my dog. Fool. Pronounced with clarity, though abstract. One must acknowledge that Zhuge Ling embodies the mindset of a normal person. Lu Cixi, on the other hand, is an unprecedented timid soul, a true embarrassment to the magical city. If Suja were to wield a bit of power, he would have never engaged in such a lavish confrontation. What exactly do you want to say? Zhuge Ling appeared exceedingly curious. Suja pondered, recalling how many witnessed him at the entrance. Thus, it was hardly a secret. And he proceeded to describe the events to Zhuge Ling. Indeed, upon hearing, Ling Zi's expression also transformed into one of stark distortion. Brother, if I were to write an essay titled My School Board Father and shed a few tears, wouldn't those 3 harpies directly ruin me? Can't a sister reflect my change of expression? One cannot deny that Zhuge Ling's thoughts were quite malicious, yet they received Suja's enthusiastic endorsement. Cixi is too pitiful. Her family is wealthy, yet she holds no heirs. Unfortunately, she is surrounded by a few harpies, and it remains unclear who is pretending to be the victim. One can only say that Ling Zi is undoubtedly a paragon of virtue, a heroic woman even in ancient times. Cixi treats us to dinner. Cixi is good. While Mo Yun feigns pity, Mo Yun is bad. Today, let us accompany her and send her a message. Damn it. My heart aches for her. Zhuge Ling exclaimed dramatically. You just want to mooch off the meal, don't you? Suja shot her a disdainful glance. Partly, but mostly I want to help her out. Suddenly, Ling Zi spoke with utmost seriousness, catching Suja off guard, as he seldom witnessed her in such a solemn mood. Huangshan bu ru pai nua chao. Cixi. Want to join us for lunch? Zhuge Ling is treating. Little bamboo bear. Yes, yes, yes. Wanting to cry is simply a desire to release emotions. If it weren't for this message, Lu Cixi felt she might not have been able to endure any longer. The feeling of isolation is indeed unbearable. Mo Yun now harbored some regrets. Her heart isn't wicked, but she felt incapable of bearing the consequences of the truth being revealed, so she thought. Let the situation continue to spiral. After all, I didn't initiate anything. It's all hearsay. With her hands pressed firmly against her head, Mo Yun's morals clashed violently with her sense of shame. Huang Sheng, the abstract representative of Class 5, knew little of Suja, yet he was acutely aware of him. After all, he had quietly regarded him as a rival, but lamentably, Suja was a pure talent beyond his reach. However, Huang Sheng had dreams. He believed now was his opportunity to shine. In fact, he had been smitten since Lu Cixi transferred on her first day. Good heavens, she was precisely his type. Yet upon learning of Shen Luan, he was thrown into disarray. Why would anyone fancy a bookworm? Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, Shen Luan ranked first in their grade. But what was Suja? A mere abstraction. Why should Lu Cixi seek solace from him? Is this proper, child? Is this appropriate? Bear in mind, the evaluation he had given Suja was that of a respected rival. But that little brat deemed him to be the type who, the night before a physical examination, would ask if he should remove his socks while trying to linger among the girls, or one who, as a child, used his mother's phone to search for images of female heroes in games, and then forgot to delete the browsing history, becoming flustered, or who would act casual while scrolling through his phone, secretly sneaking behind others to catch a whiff of perfume. What the hell? Huang Sheng was baffled by how fluently the other could spew such words, but he absolutely had to delete that, as he had a friend who was genuinely hurt. Lu Cixi was unattainable, but Mo Yun was quite appealing. Since he could not have her, he would resort to maligning her fiercely. Determined, he resolved to strike 2 targets with 1 arrow, giving that little brat Suju a taste of his own medicine. Finally, the class ended, and Huang Sheng hurriedly approached Mo Yun, only to be met with a pair of disdainful eyes. Damn little lady, what are you pretending for? Though irritated, he had to stick to the script. Mo Yun, isn't it that Suja from Class 2 is bullying you? Our girls from Class 5 take care of our own. How could we let someone from another class bully us? In a booming voice, Huang Sheng's words immediately captured everyone's attention. Lu Cixi appeared visibly flustered. She did not want to cause any trouble for Suja, but most importantly, she feared being abandoned once more. Shen Luan subtly curled the corners of his mouth, but showed no intention of responding. As for Mo Yun, damn it. Just kill me now. What is he saying? What is he even talking about? Does he think this is a script? Does he truly believe he is handsome? Help me. I'm so embarrassed. What does he mean by our girls take care of our own? This is an old cliché from 800 years ago. Can someone make him disappear? Or let me vanish? Mo Yun's face turned crimson as she felt the stares of her classmates upon her. It was as if she were performing a melodrama before a crowd. She just wanted this to pass quickly and then apologize to Lu Cixi privately. But this fool had stirred things up again. As more and more eyes converged upon her, Mo Yun felt as if her heart might stop beating from the embarrassment. In a moment of panic, she could not hold back and collapsed onto her desk, crying out, "Can that fool just stay far away? Woo-woo. What a pitiful situation this has become. The girls in our class deserve our protection. Huang Sheng is quite comfortable now. It's simply perfect." Indeed, when a girl is comforted, her true feelings often emerge. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, did Mo Yun just blush? A mystery has been solved. Iron has a crush. Chapter 52. I will drop out today. I implore you all, do not cause trouble for him. At the tender age of 18 or 19, one is most susceptible to provocation, especially in front of girls, as most normal boys tend to exhibit some desire to impress. This is not about being flirtatious. It is a natural psychological response. Furthermore, Mo Yun is quite popular in class, so Huang Sheng's slight encouragement sent the boys of class 5 into a frenzy. Naturally, no one targeted Lu Cece. The boys are not foolish, and many joined this spectacle with the intention of impressing Lu Cece. Yet, Lu Cece remained oblivious. And witnessing the turmoil in the classroom brought her to the brink of tears. Fear gripped her heart as she, inherently averse to troubling others, found herself at a loss regarding how to navigate this chaos. It is evident that some individuals are simply not very bright, but can manage on their own, thus being perceived as normal. Most boys merely joined the fray, akin to peacocks displaying their feathers to attract the opposite sex, yet some took it to heart. Particularly, the group of girls surrounding Mo Yun knew full well who was truly at fault, but human nature often leads to projecting blame onto others. When one offends, resentment can often backfire. This mindset arises partly from the fear of unknown outcomes and partly from pure malice. At this moment, Wu Yu seemed rather pleased. If Mo Yun merely echoed her sentiments, she harbored genuine disdain for Lu Cece. Why should someone as beautiful and well-off as Lu Cece, who transferred here, attract all the boys' attention? They claim to be childhood friends, yet when trouble arises, she runs to other classes to weep? Disgusting. Flirtatious indeed. Mo Yun, please don't cry. Huang Sheng is right. This cannot end here. Rest assured, the sisters are here to demand an explanation. With Wu Yu leading the charge, the surrounding girls chimed in. Mo Yun, bewildered, raised her head, her heart racing. Isn't this already chaotic enough? Why must we be blamed for everything? In truth, Mo Yun understood this principle. Often, the aggressors are more aware of your grievances than you are, leading them to resort to more vicious actions to suppress their waning moral compass. What they desired was to label Lu Cece as flirtatious, thus diverting attention away from their own issues. Lu Cece lay on her desk, striving to suppress her sobs. She was ready to drop out, no longer wishing to be the brave little girl, nor to adopt a different persona. She simply longed to retreat into her former timid self. Meanwhile, Niuzi frantically tapped away on his phone, seemingly in communication. It felt as though old Su might be in serious trouble. However, after a brief exchange, Niuzi suddenly froze, an odd expression crossing his face as he lowered his phone, his lips twitching involuntarily. Observing Huang Sheng's raucous behavior, his gaze gradually turned sympathetic. Lunchtime, a much-anticipated time for everyone, including Lu Cece, who despised this unfamiliar class. Yet now, she feared its arrival more than anyone else. Watching her peers stir restlessly, Lu Cece gritted her teeth, finally mustering her courage. She resolved to be brave this time and mentally prepared herself. I'm sorry, but I will drop out today. Please, do not trouble Suja. Yes, this was Lu Cece's way of being courageous. Apologizing was one thing, but she could not let Suja face any trouble. He must think of me as a troublesome girl now. I do not wish to leave him with such an impression, especially since I've been nothing but a burden since we met. Lu Cece felt utterly defeated, convinced she had failed at everything. Just as the lunchtime bell rang, even before the teacher had left the classroom, a familiar, somewhat obnoxious voice echoed at the door. I believe someone is looking for me. This voice instantly captured everyone's attention, and upon seeing the face at the entrance, many in the class flushed. How brazen, if most had been merely joining in before. Suja's presence now was an outright provocation, and the most audacious of all was a girl in the class who exclaimed, "So handsome." This remark sent a wild buff through all the boys. Teacher, shouldn't class be over? Suja ignored the crowd, directing his gaze toward the teacher at the podium. The teacher, in her 30s, appeared utterly stupefied. Hadn't this person always been so arrogant? Who was this? Theoretically, as a teacher, she should anticipate the impending situation and intervene. But regrettably, she was merely a subject teacher earning a meager salary. Why risk herself? The class teacher would bear the brunt of any fallout, while she had a game to play. As the teacher hastily exited, the classroom atmosphere became palpably tense. Suja disregarded the others and smiled at Lu Sisi. His intention clear, he had come to escort her. Heartthrobs can manifest in myriad forms. It need not be the fervor of passion or solemn vows. For girls, the essence of infatuation is often quite simple. A timely rescue and an unhesitating choice are sufficient. Suddenly, Lu Sisi no longer wished to drop out. Yet she still didn't want to be a burden. Unable to suppress her smile, she edged toward the door. At that moment, the whispers behind her seemed trivial. Friends need not be numerous. 1 or 2 is ample. Hurry up, we left early. Zhuge Ling suddenly emerged from behind Suja, enveloping Lu Sisi as if she were a mother hen protecting her chick. Oh dear, what a poor thing. If I had those conditions, I would let this group soar. Zhuge Ling mused. Stop. However, escape was not so simple. As she turned to admonish, a voice rang out. And Suja turned to see a girl dragging Mo Yun toward him. Mo Yun appeared somewhat resistant, but was nonetheless pulled along, and the girl, though unrecognizable to him, bore a typical Fu shower appearance. The left-turning Fu shower is the hardest to deal with, Suja thought, feeling quite troubled. Those with such a countenance typically possessed formidable influence, second only to internet trolls. Suja, are you even a man? A grown man bullying girls, and then coming to class to show off? Do you really think class 5 is easy to intimidate? I don't care. Apologize to Yun Yun immediately, Huang Ling declared, standing tall, as if atop a moral high ground. Suja did not glance her way. Instead, he focused on Mo Yun, who lowered her head, clearly too intimidated to meet his gaze. Suja was exasperated. Dealing with a group of boys would be manageable. But this girl, just as he wrestled with his dilemma, he suddenly felt a rush of wind, and an intense background score filled the air. I'll tell your mother. Zhuge Ling said nothing, merely continuing to clap her hands. Chapter 53. You are not allowed to speak ill of him. In Suja's estimation, Lingzi did possess a fiery temperament, though this was not meant as an insult. The bond between them thrived on Lingzi's inherent sense of righteousness. The abstract girl often recounts her dreams of returning to ancient times as a hero during self-study sessions. Suja believes that a girl who aspires to be a hero cannot possibly be a bad person. Zhuge Ling's actions are indeed unexpected. Huang Ling is momentarily stunned. Yet she has no time to evade, for Zhuge Ling's spellcasting lacks any preliminary motion. One might wonder, have you even noticed Zhuge Ling's current predicament? Such a lack of awareness is inexcusable. Responding to Zhuge Ling is far more challenging than responding to a shell. However, the anticipated crisp sound of a slap does not resonate, for someone has already reacted to the shell. Susu. As Suja grasps her outstretched wrist, Lingzi feels a twinge of displeasure, but upon witnessing the pure light in the boy's eyes, she reluctantly withdraws her hand. Suja is not a saint. If given the choice, he would prefer to resolve the situation peacefully. It is not that he fears confrontation, but rather that if Lingzi were to strike, Lu Sisi would be left utterly isolated in this class. The distinction between men and boys lies in the former's tendency to contemplate more deeply, even if it means bearing burdens that do not belong to them. Do you still wish to strike? Go on. Hit me. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Yu becomes exhilarated, her shrill voice causing Suja to frown. Yet, he chooses to ignore her, keeping his focus on Mo Yun. The nature of a person's reasoning can often be discerned from their demeanor. Do you require an apology from me? If so, I am willing to offer one. The boy's voice is gentle, a stark contrast to the harsh words he had previously directed at himself. For reasons unknown, Mo Yun feels a blush creep onto her cheeks. She bravely raises her head to meet his gaze, and he no longer seems as intolerable. At least he is reasonable. Mo Yun is prepared to concede, recognizing her fault, eager to apologize and conclude this matter swiftly. She truly does not wish for her group of hyperactive friends to continue causing a scene. His response is observed by those around them, and as it becomes evident that Mo Yun is about to relent, a wave of panic washes over many. Suja, what kind of prowess is it to bully a girl? Do you truly believe there are no men in class 5? The awkward silence is met with no reply, and Suja glances at the person who has suddenly interjected, feeling his toes dig into the ground. Surely, he does not think his lines are impressive? Suja cannot comprehend. Even he, an abstract boy, could not utter such embarrassing phrases. You, Huang Sheng, filled with disdain, wishes he could confront the one pointing at him, unable to comprehend why the other truly does not recognize him. Huang Sheng feels a pang of frustration. Before he can voice his thoughts, Zhuge Ling retorts in a mocking tone, though unfamiliar, you strike me as the type who, during summer, don short sleeves to sneak a glance at girls when they raise their arms, hoping for rain to feign distraction while secretly observing their slippers. Suja disdainfully adds, it feels as though this old blood cannot be contained. Their every word strikes true. He vows that he did not collaborate with Zhuge Ling, as their reactions were purely instinctual. Do not underestimate the bond we share, you impertinent fool. However, the moment does not afford them time to revel. As a retort that suffices for all emerges. So what? Suja falls silent, and Zhuge Ling ceases her laughter, both realizing that the situation is far more complex than they had anticipated. Great. Now we face a 200-pound T0. I am not joking. The mere act of speaking does not imply one can articulate well. What merit is there in bullying girls? Do you still wish to strike? Come, try hitting me. Such a lowly creature, I tell you. You are. A sharply resounding slap reverberates throughout the room, silencing Wu Yu's insults with a single blow, leaving everyone dumbfounded. For it is Lu Cece, typically seen as the helpless one, who has taken action. At this moment, Lu Cece stands before Suja, her hands trembling slightly. Yet she gazes resolutely at Wu Yu, resembling a fiercely protective lion cub. More akin to a Samoyed, her feigned fierceness lacks intimidation, instead prompting smitten expressions from several boys in the class. Do not speak of him. This proclamation is shouted, albeit softly, lacking true intimidation, but it is indeed a shout. Suja remains silent, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Lu Cece, moving in such a manner, is beyond anything he could have imagined. You may speak ill of me behind my back. You can bully me, even drive me to expulsion, but you shall not speak of him. Her repetition of this sentiment feels almost like a broken record, yet it resonates. As she speaks, her eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears, for, ow, my hand hurts. A familiar sensation returns to her head, forcing Lu Cece to stifle her whimper. Do not touch my head. Fine then. Such irrationality. Have you considered the consequences? Suja shakes his head, striving to refrain from violence to grant Lu Cece some leeway. The girl, stifling her tears, turns to meet Suja's gaze. None of it matters anymore. Silence envelopes them, freezing time in that instant, as if all present were spectators to a dramatic performance. Yet, it is evident that many have been left vulnerable by the unfolding events. Suja, Huang Sheng is on the brink of madness, feeling like a mere clown. Before he can utter a word, a powerful hand grabs his collar, and at Suja's height of 1.8 meters, seizing Huang Sheng feels akin to grasping a chick. Come, you coward. As a resident of a northern city, anyone local understands the weight of this phrase. The boys of Class 5 grow anxious. Yet as they make a move, they freeze in place. For the seemingly amiable Suja suddenly grabs Huang Sheng's hair and violently slams him against the wall, blood spurting forth and causing everyone to shudder. How ruthless. Initially, they believed it was merely a jest, a display of bravado. Yet this boy has truly resorted to violence. I shan't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave. Me too. Me too. In an instant, the crowd scatters, convinced that this boy has lost his mind. With this action, his academic standing is surely in jeopardy. It is not that they lack loyalty. Rather, Huang Sheng's reputation is not particularly favorable. Of course, the most pressing concern is that this has escalated to the point of potential expulsion. At this moment, Mo Yun is frightened to tears, rushing forward. Stop. Do not continue fighting. Stop. Please, stop. Suja remains silent, relentlessly throwing punches. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Niuzi quietly slips out through the back door before Suja takes further action. Chapter 54. Who allowed this troubled student into my grade? This issue is grave. Wang Jichao dares not lift his head, merely nodding in agreement, vaguely recalling that year in Principal C's office, standing as a mere lackey. The role of the dean is no easy task. While it may appear imposing, in reality, it often bears the brunt of collective blame. When the school thrives, it is credited to the principal. When problems arise, it falls upon the dean. Take the current situation as an example. As a key experimental school in the city, it has been years since such a serious brawl has occurred, and Wang Jichao has not encountered such audacious students in a long time. And today, you witnessed it. I have heard that a student has already been sent to the infirmary. Lu Jianmin sips his tea, and as the principal of the experimental first school, he does not take such matters to heart. Ordinarily, incidents like this would not reach his office. So it was that student Niu Hao, was it? Please, provide details. Niu Hao awkwardly chuckled to himself, suddenly sensing a chilling glare, the gaze of the dean of students. What a young rascal. Has he learned to report beyond his level even before graduation? If Wang Jichao cannot control that big shot, must the principal intervene personally? At this moment, Niu Hao felt an overwhelming pressure. Frankly, he would rather engage in a brawl with Suju than be in such a place. Yet, Suja had intentionally instructed him to come, thus he complied. Suja, do you cherish your brother or Goldmore? Niu Hao, I cherish my brother. Suja, do you cherish your brother or Goldmore? Niu Hao, I cherish my brother. Fortunately, Suja did not impose excessive pressure on Niu Hao. He simply needed to be truthful and straightforward. After hearing Niu Hao's account, a profound silence enveloped the principal's office. Dean Wang Zhichao mulled over the name, seemingly searching for something in his mind. Suja seems to be ranked over 100 in his class. What kind of good student is that? Mo Yun was ranked 14th in the entire grade last time. It is truly absurd that this poor student dares to bully someone ranked 14th and even provoke them. This is completely lawless. As the dean of students, Wang Zhichao had some credentials, after all. His ability to recall the general rankings of all students proved that he was somewhat responsible, though his perspective seemed rather draconian. The principal was correct. This matter is indeed serious. Suja cannot perform academically, but excels in causing trouble. What a detrimental impact this incident has had on our school. I suggest we expel him immediately and contact his parents to discuss Huang Xing's medical expenses. With unwavering resolve. Years of experience as dean taught him that the most crucial aspect during crises is not merely to resolve issues, but to establish a clear sense of justice. Consider this a lesson. Summon Suja in here. A student who occupies such valuable resources in the laboratory without dedicating himself to study does not deserve further opportunities. Lu Jianmin nodded, having hardly listened to Wang Zhichao's earlier remarks, only catching the phrase, cannot perform academically. That is sufficient. As long as it does not affect the graduation rate, and perhaps even enhances it, expulsion is all the better. Casting a warning glance at Niu Hao, he hastily exited. The pressure in that place was too immense, and he genuinely did not wish to remain. Upon opening the office door, he found numerous individuals already gathered outside. Nearly all those involved were present. Among them, Mo Yun's expression was the most dismal, her anxiety nearly bringing her to tears, for a well-behaved girl like her. The principal's office was a daunting realm. Meanwhile, the instigator, Suja, appeared nonchalant, even taking time to pat Lu Cc on the head. Lu Cc showed no intent to resist, merely clutching her phone, seemingly in a state of hesitation. In the corner, Shun Luan glared with fiery eyes. He could not comprehend what was so admirable about such a brutish troublemaker. Do modern girls really fancy delinquents? Is there no sense of justice left? Nevertheless, it mattered not. If Suja escaped expulsion after this heavy-handed incident, Shun Luan would surely suffer. Indeed, life presents various scenarios, witnessing the scene before him. Niu Hao found himself gaining some insight. Old Su, this matter is no small affair. I must say you have been too impulsive. Alas, a beauty can be a source of trouble. Niu Hao patted Suja's shoulder, appearing somewhat dispirited. With the principal's intervention, expulsion seemed inevitable. Suja remained silent, merely clenching his fists as he approached the principal's office, an itch for confrontation surging within him. I will accompany you. A trembling hand grasped Suja's. Turning back, he met a pair of fiercely determined eyes. Listen to me, do not. Oh, extremely aggrieved. How amusing. A mere NPC dares to resist? I cannot refuse another's buff. Stand firm. Observing the student confidently striding into the office, Wang Zhichao's face began to contort with displeasure. It is all this boy's fault for tarnishing his image in the principal's eyes. Suja, this is quite serious. As the principal, I do not lose my temper with ordinary students, but even a simple statement can paralyze most. Yet this student seems unaffected. Suja, you have indeed made a name for yourself. I must inform you that the school has decided to expel you. Your future is gone. The principal maintained some decorum. But Wang Zhichao had no intention of preserving appearances. The more he looked at this boy, the angrier he became. Suja furrowed his brow, perplexed by the lack of decorum displayed. First, you ought to apologize to me. Ignoring Wang Zhichao, Suja directed his gaze towards Lu Jianmin, principal. I acted to assist my fellow student. I simply miscalibrated my approach. Assist your fellow student? Lu Jianmin felt a strange mix of anger and amusement. This boy believed he could articulate his reasoning to the principal as if he were in a television drama? Such naivety. The principal is the least reasonable person. Is this even permissible to say? All right then, this student, enlighten us. What unfair circumstances compelled you to rise so boldly? Bully. The simplicity of those two words interrupted Lu Jianmin's sarcastic tone, plunging the office into an eerie silence. In the context of education, bullying is a profoundly serious term. If this escalates, it could inflict a fatal blow to the school's reputation. Indeed, as soon as Suja spoke, Wang Zhichao was the first to react with alarm. Impossible. Absolutely not. Our institution is a key establishment. All students are exemplary. How could bullying possibly occur? Suja, you must not speak recklessly. His eyes turned menacing. Wang Jichao realized this boy was prepared to jeopardize his livelihood. Wang Jichao, who allowed this bullying student into my grade? Suzhia, you are aware that this is your grade. Chapter 55. A little authority can be quite capricious. Dean, why is your head so pointed? Wang Jichao, then tell me, was the bully male or female? If female, it is impossible. If male, why not female? Wang Jichao felt his mind was overwhelmed. If he could not clarify this, it would indeed be disastrous. Suzhia may have erred, but it is all right. He can amend his ways. Yet he must be held accountable for his words. Lu Jianmin donned his glasses, his expression stoic as he fixed his gaze on Suzhia, exuding an oppressive air. Or perhaps, a threatening aura. This student was shockingly naive, regardless of whether the incident was true or not, even if it were. It was not something to be publicly disclosed. Very well. Suzhia, please elaborate on how the bullying transpired. However, if you cannot provide a satisfactory account, it will not merely result in expulsion. Wang Jichao stepped forward, attempting to instill a sense of intimidation, but regrettably, Suzhia was a head taller than him. Gazing at the balding middle-aged man before him, Suzhia could not help but smile. Why had he initially sent Niu Hao to the principal's office? Because he understood that if he wished to extricate himself from this situation, he could only amplify the matter. Only by making it widely known could he leverage his advantages to the fullest. Wu Yu led the charge, along with Huang Sheng and a few others, in bullying and isolating the newly transferred Lu Cc. Had I not arrived today, surely something terrible would have transpired. You claim bullying? Then it is bullying. What transfer student? What Lu Cc? Wang Jichao, mid-yell, abruptly halted, pausing to ponder, fear etched on his brow, beads of sweat forming. His expression perfectly encapsulated the path of a troubled mind. Upon hearing that name, Lu Jianmin could no longer remain seated. He straightened, instinctively pushing up his glasses. Who? Whom did you say? Lu Jianmin felt his heart momentarily stop. Lu Cc? Was she not the daughter of the school's board member? He had explicitly instructed to keep a close watch on this student. How could such a thing occur? Suzhia remained silent, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile, exuding an air of dominance reminiscent of a dragon king. Observing the insufferable expression on this young man's face, Lu Jianmin felt a mix of affection and exasperation. He was frustrated by the boy's arrogance, but simultaneously sensed that he was obstructing something truly significant. You rascal! Speak up! What on earth is going on? Wang Jichao was on the verge of losing his sanity. If anything were to happen to Lu Cc, he would be utterly ruined. Not to mention the investments made by her father, the bullying aspect alone would render him unable to escape the consequences. What was that student's name again? Damn it! Why is he withholding the crucial details? Wang Jichao was filled with frustration. Niu Hao had only mentioned the fight, but he had not elaborated on the reasons behind it. Is it customary for you to omit such critical information? Are you trying to drive me to despair? Director Wang. A frigid voice interrupted Wang Jichao's thoughts. Turning toward the source, he immediately spotted Lu Jianmin's stern expression. As the director of education, he should cultivate a friendly rapport with the students. How could he be so harsh? Go fetch a chair for student Suzhia. Wang Jichao was momentarily taken aback. Me? You mean me? What utter humiliation. But there was no choice. He reluctantly brought over a chair, which the insufferable boy occupied without hesitation, casually crossing his legs. Initially, he had thought that Shenluan was unparalleled, but he never anticipated someone more formidable. Whose subordinate was this? Oh, it turns out he is my subordinate. Suzhia was quite ostentatious, yet he felt assured. From the moment he engaged in the scuffle, he understood the outcome that awaited him. Lacking a system and the ability to cultivate immortality, he could only rely on his 18 years of age to achieve what seemed impossible through leveraging circumstances. Unlike Shenluan, Suzhia believed that the distinction between humans and beasts lay in humanity's ability to utilize everything at their disposal. However, he did not harbor excessive utilitarian motives, as his primary intention was still to assist Lu Cc. Had this situation merely devolved into a conflict, he would undoubtedly be in Wang Jichao's office, facing his parents and enduring severe punishment. The reason was simple. Wang Jichao lacked the authority and seriousness to handle the matter appropriately. Thus, Suzhia sought to escalate the situation, taking action that would ensure everyone in Class 5 witnessed it, leaving Wang Jichao with no choice but to address it seriously, ultimately bringing it to the principal's attention. Now, no one could simply brush this matter aside. Let us not keep the truth about Suzhia's actions in suspense any longer. It became evident that Suzhia's instincts were correct. Lu Jianmin took this matter with utmost seriousness, or rather, he placed significant importance on Lu Cc as a person. Several girls in Class 5, envious of Lu Cc's status, had spread rumors and engaged in bullying her due to her identity as the daughter of a board member. Wang Jichao began to sweat profusely. Isn't it just children being children? Isn't it? Outside the door, Wu Yu and her companions felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. Sensing the complexity of the situation, they had even said that she only gained admission through a donation, implying that she was unworthy of being there. Suja continued to elaborate. Lu Jianmin's forehead glistened with sweat, and they conspired to isolate her in collaboration with classmates. Enough. Lu Jianmin interrupted Suja, instinctively removing his glasses to wipe the lenses. Suddenly, the office phone rang, capturing everyone's attention. A smirk appeared at the corner of Suja's mouth. The arrival was rather tardy. My name is Lu Cici. Throughout my life, others have viewed me through tinted lenses, but I merely wish to be an ordinary person. However, today I have decided to make a small exception, to protect someone I truly care about, and to exercise a bit of authority. Lu Cici hung up the phone, her face displaying determination. Simultaneously, Principal. A call from Yuquanshan. The door creaked open, revealing Suja stepping out with a smile, causing many present to feel as though the sky had fallen. Hey, Principal wants to see you all. Suja called out to Wu Yu and her entourage. The girls turned pale, realizing the implications of Suja's demeanor. What happened? Lu Cici, Zhuge Ling, and Niuzi rushed over anxiously. 3,000 words of self-reflection. In a public reprimand for the entire school on Monday, Suja stated nonchalantly. Is that all? Niuzi asked, excitement evident in his voice. Initially, the principal intended to exempt me from the reprimand, but I insisted it should be announced to the entire school. Suja asserted with gravity. Childish. Zhuge Ling couldn't help but scoff, though a smile crept onto her face. Earlier, when it was said that Suja would be expelled, she had felt a genuine fear. Let us go, let us go? Grabbing Niuzi, Zhuge Ling understood the situation well and left the space for Lu Cici. The events of the day had overwhelmed everyone, leaving their minds in a fog. However, at that moment, Lu Cici appeared remarkably clear-headed. Her usual shyness was absent. She looked directly into Suja's eyes and earnestly declared, Suja, we must be lifelong good friends. All right, Suja responded, somewhat disrupting the atmosphere, but the impact was minimal. He could not comprehend why such a straightforward friendship needed to be articulated so solemnly. Indeed, the intricacies of a woman's heart eluded even him. Not just ordinary friends. I mean, like, very close friends. Lu Cici insisted, slightly flustered, as she instinctively stood on her tiptoes, seemingly emphasizing her point. I got it. The boy replied dismissively, ruffling her hair casually. They walked side by side, discovering an unexpected warmth at the entrance of the principal's office. After a moment, Suja seemed to suddenly realize something and halted, curiously asking, Hey, is this what you girls refer to as a male best friend? Chapter 56, Initiating the Master of Time Management Mode. To put it plainly, brother, I said it clearly. Doesn't a male best friend simply mean a guy who engages in warm-hearted behavior with ulterior motives? As a staunch advocate of pure love, Suja had a strong aversion to the term male best friend. In his perspective, a male best friend was merely a guise for someone with intentions of seduction, waiting for the opportune moment to disrupt others' relationships. The crux of the matter was whether the feelings were genuine or not. All right, please select your hero next. Why are you so petty? If anything were to happen between him and me, it would have happened long ago. Would there be any room for you? He was heartbroken, and I consoled him. What's wrong with that? It doesn't count. I despise all the idiots in this world who don't believe in pure love. Dating is treated as casually as going to the restroom by you all. It makes it seem as though those of us who insist on pure love are comically unarmed in World War II. Lu Cici could never have imagined the tumultuous emotional journey Suja had experienced in such a short time. Nevertheless, his response was resolute. I refuse. Did we not agree to be very close friends? Lu Cici pouted, feeling wronged. How could a man change his demeanor so swiftly? Being a male best friend is out of the question. Suja stated earnestly. What is the difference? A male best friend is merely a facade. I don't understand. She replied with a hint of a dialect. If others were to misunderstand, Suja might think they were pretending, but Lu Cici seemed genuinely perplexed. Thus, he took the time to explain the concept of a male best friend from a boy's perspective. Lu Cici listened intently, but upon hearing that if he truly cared, it would be genuine, her expression visibly shifted. In summary, I refuse to be the kind of person who disrupts others' relationships. But there is nothing for you to disrupt. Lu Cici cleverly seized on a verbal loophole. If I don't date, no one will say anything. Suja was momentarily taken aback. She made a fair point. Then let's agree that if you get a boyfriend in the future, we will maintain our distance. I absolutely refuse to become the very person I detest. Suja proposed a compromise. The pure love warrior shall prevail, you scoundrel. It's a deal. Lu Cici's eyes squinted into a charming crescent as she playfully dismissed the notion of romance, giggling softly. Unbeknownst to her, she had already stepped out of the classroom, and her heart suddenly surged with excitement. Was this magnificent life not what she had yearned for? Although it felt a tad thrilling, she instinctively shifted her gaze to the boy beside her. He did not look at her, merely lifting his hand slightly to shield himself from the afternoon sun. In Lu Cici's eyes, he seemed to radiate light. Is this what they mean when they talk about Ultraman? Glowing. A great hero, she thought, unable to suppress a silly grin as she quietly fished out 2 crumpled opera tickets from her pocket. In truth, she had contemplated giving up, even considering discarding them, which was why they now appeared so wrinkled. Regret washed over her. She should have showcased her most perfect self to him. Wouldn't this seem too careless? Since arriving at this school, it was the first time Lu Cici felt an urgent desire to exercise her privileges to exchange for 2 pristine tickets. However, such opportunities were rare, and she needed to seize this one. Suja, are you free this weekend? Huh. Suja frowned. Typically, when a girl asked such a question, it implied something obvious, yet he genuinely had no time. He had to support Sister Ainin and attend 2 tutoring sessions. Are you going to the 8 p.m. opera? Looking down, he raised his toes, extending his hands towards her, glancing at the slightly crumpled tickets and the girl's trembling fingers. The words "I have no time" lodged in his throat. It wasn't that Suja was easily swayed by beauty. Rather, Lu Cici was prone to overthinking. If it were Lingzi, she would simply state her case, but this girl would undoubtedly dwell on his refusal, perhaps even sobbing into her pillow at night. What time is it? I actually have something that day. The 8 p.m. show, she choked out, her voice thick with emotion. No. Though he did not raise his head, her voice had already begun to quaver, seemingly threatening to cry if he did not acquiesce. Not a chance. Suja felt a shiver run down his spine. She was indeed a formidable opponent. If the comic convention ends around 8, it should be manageable. Suja was inexperienced in this regard, having been asked out more times this week than throughout his entire life. All right, but I might arrive a bit late after my classes. He took the tickets, desperately avoiding the sight of her potentially shedding tears. Yes. Lu Cici nodded vigorously, appearing relieved. Do you like opera? I don't know. I've never seen one. What is the experience like? Not great. Let's stick to movies next time. Suja was not one to indulge in the whims of women, and he genuinely did not care for opera, being quite the ordinary fellow who found highbrow pursuits unpalatable. Movies, then. Lu Cici shifted her gaze. Wouldn't it be a bit too intimate for just the 2 of us? This afternoon felt somewhat wasted, and upon returning to class, Suja was inevitably the center of attention. Most were chattering about his lack of consideration, going off to fight without notifying his friends. The veracity of these claims was questionable, yet Suja politely engaged with each remark. Men are such immature creatures. Observing the smirk that crept onto Suja's lips, Zhuge Ling scoffed. This insufferable abstract boy is enjoying himself, taking action while refusing to let others intervene. Is he not a poet? Wasn't I just protecting you? Getting expelled was merely hypothetical. Even if it happened, I'd be the only one affected. Zhuge Ling was momentarily taken aback. Her sarcastic retort caught in her throat. How can I mock you if you speak like that? We're all engaged in abstraction here. Your sudden seriousness is quite disconcerting. Spare me the melodrama. Disinterested. Ling lay her head on the desk, turning away. This infuriating boy clearly had a sense of pride. Men are indeed an immature breed. Despite Suja's best efforts to remain composed, the attention he garnered following his display, coupled with the adulation of those around him, inevitably inflated his ego. Of course, there would always be someone ready to deflate your arrogance when you flaunt it. Silence. A chilling voice rang out, seemingly colder than usual. Qiu Ran surveyed the room, brandishing her notebook. Is fighting something to be proud of? Her words silenced everyone, including Suja, who suddenly felt subdued. He sensed that the bond with Qiu Ran had reverted to its initial state. Suja, you're talking during self-study. Your name will be recorded. Shut it. Chapter 57. I really miss you. Susu elbow. What? The class monitor is jealous. It's a secret crush. Don't mess around, bro. Suja found it impossible to handle this noisy woman, especially as she was currently reveling in her attention-seeking antics, leaving him with little choice in his remarks. Zhuge Ling scrutinized the pair, convinced there was something more than mere friendship between them. Her intuition told her so. Susu is never wrong. It's a woman's instinct. Woman? Where? Where's the woman? Man. Zhuge elbowed him. He could not fathom the incessant gossip that seemed to swirl around them daily, yet after school, Qiu Ran did indeed pass by him, inadvertently stomping her foot with a flourish before walking away. Adorable, right? You think I would say that? Are you out of your mind? Suja frowned, perplexed by such absurd behavior. To be honest, he felt quite fatigued today, uncertain about many matters. However, the world is rife with gamblers. Upon returning home, he handed a nearly empty packet of ultra-thin sanitary pads to Su Nian, who scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze. Brother, even if you have some peculiar habits that our parents don't support, I won't judge you. Get lost, old woman. Is there anything more malicious than that? After eating, showering, and settling in for the night, he closed his door. The switch was fully charged, it was Friday, and tomorrow was a holiday, with his favorite snacks by the bed. One could argue that Suja was poor, yet one must admit he understood how to enjoy life. Naturally, every time one prepares for a peaceful moment, fate knocks on your door, shattering your window. His phone buzzed urgently. It was evident the caller was in a hurry. Oh, this is infuriating. Didn't I say not to play tonight? This internet-addicted girl. Upon answering the voice call, Suja did not pause, diving into an exhilarating game of Mario Kart. What are you doing? Are you secretly using my photos for mischief again? A familiar and melodious voice emerged from the headset. But her opening line was already laden with teasing. How did you know? Though it was challenging, she managed to emerge. Disgusting. Her extreme disdain was evident. Indeed, this abstract boy was not to be trifled with. Will he really do that? Could the photos I send him actually have a guiding effect? Wait. Don't let strange symbols appear in your eyes. What a joke. It could only be said that this girl was overestimating herself or underestimating Suja's thresholds. Not playing games during the holidays? How diligent. The kitchen is on sale. Shall we test the bonds of mother-son affection? Truly, she was the quintessential internet addict, often seeking these friendship-testing games. Yet, Suja enjoyed them as well, for at least one person would be getting heated every time. However, this time, a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of Suja's mouth. No time, my friend is booked. I know, I'll wait until you return from the comic convention. Tang Shinro replied, her earlier excitement noticeably diminished, yet still within a manageable range. Ah, still no time, I have plans tonight. A crisp sound of something dropping echoed through the headphones. Hey, what happened? Suja asked, setting aside his game, his tone serious. Nothing, just dropped my jianbingguozi. They have jianbingguozi in M country? Of course. The last remnant of a smile faded from Tang Shinro's face as she picked up her newly purchased lipstick from the floor. In the next moment, the carefully chosen lipstick was smashed into a pile of red mush on the table. Letting out a deep sigh, Tang Shinro's tone returned to normal, laced with the familiar teasing that Suja knew so well. There are some things that don't need to be concealed, right? Being single is nothing to be ashamed of. Sure, it's fine to tease friends, but deceiving oneself is another matter entirely. Haha. Of course, I never doubted your intentions, just. Ding. A beautiful opera ticket appeared on the screen. The ticket was somewhat crumpled, which struck as odd. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the question. Whose good-hearted person invites someone to watch an opera at 8 o'clock? Let me ask you, is this opera legitimate? Suja, you big fool. Can't you see what the other person is thinking? An 8 o'clock opera. How artistic. And then what? Are you planning to find a hotel afterward to discuss art? Tang Shinro truly flushed, having sensed something was amiss days prior. But she never expected things to escalate so quickly. She had always despised the so-called little police officers who constantly bragged about some obscure treasures. Yet now, she realized she had been pretending. Didn't she also have a hidden treasure she had safeguarded for years? What's this about protecting food? Speak up. Seeing the other party remain silent, Suja wore a smug expression. Such matters were quite the badge of honor among brothers. Which girl is it? Faced with this question, he was momentarily taken aback. His expected reaction should have been, you should be ashamed. But instead, it felt strangely subdued. Honestly, when you're trying to show off and the other person doesn't provide any feedback, it loses its charm. Lu Cece is the timid girl I mentioned before. Without much thought, Suja recounted the day's events, as they often shared snippets of their daily lives, nothing extraordinary. Oh, you're quite impressive. The tone suddenly turned cold, causing Suja to instinctively pause his game. Feeling inexplicably guilty, he muttered softly, I have my own rhythm. What if you get fired? Have you considered your future? In silence, Suja admitted he had acted impulsively. Now, facing Tang Shinro's reproach, he felt a strange sense of guilt. It's okay to apologize to someone who genuinely cares about you. With a chuckle, the tension in the air dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. Well done. How desperate must a girl feel in that situation? Leaning against the bed, hugging her knees, Tang Shinro's expression was complex. Noticing Suja's silence, she softly added, all right. This time, I'll admit you're impressive. I told you. Of course I'm impressive. Suja instantly regained his spirit, embellishing his tale of heroism, while his companion remained a quiet listener. Time passed, and then, Suja, I kinda miss you. Ugh, don't be gross, it's late. Suju exaggeratedly rolled up his sleeves, pretending to shake off the goosebumps on his arms. I really miss you, the girl repeated. Silence enveloped them. Suju held his tongue, feeling warmth creeping into his cheeks. Chapter 58. The high-end green plum always uses the most simple cultivation methods. Damn it, my cabinet moved. I'm not chatting anymore. Based on Suju's experience, any positive feedback at this moment would surely turn him into a clown. He could almost hear the teasing voice in his ear. No way, no way. Could anyone really have feelings for a brother? Suju, after all these years. I haven't dared to respond. I've been a clown too many times, I'm afraid. Big fool Tang Shinro, she murmured quietly, letting the silence linger. Ding ding ding. Tang Shinro initiated a video call. His gaze instantly darted away, and Suju had to admit that even he, who usually reflected confidence, felt a flicker of panic at that moment. Mr. Lu Sun once said, responding immediately guarantees you'll be a clown. Let the purple egg fly for a while. He quickly pressed to answer. If he couldn't quickly adjust his emotions, he wouldn't be worthy of the Su family name. Once more, upon seeing that familiar figure, Suju transformed back into his playful self. Can you reflect my changing expressions, little sister? He tried to maintain a casual demeanor, yet a single glance made it impossible for him to look away. Her exquisite features wore a mischievous smile, not unfamiliar, and the adorable pink pajamas embodied the beauty of youth, radiating a unique sense of relaxation that brought comfort to the heart. The piece de resistance was her long, lustrous black hair, an allure that never waned, regardless of how many times he had seen it. Unfair. No one in this world could resist long black hair. It struck all of Suju's preferences. This damned woman's eyes seemed to hold stars, shimmering brightly. Is it pretty? Tang Shinro playfully shook her head, clearly casting a bait. Beautiful. So what if it's a bait? I'm straightforward, and that's Suju's way. The girl's lips turned up in a confident arc. At this moment, those who dislike long black hair might ask, what if Suju doesn't fall for your charm? That is okay. A high-end green plum always employs the simplest cultivation methods. Lower strategy, forcing the green plum's preferences, using traits like being sickly to forcibly alter his inclinations. Middle strategy, altering her style to become what he likes. Upper strategy, from the moment of birth, she would be by his side daily. And after about 15 years of this, she would become his ideal. Some have asked Suju, is long hair really that good? What about short-haired girls? At such times, Suju would often ponder deeply, even expressing confusion. I don't know. I just feel that long black hair is exquisite. Regret. Why can't I control my mouth? Why did I compliment her? I'll be mocked again. How embarrassing. A bait can indeed catch, and life has its share of surprises. Suju's expression shifted through 3 stages in a second, all of which were captured by Tang Shinro's keen eyes. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, effortlessly guessing his thoughts. If it's beautiful, then look at me a little longer. I'm going to tie it up soon. Her tone brimmed with pride. Yet it was not off-putting, and surprisingly, there was no mockery. What for? Why tie it up? It looks better loose. Suju, clearly not understanding, continued his straightforward remarks. The girl on the screen slightly averted her gaze, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. I won't let anyone see, she murmured softly, as she removed a hair tie from her wrist. The loose-haired Tang Shinro was indeed a limited edition for video calls. Of course, Suju couldn't hear her. So he questioned with suspicion, what are you mumbling about? Are you sneaking insults at me? Regret. A very common emotion, typically associated with clowns. Yet it cannot be deemed an absolute truth. At least, Chiu Ran believes that such an assessment is overly harsh. What was I even doing earlier? The mere thought of her outrageous antics from that afternoon makes her wish to vanish into the ground. What is wrong with her? What has prompted such capricious anger? Quietly tugging at her blanket, Chiu Ran burrows herself beneath it, revealing only a small portion of her head. Reveal? What does that even mean? It is difficult to fathom that one cannot empathize with their self from mere hours prior. The posture that seemed trivial at the time even exuded a hint of idol-like charm. Yet, upon returning home and reflecting, all she could say was that it was painfully embarrassing. Just as this realization struck, a vision of that boy emerged before her, menacingly pointing at her, crying, wailing, sobbing. Jiangdong child, how dare you weep? What a display of bravado without consideration of the consequences. What would happen if he were expelled? Anin was right. Boys truly are rather immature. Chiu Ran muttered to herself in frustration within her room, clutching her phone as she opened the chat interface. Upon hearing the news of Suju's potential expulsion, genuine concern and a hint of fear washed over her. Thus, her emotions spiraled slightly out of control. After worrying about someone so intensely, She was taken aback to find him so smug upon her exhalation of relief. However, after a moment of calm, Ran recognized that the issue lay with her. This somewhat rebellious emotional outburst was not her place to express. After all, she did not possess the qualification for such feelings. They held no special relationship, not even as friends. A reasonable person, Ran believed, she ought to apologize proactively. Do not misunderstand. It is solely because she knows that arguing without reason leads nowhere, and the thought of fearing he might disregard her in the future was utterly unfathomable. Yet, she considered that a direct apology was still beyond her reach. The loss of face was simply too great for her to bear. Nonetheless, it was fine. The clever class monitor was ready to employ some delightful and irresistible little tricks. No more showing off your ankle. And by the way, the thermal pants I bought for you have arrived. Wear them. Oh, and the skincare products I got you are also here. You must use them daily, I warn you. Throw that 14-in-1 thing away at once. Oh, and there's one more thing. Suja, with a tingling scalp, held his phone, staring at the girl before him who donned a mask of suffering. Author, how did the tone shift so rapidly? Just a moment ago, it was like a scene from a Korean drama with the lead couple gazing passionately at each other. Now, it has transformed into a motherly figure overly concerned for her child. Moreover, why must she look down upon his 14-in-1? That was his pride, a rare treasure. Well, aside from Tang Shinro, you need not buy me underwear and socks anymore. Suja protested seriously. No, your choices are too ugly. The request was promptly denied. It's not about that, mate. Who would even see them? Beep beep beep. Chio, I've discovered a hidden gem of a show. You should check it out. An abrupt message. Previously, it was always him eagerly recommending shows, only to be teased with 4-meal steamed goose heart. Today, to be honest, he was momentarily at a loss for a response, but it was fine. Suja had recently learned a new skill from someone. Huang Shan is inferior to Pinocchio. Oh, is there something going on? During a video call, the girl tentatively inquired, her sense of timing impeccable. Irrelevant. Chapter 59, bold. Do you dare defy the $5 mutual assistance agreement? Who awakens first from the great dream? Yawning, Suju appeared utterly drained. What was the next line? Oh, he remembered. Your scheme has been uncovered. After chatting with Tang Shinro all night, it was evident that he had risen with little vigor. Not that it was indeed the middle of the night. Glancing at the time, it was 9:20. For a weekend, that was acceptable, yet for a third-year student, it felt rather indulgent. Opening his phone, by pure chance, he found himself on the chat screen, inexplicably seized by the impulse to send a good morning message. A resounding slap to his own face brought him back to reality, halting his foolishness. What are you being sentimental about? Do you still wish to be a Sigma male? With unwavering determination, Suja chastised himself. How could a man be so lacking in resolve? Just because he wasn't team-mocked yesterday. Did he think he had become soft? Damn it. Never underestimate Sushan. Clenching his phone, Suja felt his eyelids grow heavy once more. Indeed. One is most fatigued just after waking. Musica, 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 Mickey Mouse. At full volume. Just as he was slipping into slumber, a powerful melody erupted from his phone. Tang Xian Dan has initiated a voice call. Wow, what an invigorating surprise. Instantly, he was half awake, answering the call without even checking who it was. Hello, extremely lethargic. Good morning. Goosebumps instantly spread across his body. Suja transitioned from a drowsy state to acute alertness, primarily because those simple 2 words were overwhelmingly sweet. It was common for them to exchange greetings of good morning and good night, but to deliberately call during the day for such a purpose was truly rare. Suja momentarily froze, subconsciously clutching the blanket, appearing rather tense. However, as is well known, one's mind tends to falter in a state of confusion, leading to unintentional utterances of absurdity. Hence, in response to Tang Shinro's sweet morning greeting, Suja's reply was, oh. Silence enveloped the conversation, cold and stark. Why the chill? An intense wave of coldness coursed through Suja, causing him to shiver, seemingly emanating from across the ocean. It dawned on him. This was indeed a system narrative, and Tang Shinro possessed a system. Good morning. Instantly alert. Even as the most privileged young man from the Northeast, he stood at attention in that moment. Humph. The girl let out a discontented huff, her meaning unmistakable. You have come to your senses, and Tang Mama is pleased, yet she disapproves of your speed in doing so. Call me tonight. Beep beep. With that remark, the voice call was abruptly cut off, leaving Suja, bemused, staring at his phone in a daze. Elderly subway user with phone JPG. What on earth was that? For what reason did you call so early? Oh, it is no longer early. Help. My youth should have been spent participating in activities in a certain flower country, working alongside captivating upperclassmen, receiving shy confessions from adorable younger girls at night, and reflecting on being a wicked man. Instead, it was filled with endless practice for the English exam and supplementary classes that never seemed to end. After completing the most grueling English tutoring session, Suja felt as if he had lost half his life. What on earth were they babbling about? He felt he understood not a single word. Abandon, abandon, abandon. In this lifetime, perhaps he was destined never to excel at English, and Suja felt disheartened, believing it to be a waste of money. Supplementary classes felt futile. Yet he could not escape them. In truth, his foundation was quite solid, but he struggled with severe subject bias. If he could just bridge that gap, perhaps he could transform from a bar dancer to a top-tier student. Well, it had come to this. He might as well eat first. Suja was not one to indulge in internal strife. Even if he learned nothing today, he still felt exhausted. Candied Hawthorne, Candied Hawthorne. Just as he stepped out of the tutoring center, a rather conspicuous shout reached his ears. All right, stop shouting. I know you're trying to entice me. Oi, did I really catch your attention? Cheeky Candied Hawthorne, still trying to seduce? Do you want to swipe your father's big Alipay? Speak. Do you want me to swallow you whole? Speak. The mind is filled with playful banter, and when approaching, Suja can only utter, Master. May I have a Hawthorne skewer? All right, 2 for 5 yuan. Could you sell me 1 for 250? Are you from the north? If so, I may just take action. The vendor selling candied hawthorns cast a sidelong glance at Suja, warning him that if he were a local, he would be causing trouble. 3:30, quickly. Suja was speechless. This vendor truly lacked a sense of humor, turning sour so easily. He took out his phone. It had just snowed today. And to his surprise, the thick autumn pants gifted by Tang Shinro were impeccably timely. Could it be that this girl truly possessed foresight? As he accepted the hawthorn skewer and prepared to pay, Suja's brow furrowed. Instinctively, he inhaled, and, indeed, the man's intuition was not mistaken. A fresh, fragrant breeze mixed with the chill of the air filled his nostrils. Brother, we want to. A sweet voice rang out, causing Suja to turn around. And he was instantly captivated. At some point, a little girl appeared beside him, clad in a black puffer jacket with long hair cascading down her shoulders. Despite the winter chill, she wore a fashionable pair of thick, sheer-like leggings that did not seem very warm. What caught Suja's attention most were her large, sparkling eyes that seemed to communicate. This exquisite little girl was sweetly tugging at Suja's sleeve, calling him brother, despite them being strangers. Who could resist such charm? It felt as if a line of lowly enthusiasts should form, each receiving one. But alas, Suja was a Sigma male. He had witnessed countless grand spectacles, and a mere undeveloped child could hardly sway him. In the north, there exists a secret. Upon birth, one automatically signs the 5 yuan 2 mutual aid agreement, meaning that 2 strangers can share the burden of the 5 yuan dilemma, saving each other 50 cents. At that moment, the little girl mischievously winked at him, and Suja immediately understood her intention. Master, it's 5 yuan for 2, right? The vendor watched in disbelief as the 2 strangers conspired before him. Coupled with Suja's earlier remarks, the vendor felt an urge to give him a jolt. Taking the candied hawthorn, Suja felt a surge of joy. Saving 50 cents was still saving, and the money saved could be used to buy something for Tang Shinro. No, it should be for an all-out 3 kingdoms battle. Thank you, brother. The little girl happily accepted the skewer and handed over 2 1 yuan bills. The smile on Suja's face instantly faded, the cold wind howling as if freezing a masterpiece in time. Little sister, according to the 5 yuan 2 mutual aid agreement, you owe me 1 kwai. Listening to Suja's serious words, the adorable little girl was momentarily stunned. She never expected someone could entirely disregard her cuteness and demand that 50 cents. Brother, I'm still a child. You can't do this to me. Chapter 60. According to the plot, Wei Shun Ti intersect. Dai Xiaolin could scarcely believe her ears. Why did this seemingly gentlemanly handsome brother start with such foul language? Her observations could not be mistaken when Suja looked at her. The gleam in his eyes was unmistakable, akin to that of a certain type of perverted enthusiast. Yet the moment money was mentioned, the man's demeanor transformed entirely. Just looking at his posture was enough to convey his formidable presence. Pouting stubbornly, Dai Xiaolin felt this was not merely about 50 cents. It was a profound denial of her charm. Brother, don't you dare let me fly. Without reservation, Suja interrupted, his stance equally resolute. He indeed had a fondness for Lolis, but he held no inappropriate thoughts towards something that did not belong to him. What will you gain by indulging her? Wake up. A mere sycophant is merely a talking point for her. Suja acknowledged that if he had such a lovely little sister, he would undoubtedly spoil her. But a mere stranger? Sorry, let me fly. Humph. Stingy. Dai Xiaolin, still a child, glared at Suja in dissatisfaction. then hesitantly pulled a 50-cent coin from her pocket and shoved it into his hand. In truth, cash was becoming increasingly rare, and even encountering a coin on the street often led to indifference. Yet as Dai Xiaolin held the 50-cent coin, she clung to it as if it were worth a fortune. Oh dear, this young person. Observing the little girl's defeated figure, Suzha smirked. He would never suffer a loss. Don't tell me that suffering is a blessing. It's all about taking advantage. If one doesn't seize an opportunity in a day, it's as if they wasted a day. All right, brothers, let us get to work. 3 skewers for 1. Indeed, life is about continuous climbing and challenging oneself. Completing today's challenge would allow him to tackle biting a lighter next. Taking 2 bites, filling his mouth completely, drew the attention of passers-by. What a handsome man, yet his brain seemed lacking. The challenge failed. Perhaps he should just bite a lighter instead. After swallowing the last hawthorn, Suzha began to bounce forward. Why was he bouncing? Because stepping on the white squares on the ground would lead to demise. If Qiu Ran witnessed this scene, she would surely lament how the wisdom of an N's words was ever increasing. Men can indeed be more childish than one might imagine. Suddenly, amidst his cheerful strides, he heard a choking sound nearby, instantly capturing Suzha's attention. Turning around, he found the previously arrogant little girl had returned, tears streaming down her face. Oh dear. What troubles you, little sister? If you're unhappy, just share it with brother, and I'll make you smile. Suzha, being someone who enjoyed a spectacle, could hardly resist this pesky little imp. Dai Xiaolin, who was somewhat prideful, now lacked the heart for arrogance. I lost my money. 2,000 yuan. That was supposed to be for my transportation home. From her earlier actions, it was evident that this little girl had a penchant for money, and losing such a sum was indeed significant. Suzha could perceive the profound sense of grievance in her cries. Upon hearing this, his playful demeanor vanished, and his expression turned serious. Don't worry, brother will help you find it. It should be nearby. Wiping her tears vigorously, Dai Xiaolin instinctively looked up. She had just found this brother rather annoying. Yet in this moment, he exhibited a disarmingly tender demeanor. Feeling the warmth of Suzha's gaze, he sighed and withdrew his wallet, pulling out 2 red bills. Don't fret, let us search thoroughly around here. If we can't find it, take this money to get a taxi home. Losing money is trivial, but don't let your parents worry. With tears still in her eyes, Dai Xiaolin accepted the 2 red bills, scrutinizing Suzha's face as if to imprint his image in her memory. Previously, she had thought him a man devoid of charm, yet to her astonishment, he proved to be remarkably gentle and kind. How foolish of her to have spoken ill of him earlier. Will you help me look? She asked, instinctively clutching Suzha's arm, finding an unexpected sense of security in his presence. All right, let us regroup here shortly. Gently ruffling Dai Xiaolin's hair, Suzha seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. Dai Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks faintly flushed, then she vigorously nodded her head. As she departed, she turned back 3 times, fearing that Suzha might vanish at any moment. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Observing the little girl's reluctance, Suzha lamented his own sinful nature as a man. Are you not quite a decent fellow? Just as Suzha was reflecting, another voice suddenly emerged from beside him, prompting him to instinctively glance back. His gaze was immediately captivated by the man before him. This individual was familiar, yet he could not recall where they had crossed paths. Oh, I remember now. You are that childhood friend. Suzha's eyes widened in disbelief at the serendipity of encountering this person here. Someone he thought would never intersect with his life again. Indeed, this man was Su Jinghao, the childhood companion of Qiu Ran who had appeared in the first chapter. Childhood friend? Is that how you perceive me? Su Jinghao smiled gently, his demeanor calm and composed. What do you seek from me? Oh, I see. You must have misunderstood something. My relationship with Qiu Ran is purely platonic. I have no intention of disrupting your feelings for her. Suzha quickly grasped the context. His only connection with this man was through Qiu Ran. I saw you escorting her home the other night. Su Jinghao's words rendered Suzha speechless. An unsettling feeling akin to being caught in a scandal washed over him, despite having done nothing wrong. Seeing Suzha's discomfort, Su Jinghao chuckled. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I am not here to confront you. I simply wish to discuss some matters regarding Qiu Ran. Instantly, Suzha fell silent, recognizing that Su Jinghao was not hostile, but rather amicable. What, then, was his purpose in seeking him out, particularly regarding Qiu Ran? Did he assume they were close? It was evident that these childhood friends shared a certain disregard for whether their words were welcomed by others. As Su Jinghao prepared to delve into his own monologue, Suzha interjected, Wait a moment. Who asked for your input? Who asked you? This line, typically reserved for inner musings, was voiced by Suzha without hesitation. Leaving no room for courtesy, Su Jinghao scratched his head, Bemused by Suja's unconventional approach, it rendered him quite uncomfortable. Well, I believe I understand your point. But I am not interested. Are you not aware that delving too deeply into someone's past can bind one to their karma? Suja waved his hand dismissively, outright rejecting any further conversation with Su Jinghao. But you are the only one who can save her. Then why don't you save her? Suja retorted without hesitation, nearly allowing his emotions to erupt. What does Qiu Ran represent to you? Su Jinghao discerned something unique about Suja, prompting him to abandon his prepared remarks and adopt a different approach. A friend, rare yet discerning, a pitiable soul caught in a bind. Su Jinghao fell silent, suddenly realizing he might have misjudged the situation. Seeing Su Jinghao like this, Suja sighed. Whether you and she end up together is of no concern to me. Nor am I interested. But she genuinely likes you. You might consider pursuing it, as the bond of childhood friends is profound. Suja even placed a reassuring hand on Su Jinghao's shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Yet Su Jinghao wore a sorrowful expression, self-deprecatingly stating, "The crux is, I am not deserving. I cannot even pass the first major exam. To her family, I am merely a pest. Would Qiuran care about that?" Suja questioned skeptically. She may not, but her mother certainly does. What of it? If you two are mutually infatuated, what can she do? She would cause a scene at school. At my home, berating my mother and demanding I stay away from her daughter. The cold wind howled, yet the atmosphere remained devoid of hostility. Suja gazed incredulously at Su Jinghao's woeful demeanor, his eyes filled with sympathy and disbelief. Is it truly the present age, and yet such domineering parents still exist? Suja regretted having uncovered matters he ought not to know. Su Jinghao, right? Yes. About Qiuranam. Never mind. Suja contemplated inquiring about domestic violence, but decided against it, having previously vowed to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. However, from Su Jinghao's account, he gleaned insights into Qiuran's school life. Others might remain silent, but if one's parents created such a ruckus, it would be difficult to continue at school. Turning to Su Jinghao, Suja curiously asked, "You must harbor some affection for Qiuran. Otherwise, why would you be so invested in her affairs?" "Of course, there is a fondness. We have known each other since childhood," Su Jinghao answered candidly. "Then why share this with me?" Suja inquired, puzzled. Isn't this a classic narrative of redemption for the male lead? Why not initiate the story yourself? Could it be that Su Jinghao has a penchant for married women? Suja's eyes narrowed, a hint of hostility creeping in. If that were the case, this fellow was truly despicable. Because I know we will never be together. She comes from a single-parent household, and her family environment is excessively stifling. The moment her mother insulted mine, I could no longer accept her. If acceptance is unattainable, then it is best to maintain distance. At least I won't hinder her. Su Jinghao responded with unwavering clarity. Suja was momentarily stunned, contemplating for a long while before murmuring, "Old Su, you are a good man." Receiving praise from another man left Su Jinghao somewhat exasperated. Yet Suja's words were sincere. Given their relationship, Su Jinghao could have naturally accepted Qiuran's confession and pursued a relationship, but he resolutely declined. Fully aware that he could not offer her a future, nor could he endure her family's dynamics. Rather than fleeting possession, Su Jinghao opted for the purest form of love. If he could not provide a future, he would not provoke the matter. I am utterly moved. Who would have thought there still exists a paragon of pure love? Suja's regard for Su Jinghao significantly elevated, yet he still felt compelled to ask, "So, what does all of this have to do with me? Because you can achieve what I cannot." Su Jinghao suddenly became animated. Qiuran has had few friends due to her family situation, but you are different. I can see how genuinely happy she is when she is with you. Therefore, I wish stop. You need to cease this. Realizing that Su Jinghao was about to bestow upon him a good person card, Suja hurriedly interrupted. He now comprehended that Su Jinghao could not tolerate Qiuran's family, fearing the repercussions from her mother. But was he not afraid? Having such an overbearing parent confront him would be unbearable. Goodness, just as I praised you for being a good man, are you now seeking to ensnare me? If you cannot achieve redemption, do not seek another S. Apologies, I am also from an ordinary family. If her mother truly behaves that way, I could not withstand it either. I suspect I would also be viewed as a pest in her eyes. Suja repeatedly waved his hands, firmly refusing the role of the scapegoat. "No, you can do it," Su Jinghao insisted earnestly, harboring an inexplicable confidence in Suja. "Where does your confidence stem from, buddy? Had you not mentioned it, I would have never realized how remarkable I truly am." Suja was left speechless, bewildered by Su Jinghao's unmerited self-assurance. Did he truly appear to be such a virtuous individual? Su Jinghao smiled gently, his gaze drifting into the distance where Dai Xiaolin returned. tearful and seemingly unsuccessful in her search. I witnessed the earlier events. Although your words were sharp, you truly possess a tender heart. Now that you are aware, I trust you will not turn a blind eye. That little girl had a disagreement with you, yet when she was in distress, you did not hesitate to extend your hand to help her. You, my friend, are the epitome of manliness, a true gentleman. Suzhou instinctively glanced at the still sobbing Dai Xiaolin behind him, then turned back to see Su Jinghao nodding in approval, his lips twitching slightly. Su Jinghao merely interpreted the reaction as embarrassment, yet his conviction that Suzhou was indeed a genuine man grew stronger. He felt inferior in comparison. However, with the prevalence of deceitful individuals lately, I am not implying that the little girl is a fraud. Helping her search is sufficient. There is no need to give her money. What if, and I stress if, she hasn't lost any? There is no if. Suzhou replied resolutely. Su Jinghao was taken aback. How could such an upright and kind-hearted individual exist in this world? Indeed, I would entrust Qiu Ran to him, for I have genuinely found 2,000 yuan. Suzhou pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket and whispered, Chapter 62, could it be? Is she really crying? In the past, travel was slow, and some people spent their entire lives merely to understand another. Yet now, even without travel, one might encounter numerous births in a single day. Su Jinghao's emotions were quite complex. He sincerely wished for Qiu Ran to fare better, primarily out of fear that Suzhou's unintentional actions might harm her. Thus, he did not intend to impose moral obligations on Suzhou. It was merely that Qiu Ran's emotions were exceedingly fragile. At this moment, he recalled a phrase from a certain socialite, everything else is superfluous. Seeing Su Jinghao's expression, Suzhou felt quite satisfied. This young man had yet to endure the harsh realities of life. What? Are you pleased to see me? I can only say you are too early in your joy. What is wrong, Lao Su? Why such an expression? Su Jinghao exclaimed loudly, pointing to a spot with a grin reminiscent of Donnie Yen. There are still many bad people in this world. Poor Lao Su left with only this remark, even hinting at a bemusing frustration. Indeed, it is true that when one is speechless, laughter can escape. Watching Su Jinghao's departing figure, Suzhou found the situation rather amusing. Lao Su, being amiable, is a good person. Let us not misinterpret this. Being amiable in the north simply means one can make friends, not romantic entanglements. After bidding farewell to Lao Su, Suzhou turned his attention back to Dai Xiaolin, who was approaching step by step. The little girl's eyes were clearly red from crying, and it was evident she was genuinely flustered. Suzhou immediately broke into a warm smile. Such quick emotional shifts are merely a basic skill in the Su household. He certainly could not keep the 2,000 yuan for himself. Despite her somewhat troublesome nature, Suzhou's upbringing forbade him from such actions. After all, he considered himself a decent person. Many have echoed this sentiment, so it must hold some truth. That being said, Dai Xiaolin exuded the vibe of a mischievous little girl, leveraging her cuteness to concoct all sorts of antics. Since fate had brought them together today, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. The fate of a mischievous girl is surely to become a whipped cream puff. Just a jest, cultivating the bad habit of taking advantage of others cannot be allowed to flourish. This is not merely a matter of 5 cents. It is a deeply detrimental habit. What did I say? If I don't take advantage of others, I might as well not live a day. So what? That is how it is. Brother, I couldn't find it, Dai Xiaolin stammered, approaching Suzhou. Her previous air of smugness entirely absent, resembling a discarded puppy whose eyes had lost their luster. Don't worry, look at this. Gently ruffling Dai Xiaolin's hair, he wiped a bit of the syrup from the candied hawthorn on her head and pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket. This is... Dai Xiaolin's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with renewed light. Though the winter winds were chilly, a ray of sunlight broke through, illuminating Suzhou as he smiled at her, a moment that profoundly resonated within her heart. Such a little scatterbrain. Hold on to it tightly and don't lose it again. He casually stuffed the money into her clothing pocket, bending down to align himself with her smaller stature. Dai Xiaolin usually despised being lectured, yet at this moment, Suzhou's words warmed her heart, akin to the elder brother character from fairy tales. Isn't there a big brother character in fairy tales? Shouldn't they all be princes? I'll return this money to you, she said. Her cheeks flushed as she offered the 200 yuan back to Suzhou with both hands. Suzhou smiled as he accepted it. At least she had some decency. If she had attempted to take without giving, he might have truly lost his temper. Receiving the money, he turned away. Today was yet another day filled with amusement. Wait a moment. A shy voice called from behind, and Suzhou turned, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. What was that saying again? A girl's blush surpasses all sweet nothings. Could we exchange contact information? I can treat you to candied hawthorn another day, Dai Xiaolin said earnestly. stepping forward and bravely pulling out her phone. However, as Dai Xiaolin bravely approached, she noticed that the once warm and gentle older brother had suddenly reverted to his previous demeanor. What do you mean by that previous state? Dai Xiaolin pondered, baffled. Though his appearance hadn't changed, he felt like an entirely different person. Forget it. Let us not exchange contacts. She decisively rejected the offer, even as he leaned closer, his face nearing hers. This was Dai Xiaolin's first experience with such close proximity to a boy, despite his charm and the help he had given her. She felt a tinge of discomfort and instinctively stepped back. Yet, as if to prove a point, Dai Xiaolin quickly leaned in again, stubbornly meeting Suja's gaze. The two shared an intimate moment in the snowy landscape, and after some time, Suja finally smiled and said, "I helped you because you seemed so unfortunate. I would have done the same for anyone else. To be honest, you little rascal." The young man's smile brightened further, his eyes narrowing with mirth. "Actually, I find you quite annoying. Quite annoying. Very annoying. Annoying." As Suja walked away, only Dai Xiaolin remained, lost in thought. His last words echoed relentlessly in her mind. And ultimately, she could not hold back any longer. Wow. Boo-hoo. Suja was not a good person, as many would attest. He had snatched a lollipop from his cousin's niece, played house with his younger cousin while pretending to be a warrior, elbowed an elderly lady in the park, and consistently rated Three Kingdoms Kill favorably online, vocally supporting Sun Xiaochuan. Of course, some of these actions might have been excessive, so they say rumors cease with the wise. However, today's behavior was simply intolerable. After all, she was just a little girl. How could he bully her to the point of tears? Indeed, that evening, Suja's actions drew instant criticism from Tang Xinro. Observing the screen displaying the slightly disgruntled young man, Tang Xinro finally understood the meaning of boys maturing late. How could he be so immature? Snatching lollipops, treating his younger cousin like a monster, and now, clearly, it was that child who had been spoiled. Only to complain about Suja's discontent, as the child had previously nearly pointed at his nose to call him a loser. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of the provided text. There is no need for anger. A little education is warranted, as it is ultimately for her benefit. It is evident that not only do women enjoy hearing flattering words, but men do as well. Tang Xinro is quite aware of this truth. In situations like these, engaging in rational discourse is folly, and unconditionally supporting her beloved boy is the correct approach. I shall partake in this delicious duck soup first. If you feel the positive energy, do voice it. Regarding Suja's willingness to share his daily life, Tang Xinro is genuinely pleased. However, it is clear that such joy should not be prematurely embraced. Today, she encountered Qiu Ran's childhood friend. Why has he come to find you? He claims he can assist me in pursuing Qiu Ran. Chapter 63. I shall be the second best in the world. Isn't that so? Dear child, has the atmosphere in our homeland transformed so drastically in just a few years? Why do I recognize every word, yet find them incomprehensible when strung together? Tang Xinro, let us speak in Chinese. I must admit, I too am somewhat taken aback, yet I cannot deny that Lao Su is a good man. At least a responsible one. Suja shifted to a more comfortable position, reclining on his bed as he made his assessment. If one dislikes something, they shouldn't provoke it. He is a true gentleman. Given Qiu Ran's beauty, it is indeed rare for someone to embody such restraint. Attention. Attention. This is an absolute linguistic trap. How should Tang Xinro respond at this moment? The answer is that a qualified childhood friend would never praise another boy in front of Suja. Is that so? That does seem to align with your character. Tang Xinro replied, then distinctly noticed a subtle smile forming at the corners of Suja's mouth on the screen. Alas, that will not do. So what are your thoughts? Well then, let us conclude today's duck soup here. The next phase belongs to Tang Xinro's offensive. What else can I do? I shall simply continue living. It is none of my concern. Suja replied decisively, without the slightest hint of hesitation. After a moment, he added, the class monitor is indeed somewhat pitiable. I shall see if I can help her with Lao Su later. He is a good man. After all, he is someone she admires, even if it's not perfect. It's certainly one TB wrong. Tang Xinro fell silent, her gaze complex as she looked at the screen, marveling at the vast disparity in intelligence one can possess. If one were to label Suja as foolish, she would be the first to disagree. Yet, at times, one must acknowledge the truth. Alas, I should return to the homeland soon. Such naivety should not lead to being bullied, right? Time for sleep, sleep. Tomorrow promises to be busy. During the comic convention, I shall test the waters regarding her sentiments. After yawning, Suja prepared to end the video call. However, the other party did not respond, merely gazing at him intently. To be frank, It was quite endearing, yet for some reason, Suja felt a chill sweep over him. Is it truly unfeasible to evade this predicament? Clenching his fists, Suja gradually shifted his gaze away, then opened his palm, firmly grasping the blanket before him. Good night. Whispering softly, the girl finally smiled, seemingly mocking Suja's evasiveness, her good night resonating loudly. What a tedious woman. Has she taken the wrong medicine these past few days? Setting down his phone, Suja murmured to himself, unable to comprehend why uttering a simple good night felt so awkward. Typing it out on his phone wouldn't he have been the same? Why must it be through video? What is wrong with him that he cannot meet her gaze directly? They are so familiar with one another. The Dawn community is the only villa area in Qingfeng. Rest assured, mother, I am quite content here. Not at all distressed, not even a little. Lu Sisi, while drying her damp hair, explained something to her mother over the phone. She is a sensible child and would never express sentiments like, I don't need money. I only require your love, such outlandish statements. It is a fact that wealthy families do not necessarily overlook their children's feelings, although their time together is limited. Her mother's concern is still quite heartwarming. For instance, regarding the previous bullying incident, with Lu's mother intervening. Those children who enjoyed spreading rumors and ostracizing others quickly became more subdued. He is called Suja? Yes, we are very good friends. When discussing Suja, Lu Sisi's eyes sparkled. Unlike the typical shyness of a teenage girl, she introduced Suja with unabashed candor, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Even in front of her mother. What? Money? Absolutely not, mother. Isn't that an insult? It seems she touched upon something significant. Lu Sisi instantly became exceedingly agitated. Suja is not that kind of person. He does not care for money. You are jeopardizing our friendship. Hanging up the phone, Lu Sisi tiptoed to the refrigerator, stealthily opening it like a little mouse. A kaleidoscope of cakes greeted her, and she promptly shut her eyes, then began to explore blindly. Remarkably, her touch was so precise that she even selected the flavor she desired. Eating cake at night will lead to weight gain. But I simply miscalculated while reaching for the milk. There is no alternative. Once removed from the refrigerator, the little cakes will not last long, so they must be consumed. How amusing to deceive myself. Returning to her room, she took a bite of the cake, and instantly, a look of bliss graced Lu Sisi's face. It is delicious. I shall bring one for Suju on Monday. Oh, and perhaps I shall also take one for classmate Niu Hao, seated at her desk. Staring into the mirror, the tidy vanity held only one item that contradicted the decorum, a crumpled opera ticket. Gently picking it up, Lu Sisi was unaware that she had begun to smile foolishly. After laughing for a full half-minute, she finally picked up a diary from the edge of the table and opened it gently. XX year, month 13. Today, I am preparing to transfer schools, I shall establish a new persona and embark on a beautiful romance. Luan will surely be surprised. I eagerly anticipate a storyline akin to an idol drama. XX year, month 14. Woe is me. I shall not change my persona. How can there be so many villains in this world? Yet, there are good people as well. The moment he appeared, it was as if a superhero had arrived. This superhero is rather cautious. XX year, month 15, I have made new friends. Sujo is truly interesting, and he is quite bold. I can't even manage to buy breakfast properly. XX year, month 16, Luan has been avoiding me. How does this differ from idol dramas? Is the bond of childhood friends so fragile? Well, it seems I am the only one who views us as childhood sweethearts. He appears to consider me merely the daughter of an employer. XX year, month 17, Suja seems to have feelings for me. What should I do? I am such a wicked woman, but he is truly a wonderful person, and I do not wish to hurt him. XX year, month 18. I have come to realize that I do not harbor feelings for Shun Luan. I merely held him in high regard. Today, he said he did not wish to be my male best friend, yet I managed to persuade him. His scent is delightful, so warm. I am incredibly fortunate to have transferred here. Does he like little cakes? I shall bring him some on Monday. Flipping through the pages, Lu Sisi could not help but smile foolishly. Realizing her behavior, she slowly picked up her pen. XX year, month 19. Today, I spoke with Jiao Jiao on the phone. And unsurprisingly, she scolded me. How I miss the days of hiding behind her. She even asked me who is more important, Suja or her. Woman. It seems I am not the only one who cannot live without you. You miss me too, don't you? But rest assured, I have long since planned. I intend to be the second best in the world with Suja. Do not worry, dear friend. The first place will always be reserved for you. Satisfied? Lu Sisi closed the diary and took out her phone, opening Suja's contact page. Renaming her contact, the second best in the world. Alright, Chapter 64. A breathless sense of guilt-induced education. Today is destined to be a busy day. After exchanging morning greetings with Tang Shinro, Suja rose early. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by a swaying figure, charging directly toward oneself. But who is Suja? He is someone capable of reacting swiftly. So could he evade the oncoming collision? Yes, he could dodge, but there was no necessity to do so. Why avoid it? Because he felt no fear. Good morning, brother. With that, Suja buried his head into his sister's embrace, a unique greeting from Taonin. She found herself growing increasingly fond of this place, where everything enveloped her in the warmth of home. Anin, you truly possess an approachable demeanor, she thought. After a brief struggle to free herself, Suja was soon captivated by another gaze. Mornings often find girls in a state of drowsiness, and Taonin was no exception. At that moment, she wore only one slipper, the other having long vanished. Her delicate, fair feet graced the floor, presenting a perfect tableau of innocence. Firstly, Suja was not a pervert. Secondly, any normal man would find it hard not to glance. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by Sun Yin, who had just emerged. How disgusting! Sun Yin exclaimed. Having refrained from teasing her brother for several days, given his impeccable persona, she seized the opportunity to strike. Taking a bite of her bread, Sun Yin eagerly looked at her friend, her eyes seeming to say, "Look, this little rascal has finally revealed his true nature. Condemn him, punish him, torment him, play with him." Observing the sibling rivalry, Taonin shook her head in exasperation. Alas, I find them utterly incorrigible. Living here, I unknowingly feel my own maternal instincts intensifying. Nyan, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. I perceive it as a form of flattery. Suja nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, isn't this a form of appreciation?" "Pervert is a pervert. What appreciation?" Sun Yin retorted, clearly unsatisfied. Yet Suja remained unconvinced. Isn't it merely because the men's football team is lacking? After breakfast, Taonin hurriedly set off, as today marked her first significant step in her career, an occasion that demanded her utmost dedication. Naturally, Sun Yin accompanied her to assist. Ideally, Suja should have joined as well, but Taonin insisted he finish his tutoring session first, emphasizing that he must not neglect his studies for this venture. Generally, she played the role of a doting older sister, yet Suja understood her resolute nature on matters she deemed important. Thus, he refrained from further protest, recognizing it was for his own good. Should he call Ran? Although they had already arranged a time, Suja felt it prudent to confirm. However, after briefly contemplating, he ultimately decided against it, perhaps influenced by Su Jinghao's earlier remarks. Let it be. What could possibly go awry? He mused. Should he really call? Although the time was already set, when one finds themselves mulling over a dilemma, there is often another soul wrestling with the same quandary, their thoughts aligning, leading to a shared missed opportunity. Fortunately, Ran was rather timid, despite repeatedly convincing herself to refrain from being overly proactive. She rationalized that calling to inquire about the day's work fell within acceptable bounds. After convincing herself multiple times, she finally mustered a smile, acknowledging the challenge of persuading her own mind. Stealthily, she traversed from the bathroom to her room, casting a glance towards the door. Upon confirming her mother was absent, she cautiously reached under the mattress. However, in that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and her complexion drained of color. Startled, she turned to find her mother standing at the doorway, her expression one of profound disappointment, clutching Ran's phone. Though no words were spoken, the tension in the air was palpable, her body trembling with suppressed anger. "Ah, so that's why your exam results were poor. I scrimped and saved to put you through school, and this is how you repay me? I should have left you with your deadbeat father." The color drained from Ran's face, collapsing onto the bed as if all strength had fled her. In moments of extreme fear, individuals often fall into a daze, and her mother's demeanor represented the pinnacle of Ran's dread. She would have preferred a physical beating that would expel her from the house rather than endure the unending discourse of disappointment that gnawed at her insides. For a sensitive girl like Ran, this so-called guilt-inducing education was the most suffocating. Unable to communicate with her mother, she felt her breath becoming increasingly labored. Instinctively, she grasped her arm, pinching her flesh fiercely. The sharp pain jolted her back to the reality of breathing. Yet, this nightmare was far from over. Is she still not here? The expansive stadium was now bustling with life, indicating that Taonin's promotions were effective. However, the organizers wore anxious expressions. As the star of the day, Ran had yet to arrive. Could it be? Sun Yin was the first to feel the tension, her face reflecting alarm as if she sensed something amiss. "Sister, are you sure?" The moment she uttered the word sister, it was clear to Suja that she was dead serious. The siblings exchanged concerned glances. Sun Yin's worry spoke volumes. Suja fell silent. as he too pondered unsettling possibilities. However, he had only seen what his sister had observed. He had no first-hand knowledge. I'll make a call. For reasons unknown. His heart raced, and a vision flashed before him. A battered girl writhing in pain on the ground. No way. Surely, one shouldn't overindulge, even in feasting, after all. A tiger does not consume its own offspring. Am I scaring myself? Everything was mere conjecture. Bolstering his courage, he cast aside all fanciful thoughts and dialed the number. His mood heavy with apprehension. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Chapter 65. This is not what was advertised. Refund. Why do birds fly? Chiu Ran was uncertain. Yet it likely wasn't due to any dramatic phrases. Confined within her room, she could hear the echoes of lectures and knocks at the door from outside. You might as well kick the door down and beat me. Why must it always be a lecture? As she uttered these words, it became evident that she had begun to numb herself. Must she be made to feel guilty? Why force her into a state of suffocation while endlessly recounting her own hardships? Yes, her mother was a woman of misfortune, having divorced and raised her alone, which was no easy feat yet. If she felt no compassion for herself, why had she fought so hard to keep Chiu Ran? Gazing vacantly out the window, Chiu Ran yearned to see a scene that resonated with her hopes, but all she beheld were the same earthen walls she had grown weary of, resembling a prison. Opening the drawer, she discovered a sumptuous outfit hidden within. Slowly, she caressed the fabric as if it were a rare treasure. A single tear fell onto her clothing with a soft sound, and Chiu Ran hurriedly wiped it away, terrified of staining her garment. It should have begun. She murmured to herself, as the tears flowed uncontrollably. Indeed, it was merely a comic convention, not a matter of great significance. If she chose not to attend, so be it. Why attach such importance to it? Yet, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sadness and even fear. Had she not awaited this moment for so long? Had someone not finally invited her? Was she not relieved to no longer be alone? Clutching her clothing tightly, Chiu Ran crouched on the ground, her body trembling. She choked back sobs until she could utter not a single word. Memories of Su Nian, Taoanin, and him flooded her mind. How would they perceive her now? Surely, they would resent her. After all, she had ruined everything. Furthermore, she had lost it all. Old Su, can you hurry up? Is that too much to ask? Su Jinghao was currently gasping for breath as he ascended the stairs. He swore that getting to know Suja had been the most unfortunate decision he had made in the past month. The audacity of asking him to check on Chiu Ran. What was he supposed to do there? Subject himself to humiliation? Honestly, the old hag had cursed at him with a foul mouth. All right, this is urgent. I'll treat you to a meal later, Suja urged, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It was necessary to confirm the situation with Su Jinghao. If there was indeed domestic violence, he would have to call the police. Why not go himself? Please, Chiu Ran had already called it quits. If he withdrew as well, Anin would have wasted her efforts. Although he was concerned for Chiu Ran, he prioritized Anin without hesitation. In his heart, she was undoubtedly more important. Such misfortune, Su Jinghao exclaimed before abruptly ending the voice call. He had already arrived. There was no need to eavesdrop at the door, as the entire corridor echoed with the old hag's voice. He sighed quietly. This was the primary reason he had distanced himself from Chiu Ran. How could anyone navigate such a toxic family environment? Whoever married Chiu Ran would likely face chaos in their home. As he descended the stairs, what might have seemed a serious issue to others was merely a routine occurrence for Chiu Ran. Even Su Jinghao had become desensitized to it. Hey, nothing's wrong. I just listened for a moment, and my phone got confiscated. Is that all? Is it over? It's over, but the person likely won't be coming out. Your date is definitely canceled. Are you sure you didn't hear anything else? Suja asked seriously. What do you want to hear? It's fine, old Su. I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up, Suja breathed a sigh of relief. Although he understood that Chiu Ran's family environment was stifling, as long as there was no domestic violence, he felt he had no right to intervene. He simply lacked that qualification. One must know their place in the world. However, looking at the increasingly disgruntled audience, Suja felt a headache coming on. The promotional video had been surprisingly effective, but now they were missing a key player. Upon returning to the backstage area, he immediately spotted a worried Tao Anin and Sun Yan. Upon seeing Tao Anin, Suja instinctively lowered his head. After all, he had introduced Chiu Ran, and now that something had gone awry, it was Anin who would bear the brunt of the loss. I'm sorry, Anin. Chiu Ran might not make it. It was difficult to voice, yet as a man, one must not evade responsibility. Having prepared himself mentally, he was taken aback when both women simultaneously sighed in relief. As long as she's okay, Sun Yan said, a hint of fear in her voice. Suja froze in place. Had Sun Yan informed Anin about Chiu Ran's situation? The older sister seemed to have an uncanny ability to read others. As Taonin smiled slightly and remarked, "Oh, don't misunderstand. Nyen Nyen." She didn't say anything. But, with a mischievous smile, Taonin continued, "You siblings can't hide secrets from me. The Su family duo would forever remember this painful day. The day they fell prey to the clever machinations of the voluptuous and intelligent Taonin. You and I, as siblings, how could we not join forces?" Suju asserted. "Sister speaks wisely." Taonin added, "A lone horse can cut through the enemy camp, bringing glory to the world. But in an alright." Just as Suju was about to say something, he was enveloped in Taonin's broad embrace, effectively silencing him. "No need for apologies. We have always been family. Unin. Just the two of us being family is enough." Su Nian exclaimed in surprise. Taonin, while reluctant to chastise Suja, could not conceal her disappointment. After all, she had painstakingly prepared for this event, and now, it felt like a significant setback. Suja felt a pang of unease. He had no one else to blame. The fault lay with Chiu Ran, but given her dire circumstances, he was disinclined to cast blame her way. "No, I must remedy this." Suja surveyed the crowd, desperately seeking a high-quality cosplayer to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, due to their promotional video, nearly all the cosplayers present were not portraying fully Lien. As no one wished to subject themselves to humiliation, Taonin expressed her frustration, lamenting that this misstep had backfired. Suja remained silent, still scanning the room until, suddenly, his eyes lit up and he grasped Taonin's hand. "And what about her?" Taonin followed his gaze and immediately nodded, though her expression soon turned troubled. "That girl is indeed beautiful, but the character seems a bit mismatched." That may not be the case. How is this different from the promotion? Where is Fu Lilian? I specifically came after watching the promotional video. I was even looking forward to collecting stamps. What a false advertisement. Do you take us for fools? Refund. As expected, the effective promotional efforts had their unintended consequences. Just when everyone was feeling disgruntled, the grandest stage suddenly lit up, and the audience's eyes widened in astonishment as the man from the promotional video, Xian Meyer, appeared. But where is Fu Lilian? The love of a hero is cautious. "For my life is but a small part of Fu Lilian's existence." Suja seemed to recite a play, and just when the audience appeared bored, they were taken aback by the next moment. Therefore, to remain with Fu Lilian, I sought out Sakata Jintoki from the Odd Jobs agency. Numerous cosplayers were left bewildered. A silver-haired man appeared, casually picking his nose, and for some inexplicable reason, he seemed perfectly in character. "Oh, young man, I cannot fulfill this request, but I can introduce you to someone." A stunning cosplayer made her entrance. "I do have a way." "Oh, infatuated elf, just wait for a lifetime." The audience was left utterly perplexed. Isn't this child inappropriate? Is this the official version? Just as the crowd was struck by the absurdity of it all, a blood-red figure suddenly dashed from the stage, scooping up Suja and bolting down. "Ha! I made it! I made it!" The numerous cosplayers exclaimed. "Oh, this makes sense. The official version. This is on point." Chapter 66. Where is the deviation? It has always been like this for years. Isn't the version I'm watching the official one? But is it out of character? It seems hard to define. At that moment, Suja was equally bewildered. The comic convention had initially promised to be quite dull, merely consisting of performances on the central stage, a fashion show, photo opportunities, and then the stamp collecting segment. To be honest, it seems rather pointless, as the most intriguing aspect of the comic convention lies in the diverse expressions of individualism. Although it may lack excitement, it is nonetheless essential. However, Suja swore that the fiery brother who took the stage last was certainly not part of his prior arrangement. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Suja had thought that his abstract approach was sufficiently clear, yet he was utterly taken aback to discover someone who was even more abstract, opting for a strategy that garnered the most comments. Taonin, standing by, was left in awe. With Suja's commotion, it seemed that everyone had loosened up, eagerly taking to the stage and embracing their true selves, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. At that moment, tears welled up in Taonin's eyes, as such a harmonious scene transported her back a decade, to a time devoid of comparisons, where genuine affection reigned. It has returned. The village of yesteryear has come back. Oh my, this truly is the most ingenious organizer I have ever encountered. It has been ages since I attended such an enjoyable comic convention. The speaker was an adorable girl besides Suja, the high-quality cosplayer he had spotted in the crowd, who had just portrayed Tu Shan Hong Hong on stage. Wasn't it reasonable for Tu Shan Hong Hong to use the heart-wrenching giant tree to ensure a rebirth for Fu Lien? Where was the out-of-character behavior? The storyline had been consistent for years. Perhaps it was time for some self-reflection before criticizing others. Have you truly been watching the shows over the years? Has your enthusiasm waned? Thank you all so much. Please don't leave just yet. There are red envelopes to be given. To be frank, Suja initially intended to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, but he could never have anticipated such an outstanding performance. As soon as he spoke, that Tushan Hong Hong and Sakata Jintoki burst into laughter. There were red envelopes involved in this outing. Where else could you find such delightful circumstances? Only the person portraying the fiery brother looked utterly bewildered as he gazed at Suja, seemingly realizing something, before he blurted out, "Huh, this is a script?" I thought the fiery brother was about to retreat into a shell. After making an earnest effort, pouring his heart out to the audience, he found himself utterly defeated. How could he have been so socially awkward just moments ago? Don't be like that, fiery brother. Your performance was the best. Let us go collect the red envelopes together. Suja comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, his words sincere. If it weren't for the latter's unexpected antics, the atmosphere wouldn't have been so liberating. After all, how much more outrageous could one get than that guy? Sometimes, one must concede that a good platform is paramount. In just half an hour, countless individuals sought out Suja for autographs, yet regrettably, he had nothing prepared, leaving him to awkwardly pose for photographs. Nevertheless, he did receive a considerable amount of snacks. Comic conventions are truly delightful, and he would certainly return next time. He wondered how that fellow was faring. He must be eagerly anticipating the next event, right? Tossing a candy into his mouth, Suja thought of Chio-ran. Although she was desperately trying to mask her emotions, he could sense that she placed a great deal of importance on this event, and it must be quite regrettable for her to miss it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. What could he possibly do? Should he storm into her home and drag her out as if eloping? That was absurd. It was her personal affair, and they weren't even that close yet. Could I have your contact information? A somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. He had heard it before, but not often. Turning around, he was surprised to see the high-quality cosplayer from earlier. To be honest, many had approached Suja for contact details today, but he had generally declined. However, this Tushan Hong Hong was different. She had helped him out, and he couldn't be impolite. Yet, was it a bit awkward for Tushan Hong Hong to be eagerly requesting Exine Meyer's contact? Wow, what a catch. After adding her on an app, labeling her as Tushan Hong Hong, Suja noticed that she seemed in no rush to leave. Lu Jiani smiled as she extended her hand. If someone familiar with Suja had witnessed this scene, they would have spat in disbelief and called him a pretender. Those unfamiliar with him might genuinely mistake him for a gentleman. For instance, Lu Jiani thought to herself, he is so polite, even during a handshake. He merely grazed my fingertips, embodying grace and courtesy. In truth, Lu Jiani exhibited a hint of social anxiety. While she wasn't afraid of approaching others for autographs, she was quite resistant to stepping onto the main stage. However, when this boy invited her, she accepted without hesitation. There was simply something irresistibly compelling about his request. Huh, why are you still here after exchanging contact information? Suja's polite smile was nearly faltering. If they chatted any longer, his abstract persona would surely be exposed. Therefore, it was evident that Lingzi's intention to silence Suja was no mere jest. I've seen your promotional photos. They're fantastic. Moreover, you seem even more striking in person. Thank you, Suja replied graciously, subtly stepping back. No, don't just talk. Don't lean in so close. What about that stunning Fu Lian from the promotional photo? I wanted to ask her for an autograph too. For some reason, Lu Jiani found herself opening up to this boy. I have some matters to attend to backstage. I must head over now. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Suja waved his hand, preparing to leave. Oh, then you go ahead. I just got a red envelope. I was planning to treat you to something. Oh, it's not that urgent. Though slightly vexed, he decided to eat first. Hopeful, Suja followed Lu Jiani, even though she was discussing topics that didn't particularly interest him. After all, she was treating him to a meal. So what harm was there in chatting for a bit? Unfortunately, what delightful food could one expect at a comic convention? Oh, there's boxed lunch over there. Lu Jiani's eyes sparkled. It seemed that cosplayers were not accustomed to fine dining, as the sight of a boxed lunch filled her with excitement. Well, a boxed lunch will do. I'm not picky. Suja wasn't one to be fussy. However, as they approached the stall, he was suddenly rooted to the spot. Staring incredulously at the petite figure before him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a disdainful voice echoed in his ears, I can't believe this group of anime fans. They're such lowlifes, a bunch of pretenders. Stay away from strangers. Familiar faces, even more so. Honestly, if you're into Naruto, you're just as bad. And that dead Exine Meyer up there is the worst. Chapter 67. How I wish the anime culture could return to the days when everyone was in uproar. So let us all sing together. Dai Xiaolin stood in front of the boxed lunch stall, clad in an adorable magical girl outfit, leading the crowd in song. On ought to know. Tai Labibi, it's difficult to articulate Suje's current feelings. A boxed lunch stall turned into a bizarre ritual akin to a cult, with a throng singing family-themed songs. One could only say, Suje's enthusiasm for anime was still far from sufficient. Li Zygon Shinemo? This voice belonged to Dai Xiaolin. So familiar, yet so love-hate. It had appeared in her dreams just yesterday. What are you doing here? For some reason. Upon seeing Suja, the bold Dai Xiaolin suddenly became shy, her defiance faltering under his gaze. This big brother had a way with words that could overwhelm her defenses. However, after a moment of reflection, she questioned why she should feel intimidated. Thus, she defiantly locked eyes with Suja. I refuse to back down. I truly refuse. Why do people say she dislikes others when she is clearly the most beautiful girl in the world? Apologies, but this area does not permit street vending. Perhaps it is fate. Suja always seems to hit the nail on the head when it comes to Dai Xiaolin's vulnerabilities. You say no vending, so no vending. Do you think you're the one in charge? I am the organizer. Indeed, he is the organizer, as Lu Jiani chimed in with perfect synchronicity. Crying in an instant can indeed be considered a unique skill, and Dai Xiaolin genuinely does not appear to be feigning. Suja couldn't help but chuckle. While he could easily send her away, he had no intention of doing so. For some reason, he felt an irresistible urge to tease her whenever he saw her. No way, you can't be really crying, right? Pigeon tilting its head. JPG, please, don't drive me away. I need to earn money for my family's medical expenses. Dai Xiaolin rushed forward to cling to Suja's arm, inexplicably rubbing against him. Why are you rubbing against me like a washboard? Thud. With no hesitation, he lightly thumped her on the head and said sternly, children must not lie. Honestly, this little money grubber can spin any tale just to make a profit. He turned to leave, finding the whole situation amusing. But Dai Xiaolin panicked. Thinking Suja was going to fetch security. Gritting her teeth and stomping her foot, she said, fine, I'll share a bit with you, just don't kick me out. Okay. Suja paused immediately, but casually remarked, how much can you possibly sell a boxed meal for? 41 portions. What? If before Suja merely wished to tease her, now he genuinely wanted to remove her from the scene. You, the ox demon, could simply snatch it. But you insist on offering her a boxed meal instead. Excitedly pulling Dai Xiaolin's hand, he lowered his voice, asking, is that boxed meal fresh? What do you mean? Am I selling undercooked rice? Then what do you have? Nothing but the 10 yuan boxed meals from outside. Suja was speechless. Dai Xiaolin truly intended to rely solely on her looks to set the price, didn't she? However, the next scene completely shattered Suja's perception. A cosplayer dressed as the formidable Ma Chao, weighing around 200 pounds, approached the stall, opened a boxed meal. And Dai Xiaolin suddenly began to sing in a high-pitched voice. Gently, purely, miraculous heartbeat. Boxed meal mister, become delicious. Alright, boxed meal mister has turned into something incredibly tasty. 40, for an extra 10, you can enjoy half a minute of insults, and for another 10, I can kick you lightly. All the phrases previously used on Suja were now being employed by him. At that moment, a single thought echoed in Suja's mind. Am I truly a second-rate player? So this is what the realm of true strength looks like. Was he merely a casual viewer, lacking the necessary depth? It was hard to believe that customers flocked to Dai Xiaolin's stall, some even paying for insults. Indeed, the world of second-rate players was remarkably lucrative. With a breath of exasperation, Suja mused that second-rate players should return to the bygone era when they were universally scorned. Hee, how about I give you 20%? Just don't kick me out. In a moment of embarrassment, Dai Xiaolin seemed to make an important decision. I can take off my shoes and step on you. Get lost. Resisting the urge to slap her away, Suja felt an overwhelming desire to overturn the stall, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Damn it, that was my first time. I truly didn't cherish it. Others would pay 1,000 just to have me step on them. Dai Xiaolin was indignant. Had it not been for Suja helping her previously and having a decent appearance, she wouldn't have rewarded him like this. Suja remained silent, but had already categorized Dai Xiaolin as a rather frivolous character. Today was not in vain. He gained insight as he sat on the ground, eating his boxed meal, while watching a group kneeling before a cosplayer of a raw stone, lost in thought. Are there no normal people here? Stop overthinking. Without this crowd, where would all the profits come from? Dai Xiaolin suddenly sat beside Suja, handing him a bottle of Eastern tree leaf, horse urine, and then taking a sip from a 1 yuan mineral water. Yes, right. This girl actually plans to share the profits with me, hundreds of yuan. Suja felt he shouldn't accept this money, but hesitated when he considered refusing. What if all this is about the 3 kingdoms? Why isn't he that Furlian calm? She's busy. You're so dismissive. She's the main character, so annoying. Dai Xiaolin was quite irritated by Suja's attitude. How should she put it? It felt as if he regarded her as a mere child, always responding with a tone that said, adults are talking, children should not interrupt. You go? So small? Where am I small? I'm not small. It seemed as if she had triggered something. Dai Xiaolin jumped up, hands on her hips, standing defiantly before Suja. Upon seeing her, he thought, well, I'm not wrong. She is indeed small, even to the point of being negligible. What kind of look is that, you brat? Dai Xiaolin lunged at him. But their height difference was too great. Suja easily caught her by the scruff of her neck, lifting her in a comical manner. Let me go? She flailed her arms in vain, proving that even the cutest things can be mistaken for pouting when they get fierce. Seeing Suja still chuckling, Dai Xiaolin flushed. But then her eyes suddenly sparkled, and she sweetly said, Big brother, put me down. Goosebumps. Suja tossed her aside, feeling a chill run down his spine. Dai Xiaolin, however, seemed to have discovered Suja's secret. She hopped over, brandishing her phone as if it were a trophy before him. Hey, you won't forget to add me this time, will you? Do you still want your share? Oh no, she has completely seized my weak spot. What can I possibly forego? Money cannot be discarded. Fine, just add me. Once Suja finally took out his phone, Dai Xiaolin resembled a victorious general, especially with a slightly smug tone. Humph, man, the more you resist, the more excited I become. As she opened the messaging app, just as she was about to scan the code, Suja's phone suddenly lit up. Sugar Heart Egg initiated a voice call. Chapter 68. So am I also a part of your play? One can question Dai Xiaolin's character, but her beauty is beyond reproach. As the universally acknowledged first beauty in her circle, she possesses her own pride and confidence. This is why she engages in seemingly abnormal antics. After all, she is always forgiven for her actions simply because she is too adorable, until she encountered that man, who would quibble over 5 dimes with her, yet would step forward when she found herself in dire straits. Don't ask why she was in trouble. Just confirm if he indeed came to her aid. Others had previously attempted to employ similar tactics of emotional manipulation, but Dai Xiaolin was certain that this man would not indulge her. However, it mattered not. Perhaps he is simply a naturally aloof man who treats everyone with the same indifference. Hey, man, mind your expression. Don't make it too ugly. Watching as he quickly answered the call and casually shoved her aside like a chick, Dai Xiaolin turned crimson. What happened to being naturally aloof? What happened to not showing any woman a pleasant face? What does this smile mean? Is someone calling you? Dai Xiaolin's loud cries were quite distinctive, and even through the phone, Tang Xinyo immediately took notice. Unrelated, Suja turned away with a casual elegance, leaving the poor Dai Xiaolin, her petite frame tossed aside by Suja's careless gesture. Discontentment brewed within her, akin to encountering someone of profound interest, only to discover their equal disdain for everyone. And then, the next day, realizing it was solely directed at her. In that moment, the previously impatient demeanor of Suja was nowhere to be found. This stark contrast in attitude was utterly unacceptable to Dai Xiaolin. Let us switch to a video. I haven't attended a comic convention in ages, and I'm curious to see what Sister Inen has crafted, Tang Xinro suggested, her enthusiasm evident. Suja, accustomed to such exchanges, didn't hesitate. Although he had never visited M country, he had managed to catch every significant sight. I must say, what Sister Inen has done this time is quite impressive, evoking a nostalgic atmosphere reminiscent of yesteryears. Of course, the biggest variable, guess who it is? As Suja activated the front camera, he transformed into a self-congratulatory figure. Could it be the Sister's contribution? Disconnection, he exclaimed. Hey, look, you're rushing again. All right, splendid. Tang Xinro mused that she could easily apply to any major kindergarten in the country, having accumulated 15 years of experience in entertaining children, despite being only 18. While Suja chatted jovially, he remained oblivious to the dark gaze fixated upon him nearby, one that was nearly contorted with frustration. Nice work. Sister Inen must have spent quite a bit, he remarked, as the camera revealed Tang Xinro's brightened eyes. But have you seen the venue? Why are you staring at me? I meant for you to look at the cosplayers and the venue. Suja was speechless. It seemed Tang Xinro was being rather dismissive, praising without even a glance. Let me tell you, this venue has its charm, and I play a significant role here, such as. Just as he prepared to boast, a jarring voice erupted from behind. Security. Where's the security? Must you cause such a ruckus at a comic convention? Where's the security? Security's watching too. Be quiet, clown. He quickly covered the camera, a rare hint of embarrassment crossing his face. What is going on? It seems to be escalating. He turned, unable to see clearly. Tang Xinro was bewildered. She had only heard mentions of security, after which Suja blocked the screen. Nothing much, just a cosplayer causing a scene. Already calling for security, he chuckled, although he believed the incident carried a positive energy. It was not something he wished to include in his record. All of this is trivial. What follows is my masterpiece. Suja gradually adjusted the camera, preparing to showcase his work, while Tang Shinro widened her eyes in anticipation. Can this cosplayer really be measured casually? Trust me, it's all good. Wow, this is impressive. A man exclaimed, gazing at the central cosplayer, surrounded by envious companions. Suja discreetly shielded the camera and turned away without hesitation. Quite distinctive, Tang Shinro awkwardly smiled, offering that as her only feedback. Come on now, there are plenty of normal cosplayers. Suja felt his embarrassment creeping in, just as he was about to speak. A flash of red light darted before him. I've made it. A group of about 10 individuals scuttled past him in a dark, twisted manner, leaving behind scattered pieces. Perhaps we should just voice chat, he suggested. No, aren't you a cosplayer too? Tang Shinro quickly interjected, truthfully admitting that she hadn't fully grasped the embarrassing moments Suja had just experienced. Suja felt a slight alleviation of his mood. It was remarkable how this woman had refrained from pointing out his shortcomings. According to their usual dynamic, she would have likely mocked him for months. Just as he was about to display his gallant stance, Tang Shinro's camera unexpectedly captured a particularly adorable, yet clearly displeased face. Dai Xiaolin, you're not giving up, are you? Don't call my full name in public. Dai Xiaolin blushed, genuinely embarrassed, afflicted by a peculiar ailment where being called by her full name induced discomfort. What a despicable man. How quickly his demeanor shifts. I must see who is capable of eliciting such infatuated smiles from him. Could it be that sister from the promotional video, Fuliang? Forcing her way into Suja's frame, Dai Xiaolin cast a defiant glance. Yet, upon a mere glance, she averted her eyes. The radiance was blinding, and she suddenly comprehended Suja's feelings, finding it somewhat reasonable. However, Dai Xiaolin remained unconvinced. Even if the other woman was stunning, she too possessed her own charm. Why the disparity in attitude? With a hint of provocation, she gazed towards the opposite side, anticipating a jealous or hostile glance from the woman. But instead, she was met with, wow. What a cute little friend, hello? Dai Xiaolin felt as though she had been struck with 1,000 blows. The most disheartening aspect was not being outshone, but rather that the other party didn't regard her as a contender at all. The ultimate indignity followed as that infuriating man shoved the phone into her hand and went to the side to pose dramatically. You arrived just in time. Showcase the full effect for me. Perfect timing for me to avoid finding a place to set up the phone. Dai Xiaolin. So, am I part of your play now? Chapter 69. Some words can resonate deeper than I love you. Tang Shinro. There is something I've been wanting to tell you for several days now. Exceedingly alarmed, her heart raced. The pampered girl had never felt such anxiety before. Go on, she urged, her tone slightly apprehensive. Have you taken the wrong medicine lately? Suja. Furiously enraged, anticipating this, he covered his ears. Suja struggled to decipher women, but could perfectly predict Tang Shinro's reactions. You've indeed been different lately. It's thrown me off. Suja spoke earnestly. She was indeed different, though it was hard to pin down. Firstly, the frequency of her teasing had decreased significantly, and there was a sense of shyness that hadn't been there before. Wait, no. Don't you like it? Suja found himself momentarily stunned. This was unexpected. Based on his understanding of Tang Shinro, she should have been in an uproar by now. How could she maintain such a gentle demeanor? Observing the bewildered Suja, Tang Shinro felt equally perplexed. What could she do? Engaging with Suja felt like playing a game of chance. Initially, she intended to transition smoothly, hoping for a grand comeback after a series of losses. Yet, unexpectedly, formidable competitors had emerged, leaving her with no choice but to collect her winnings early. Actually, this is quite good. Just keep it up. Suja attempted to suppress a smile, diverting his gaze, muttering to himself in one breath. Tang Shinro was instantly amused. I don't understand, in a Tang dialect. Why is everyone saying that tsundere has faded from the environment? Wake up, it's only the female tsundere that has retreated. The male tsundere still has a thriving market. What about your partner? Why isn't she here? Come, let us see the beauties. Finally returning to the main topic, Tang Shinro had been dancing around the issue out of jealousy. But now she had found a natural opportunity. She encountered something and couldn't make it. You seem a bit down? Noticing the shift in Suju's mood, Tang Shinro immediately grew anxious. Your partner isn't here. I'm glad, but I don't like this expression on your face. Down? Not at all. Just feeling a bit sorry. Suja did not ponder much and briefly recounted the events of the day to Tang Shinro. As he spoke of domestic violence, her face betrayed a conflicted expression. Suddenly, Suja's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, the abstract quality of his presence vanishing without a trace. Wait for her, he uttered, a phrase that seemed strange, yet Tang Shinro instantly grasped his meaning. According to what you suggested, she likely would not come now. After all, the comic convention was nearing its end, rendering any arrival meaningless. Indeed, there is a 99% chance she won't show up, but what if? Suja found himself in turmoil, even feeling somewhat ridiculous for wanting to wait here, perhaps until the very end. As if he could still see those eyes filled with anticipation, masked by indifference. You seem quite empathetic, he noted. Tang Shinro's body tensed. Yet her voice and gaze softened considerably. Suja smiled, directing his serious attention to the screen, causing Tang Shinro to instinctively avert her gaze. You might have forgotten about that time in our childhood when I let my friends leave first due to family matters and said I would catch up later. I can share this without fear of your mockery. A hint of nostalgia crossed Suja's face, mixed with a touch of embarrassment. Though I claim not to care. I secretly hoped everyone would wait for me, but they all just left. As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled, staring earnestly at the girl on the screen. But thankfully, there's you. The moment those words left his lips, Tang Shinro's face flushed crimson. Sometimes, certain expressions carry more weight than mere declarations of love. Indeed, when all the friends departed, only Tang Shinro remained, quietly waiting for him. Back then, Suja had feigned indifference, yet his heart was profoundly moved. What were you thinking at that time? Tang Shinro's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, her tone softening further. If you hadn't waited for me, I might have cried, feeling abandoned by the entire world. Suja responded with sincerity, but for some reason, as he looked at the girl on the screen, he did not feel pride or comfort, but rather a tinge of awkwardness. Tang Shinro remained silent, her gaze drifting away. Yes, back then. She was the only one waiting for him, as other friends had wished to wait as well, but were persuaded to leave by her. Let us not dwell on that. She interjected. So, are you going to wait for her? Well, that feeling of being cast aside must be quite unbearable, even if it's just a tiny possibility. The two fell into a brief silence, and Tang Shinro appeared somewhat guilty. Who is prettier, me or her? You are beautiful. The unexpected question caught Suja off guard, and his unhesitant response made Tang Shinro momentarily stunned, her large, beautiful eyes narrowing in delight. Your skin is better, and your long hair adds to your charm. Although the class monitor has some appeal, she only deserves a score of 94. You, on the other hand, are a 99. Her smile abruptly froze as she quipped. Are you seriously critiquing me? What she had thought to be an unqualified compliment turned out to be a genuine reflection of her beauty. Really? It's quite peculiar. Being considered beautiful by someone can sometimes lead to disappointment. Women are indeed the most enigmatic. 99. Does that imply there's a perfect score of 100? It seemed that no woman could escape this line of questioning, even the virtuous Tang Shinro. Who? My mother. Ah, that's undeniable. Our mom truly deserves a perfect score. Tang Shinro quickly fell silent, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's truly wonderful to be friends with you. You are so considerate. Indeed. I'm merely maintaining a casual relationship with her. Suja remarked proudly. Tang Shinro, speechless, concluded that he probably could not decipher the hints of other women. Moreover, aren't you supposed to attend the opera at 8 tonight? I'll postpone it. I will sincerely apologize to her. Tang Shinro smiled, suddenly feeling that this arrangement was quite advantageous. First, the 8 o'clock date was certainly cancelled, but now this wait seemed largely futile. A proud glimmer began to shine in her eyes. Her affection for Suja was not merely built on time, but blossomed from his unintentional, yet heartwarming gestures. For instance, his willingness to spend time and sacrifice a date to nurture a girl's elusive hopes made him truly radiant. All right, I believe I've made the right choice. If she comes, I must comfort her well. In the Dawn community, Lu Cece once again showcased her talents, her vast princess bed already cluttered with various outfits. Hee. You haven't seen me out of my school uniform, have you? Oh, wait, I think you have once, but let us not count that. Hee. This will surely captivate him. Suddenly, she covered her face and tumbled onto the large bed, rolling back and forth, completely oblivious to the phone lighting up beside her. Chapter 70. What is the cost of understanding a person? Who said Lu Cece was timid? She was incredibly brave, no matter how many times she tried. Wearing such an outfit felt exceedingly daring. Lu Cece blushed as she tucked away the outfit, which, while not overtly revealing, felt quite bold to her. Seemingly caught in a dilemma. If Suja were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly scoff. Is this it? Who is this child? Beep, beep, beep. The phone's ringtone captured Lu Cece's attention, and she hurried to answer it, feeling that making others wait was quite impolite. In her haste, she turned too quickly and stumbled, landing on the floor. Ouch, I don't think I'm hurt, but but I definitely bumped something. Clutching her arm, Lu Cece approached the phone, a pout forming on her lips. Hello, this is the second best in the world initiating a voice call. Huh. The pain suddenly vanished. Hey, is this Lu Cece? I'm sorry, I've run into some issues and might not be able to make it tonight. Lu Cece's mind went blank, momentarily frozen in shock. However, her reaction was swift. She quickly composed herself. It's all right. You take care of your matters. I'm fine. I'm truly sorry. Let us catch a movie another day? No worries. Don't take it to heart. Your matters are more important. Okay, then, take care. Beep, beep, beep. Holding the phone that emitted a busy signal, Lu Cece appeared dazed, having no recollection of what she just said. Her responses came purely from instinct. After half a minute, it seemed she finally realized, as evidenced by her pouting lips. If you're not going, then I didn't really want to go either. She seemed to want to channel the fierce lines of a leading lady from a drama, but halfway through, her voice unexpectedly caught in her throat. Why aren't you going? Suja, you big fool. Powerlessly collapsing onto her bed, she buried her head in her arms, letting out a lament. Ouch. Why is the pain from that bump still lingering? Why is everyone picking on me? Lu Cece was genuinely upset. She had looked forward to this moment, mustered the courage to speak out, and yet, she had reddened eyes, trying to maintain a fierce front. Finally, she fixed her gaze on a beautifully wrapped gift box on the table, clearly crafted with care by its owner. In a fit of frustration, she dashed over, opened the box, and revealed exquisite pastries inside. Suja, you big fool. I won't bring you any cake. I'll eat it all myself. With tears in her eyes, Lu Cece began to scoop the cake into her mouth, feeling increasingly aggrieved with each bite. The sweetness seems utterly absent. And even you seem to be teasing me. Cece is truly a good girl, showing no anger at all, which is delightful. Seamlessly. Cece indeed embodies the qualities of a considerate young lady, as Suja thought. Alas, the young are often oblivious to the intricacies of a girl's heart. Perhaps that little girl is secretly dabbing on some essence of charm behind the scenes. Tawanan offered a contrasting perspective. At this moment, the comic convention was nearly over, and she naturally settled beside Suja, handing him a chilled bottle of cola. Suja gratefully accepted and took a sip. It was indeed an who knew he relished that fizzy, sweet drink. It is utterly impossible. Cece hails from a wealthy family and lacks for entertainment. I beg to differ. Just because she is sensible does not grant you the license to act carelessly. Should we not cherish such a girl even more? Suja remained silent, simply taking another sip of his cola. Though he did not speak, Tawanan understood he was listening. That was the charm of her younger brother. Truthfully, I am a bit puzzled. Are you still waiting? The event is nearly over. Logically, she shouldn't be coming, right? After all, who would deliberately arrive just as things are winding down? Tawanan voiced her doubts, for even she found it hard to decipher Suja's thoughts, which seemed whimsical and elusive. Is that girl significant to you? Not really. We aren't even that familiar. As the cola reached its bottom, Suja felt a twinge of helplessness. Hence, I reiterate, one should be cautious when delving into others' affairs, as it may entangle one in unforeseen consequences. Suja uttered a rather perplexing statement, even feeling somewhat exasperated himself. After calming his emotions, Suja resumed his position, his expression serious as he stated, that girl must be close to giving up. Tawanan seemed to grasp something, tentatively asking, how do you know? Suja turned, suddenly smiling, and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I possess a superpower. Do tell. Without hesitation, Tawanan leaned in, bringing her face closer. This time, it was Suja who hastily withdrew, realizing this was the true manifestation of his playful banter. I can actually read minds through one's gaze. Oh, what do you see? Anticipation, hope, and a hint of despair flashed through his mind, accompanied by the image of Chio Ran. Most striking were her eyes, revealing longing, hesitation, and a delicate caution, as if yearning to reach out but fearing the sting of rejection, or perhaps having endured it many times already. Perhaps Suja truly possessed a unique ability. He could easily comprehend another's feelings, but what was the cost of such understanding? Are you certain she will come? It's highly unlikely. 99 she won't show up. But what if? Suja gazed ahead, the bustling venue now dimming, a sliver of sunset creeping in, casting a solitary shadow that instinctively urged one to flee. My brother is indeed a gentle soul. I, however, do not consider that a compliment, and I dare say many would agree. Suja vehemently denied it, appearing rather troubled. Tawanan quietly observed the boy before her, momentarily captivated. She seemed to grasp his thoughts, and suddenly, she found her own notions emerging. Driven by a mix of mischief and playful teasing, this daring older sister turned Suja's head towards her, pressing her forehead against his. You claim to have a superpower? Then let us see what I'm thinking. Admittedly, Suja, like any normal boy, would occasionally steal glances at her teddy bear and legs. Yet, Taonin found it endearing. Each time their eyes met, he would bashfully look away, which she found immensely amusing. However, this current gesture was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a pure-hearted boy like Suja. Yet oddly, he did not exhibit the expected shy demeanor. Instead, Taonin felt a sudden panic, for his gaze was so tender it made her want to flee. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, devoid of any strange thoughts. Taonin simply felt inexplicably safe and warm. The boy who had always been her brother now seemed surprisingly assertive, cradling her as if soothing a child and gently patting her head. If you're tired, return home. We have always been here. Chapter 71. Redemption hidden in shadows. They often remarked on Suja's heavy idol burden, but in this day and age, who doesn't carry a bit of that weight? Don't let go. Hold me tighter. Taonin tightened her grip on Suja, her mind focused solely on concealing her vulnerable side, not wanting to tarnish her image as the wise older sister. Ah, indeed, beautiful people bear heavier burdens of idolization. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, you handsome fellow. If I were just 5 or 6 years younger, even with a soft heart, I would have the courage to compete. Regaining her composure, Taonin transformed back into that bold woman, unafraid to pursue her desires. Her family life was blissful, devoid of any peculiar circumstances, save for the incessant pressure to marry. Yet after graduation, while striving in a distant city, the first thought that crossed her mind during moments of distress was that little room in the Su household. It contained the most childish of family members, as well as those who understood her best. Oh, the wretched scoundrel. I just stepped away for a moment, and you? Dai Xiaolin had just cleared away the lunch boxes when she turned to see Suzhou embracing an impressively tall older sister. That scoundrel. Just moments ago, he had been so flirtatious with the older sister on video. And what of that sister, Fully Lian, from the promotional clip? Cursed be this unfaithful man. You little brat. Haven't you returned home yet? Isn't your mother calling you for dinner? Suzhou showed no signs of panic at being caught in such an embrace. Why should he fear others witnessing a friendly hug with family? Mind your own business, you heartless rogue. Taonin's gaze grew increasingly playful. Brother. This is also you, hey? Don't. That is not appropriate. Suzhou swiftly covered her mouth, cutting off her words. Laughter and mischief ensued. Yet Suzhou's expression turned ever more serious as he sat on the platform, gazing toward the entrance, lost in thought. The crowd seemed to have dispersed. It must be over now. Qiu Ran murmured to herself countless times, her eyes vacant as she hugged her knees against the door. It felt as though time had slipped away from her. She was unaware of the hour, only that darkness had enveloped the sky. Outside, the voices of admonishment had faded. Even her mother seemed weary. In truth, she had grown accustomed to this life, feeling like a mere tool to validate her mother's well-being. She had no phone, not even the ability to send a text or make a call, yet perhaps it was for the best. Had she possessed a phone, she might have encountered even more unbearable scenes. Whether disappointment, insults, or simply nothing at all, it felt as if she had become invisible, affecting nothing. Clutching her head, she suppressed her sobs, her heart heavy with sorrow, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. It's over. It must be over. Everything has ended. After preparing for so long, after anticipating so deeply, what role had she played in all of this? A coward, a hindrance, perhaps even causing considerable loss to another. After her mother had vented her frustrations, Qiu Ran felt an impulse to rush out, to apologize to that boy, to bear the weight of responsibility herself. However, she hesitated. Merely envisioning his disappointed gaze rendered her breathless. Rising slowly, Qiu Ran endeavored to awaken her numbed body, hastily throwing on a garment before suddenly bolting out the door. The night wind howled, causing Qiu Ran to shiver slightly. Her body, already weakened from a fit of tears, pressed on relentlessly. She had to go. She simply had to. Otherwise, she would carry a lifetime of regret. Even if she played no glorious role and everything had already come to an end, she needed to see it. To catch a glimpse from afar. Perhaps all the mental preparation she had done was merely a pretext. Or perhaps it was only after everything settled that she dared to sneak a peek at others' happiness like a rat in the sewers. The night wind seemed to grow colder. Yet Qiu Ran hesitated outside the venue, unwilling to step inside. The lights were off, but the door was unlocked. It must have been time to wrap things up. Summoning her courage, she slowly approached and gently pushed open the door, catching a faint glimpse of the venue's layout in the dim light. Though it lay in disarray, it appeared better than she had imagined. Thank goodness. They've all left, she whispered to herself, seemingly relieved by her choice. As she strolled lightly, she began to indulge in the long-desired scene before her. Was this not the fulfillment of her dreams? With a soft patter, she walked slowly, even humming an unknown tune. Yet inexplicably, a tear fell onto the ground. Oi! A teasing and irreverent voice rang out from the stage, startling Xiao Ran, who hurriedly wiped her tears. Overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. You actually came? Suja shook his head, leaping down from the stage. In his mind, he had 1,000 charming and idol-like openings prepared, but he feared that if he appeared too dazzling, she might not be able to resist falling for him. Thus, he opted for a casual oi to maintain his persona. I just came. The usually composed class monitor had vanished, and in that moment, Xiao Ran frantically waved her hands, as if revealing her most vulnerable side to the world. With a tightness in her throat, the emotions she had bottled up all day could no longer be contained. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've messed everything up. I'm so sorry. She bowed repeatedly, crying and apologizing profusely. Suja neither halted her nor offered comfort, simply watching quietly, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity for her to vent her feelings without needing his guidance. Are you done crying? If you're finished, come over. We need to wrap things up. His voice was as casual as ever, devoid of any reproach. Xiao Ran dazedly lifted her head, her ability to think slipping away as she gazed at his retreating figure. One more thing. You haven't messed anything up, but you are late. Late? Xiao Ran murmured, instinctively glancing around the darkened, empty venue with its lights off. What are you looking at? Am I not human? Do I even count as a person? Suja shouted, his gaze falling upon her arm, sensing that there were things he needed to verify personally today. Grasping her sleeve, he sprinted toward the stage, while Xiao Ran, lost in thought, followed him like a puppet. I'm still here, so it isn't over yet. After all, I am the host. In a corner, Taoinen watched in silence, bemused by Suja's choice of words, wondering how he could say such things in such a perfect moment. Hadn't he once been quite adept at charming girls? As they ascended the stage, Xiao Ran instinctively surveyed her surroundings. If all went well, this should be the place where her dreams were realized. Yet, the audience was now absent. Nevertheless, gazing at the boy clad in heroic attire, it seemed that nothing else mattered. I received so many giveaways today, but I didn't give out a single one because I had so few. Only one prepared, Suja murmured. Xiao Ran listened, her previous confidence evaporating, resembling a doll at the mercy of fate. You haven't given it away yet, so consider yourself lucky. However, your tardiness still leaves me quite displeased. Pay more attention next time, or else I might really ignore you. Xiao Ran nodded vigorously, obediently abandoning her persona, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Silence enveloped them, darkness shrouding everything. In the pitch-black venue, the true protagonist stood on the stage. Only a large clock gently swung over the grand hall. And as they followed its hands downward, the hero leaned slightly and took the girl's hand. They had prepared so little, almost nothing at all. There was no Fully Lien here, yet at this moment, they recreated the most classic scene imaginable. I've prepared this one giveaway. Consider yourself fortunate. A handmade ring was gently placed on Xiao Ran's hand, leaving her utterly stunned, her gaze fixed on the ring. Compared to the convention, compared to the audience, this was the existence she yearned for, the object of her deepest desires. The moment froze. The slow-witted elf failed to comprehend the hero's love, which is why the hero boldly expressed his affections. Yet, in this instant, there was no Fully Lien, and this hero seemed to harbor other thoughts as well. Grasping Xiao Ran's fingertips, Suja followed the line of her sleeve, noticing the countless bloodstains. Unfazed, he maintained his composure, embodying the essence of the moment. Wow. I can't believe it's real. Chapter 72. Suja, you better not let me catch you, exclaimed someone. What a wicked man. A true master of time management. The iconic scene on stage was not entirely devoid of an audience, as evidenced by Dai Xiaolin in the corner. At that moment, the little girl was beginning to falter. Oh no, the image of the handsome guy I admired has completely crumbled. He's just a scoundrel. Yet the most crucial question loomed. Am I not even worthy of being treated poorly by him? Don't be so quick to judge. You don't really know him. Taoinen interjected, embracing Dai Xiaolin from behind, her gaze towards Suja filled with inexplicable pride. Searching for him among 1,000 crowds, suddenly turning back. He stands amidst the flickering lights. How could you be called Suja? The lowly poet describes the essence, while the highbrow poet creates it. By the way, why hasn't Suja published any poetry in recent years? Is he really running out of talent? Noticing that Xiao Ran's condition was becoming increasingly peculiar, as if strange patterns were forming in her eyes, Suja realized it was time to bring this farce to a close. All right, it's time to wrap it up. Everyone, go back to your homes. Xiao Ran remained silent, continuously toying with the ring on her hand, lost in thought as she gazed vacantly at Suja's retreating silhouette. Oh, right. There's one more thing. Suja suddenly turned around, startling Qiu Ran, who quickly averted her gaze and instinctively hid her hand behind her back, as if concealing something. Suja was speechless. How could such a beautiful child possess such a heavy sense of guilt? Did she look down on Suja? As if implying that what he gave could be taken back. Take this. Your appearance fee. He stuffed 20 red bills into her hand and turned to leave. No. I absolutely cannot accept this. Qiu Ran felt her face flush with heat. Her absence had already caused significant losses to Anan, and refusing to compensate was more than sufficient. She could never accept this money. Then what about your phone? Suja's words struck at the heart of the matter. Qiu Ran hesitated, despite feeling guilty. She quietly accepted the money. She needed a phone. More than being embarrassed, she feared losing contact with someone. I'll treat it as a loan. And I promise I will pay you back, Qiu Ran said earnestly. At that moment, perhaps an additional 300 would suffice. The youthful voice gradually faded into the distance. Qiu Ran remained still, her gaze fixated on the hand waving goodbye, growing increasingly distant until her vision blurred, ultimately obscured by tears, rendering her unable to see anything at all. Regret. Deep, profound regret. Why did I have to put on such airs? Suja wished he could sever his own hand. If only he hadn't pretended to be someone he wasn't. I'm sorry, Chancellor, but I fear I will be unable to support the Han dynasty for quite some time. Please don't blame me. In an unknown corner, someone wept loudly. Ren Anjiao looked at the sobbing figure on the screen with a mixture of exasperation and empathy. Enough, enough, stop crying. I've told you time and again not to trust men too easily, yet you refuse to listen. Anjiao was at a loss for words. She had warned her not to invest so much in a man she hadn't seen for years, one who existed only in filtered memories. And what happened? She had already stated that Shun Luan lacked responsibility, preferring to evade difficulties, entirely unworthy of her affections. Yet, this girl had resolutely run to him, just days prior. It seemed she had finally awakened, but alas, she had fallen into the clutches of another man. Ren Anjiao understood that Lu Sisi was not one to fall for every man she encountered. After all, countless suitors had pursued her throughout her life. Thus, to have captured her attention so swiftly, it could only mean that Suja possessed some redeeming qualities. I see you are somewhat infatuated. What is there to cry about? Give me Suja's contact information, and I shall have a word with him. No, I don't want to. Lu Sisi immediately wilted at this suggestion. Her sobs ceasing. She had merely been venting to her friend, forgetting that her friend was not one to tolerate nonsense. Suddenly, she regretted her words. Was she not disparaging Suja? Had she inadvertently become the very person she despised? What? Are you still defending that scoundrel? Anjiao exclaimed. Suja is not a scoundrel. You just don't understand him. Ren Anjiao replied, humorously mimicking Donnie Yan's gesture. Why do I suddenly feel like a clown? Bang. Anjiao slammed her palm on the table, her resolve clear. Lu Sisi, your current state is entirely unacceptable. I must take control of you. Fine, I'll listen to you. Sisi was not one to overthink, but fortunately, Anjiao would never lead her astray. I don't care whether you like Suzhou or not. In this state, you will never garner a man's attention. The same applies to friendships. Seemingly seeing through Lu Sisi, Anjiao added, you are far too humble. Friendships should be reciprocal. It ought not to be this way. For instance, if he stands you up today, what will you do? Lu Sisi pondered, her head bowed, before timidly responding. But what if he genuinely had something to attend to? That is his problem. I don't care if he has something to do. Even if his second aunt is giving birth, today is still his issue. Anjiao interrupted without hesitation. Do not simply cater to him. You must assert your own stance. If you don't show a little temper, he will only take advantage. Do you understand? You must present your attitude. That's Suja, little Su. When you meet him tomorrow, you must give him a piece of your mind. Do you comprehend? I understand. Lu Sisi nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with determination. She suddenly realized Anjiao was right. This was indeed her predicament. Ding, ding, ding. Anjiao was pleased with Lu Sisi's newfound resolve, but she also heard a distinct notification. Sorry, Sisi. Just finished something. I sincerely apologize. If it's convenient, would you like to go out and watch a movie? I'll buy the tickets. Lu Sisi's mischievous boy was messaging her, and Anjiao, well versed in Lu Sisi's behaviors, could already guess the situation just from the foolish grin that appeared on her face. Huh. Lu Sisi replied weakly, her gaze slightly evasive. That boy dares to approach you? Sisi, show him some strength. Humiliate him, trample him, toy with him. All right. Seeing her friend so animated, Lu Sisi could only weakly agree. I'll buy the popcorn. When will you arrive? Are you done scolding him? Anjiao seemed impatient. I'll continue to scold him. Anjiao, I'll talk to you later. There's still time. I'll prepare a pastry for Suja. The last box was damaged. Beep, beep, beep. Anjiao fell silent. Her thoughts drifting as she stared at the contact labeled the second best in the world. Suja, is it? You better not fall into my grasp. Chapter 73. My youthful love story is indeed problematic. Why are you still following me? You can't possibly be harboring a crush on me, can you? Suja, engrossed in his phone, cast a glance back at Dai Xiaolin, who trailed behind him. Pooh, you? Forgive my candor, but you are rather annoying. Dai Xiaolin retorted, indignant. Oh. Suja responded, perplexed. What does "oh" mean? Dai Xiaolin had never noticed how infuriating that word could be until now. She quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his view. Where are you headed? To the Dawn community. You live in a villa area? No, I'm just working there part-time, serving my sugar mama. Seeing the bewildered expression on Dai Xiaolin's face, Suja wore a wistful smile. Patting her shoulder, he spoke earnestly, study hard, child. Work hard to earn money. One day, you'll be able to take care of all those men who look down on you, including me. When you're wealthy, I'll hang out with you every day, and you can do whatever you want with me. As he pushed the dazed Dai Xiaolin into a taxi, he couldn't help but feel concerned for the young girl. After all, it was getting late, and the most important factor was that it was on his way. Driver, please stop at the Dawn community when we reach Guiling Road. Sure thing. Young man, heading to work? The driver scrutinized Suja's face, speaking with conviction. Yes. Looking quite dapper, out late at night in a villa area, quite evident. Ah, your sister still has school, Suja sighed inwardly, gently patting Dai Xiaolin's head in front of the driver. All right, no problem. Brother S making money, no need to tremble. When my sister graduates, I'll quit too and go to school, fulfilling my dreams. Watching Suja chat casually with the driver, Dai Xiaolin felt her worldview shattering. They were speaking Chinese, yet she couldn't comprehend a word. Hey, Xiaolin elbowed him. What are you doing? Hey. Suja, engrossed in conversation with the driver, felt annoyed at the sudden interruption, as his identity was self-imposed. Do you really intend to do that? Dai Xiaolin still couldn't believe it. Do you look down on those who do? No. It's just I'm picking up a friend to watch a movie. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl. Pervert. Ignoring her, Suja understood that this was typical jealousy from a girl harboring a crush. Little girl, it's just a game of desire unfulfilled. Disregarding her further, Suja casually opened his phone, replying to messages. By a twist of fate, he opened a password-protected album. As he flipped to a particular photo, his hand froze, and his gaze became distant. It depicted a pair of children, a little girl covering her eyes in tears, seemingly deeply wronged, while a little boy stood beside her, attempting to console her, appearing quite comical due to their tender age. Stop crying, I apologize, okay? I absolutely detest Suja. A person who breaks their promises is the most despicable. Little Tang seldom loses her temper, but that time truly infuriated her. She vaguely recalls that they had planned to visit the amusement park, yet Suja chose to go to the arcade with someone else. It took an entire week of coaxing before he finally got her to talk to him again. Who is this? Dai Xiaolin, like a pesky little shadow, was particularly intrigued by Suja's infatuated smile. Mind your own business. Suja put away his phone, completely disinterested in her. Who cares about you? It's late, and you're inviting a girl to watch a movie. Your intentions are certainly not pure. I merely wish to make amends. I prefer to fulfill my promises without procrastination. Suja said suddenly, his tone serious. Who believes that? Duck King. Dai Xiaolin retorted defiantly. It's true. After all, Suja's gaze drifted to the window, a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Those who break their promises are the most detestable. The atmosphere gradually fell silent until Dai Xiaolin broke the quiet, her curiosity piqued by Suja's occasionally abstract, yet handsome demeanor. The transition was so natural. It was the same face, yet it conveyed entirely different feelings. Hey, I'm Duck King. Which one of these is your girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. Uffed. Classic player talk. Dai Xiaolin scoffed. Wasn't this the typical tactic of a scoundrel? No girlfriend, yet maintaining ambiguous relationships with many. In the promotional photos, there was that sister Fuyan, the dazzling sister from the video call, the sister who embraced him. The weeping sister from their nocturnal rendezvous. The light was too dim, making it seem like there were two, and now, the wealthy sister he was about to meet. Alongside herself, the most beautiful girl in Qingfeng. Well done, Suja. Are you about to let out a satisfied hum? Even the master of time management could not be this exaggerated. Believe it or not, they are merely my friends. Which one do you like the most? If you can't decide, you can pick me. Dai Xiaolin asked with keen interest. First to be eliminated is you. Suja would never give this little brat any face. Yet he found himself lost in thought. Wait. Unbeknownst to me, it seems my charm with the opposite sex is akin to the troubles in my youthful love story. Feeling that Suja had become reticent, Dai Xiaolin narrowed her eyes and shifted her approach. Who was that girl on your phone earlier? What? Are you jealous because she is cuter than you? Nonsense. Who is she? Guess. Suju enjoyed her flustered expression, deciding to tease her a bit more. I guess she is the one from the video call today. Suja inhaled sharply. AUV, you're quite perceptive. How did you figure that out? By observing your reaction. What reaction? Infatuation. You're talking nonsense. If there was one thing Suja would not concede, it was this. He pinched Dai Xiaolin's cheek, his serious gaze indicating she should take back her words. But Dai Xiaolin seemed to have discovered Suja's weakness, suddenly grinning. You don't like her, do you? Impossible. Absolutely not. Then what is your relationship with her? Friends. Good friends. Suja added inexplicably. How good? The best in the world. For some reason. He suddenly felt a wave of irritation. This annoying child was too bothersome. Ah, the best in the world, sarcastically. Dai Xiaolin was indeed infuriating. And he felt an urge to transform her into a cream puff. Driver, we arrived at Guiling Road. The driver suddenly announced. You can leave now, Suja said, unhesitatingly opening the car door and kicking Dai Xiaolin out, as if the world had suddenly become serene. However, in the next moment, he saw a triumphant smile on her face. As the door shut, Dai Xiaolin softly said, Suja, you claim you're the best in the world. Have you ever considered that the best in someone else's world might not be you? Chapter 74. Does friendship need to be maintained face to face? I'm asking for a friend. Stunned, silent, speechless. Based on Dai Xiaolin's experience, this should have breached his defenses. So you aren't entirely invulnerable. Seemingly pleased with her handiwork, Dai Xiaolin waved goodbye and cheerfully turned away. The outcome was clear. Today's victory belonged to Dai Xiaolin. Bragging, huh? Did you really win? Do you recognize who I am? This is the #1 childhood sweetheart of Qingfeng. What about Dai Xiaolin? You can't handle her. Bragging. You can only be pummeled by your Sugu. This is called strength, understand? Humming a nonsensical tune, Dai Xiaolin entered a dimly lit neighborhood, feeling a sense of accomplishment. But as she hummed, her smile gradually faded. Beneath the dim streetlight stood a figure. Dai Xiaolin forced another smile and jogged over. Didn't Mom say she wouldn't come pick me up? The middle-aged woman sighed in relief upon seeing Dai Xiaolin, rushing forward to grasp her daughter's hand, seeming to finally relax. Did you have fun today, Xiaolin? Yes, I had a great time. I made quite a bit of money. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Dai Xiaolin appeared transformed. Her previous proud demeanor vanished, replaced by a well-behaved persona. Where did you earn that money? I sold lunch boxes with a big brother at the comic convention today. He shared some with me. Dai Xiaolin beamed with innocence, then added, He is a very kind big brother who took me to earn money and play. He even brought me home today. Is that so? What a good kid. The middle-aged woman echoed, then cautiously added, Xiaolin, today I earned an extra 100 yuan in tips from serving dishes. Tomorrow, let us go to the hospital for a checkup. No. Dai Xiaolin's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. The woman dared not say more and quickly fell silent, standing there in confusion. After a moment, Dai Xiaolin regained her smile, gently resting her head on her mother's shoulder, whispering, Mom, I don't want to go. Let us give the money to Dad and pay off the debts outside. The last streetlight seemed to flicker, its weak glow wavering precariously. What a boring child. Not only innocent but also childish, thinking her nonsensical remarks could break Su Gu's defenses? Oh, am I being underestimated? Suja smirked, gazing quietly out the window. 3 seconds later. Damn, I've said it all. Isn't this utterly disgusting? Moments ago, when asked by Dai Xiaolin, Suja was uncertain of his own mindset. He merely spoke without thinking. He had always believed that overly sweet sentiments like you're great, I'm great, we all are great were the most nauseating. Which man would care for such things? But now, the image of that person who had spent the most time with him began to surface in his mind. As a child, he found her irritating, always controlling him. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. As they entered school, their talents became evident, and they spent every day together, transitioning into a phase of mutual annoyance. Later, she left, yet their communication never ceased. But Suja took a deep breath and began to ponder this question seriously. He knew Tang Xinro didn't have many friends. But she was no longer around. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had asked her before. She was quite solitary abroad. Otherwise, why would she cling to him? Humph. But could it be? His mind was a jumbled mess when suddenly an image flashed through Suju's mind. It seemed like a figure had appeared beside that annoying girl. Damn. Although the figure was merely a silhouette, Suja tore it apart with fervor, instantly refining it. Damn it, This is so frustrating. What is wrong with you, buddy? The driver, sensing the agitation of the passengers in the back seat, inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing. By the way, do you think friendship needs to be maintained face-to-face? Just a casual question. I feel it shouldn't be necessary, huh? I'm asking for a friend. The driver pondered for a moment before scoffing. Of course it does. Where in society is there any genuine friendship? Every good relationship requires communication. Don't tell me about your brotherhood. Try not contacting them for a few years. I know you might argue that years apart don't diminish the bond, but I can only say it reflects well on the individual, not the strength of your connection. Who knows, they might have formed a new circle by now. Can't go back to those old buddies. Best not to dwell on it. It was evident that the driver had his own stories, yet he had something more pressing at hand. Hey, young man, did you hear that strange sound? It's like a rat gnawing on something. Suja replied, no, I didn't hear anything. Grinding his teeth, he instinctively opened a certain contact on his phone, seeming to contemplate saying something, but after a moment's hesitation, he merely snorted and put it away. Closing the app, he opened his photo gallery, mindlessly scrolling through pictures, and the sound of grinding teeth seemed to grow clearer. Could there really be a new circle? He exhaled deeply, adjusting his state to its best. However, as a skill passed down through the Su family, this time it seemed somewhat ineffective. Forget it. I'll sulk and let Tang Shinro guess. Meanwhile, across the ocean, can I have your contact information? How fortunate it is to encounter such an exceptional compatriot abroad. It feels like a divine blessing. I have a boyfriend. Tang Shinro fiddled with her computer, barely glancing back. The boy felt awkward in an instant, but was reluctant to give up, for he truly liked her. Having a boyfriend shouldn't be a barrier. My boyfriend is possessive. He doesn't like me talking to other men. The girl shot him a glance, and suddenly, a chill seemed to flow through the air. Even in this harmonious modern society, the man perceived a hint of danger in the eyes of the beautiful girl across from him. No more, I'm out of here. The man fled in panic, feeling as if the girl was on an entirely different plane. Shinro meant no harm, yet your boyfriend is rather domineering, remarked her friend, Delay, as she playfully wrapped her arms around her. However, the next moment, the girl firmly pushed her away. How is that domineering? What do you have against him? Li Lian was utterly bewildered. What did I say to provoke this sudden change? Sorry, Li Lian, I lost my composure, Tang Shinro sighed, sincerely apologizing to her friend, then pulled out her phone to open a peculiar app. The convention is over. Didn't you go home? Where are you headed? Chapter 75, a social anxiety scenario game. Driver, please wait for me. My friend will be down shortly. Sure thing, buddy. The driver was quite pleased, as he wouldn't have to return empty-handed. The moment Suja got out of the car, he shivered. He finally understood why ancient times exiled criminals to such places. This was hardly a poet's haven. Hey, Cece. I'm at the entrance of the community. You can come down now? Shivering while making the call. He hadn't finished speaking when he spotted a striking figure swiftly approaching. Lu Cece, today, wore a light beige jacket and a white knit hat. Her petite frame appeared anxious, but due to the icy ground, this otherwise adorable girl ran with a comical clumsiness. I'm here. One must admit that southern girls indeed possess a certain charm. Their soft voices stir the heart. Northern girls are lovely too. Beautiful and graceful. This is merely a matter of personal preference, not a north-south rivalry. Running so hastily, it's only natural to slip. Suju instinctively extended his arms to catch her. To be honest, the gesture was quite intimate, but considering the layers of clothing between them, could it truly be deemed so? It felt as though two bulky figures collided, yet it left Lu Cece's face flushed, though she could conveniently claim it was due to the cold. Were you waiting outside? Suja asked suspiciously. After all, she had arrived before he called. No. I just happened to come down. Lu Cece rubbed her stiff fingers, seemingly unfazed, for her mouth was far more resolute. How about a taxi? Suja tentatively inquired. After all, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Taking a taxi could be. Suja, do you think our lives are worlds apart? Lu Cece's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, looking quite pleased. I often take taxis too. We just have slightly different backgrounds. So don't view me as someone who has never experienced anything. Have you ever taken the bus? That, I haven't. The insidious class enemy. A smile graced Suja's face. Today, I will ensure this affluent young lady experiences a taste of the mundane. Mission, public exposure in a cinema with a wealthy girl as training. After getting Lu Cece into the taxi, the driver was taken aback. Aren't you working in such a nice environment? I thought you'd bring a 200-pound girl. Is this what you call a rich lady? Right? Kid. Aren't there such cases? I don't want to strive anymore. I brought you a blanket. Just as they settled in, Lu Cece pulled a whimsically cute blanket from her bag and awkwardly draped it over Suja's lap. Suja felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, during the moment she bent down to cover him, he entertained some rather inappropriate thoughts. Damn, Suja, you should be ashamed. The car slowly started, heading towards the cinema. Suja instinctively glanced back at Lu Cece, as it felt a bit odd for a large man to be covered by just a blanket. Meanwhile, Lu Cece looked curiously at Suja, her lively eyes blinking, her lips slightly pursed, exuding innocence. Wow, how unexpectedly cute. One must acknowledge that in certain fleeting moments, Lu Cece's charm was something many could not replicate. Anyone witnessing her adorable demeanor would undoubtedly feel a surge of affection. Sadly for Suja, he was different. He had a peculiar inclination to bully cute things. Do you remember our dare challenge? Yes, let us resume that tomorrow. Lu Cece hummed softly, recalling how Suja had encouraged her, the timid one, to speak boldly. P.S. Truly wonderful. Why wait until tomorrow? We can do it now. How do we practice here? Lu Cece felt a twinge of guilt, for in Suja's eyes, she sensed something mischievous. It's simple. I recently found something quite amusing called cosplay. It's fun. Let us give it a try. Cosplay? Lu Cece's face flushed as she suddenly envisioned some embarrassing scenarios. Could it be those things? Oh no, Suju is such a little pervert. What shall we cosplay? Lu Cece's voice was nearly inaudible. Yet Suja was certain she had consented. They were role-playing as the sister-in-law and brother-in-law. The scenario unfolded. You are a sister-in-law sneaking out with your brother-in-law while concealing it from your sister. The act of crafting identities in the air is a game that social butterflies typically relish, although it was evidently too strenuous for Lu Cece. Suddenly, Lu Cece's mind was overwhelmed, leaving her in a state of shock. While she stood there, Suja commenced his socially anxious antics. Ah, we finally made it out. Your sister weighs 200 pounds. Even I find it unbearable. Thankfully, she is not here today. How do you feel about sneaking out with your brother-in-law? The atmosphere became heavy, and the driver visibly straightened in his seat, his ears seemingly perking up. Lu Cece was completely taken aback. How could it be so provocative from the start? How was she to respond? Having lived her life as a well-behaved girl, she wouldn't dare to be so audacious. Even in her dreams. Don't worry, once we secure this project, I'll confront that wretched woman. The rain had ceased. It was time for that woman to face her downfall. Indeed, the brother-in-law favored her the most. What? We must confront her. Lu Cece found her courage to reply. Yet, immediately after, she wished to hide from embarrassment. But what was this exhilarating rush that surged within her? Suja was nearly beside himself with laughter. It was amusing to witness Lu Cece blush and shy away at his words. The driver, cursing the red light, yearned to hear more of their conversation. For Suja, such antics were commonplace. Had it been someone else, they could weave tales of 5 generations without a hitch. However, for Lu Cece, this was still quite a stretch. Of course, Suja wasn't merely teasing Lu Cece. After all, shy individuals need ample opportunities to grow. Just as he began to calm down, a shy yet resolute voice pierced the air. Brother-in-law, I can't wait any longer. Let us break up with my sister tomorrow. I like you the most. The driver, seemingly reluctant, brought the vehicle to a halt, his expression reflecting a mixture of complexity as he observed the couple's antics. He felt that no night in his decades of driving had been as thrilling as this, yet he lamented not hearing the conclusion of their exchange. After Lu Cece uttered those words, she remained flustered. Could she have really said that? She hadn't thought too deeply. She merely intended to play along with Suja. Upon arriving at their destination, she dashed out, utterly mortified. It was only after running a considerable distance that she paused, panting heavily. The cold wind made her shiver involuntarily. Indeed, it was frigid, with only her hands feeling warm. Why are my hands warm? She pondered. Ah, I'm so sorry. In a panic, she released Suja's hand and jumped back, burying her face. She had been so focused on escaping that she hadn't realized she was holding on to someone. Suja was unfazed. It was perfectly normal for this timid girl to flee upon exiting the car. However, her comments inside had surprised him. Hey, how is it going? Is it fun? The youth leaned in with a smile, his gaze friendly, as if sharing a cherished toy with a close companion. Yes, it's thrilling. After the initial tension and shyness, Lu Cece became remarkably composed. She smiled and nodded earnestly. This exhilarating rush and surge of adrenaline were sensations she had never experienced in her 18 years of life. It was simply exhilarating. Although Lu Cece appeared timid, she secretly craved excitement but lacked the courage to pursue it alone. Without Suja's encouragement, she might never have dared to partake in such an adventure. Ha! I told you. You should have seen the expression on that guy's face. It was hilarious. Lu Cece's laughter rang like silver bells. She hadn't noticed the driver's expression but felt compelled to laugh along with Suja. You show promise. You've used the sister-in-law template. Next time, let us try something new. Sure. Lu Cece shyly lowered her gaze, yet her response was resolute. Next time, she would actively choose a character. The cold wind stilled the two immersed in their role-playing. The outside world's scripted drama paled in comparison, as this was the true essence of a game. However, for now, they should head to the cinema, as one of them was eagerly anticipating it. Strolling toward the movie theater, despite the late hour, the crowds had not diminished. Lu Cece observed that those around them were mostly couples. A slight smile crept onto her lips. So what? She was the same. She subtly shifted closer to Suja, feeling her face flush from her boldness. In contrast to Lu Cece's thoughts, Suja only sensed the nauseating display of affection around him. These lovey-dovey fools. Flaunting their affection, I ought to run them over with a truck someday. Was it truly his appearance that had kept him single for 18 years? Was engaging in abstract pursuits destined to lead to solitude? Hadn't he complained about this before? One can never comprehend how nauseating couples in love can be, nor do they realize how bothersome they appear to others. While Suja and Lu Cece meandered, they spotted a couple ahead. The man had draped his coat around his girlfriend, enveloping her completely. Some might say this isn't disgusting, but romantic instead. Suja, are you just jealous? Lu Cece thought, gazing at the couple with a hint of longing. However, in the next moment, Suja keenly observed that the girl had extended her hands. Isn't that just too much? Lu Cece thought. Suddenly, her vision was obscured, startling her. Yet, upon realizing whose hands were covering her eyes, she felt no urge to resist. She merely pursed her lips slightly. Shoo. A simple word turned the atmosphere mysteriously charged. Lu Cece felt a warm breeze amidst the cold wind, her ears tingling. They turned crimson. She wouldn't deny it. She was freezing. What is happening? Can't look. Not suitable for children. Although Suju enjoyed teasing Lu Cece, in his heart, he believed she remained quite innocent and should not encounter such scenes prematurely. Fine. I'll listen to you, Lu Cece murmured softly. Why does it feel like you don't believe me? I'm just trying to protect your innocence. Don't act like you're indulging in some strange play with me. Why can you look? Wow. The little fool can actually think for herself now? With a playful flick of his fingers, Suja lightly tapped Lu Cece's head, showcasing his masculine demeanor. No peeking, no asking. All right, I won't look, she replied, her defiant stance highlighting the essence of a man. Indeed, this was the demeanor expected of a gentleman. As if someone had tugged at her clothing, Lu Cece, whose eyes were covered, cautiously grasped Suja's garment, leaning slightly in his direction. I can't see, and that's perfectly reasonable. It should be this way. Finding her justification, Lu Cece inched closer to Suja. It felt as though they were engaged in a playful game. The boy shielded the girl's eyes while she delicately held onto his shirt, their actions devoid of any ambiguity, resembling a refreshing young couple among many. After about 3 minutes, the girl in front finally withdrew her hand. Suja immediately cast a disdainful glance, questioning the boy's capabilities. Can you handle this? Upon the obstruction's disappearance, Lu Cece lost her reason to hold on to Suja. With a hint of reluctance, she opened her eyes. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed the boy in front shivering slightly. Is it really that cold? Chapter 77, the one and only. Even if you're not angry, I still owe you an apology. I genuinely had matters to attend to this time. It won't happen again. Will you forgive me? Setting aside his usual jest, Suja earnestly apologized to Lu Cece, acknowledging his broken promise. I'll accompany you to watch whatever you desire. Lu Cece, observing the suddenly serious boy, felt a deeper warmth in her gaze. In truth, she had already ceased to be upset when he invited her to watch a movie, but his earnest apology elevated her spirits even further. After all, being valued feels wonderful. I guess I was too willful. He must have been busy with something important. Lu Cece, how could you be so harsh on a good friend? Her fleeting words filled her with guilt. Fortunately, Suja redirected her attention, and as they browsed through the extensive movie list, Lu Cece found herself entangled in indecision. Choosing what to watch has become a common ailment in contemporary society, rapidly spreading among the masses. Symptoms include, I don't care, I'm fine with anything. I'll go with what you choose. Clearly, Lu Cece was among the afflicted, as she had always been indecisive, especially when trying to consider Suja's feelings. She was already happy that he was willing to accompany her. How could she solely indulge her own preferences? Good friends should understand one another. With this thought, Lu Cece turned to Suja and tentatively asked, what genre of films do you enjoy? Quite a few, actually. There's romance, comedy, and various others. Suja coughed lightly, realizing he had inadvertently mentioned something inappropriate. Thankfully, Lu Cece appeared oblivious, her expression one of confusion. Oh, I watch a diverse range of movies. For instance, The Shawshank Redemption, Green Book, The Invisible Man, The Pianist, and The Good Stepmother, all of which I adore. Lou Cece felt that this response did little to narrow her choices and instead left her feeling even more perplexed. What do you consider the ultimate masterpiece? That would be The Investiture of the Gods. Feeling a slight relief from her indecisiveness, Lou Cece recognized the rare opportunity to assert her choice. Yet the options before her were overwhelming. A. Horror. B. Romance. C. Comedy. D. A documentary on the 10th anniversary of Three Kingdoms. It was indeed a challenging decision. Surprisingly, the timid girl actually had a penchant for horror films, but don't be mistaken, her courage was limited. Yet, she found the genre enticing. A typical case of being both inexperienced and eager. However, observing the affectionate couples around her made her feel it might not be appropriate. If I choose a horror film, what would he think? Would he believe I'm one of those girls who would leap into his arms during a scary scene? Oh no, that would be too inappropriate. I'll save that for another time. Thus, she eliminated her favorite option and, after careful consideration, opted for the most popular comedy that centered around friendship. Perfect. Friendship is broken. Have you made your choice? Suja had no strict preferences regarding what to watch, as he wasn't particularly fond of films. His excitement about the cinema revolved around snacks and the ambience. If those essentials weren't met, the experience felt meaningless. Yes, I've decided. What do you think? Lou Cece eagerly locked her gaze on Suja's eyes, seemingly intent on memorizing every subtle expression. Burning autumn? What is it about? It's about friendship. Sounds good. Let us go? Suja's lack of reaction left Lou Cece feeling a bit disappointed as she cautiously followed behind him, her gaze fixated on his shirt. Suddenly, she felt the urge to hold on to it. Was that too forward? After a fierce internal struggle, Lou Cece decided against it. After all, how bold would one need to be to grasp someone else's clothing? Lou Cece stuck to her word, providing popcorn and refreshing drinks, which, to her surprise, added a touch of charm to the outing. As they entered Theater 13, Suja looked up to find their seats when he suddenly felt a tug at his clothing. Turning in confusion, he immediately met Lou Cece's curious gaze. What is up? Are you looking for a seat? He asked, squinting at her. Why do you say that? Lou Cece, resembling a little hamster, peeked into the adjacent screening room and conspiratorially whispered, I just passed by and heard applause. They were clapping before the movie even started. Isn't that suspicious? Oh dear, not only were my eyes covered, but now my ears too. Lou Cece gleefully clutched Suja's shirt, stumbling forward, oblivious to the unfolding events, but undeniably enjoying the moment. This place is ridiculous. Is this for real? If it is, I want to return. After I get a girlfriend, I'll definitely revisit with her. Suja never anticipated that watching a movie could be so exhilarating, and he felt an impulsive desire to sneak a glance back. However, he decided against it, as it would not be appropriate to do so with a young girl in tow. Once inside the screening room, Suja finally released Lou Cece. The theater was sparsely populated, with only 4 people in 2 pairs. Suja understood this, as those who came at this hour were likely there for the same reasons he was. Why won't you let me see? As soon as they sat down, Lou Cece, ever the curious one, asked. In response to her inquiry, Suja merely shot her a glance before giving her a playful tap on the head. Hey, no questions. Isn't that a bit contradictory? You're making me feel a bit shy? Turning his attention to the screen, Suja barely made it through the opening scene before he was taken aback. Lou Cece, what did you choose? Is this about friendship? Is it about the bond between 3 friends? The more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt, especially when he saw 3 characters embracing and uttering the line, "We are the best in the world." The popcorn bucket was crushed in Lou Cece's grip, and she was instantly captivated, only to notice Suja's expression growing increasingly cold. What's wrong? Lou Cece cautiously inquired, much like a child who has erred. It's nothing. Do you believe this perspective is correct? The unexpected question prompted Lou Cece to contemplate seriously. She pondered Suja's intentions, but for some inexplicable reason, a vivid image suddenly flashed in her mind. It was of herself, Jujia, and Suja. What were they thinking? Surely, it was of the 3 of them harmoniously holding hands. There was no longer a second place in the world. No need for entanglement. All was simply the best in the world. Hee hee, that seems quite delightful. Yet how absurd. How could 3 people be the best in the world? The best can only be singular. Lou Cece was momentarily taken aback. She had never envisioned such a scene. That boy, akin to a superhero, was angry. Chapter 78. I have never dazzled anyone's youth, nor can I become anyone's sole possession. Suja, are you all right? Lou Cece gently prodded his clothing with her finger, her voice laced with concern. She was surprised, for having known Suja, it was the first time she witnessed such an emotional display from him. After all, Suja was among those she knew who exhibited remarkable emotional stability. But what could have provoked such a reaction from this film? Lou Cece could not fathom it. She found the movie quite enjoyable as it depicted an unbreakable friendship among three individuals. To be honest, she rather liked it. I'm sorry, Cece. I raised my voice a bit. Suja smiled at Lou Cece and fell into silence. No. It was thoroughly wrong. Suja was not one to boast. He believed his greatest asset was not his looks, but his ability to perfectly control his emotions. Yet, that outburst was decidedly not him. People often claim that a triangle is the most stable shape, yet Suja did not share this belief. The scenarios depicted in the film instinctively irritated him. How revolting for three to embrace one another, even under the guise of friendship. How could there exist identical emotions in this world? It must be that two individuals are unequivocally unique. Imagine being one of those three. Suja would rather have neither of the other two. The best can only be singular. If it is right, then it is right. If it is wrong, then it is wrong. Taking a break? What does that even mean? Similarly, two individuals can be the best or not. What does three even signify? Strange images began to resurface in his mind. There were two children, a little girl crying and a little boy comforting her, when suddenly another little boy appeared. Get lost. Suja forcefully dispelled his imagination, incinerating it in an instant. Suddenly, Suja realized the source of his frustration. Cursed Daisyalan, that troublesome child was to blame. Are you okay, Suja? A soft, gentle voice reached him from beside. He turned to see a pair of concerned eyes. Let's go for a walk, Lou Cece suggested. Taking the initiative to pull Suja's sleeve, successfully directing his actions for the first time. This time, it was Suja who became the fool unable to refuse. He did not even comprehend how he was led outside, his mind a chaotic swirl. Was this unbearable? Goodness. This youth. Watching the two who exited early. The remaining audience wore expressions of envy. What could they possibly do at this hour after leaving? While they were there with an opposite sex to enjoy a comedy. It merely highlighted their insufficient progress, increasing their envy towards Suja and Lou Cece. I'm sorry, a cold breeze has calmed me considerably, Suja reflected, realizing how irrational he had been. He had come out to accompany Lou Cece and had no right to throw a tantrum. Shoo! A delicate finger gently pressed against Suja's lips. Although it lasted but a moment, the sensation left him momentarily stunned. Lou Cece felt as if she had expended all her courage for the day, yet it was good. Unlike the beginning of the semester, Suja did not seem displeased. Funny, do you understand what a conceptual deity is? Information, come forth. Homeward, Watergate. Healthy Attache. Bold Lou Cece. Why the long face? Speak to me. Her tone was assertive, yet her sweet voice lacked harshness, instead exuding a sense of playfulness. Suja was at a loss for words. Or perhaps he himself found the situation rather bewildering. What exactly was he upset about? People must have their own circles. He despised interference. Yet what was he thinking now? Why should he have to consider her the center? Such thoughts felt selfish. He had never been anything particularly special. In truth, I have always been rather childish. Suja gazed skyward, attempting to conceal his gradually dimming eyes from Lou Cece. My youth was so tranquil that I barely realized it was nearing its end. During what ought to have been a vigorous age, I lived as if in a stagnant pool, never becoming a vibrant stroke in anyone's youth, nor possessing anyone's youth. And it seems I cannot be anyone's sole possession. Achio. Across the ocean, a girl sneezed violently. Logically, the room was warm. Yet Tang Shinro could not help but curl up, lying on her bed like a salted fish, fixated on the small red dot on her phone, seemingly devoid of all means and strength. Why is there no reply? I wish I could make a phone call. The voice of the girl, capable of unleashing fury at any moment, sounded pitiful, akin to an abandoned kitten. Moreover, why did she feel a chill creeping up her back? At 18, a prime age for emo feelings, one could only say that Suja was remarkably optimistic. Had it been someone else, they might have succumbed to temptation and opened a certain cloud service. Suja's words were genuine, though his personality seemed abstract. It was unlikely anyone would enjoy hearing someone refer to them as your husband. Indifference was one thing, but the accumulated frustration was quite real. It proved that if a boy had never received a confession from a girl during his youth, it indeed became a lifelong regret, leading to a lack of confidence. And Suja was no exception. The youth had fantasized about certain scenarios, but they gradually faded with time. One is inevitably ensnared by unattainable desires throughout life. Lou Cece listened quietly, a joyful expression gradually forming on her face, not from schadenfreude, but because when a boy is willing to share his innermost thoughts, it signifies that she has left an imprint in his heart. Once again summoning her courage, Cece stood on her toes, reaching out to grasp Suja's face. He was momentarily stunned. What? Is this a reversal of fate? Look at me. Speak out all your grievances. Goodness, Lu Cece was incredibly brave. However, her timing was impeccable. Suja was currently in a vulnerable state. Suja met her gaze, suddenly gritting his teeth. What nonsense about being the best in the world. I don't care for it. What do three people even mean? If it isn't unique, then I'd rather have none. I understand now. Why engage in internal strife? This isn't my style. When I return tonight, I will fiercely interrogate Xiaotang. She better tell me the truth. After voicing his thoughts, Suja resolved his inner turmoil. But he suddenly noticed that the comforting Lu Cece had withdrawn her hands. She appeared unusually flustered, fidgeting with her clothing, her gaze cast down, unwilling to meet Suja's eyes. Suja questioned, perplexed. Did you not urge me to speak? Now that I have, you seem displeased. And what does this even have to do with you? Meanwhile, Lu Cece's heart was in disarray. Oh no. Could it be that he learned of the position I gave him as second best? Did he see my phone? How could this happen? When did this occur? What did his words mean? The unique, the unparalleled, the furious. Three individuals cannot suffice. Oh, I understand now. Suja is furious because he cannot become my number one. Chapter 79. Is there really no competition? The advantage lies with me. Being number one is splendid. With a hint of pride, I do not care. Three individuals refuse to accept it. They aspire to be your sole one. My goodness. Is this not a confession? As anticipated, it has been said before. Going to the movies together is undeniably too ambiguous. Oh dear, how could this happen? How did he find out? It was indeed this that provoked him. He is evidently dissatisfied with my arrangements. Suja is quite amiable, and I do not dislike being the top in his eyes. But what about Jiao Jiao? Lu Cece is deeply conflicted. She is not a child who forgets her friends for the sake of romance. In her heart, Jiao Jiao will always be the most important. Renan Jiao is temporarily number one, but Suja is clearly making a scene, crying and making a fuss because he cannot attain that status. How pitiable. What expression is that? After adjusting his mindset, Suja appears bewildered. Was she not bold just moments ago? Why has she suddenly transformed into a timid little thing? Could it be that her earlier bravery was merely a facade? Honestly, you let me speak freely, and now you are displeased? And why is your face as red as a teapot? Suja is perplexed. However, today is his concern, so any action from this timid girl is justified. If one must apologize, let it be done with sincerity. I apologize, Cece, if I have caused you any distress. Well, although I am unsure of what transpired, it is certainly best to acknowledge my fault. What? Not at all. I believe it is fine. Little did I know that after a simple apology, Lu Cece would become flustered. I was just getting into the groove. Do not be timid. They have not rejected you, nor have they said you lack opportunity. At this moment, it seems a progress bar has appeared above Suja's head and Lu Cece's eyes. Just moments ago, it was full, and then in the next instant, it plummeted to a mere 20 or 30%. It is unbearable to return to zero. A slight decrease would suffice. Perhaps 80 or 90 would be just right. Allowing some breathing room. Suja, you silly fool. She hastily prepares herself mentally, yet her heart races uncontrollably. This is exceedingly thrilling for her. Wandering aimlessly alongside, Suja feels delightful. Suja, were your earlier words sincere? After walking a while, Lu Cece whispers softly. Which words? Suja's mind is preoccupied with questions to ask upon returning home, and he struggles to recall what he just said. The one about being number one. Lu Cece seems to have exhausted all her courage. Ah, you mean that? Suddenly inspired, Suja's eyes gleam with determination. Naturally, it holds great significance. After all, I have achieved it. If she cannot, would that not be a loss for me? I refuse to accept it. If classmate Tang is not the one, then I shall leap across the Pacific Ocean with her, that heartless, despicable woman. Suja harbors no strange thoughts. He merely believes that their long acquaintance should not be overshadowed by a flashy newcomer, as this is a matter of conscience, not romantic entanglement. Yes, that is precisely it. Has he truly accomplished it? Have I not? Is this an implication? No, it is a clear indication. Lu Cece's heart is struck by lightning, yet it feels oddly pleasant. Have I unwittingly become his top choice? Lu Cece reflects deeply and begins to recall everything surrounding Suja. I have communicated with classmate Niu Hao. It is said that Suja had a fondness for me from the beginning, yet his close friendship with Zhuge Ling seems devoid of romantic intentions. Although Suja is quite amiable, his appeal to the opposite sex appears limited. Those girls will surely regret missing out on a treasure, but I have found him first. How fortunate am I? However, that class monitor seems to harbor some feelings for him, perhaps named Qiu Ran. Previously, I had some concerns, but now, instinctively glancing at the boy walking beside her, she notices he is aware of her gaze and offers a gentle smile. Lu Cece quickly averts her eyes. feeling a hint of pride within. My apologies, classmate Xiao Ran. It seems I may have taken the lead. Thus, it appears there are no other girls around Suja, making it quite reasonable for me to be his number one in his heart. The more I ponder, the more exhilarated I become. Indeed, interaction is the swiftest way to enhance feelings. Considering the girls around Suja, forgetting those in front, the middle, and behind, the advantage lies with me. Lu Cici's lips curl into a smile. Now all that remains is to keep an eye on classmate Xiao Ran. The others pose no threat. As the cold wind blows, Lu Cici shivers slightly, enviously watching a couple in the distance, as one drapes a jacket over his girlfriend. Lu Cici yearns for such moments, as girls of her age often become enamored with romantic gestures. Are you cold? A gentle voice inquires nearby. Lu Cici nods rapidly like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you are cold, let us head home. In a disappointed tone. The light of expectation dims. On the return journey, Lu Cici remains quiet, and Suja kindly covers her with a blanket. He truly is thoughtful. Suja muses, what is this girl so happy about? Could she be freezing? This blanket is far too cartoonish for a man. I might as well let her keep it. Night seems to deepen. Yet the wind has calmed slightly, casting a more picturesque scene for the two standing outside. Thank you, Suja. I truly had a wonderful time today. Lu Cici's eyes twinkle with starlight. Though she enjoys daydreaming, her words are not false. She genuinely had a delightful evening filled with cherished memories. Do not mention it. It was a promise I made, Suja replies, feeling a bit bashful. He considers standing someone up to be quite uncouth, hence he arrived tonight with an apologetic mindset. As for Xiao Ran, there is little he could do. He fears that without a hand to hold, Lu Cici might end up alone at the venue tomorrow. Then, rest early, Suja suggests, appearing somewhat anxious, though Lu Cici seems oblivious. Keep the blanket, it will be cold tonight. Lowering his head, his voice drops an octave. This is my personal blanket. What did you say? It is nothing. Then goodbye. The driver seems ready to complain, as young couples are often the most bothersome. Wait. This time, Lu Cici becomes flustered, calling out to Suja, wishing to say something, but she immediately shrinks back, her cheeks flushing. Fortunately, Suja is in the wrong tonight, so Cici still retains her composure. Do not give up. Suja responds, Although it is not yet achievable, you still have a chance. I am actually quite eager. The girl's blush does not necessarily signify romantic declarations. It could merely be from the chill. For instance, Suja presently does not comprehend. Observing Lu Cici's inexplicable shyness and her sudden retreat, his mind is filled with questions. What on earth is she babbling about? Chapter 80. A true man is capable of controlling his desires. Phew, I said it. How nerve-wracking. How exhilarating. How embarrassing. Upon returning home, Lu Cici threw herself onto the large bed, rolling around with abandon. While the cold weather outside could serve as an excuse, it was evident who the coward was once inside. Lu Cici, one must not be devoid of conscience, even if Jiao Jiao is the best in the world. Daily, she recited the declaration of friendship, today intending to repeat it even more fervently. Although Su Zhou was admirable, he could never take Jiao Jiao's place. Perhaps out of sheer joy or some peculiar sentiment, Lu Cici dialed Renan Jiao for a video call. The connection was established swiftly, revealing a stunning beauty clad in a tank top. Hey, you picked up so quickly. Aren't you asleep yet, Jiao Jiao? How could I sleep if you weren't home? She admonished gently. A girl shouldn't be out so late. Despite the scolding, Lu Cici beamed. Being thought of in such a manner felt wonderful. It's fine, Jiao Jiao. I'm not alone. There's also Su Zhe. Renan Jiao retorted. You think that if that boy weren't around, I'd be any less worried? Just look at that silly grin on your face. What? Have you tasted the sweet essence of love you've longed for? No, we're just good friends. The blush on the girl's face spoke volumes, and this time, she couldn't hide behind the excuse of being cold. How unambitious. Lift your collar. Renan Jiao commanded sternly. Although unsure of Jiao Jiao's intentions, Lu Cici obediently complied. Very good. No marks like strawberry kisses or anything. Oh, Jiao Jiao, what are you saying? We're truly just friends. Lu Cici felt her cheeks heat up as the other's sharp words struck home. Yet, suddenly serious. Lu Cici gazed earnestly into the video and declared, Jiao Jiao, we will forever be the best of sisters. Stop. Hold on. What should have been a touching sentiment made Renan Jiao sit up straight, her eyes filled with suspicion. It's already past midnight, Lu Cici. Why are you bringing this up now? Does it touch your heart? Do you know what you resemble right now? What? Like a cat returning from a midnight escapade, carrying the guilt of infidelity. Most teenage boys have experienced the dread of returning home late to their parents' disapproval, but Su Zhe was different. His parents were not around. Surprisingly, the feeling of swaggering home late at night was quite pleasant. As for Sun Yin, the older woman held no authority over him. Should she dare to speak out, she would be met with defeat. He stealthily opened the door, mindful of not disturbing anyone's rest. The door creaked softly as he pushed it open. The lights were off. Sister In and the older woman must have been asleep. However, as he opened the door a bit more, Suja noticed a faint glow. Was it from a phone? Little brother? Why are you home so late? The voice was unmistakable. Just as Suja fully opened the door, a blinding light nearly dazzled him. It was overwhelmingly bright. If love had a color, it would surely be blue. Yet, if purity had a color, it would undoubtedly be blue and white stripes. Sister In, you seem reluctant to let go, Suja thought, instinctively shielding his eyes, feeling he could salvage his image. At that moment, Tao Ainen appeared somewhat dazed, as if awakened abruptly from slumber. Of course, the source of the blinding light soon became evident. Standing before him in her underwear and blue and white striped attire was a stunning woman. Who could withstand such a sight? Oh, I just came out to use the restroom. Tao Ainen seemed entirely unembarrassed, still in a dreamy state, as if speaking in her sleep. I should head back. Although they referred to each other as siblings, there was no blood relation. It would be impossible for Suja to claim he had no strange fantasies. The instincts of a man are not shameful, as long as one can exercise restraint. And Suja was indeed capable of controlling himself. Sister In is in blue and white stripes. Who would have thought she would be so pure and quite adorable? Suja's face flushed, although he covered his eyes. He thought, who the hell turned off my self-control? Damn, is this really my fault? From behind him came a groggy call. Quite different from the usual assertive tone of Sister In, who typically cared deeply about her identity as an older sister. Yet now, her voice seemed softer. A strong sensation pressed against his back, causing Suja to stand rigid, unable to move. It was exhilarating. He was a normal man. Just imagining such a scene could fill him with excitement. Sister In you. Shoo, she whispered softly, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Her voice almost as if she were still asleep. Don't do that. Damn, if this continues, I might just have to respect you. What is the greatest respect one can show to a woman? The answer, sheer terror. Sister, you're leaving tomorrow, she murmured, clearing all indecent thoughts from Suja's mind. He instinctively turned to look, only to find a still drowsy Tao Ainen before him. Don't wear that expression. The exhibition was a success. We need to discuss with investors. Seeing Suja drop his playful demeanor, Tao Ainen pulled him into her embrace. With all inappropriate thoughts banished, Suja genuinely felt unhappy. When are you leaving? Not telling you. So you want to lose sleep over it. She patted his head and released him, turning to return to her room. Just a business trip. Don't go losing your little pearls tonight. It was proven that a person can control their desires. Upon hearing this news, Suja lost all bizarre fantasies. Tao Ainen's presence felt so natural that he believed a home should have someone like her. The sudden absence of one in their trio was indeed disheartening. Why can't it be Sister In who stays, and the older woman goes on the trip? Suja thought maliciously. His mood plummeted to an all-time low. The grand declarations made before returning home had nearly evaporated. He had sworn to confront little Tang fiercely. Yet upon arriving home, he found himself faltering. Opening his phone, Suja stared at the screen, amused by his own predicament. Indeed, when at a loss for words, one can't help but laugh. After much contemplation, he finally typed out, "The eel is no better than Pinocchio, Tang Shinro," only to retract it a second later. He had to admit, that was truly foolish. No, that's too silly. Thankfully, I retracted it quickly. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his phone vibrated urgently. Tang Xian Dan is initiating a voice call. Oh no, has she seen it? Without hesitation, he answered the call, letting out a sigh as he adjusted his demeanor to its peak. This confrontation relied heavily on presence. The tone of the first sentence was crucial. Tang Shinro. Sternly him? A simple hum shattered Suja's previously amassed vigor. His arm holding the phone trembled slightly, betraying his discomfort. How cunning. Too cunning. How could such a tone express the feeling of a forsaken kitten, infused with longing, grievance, and understanding, all in one syllable? His mind hazed over. It had been years since Suja had heard such a tone of endearment, the last time being when he was perhaps 8 years old. Chapter 81. The mischievous girl who might just play herself to death if you have childhood friends and younger sisters. They generally go through 3 stages. The first stage, I love you the most. We must be together forever. The second stage, why don't you have a partner yet? Stay away from me. Phase 3, does anyone understand? Family? Sound of armor clashing. Of course, such relationships are rarely absolute. They tend to drift apart gradually. Thus, when the former version of her reappears, the impact will be devastating. I vaguely recall when our little classmate Tang would sweetly call me Brother Suja at the tender age of 8, whereas now, at 18, she merely tosses her hair, gives me a fierce head pat, and shouts, "You're so annoying." And now, it seems Suja has returned to that bygone era. Did I mishear? I'm uncertain. I need to listen again to believe it. Why are you back so late? Confirmed, it's not a fabrication. The tone is still filled with that plaintive lilt, slightly tinged with reproach. But wait, why does it feel oddly gratifying? Could it be that I am truly a pervert? Suja is unwilling to acknowledge this reality, so he musters his spirits once more. Tang Shinro, I have something quite serious to discuss with you. Serious tone. You're so fierce. Suja, no? This Tang Shinro is simply too much. How can I keep up? I'm out of my league. Goodness. The girl across the ocean turns over helplessly, her tone laden with genuine grievance. I'm not happy. Really not happy. After fooling around for so long, I finally return, and you open with such ferocity. You even went to that sinful cinema. I wonder who you went with. How could such a short time lead to this chaos? Tang Shinro instinctively kicked a plush toy in the corner, considering it a form of remote punishment for Suja. As the saying goes, one surge of energy leads to diminishing returns. After being interrupted twice, Suja can no longer maintain his morale. This is a matter of skill set. It's not that he doesn't take care. Is something bothering you? He cautiously inquires, probing her disposition. I'm in a bad mood. The girl's voice increasingly drips with resentment. Did you have a quarrel with a friend? No. Did a boy confess to you? It's complicated. Did you crush on some handsome guy? No answer. Yet the girl, who moments ago resembled a lifeless fish, sprang from her bed, full of vitality. Tang Shinro narrowed her eyes, fixated on her phone, and a playful smile unexpectedly graced her lips. No. Although I'm unaware of what transpired, it seems the true advantage lies with me. Why the silence? Sujo inquires calmly, devoid of urgency. Suyi has stated there is none. Do you doubt it? No handsome guys, no admirers, no men, no masculinity. Tang Shinro unabashedly declared an apparently nonsensical statement. Indeed, she had seen through Suja's little thoughts. Logically, this was the perfect moment to subtly tease him. Alas, at such times, many mischievous girls would devise a scheme, crafting tales to instill a sense of crisis in the other, thus seizing the initiative. Yet, little teacher Tang's assessment was, fool, go ahead and play. Wait until you've played yourself to death, then you'll learn. Tang Shinro dares to assert that no one understands Suja better than she does. Not even his mother. Suja seems carefree, but he is, in fact, an exceedingly sensitive soul. If you divulge any melodramatic tidbits, he might become desensitized in an instant. And it would take a lifetime to coax him back. Tang Shinro would never commit such a foolish act. Unnecessary maneuvering would not capture his attention, but would merely attract more flamboyant nuisances. Today's little Tang duck soup. A truly loving person would never want you to feel insecure. The faux romance guru, extreme manipulation, extreme tugging, extreme emotional output. The true romantic master does nothing, waits for the rival to make a blunder. Why are you telling me this? Who asked you? Suje's disdainful tone resounds, yet Tang Shinro can ascertain that he is suppressing a smile. You know me. I'm quite reclusive and lack friends, came a weak voice, laced with a hint of innocence. Suju instinctively smacked his lips, suddenly feeling an itchy sensation as if ants were crawling on him. Having too many friends is useless. What about me? He suddenly understood Lu Cece. Sometimes, a timid persona could be borrowed for use. Why the silence? What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? His tone grew serious, as Suja seemed to forget what he initially intended to do. Oh, it's nothing. It's quite normal to feel down when you're far from home. Tang Shinro hummed, her voice tinged with an additional layer of grievance. I just suddenly thought of someone who is far from home, introverted, has no friends. Especially no male friends, with no hobbies but gaming alone, and today spent the entire day in the dormitory without a word from anyone. It's a bit disheartening. I miss home. Not a bro. Suja flopped back, placing his phone by his ear with his hands spread wide, as if drained of all strength and means. Why not just end me? Tomorrow, play a game with me. I've already bought it and stored it for you. The weak voice from the other side conveyed some yearning, some anticipation, yet also a hint of caution. No, this is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Suja's expression suddenly turned serious as he picked up the phone, his momentum surging once more. Tang Shinro. You're acting a bit strange. The girl's smile froze on her face. Oh no, was she indeed being too dramatic? Curse it. She should have been more gradual. Warning. You have alerted the overseer. But I quite like it. She exhaled deeply, this statement allowing Tang Shinro to relax a bit. You haven't played games with me for several days. And you didn't say goodnight today, which made me unhappy. My bad mood is all because of you. This marked a true release of emotions. Tang Shinro tapped her head with a smile, realizing her own foolishness. Their relationship didn't require such intricate strategies. Humph, can't women do without me? The familiar, self-absorbed voice returned, prompting Tang Shinro to helplessly rub her brow. However, this humorous demeanor lasted but a moment. The next instant, she sensed the boy's rapid breaths. Tang Shinro, I ask you, are we the best in the world? The girl's breathing quickened in response, her eyes widening as she fixated on her phone, her fingers instinctively tightening in anticipation. Are we the best in the world? Indeed. Chapter 82. When are you coming back? Flowery words tease me. Can it truly not be achieved? Can it truly not be achieved? Across the ocean, the boy and girl share the same thought. How should one describe Suja? He often projects an image of being carefree and unrestrained, yet at certain moments, this is merely the extent of his capabilities, even a peak performance. His heart seems to race several beats faster, as he suddenly feels a suffocating grip akin to a python constricting him. That is certain. Fortunately, the other party does not allow his heart to bear this burden for too long, quickly providing the answer he yearns for. A subtle smile crept upon Suja's lips. He knew his charm couldn't possibly be lacking. After all, they had spent so many years together, even with some flamboyant distractions. It was unlikely anyone could swiftly replace his position. Ah, my dear childhood friend, you truly delight me. Why the sudden inquiry? The girl's simple question rendered Suja momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had been so preoccupied with formulating an inquiry that he hadn't even prepared a reason afterward. As his face gradually warmed, he cursed himself for being so passive in recent exchanges. Goodness. Forget it, if you don't want to talk. Then let's not. After all, to you, I am the best in the world, while I cannot say the same for myself, considering how reclusive I am. How can I compare to someone as popular as you? Tang Shinro's tone returned to normal, yet it still carried a hint of playful teasing. Wait, what did she just say? Suja instantly sat up in bed. Did she just claim to be the best in the world? You can temporarily be considered the best, right? Don't misunderstand. After all, I'm just a comedic guy, you know. Suja stammered. Hey, the audience can testify. This was her assertion, not mine. A melodious laughter burst forth, revealing the girl's genuine feelings. Though your response was a bit shaky, it was passable. After all, such a personality isn't too bad. Suja, you're not asking me this tonight, are you? You little rascal, fond of questioning, aren't you? Your cards are all laid out now. It's Tang Shinro's turn. Play your cards. Of course not. I'm just asking casually. Suja would never admit that. Even with a disadvantage in their banter, he could not concede. Suyi allows you to lose, but never to speak weakly. If you can't win, at least speak with conviction. What is the point otherwise? I knew it. If not for the circumstances, you wouldn't even think of me. Darn. That familiar feeling of longing, that irritating Tang Shinro, using her ultimate move like it was a simple attack. He felt a slight twinge of concern. Mustering his courage, Suja became bolder. He finally heard the answer he desired. The image-conscious Tang Shinro rolled on the bed, clutching her phone to her chest, feeling her heart race. Indeed, even the aggressor cannot remain completely composed. The atmosphere grew slightly strange. Neither spoke, yet both pressed their phones tightly to their ears. Suja felt today should conclude here as he had truly reached his limit. His mind was a whirlwind. He needed to exit and reflect. Yet the thought of hanging up felt oddly reluctant because this 8-year-old, spoiled version of little Tang was truly rare. Damn. When did I become so indecisive? I, a proud man, can't allow a little girl to have me under her thumb. No way. This is not me. What is there to fear? After all these years. What haven't we talked about? Why be so constrained? Just say what comes to mind. Suja felt he should shatter the silence, but his mind was blank. He needed to think of something. Just as he pondered, the girl broke the silence, her voice soft as if soothing someone to sleep. Suja, it's late. You should sleep early. Wait, don't hang up. Impulsively, Suja blurted out without thinking, and this time he felt no hesitation. The girl's soft hum carried a teasing tone, almost as if to say, begin your performance. Just from that tone, Suja knew he was caught. This mischievous woman had truly ensnared him. With no retreat, he let his thoughts drift. He exhaled deeply, and a rather significant question floated to the surface of his mind. Are you coming back for the new year? Whispering, what did you say? The girl seemed not to hear, or perhaps it was intentional. I'm hanging up. Hey, that's so insincere. Tang Shinro quickly intervened, cursing under her breath for almost losing her chance. So will you come back? Her voice rose slightly, but it merely transitioned from a whisper to a soft murmur. If Nyozi or Lingzi saw this scene, They would surely think the sky was falling. Bro, your current demeanor is disgusting. Truth be told, when Tang Xinro heard that question, she could hardly contain her excitement. Of course, this was merely a reflection of her feelings. The foolish decision to pop champagne ahead of time was one she would never make. I'm quite busy this year, even if I have a break. There are many things to handle. Oh, then you should focus on that. Your future is important. Don't worry about me. I'll entertain myself during the new year by playing with leftover firecrackers. Why do I hear a certain little one sounding unhappy? Silence. This time, Tang Xinro was not teasing. She genuinely had many study plans. After all, her ambition was to one day support both of them solely by her own efforts. Thus avoiding situations like, Tang Xinro's boss, Mr. Suja, you wouldn't want Miss Tang Xinro to be unemployed, would you? Then step up. The reality proved that the burden of such responsibilities should not rest solely on men. Women also carry significant psychological pressures. If Suja were to submit to some wealthy woman due to financial constraints, Tang Xinro would absolutely not accept it. Yet, a slight smile crept onto her lips. She truly had no way of dealing with him. Returning was not out of the question, but it required a very important reason. Humph, Suja scoffed. Knowing all too well this was yet another bait. Are you serious, woman? Do you really think I'm that easy to manipulate? Can I really bite? What reason? How would I know? If I did, wouldn't I just go back directly? For some reason, Tang Xinro felt today presented an opportunity. Suja seemed vulnerable, easily penetrable. And if she didn't push her luck a bit, she might miss her chance. What a mischievous woman. Suja gritted his teeth, his toes instinctively curling. Then I want to. All right, I'll go back. Huh. Suja was taken aback. This was a bit too sudden, wasn't it? So easy. Aren't you busy? Busy. But the girl seemed to revert to her 8-year-old self, her voice tinged with admiration. The reason is already sufficient. After all, it was Suja who invited her. Chapter 83. Baidu is quite reliable. First and foremost, I am not a sister complex. It just so happens that the white moonlight in my heart sweetly called me brother at the perfect age. At 8 years old, one cannot discern much. The fluttering feelings are insignificant. Men, to some extent, possess such sentiments, and it is universally understood. Ultimately, I assure you, I am not a sister complex. Am I oddly excited? Could it be that I am truly a pervert? Suja could confirm that he was destined to return home defeated tonight. He had completely lost his resolve, for that image of her as an 8-year-old was overwhelmingly captivating. Yet, he managed to achieve his goal, albeit with some difficulty. So it's settled. You'll stay a few extra days for the new year. For reasons unknown, Suja suddenly relaxed, reverting to his former natural self, as they had in childhood. Will Auntie and old Deng be coming back? Seemingly recalling something, Suja added, they probably can't return. Their business is at a critical juncture. Tang Xinro stifled a laugh, not offended by Suju's address. As anyone familiar with their history would recognize, it was her mischievous father's issue. That doesn't seem good. Suja felt a bit embarrassed, as it would effectively tear the family apart. Hey, you just invited me. How can you be so indecisive? I'm just worried Annie won't be happy. Suja chuckled awkwardly. Tang Xinro's mother had always treated him very well, almost like a real mother, making Suja particularly sensitive to Annie's feelings. As for her father? Old Deng. He had no standing whatsoever. Oh, how pitiful. All alone, sob sob sob. Stop pretending. Do you really think you're an outsider? This time, Suja was unrelenting. This girl never knew when to stop pretending. Honestly, she knew the intricacies of her own family better than anyone. Sometimes even needing to call her for help with small issues. What kind of family was this, anyway? Had I known of your return. It seems the festive provisions this year would have doubled in quantity, which is truly vexing. How is it that I, the esteemed eldest son of the Su family, must rely on you? Such indignity. Suja found himself at a loss for words. Should his parents learn of Tang Xinro's impending arrival, they would surely be thrown into a frenzy. It is quite baffling. Does this girl truly hold such favor? In the hierarchy of their household, she is inexplicably placed first, followed by Suja, with Su Nian trailing behind. Who could have anticipated this? The elder woman seems to possess the least authority. Yet the Su family is certainly not one that favors sons over daughters. It is simply that Su Nian is quite mischievous and indeed deserving of a reprimand. When the true leaders of the Su family are mentioned, Tang Xinro proudly puffs out her not insignificant chest. This, after all, is the source of her confidence. Oh, how I long to return swiftly. After all, I am in dire need of sustenance, a cry akin to that of a child. Suja could not help but chuckle. This was one of the many ways he playfully teased her. What can we say about the meals prepared by the foreign chef? And this little fool cannot cook at all. Oh, how utterly foolish. Suddenly, A sense of pride washed over him. His culinary skills were indeed quite valuable. Just the other day, I prepared Sichuan-style boiled pork slices, spicy chicken, and pickled chicken feet. Ah, Suja. Splendid. Suja gradually regained his composure, turning the tables. From the tone of her voice, it was evident that she was genuinely flustered. Although little Tang is a girl from the north, her palate is distinctly Sichuanese, thriving on spice. It must be a hardship for her to dine on foreign cuisine at every meal, yet at least she need not worry about her weight. Will you prepare all these for me when I return? The tone of her voice was truly a touch pitiful, utterly sincere. And Suja could almost hear the sound of her salivating. Suddenly, she felt an urge to change into a formal gown. Indeed, a man who can cook is the most handsome. Oh, how lacking in sincerity. What does brother Suja wish to eat? I wish to eat you, hastily added, only to amend it after a brief pause, during which a blush crept across Tang Xinrou's face. Why had her rationality begun to wane? I can't take this anymore. I must go? What was that sudden flutter in her heart? Suja, how utterly lacking in composure you are, to entertain such thoughts about a friend. Yet, she likely did not notice, for she had remained silent. Suja felt it was time to conclude this conversation. Should it continue, he might risk losing face. The girl seemed far from invulnerable. Her previous boldness had evidently drained her courage. Suja? Good night. Good night. Neither hung up the phone, and the atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. They could only hear the sound of each other's hurried breaths, as if both were waiting for something. Ultimately, it was Suja who exhaled deeply, gathering his courage to say, one last thing. The girl sounded both surprised and eager. Please help me clear the battlefield tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone, Suja's lips twitched. How rude. Did she agree or not? It is imperative that she assists me. This truly matters to me. Cursed be this situation. An elegant Eastern woman, in the presence of her Western roommate, completely abandoned her composure. Seizing her plush toy from the bed and beginning to strike it furiously. How outrageous. How utterly outrageous. I was looking forward to this. I never expected him to be such an emotionally inept man. She murmured softly, her frustration manifesting in a stream of complaints. Honestly, the final words are crucial. Even if one does not utter something overtly romantic, they should at least be thoughtful, instead of leaving me to ponder. Tang Xinrou lay back on her bed, her delicate feet rising and falling, as if in accordance with a rhythm that could soothe her spirit. Well, at least it wasn't all bad. A silly smile began to blossom on her face. One could say the day's revelations exceeded her expectations, though it was somewhat regrettable that he had not confessed his intentions for the cinema visit. Nevertheless, it was evident that his emotional outburst was a sign that the concealed matters must also work in my favor. Tang Xinrou did not wish to directly inquire about these matters. She wanted to afford him ample freedom, not wanting Suja to feel confined by her expectations. What? You mention a miraculous little application? If it's not turned on, it does not count. Above all, little Tang possessed her own pride. She did not wish to create scenarios of forced control or coercion, for that was not what she envisioned. Yet, Suja was indeed acting rather strangely tonight. What could have provoked such a reaction? Tang Xinrou felt a surge of curiosity, after a moment's hesitation. She opened the most versatile search engine in the world. At midnight, why does a boyfriend suddenly have an emotional outburst and exhibit forced affection? With anticipation, she clicked on the search, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Although it seemed somewhat sensationalized, she thought, surely it is not too much to utilize the title beforehand? Oh, the results are in. Search engine. A boyfriend's sudden emotional outburst at midnight is likely due to having just committed an act of betrayal. Studies indicate that individuals often experience extreme guilt after such transgressions, leading to an urgent desire to make amends.